Lin Yang, traversing with a system, gazed upward in silent disbelief. How could he find himself directly in a nightmarish world such as the perfect world? Fortunately, he could continue to traverse without panic. For now, he would bide his time. He never anticipated that he would commence from the chaotic ancient era, witnessing the annals of history, transcending forbidden zones, enduring through endless epochs, and surviving into the latter days of the ancient age, perhaps even further still. Lin Yang proclaimed, "My cultivation is certainly not for the sake of ostentation. It is solely for the pursuit of enlightenment, to benefit all sentient beings, with the heavens and the earth as witnesses. Perfect world, supreme of an era, Panlong, Do, Pu, Song Xiong, Lord of Mysteries, Destruction of Fate, After Ascension, Martial Tao Master, Savage Era, Devouring the Starry Sky." Chapter 647, The Peerless Divine Weapon. For epochs later, the crafting of the peerless divine weapon reaches its conclusion. Within 2 droplets of water, one finally breaks the ultimate balance after 40,000 years, commencing the absorption of the other droplet. With a resounding pop, a sound reverberated through the past and future, and the peerless divine weapon took shape. There were no extraordinary phenomena, and the heavens did not celebrate the emergence of this superlative treasure. Only Lin Yang understood the significance of the lone remaining water droplet before him. Though resembling a droplet of water, it possesses the capability to morph into any weapon, whether it be a sword, spear, or halberd, including some exceedingly rare mystical arms. However, the transformation is merely superficial, facilitating Lin Yang's usage. Its essence remains unchanged, embodying a time-related peerless divine weapon. Is there only 1,000 projections of myself for now? Lin Yang discerned the number of projections within the water droplet, a feat unattainable by others. Yet, he had crafted the droplet himself, and the true spirit of the weapon was sustained by nearly 7 million of his projections, each contributing incrementally to qualify it as a peerless divine weapon. Naturally, Lin Yang can sense the number of projections within the divine weapon. Each projection of the droplet corresponds to a renowned weapon from a particular universe, be it a celestial sword, divine halberd, or heavenly blade. Yet, unlike Lin Yang's projections, this peerless divine weapon's reflections originate from a universe on the origin continent, not from an alternate realm. When Lin Yang transported to another world in the future, new projections of himself would manifest in some universe of the current realm. Though referred to as a peerless divine weapon, it resembles more a divine artifact possessing the traits of such a weapon. The destructive power of a typical legendary peerless divine weapon may only reach the level of void true God, yet mine, even without my guidance, could obliterate an ordinary universe simply by being cast down. Once I gradually inscribe the laws of the Celestial Emperor, even if I cannot attain the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor weapon's might, it would still be regarded as a formidable divine king weapon, or perhaps a quasi-celestial emperor weapon. Lin Yang muses inwardly. He has never witnessed the power of a quasi-celestial emperor weapon. After all, he was directly vanquished by the Celestial Emperor, rendering the use of such a weapon unnecessary. Nevertheless, the Celestial Emperor had conveyed many insights regarding the disparity in strength between quasi-celestial emperor weapons and divine weapons while refining the reincarnation technique. Quasi-celestial emperor weapons embody the laws of quasi-celestial emperors, while divine weapons resemble intricate artifacts with layers of secret patterns exceedingly difficult to destroy and cannot truly be classified as magical tools. Indeed, the Celestial Emperor must concede that the weak can more readily unleash the power of divine king weapons, while it is fortunate for the weak to even possess a quasi-celestial emperor weapon without succumbing to death, let alone wielding its true might. However, in terms of overall potency, divine king weapons cannot rival those of quasi-celestial emperor weapons. Lin Yang grasped this concept in part, ultimately realizing that the differences stemmed from distinct crafting methods within varying systems, not a matter of superiority, but rather differing emphases. Perhaps this was a consideration for his reincarnation. Thus, the crafting style of divine weapons on the origin continent was shaped as such. "I must take my leave," resonated the Celestial Emperor's consciousness within the temple. After acquiring the reincarnation technique for 4,300 years, he refined this secret divine king technique based on the characteristics of the Celestial Emperor's primordial spirit. The reason for his reincarnation occurring today is that during the remaining 3.5 epochs, the Celestial Emperor transformed the celestial remnants within the Great Luo celestial sword into a flesh and blood puppet. After all, upon reincarnation, one is exceedingly fragile. A misstep could lead to a dismal demise. Not wishing to burden Lin Yang for protection during this period, the Celestial Emperor resolutely took matters into his own hands. The prior power of his primordial spirit was also infused into the flesh and blood puppet, serving as its source of energy. Otherwise, given the puppet's innate ability to absorb energy at an astonishing rate, it could have easily subdued the 7 supreme divine kings of the origin continent. However, engaging in a significant battle would necessitate an extended period of recuperation. Thus, the Celestial Emperor had ingeniously created a flesh and blood puppet capable of enduring continuous warfare. After all, to cultivate within the true God system without interference, he would not carry any power into reincarnation, save for the most essential life imprint. The most precious elements resided within his memories, not in external objects. Although it is said on the origin continent that the limit of life genes is 100,000-fold, I suspect it may actually be 100,810-fold. Of course, this is merely a conjecture. You may attempt to verify it during the Law Master phase. Lin Yang spoke, intending to leverage the Celestial Emperor's brilliance to jointly delve into the true limits of life genes. Otherwise, his divine body might require trillions of epochs to ascend to true divinity. Although the divine body currently studies the path of divine kings, it cannot be deemed a waste of time, but Lin Yang would prefer for the divine body to achieve true divinity more swiftly and flawlessly. Indeed, the reverberations of consciousness from the temple emerged. The Celestial Emperor understood that the Law Master is the final stage before true divinity, mastering the laws of time and space. In the next moment, without further ado, the Celestial Emperor enacted the reincarnation technique, casting the life imprint he had separated from his primordial spirit directly toward the origin continent. Boom! After the departure of the Celestial Emperor, the temple collapsed instantaneously, unleashing an unfathomably terrifying wave of energy that reverberated across the origin continent as the laws of the Celestial Emperor soared skyward, obliterating everything in proximity, even significantly impacting the supreme operational rules of the area. Lin Yang, harnessing the characteristics of legend, vanished directly amidst the clouds, while the flesh and blood puppet had also disappeared, following the life imprint of the Celestial Emperor before the temple exploded. What was that power? The countenance of the over 200 divine kings on the origin continent changed. The laws of the Celestial Emperor were an unprecedented force to them, immensely powerful beyond comprehension. Even from light years away, they could feel the overwhelming strength of the Celestial Emperor's laws. This was undeniably something they could not contend with. Another Yuan. The assembly of divine kings involuntarily recalled that extraordinary individual, the Yuan who transcended the realm of divine kings. The kingdom of food stands as a remarkably formidable nation. The founding monarch was one of 3 divine kings, and even though the origin continent is home to over 200 divine kings, it is exceedingly rare for a power to be defended by 3 divine kings. Without even mentioning the vast expanse of the kingdom of food's territory, the diameter of the royal city alone spans 70 trillion light years. It is akin to the external universe of a certain monarch, approaching the scale of the primordial universe. According to legend, the 3 divine kings originally ruled separate kingdoms, but after being annihilated by the boundary beasts, they ultimately united to eradicate the calamity of the boundary beasts and together established the kingdom of food. Following the obliteration of the gene kingdom, the kingdom of food has traversed countless cycles of eras, devoid of any other divine king forces nearby, nor any boundary beasts prowling in its vicinity. Thus, the kingdom of food has enjoyed an era of tranquility for innumerable years. On this day, Lin Yang set foot upon the territory of the kingdom of food, determined to avenge his mentor, fulfilling a pact between the two and shattering the peace that had persisted for eons. Chapter 648, Annihilation of the Divine Monarch. The cosmic essence of a miniature universe can suppress the Lord of Chaos. Lin Yang stood outside the royal city of Shur Kingdom, gazing at the boundless sea of stars before him. Unlike practitioners of the true God system, whose strength increases with the expansion of their divine bodies, Lin Yang's law body, under normal circumstances, bears little distinction from an ordinary human. In his current physique, standing before the royal city universe with a diameter of 70 trillion light years, he felt diminutive to an extreme, with each celestial body dwarfing him by billions of times. The droplet of water, named time, instantaneously transformed into a long blade. The shimmering blade was far from regular in form, resembling a poorly crafted item, akin to a weapon hastily forged in the early days of civilization. Nevertheless, the length of the time blade rendered it impossible to disregard 13 billion light years. While it may seem insignificant compared to the royal city universe, at that moment, it was sufficient to instill trepidation in many powerful beings. Enemies are approaching. A leader among the eternal true gods guarding the royal city bellowed at the first instance. Clang, clang, clang. The alarm bells rang out, and the cosmic origin of the royal city instantaneously conveyed the enemy's position, causing numerous leaders within the royal city universe, including several saintly beings, to change countenance. To dare wield weapons outside the royal city of the Kingdom of Food is the mark of either a madman or a superlative powerhouse. Crack! Before the many powerful beings of the royal city universe could teleport to the location of the formidable foe, a subtle sound reverberated throughout the cosmos. The cosmic membrane, reinforced by the Divine King, had cracked within the royal city's protective system. This is bad. A saintly being clad in azure armor's complexion changed drastically. From a moment the enemy's incursion was detected, only 2 fleeting moments had passed, and in such a brief span, the protective system of the royal city universe was breached. Before this saintly being could contemplate further, the time blade that had severed the cosmic membrane reverted to a droplet of water, entangling itself directly with the cosmic origin of the royal city. An exceptionally profound force of time flooded the royal city universe, utilizing the uniqueness of the cosmic origin to render the flow of time within the royal city universe anomalous. The catastrophic aftermath of the cosmic membrane being forcibly breached had yet to fully manifest, yet everything was rendered entirely still, even the powerful beings, regardless of whether they were the saintly lord of chaos, eternal true gods, or the myriad true god legions. No one could escape the grasp of time's power, as if time had truly transformed into an endless river, solidifying itself. The might of an unparalleled divine weapon suppressed the royal city universe, which spanned 70 trillion light years. It is sufficient. Lin Yang stepped into the royal city. The cosmic origin had become entwined with time, rendering it unable to suppress him, nor could it amplify the strength of the Kingdom of Food's powerful beings. This maximally diminished the Kingdom of Food's Divine King's advantage in home field combat. Otherwise, not to mention the cosmic origin's enhancement to the Kingdom of Food's Divine Kings, even the combined might of myriad true gods would be impossible to overlook. Impudent! The voice of rebuke resonated, echoing throughout the cosmic expanse. On the 4th instant of the royal city universe being attacked, the Divine King of the Kingdom of Food finally responded. How dare you disrupt my royal city, die? The source of the voice underwent a transformation. The golden divine power surged like an ocean, threatening to engulf the cosmos, covering a span of 10 trillion light years in the blink of an eye. At the core of this divine power ocean resided a peculiar entity, only half-formed. Its half-body reached an astonishing height of 90 million light years, with 10 eyes of varying colors meticulously arranged upon its head: red, orange, yellow, green. Each eye corresponded to a fundamental law, incomparable even to galaxies. Tenjun, Lin Yang's indifferent voice resounded. According to the descriptions provided by his mentor, one of the 3 divine kings of the Kingdom of Food was indeed a being with a lower half composed of a sea of divine power and 10 eyes upon its forehead. I have been entrusted by King Jin to aid in avenging the Jin Kingdom and annihilating the Kingdom of Food. Lin Yang continued. The droplet of water entwined with the cosmic origin now separated into a blade-like weapon, which Lin Yang grasped in his hand. King Jin, the Tenjun divine king's eyes turned icy, brimming with a profound murderous intent. It had not anticipated that, after 60,000 cycles of eras, it would once again hear the name of a once-defeated foe. A vanquished divine king had somehow found another unparalleled powerhouse to ascend to the royal city of the Kingdom of Food, an occurrence most extraordinary. Where Ta and Ku see you? Lin Yang raised the shimmering long blade, inquiring coldly. These were the other 2 divine kings of the Kingdom of Food. He had already lingered in the royal city universe for 9 moments, and even the slowest of individuals would not remain without action at this juncture. The only explanation is that these 2 divine kings are absent from the royal city universe and are positioned at a considerable distance. Otherwise, with the means of a divine king, they could instantly traverse vast distances, drawn by the cosmic origin of the royal city, returning to the royal city universe. Oomph! The Tenjin divine king's gaze was frosty, offering no reply. Its 10 eyes emitted a hazy radiance, transforming into chaotic light. The surrounding cosmic expanse succumbed to this influence, collapsing into numerous chaotic regions, within each of which new universes were being birthed. Although not on par with the royal city universe, the universes emerging from each chaotic region, judging by their scale, also spanned several billion light years. Merely the initial display of power, without invoking any super-secret techniques of divine king caliber, had already conjured such a horrifying spectacle, returning to chaos and recreating the universe. The Tenjun divine king understood that the assailant's divine weapon was exceedingly peculiar, thus relinquishing the thought of employing the powers of the cosmic origin of the royal city. It was creating its own universe, gaining the support of numerous cosmic origins. Although inferior to the royal city's support, it still constituted a measure of strength. In battles of divine king caliber, even the slightest bit of power could reverse the tides of conflict. If you refuse to speak, then perish. Lin Yang swung the shimmering long blade, his momentum surging in that instant, as if he were ascending to boundless heights. Initially, he feared that the three divine kings of the Food Nation would be startled by his aura, causing them to retreat and engage in a game of hide and seek. Thus, the convergence of my powers did not reach its full potential and merely maintained the threshold of a divine king. This is why the 10 true divine kings dared to issue harsh threats, proclaiming that he would surely meet his demise today. Now, with the other 2 divine kings missing and Lin Yang disinclined to feign theatrics with the 10 true divine kings to lure them back, he decided to act decisively. The collective power of my essence coalesced into a singular strike. The eyes of the 10 true divine kings widened in horror, their pupils dilating as they reacted instinctively to the surging ocean of divine power beneath them. Crack! The blade of light flashed. Universes born from chaos were annihilated, the cosmic essence of the royal city was shattered, and the corporeal form of the 10 true divine kings began to fracture. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed. Suspended in the heavens, the royal city universe, with a diameter of 70 trillion light-years, now resembled a cracked egg, as a vast expanse of cosmic essence seeped through the fissures of the cosmic membrane. The moment Lin Yang stepped into the royal city universe of the Food Nation, the 10 true divine kings fell, and the royal city universe was obliterated. Chapter 649. The demise of the Food Kingdom. The royal city of the Food Kingdom has met its catastrophic end, and the whereabouts of the 10 true God Kings remain shrouded in mystery. This news spread with astonishing rapidity. Despite the vast expanse of the origin continent, the existence of numerous miniature universes as coordinates facilitates ultra-long-distance teleportation. Consequently, a century after the annihilation of the Food Kingdom's royal city, the upheaval within the Food Kingdom had already reached the ears of many formidable powers across the origin continent. In the boundless sky, a miniature universe spanning trillions of light-years in diameter, a colossal otter, towering at 140 million light-years, emitted a final roar. Moments later, the shimmering river of time engulfed the gigantic otter completely. Despite its immense stature, it appeared no larger than a speck of dust as it succumbed to the overwhelming tides of the past and future. Indeed, what a creature it was! Aptly named the Otter God King, the river of time transformed into droplets of water, returning to Lin Yang's palm. Within these droplets, he could see that the Otter God King had lost all cognitive faculties, its life force diminishing at a visibly rapid rate. Empowered by Lin Yang's peak strength, the Otter God King had no chance of escape once ensnared in the river of time, especially after being struck by Lin Yang's formidable technique. Contemplating the vast ocean of divine power belonging to the 10 true God Kings sent a shiver down Lin Yang's spine. Though the 10 true God Kings are beings devoid of gender, the mere thought of that scenario was enough to induce trepidation. How could 3 God Kings coexist peacefully? The species of the Withering God King also resided in liquid form. Lin Yang shook his head, casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The miniature universe, measuring trillions of light-years in diameter, had been shaped by the Otter God King's will. Now, bereft of its divine support, the miniature universe crumbled, its remnants dispersing into the celestial expanse of the origin continent. Thus, the endless stars and matter of the origin continent came into existence. Upon reaching the level of chaos sovereignty, even a collapsed universe created by a single thought can leave behind a fragment of matter. Unlike the eternal true gods, whose creations vanish entirely, the Food Kingdom had officially met its demise, providing the recluse with a satisfactory conclusion. As Lin Yang gazed upon the now lifeless Otter God King, he set his course for the Timber Kingdom. 40 years prior, he had already traced the whereabouts of the Withering God King, and as expected, despite the Withering God King's utmost efforts and self-created formidable techniques, the gap between it and Lin Yang, who had unified with the collective, remained insurmountably vast. In less than 3 seconds, the Withering God King followed in the footsteps of the 10 true God Kings. Its divine realm, transformed into a miniature universe, collapsed, leading to the demise of all beings whose life essence was anchored in that universe. Unlike the recluse, who actively invoked the reincarnation technique, the 3 God Kings of the Food Kingdom, aside from the Otter God King, perished without their inner universes enduring, failing to achieve the eternal existence seen in the realm of advancement. While Lin Yang did not wish to extend the grievances of the 4 God Kings to the denizens of the Food Kingdom, the unique nature of the true God system dictated that with the fall of their king, they too would face extinction. The external miniature universe may not have been immediately apparent, But life born within the God King's inner universe was inherently loyal to that monarch, willing to sacrifice everything for their sovereign. To conclude this chapter of vengeance, Lin Yang struck without restraint, shattering the majority of the divine bodies, retaining only those fragments necessary for studying the divine structure. As for the Otter God King's divine body, Lin Yang had already made his decision regarding the essence contained within the water droplet in the primordial universe. Departing from the chaotic space within the body of the advancement God King, Lin Yang's divine body located the recluse. Our transaction has been fulfilled. You can now release that grudge. Amidst the recluse's palpable skepticism, Lin Yang articulated his intent. You have avenged me? Exclaimed the recluse, his tone rising sharply, astonishment flooding his gaze. Although he had come to believe Lin Yang would eventually attain the power to vanquish the three God Kings of the Food Kingdom, he had anticipated that such a feat would require several cycles of reincarnation. With over 800 epochs having passed, the recluse had refrained from inquiring about the status of their agreement. How could you eliminate them without having traversed reincarnation? He voiced his innermost doubts. While he trusted Lin Yang would not deceive him, this flaw was evident to anyone possessing normal cognitive abilities. To slay the God Kings of the origin continent from within the dimensional ocean was a feat that even the primal beings might find impossible. The recluse's mind swirled with suspicion. The main God space has opened the second advanced area, the Otter World, where you can directly enter. The divine bodies of the 10 true God Kings and the withering God King are contained within. Lin Yang did not directly address the recluse's question, but instead guided him on how to ascertain the completion of their transaction. Understood, the recluse nodded solemnly. His emotions a complex blend of excitement, melancholy, and confusion. After such a lengthy period, the adversaries he had long harbored animosity towards had finally fallen, and the Food Kingdom had been obliterated, leaving him momentarily at a loss. However, mere seconds later, the formidable will of the God Kings dispelled any lingering thoughts from his mind. Now that his enemies were vanquished, all he needed to do was reincarnate and break through to true godhood through the divine power pathway, reclaiming his position as a God King. Let us proceed. A divine power avatar coalesced beside the recluse, addressing Lin Yang. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. In an instant, the light of the main god's teleportation enveloped Lin Yang and the recluse's divine power avatar. The main god space, a collaborative construct of Lin Yang and his projections, had been personally adjusted by him in later stages. Thus, upon entering the Otter World, Lin Yang directly seized control of the cosmic essence, transforming it into a temporal coordinate visible only to the main god. Though the Otter God King's divine body resided on the origin continent, life from the primordial universe, once entering the Otter World, would remain untouched by the supreme rules as long as it did not depart from that realm. The original temporal space of the advancement world had vanished, having transitioned into another dimensional space. Hence, the avatar left behind in the advancement world was annihilated by the supreme rules. Otherwise, it would not have encountered such a fate. Lin Yang was acutely aware of this, which is why he designated the Otter God King's inner universe as the verification site. Chapter 650, The Divine Emperor Cultivation Plan in the Otter World. The recluse marveled, indeed. Gazing upon the 10 superstars, each a distinct hue and surpassing the size of the Milky Way, he could not help but display his excitement. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he recognized the eyes of the 10 true God Kings. The wound at his waist, sustained during his retreat from the 3,000-dimensional ocean, was inflicted by none other than the 10 true God Kings. From a considerable distance, the recluse discerned another segment of a God King's divine body, emanating faint waves from within, signifying the presence of a chaotic space, a core aspect of a God King. The separation of this vital part from the divine body indicated a state of irrevocable demise. Meanwhile, on the origin continent, as the divine body and the recluse entered the Otter World, Lin Yang also arrived at the Timber Kingdom. The Timber Kingdom, a superpower of immeasurable antiquity on the origin continent, was governed solely by the Purple Wood God King. Yet, despite its singular monarch, no other kingdoms or sects dared to provoke the Timber Kingdom. The prowess of the Purple Wood God King is truly formidable. Already regarded by Lin Yang as belonging to the third stage of the first tier of divine kings, perilously close to the 7 paramount divine kings of the second tier. Beyond his own immense strength, what instills a profound sense of dread among the other divine kings is the fact that the Purple Wood God King, after his retreat from the vast 3,000-dimensional cosmic sea, has enslaved the king of the realm beasts. This apex mature realm beast, while perhaps inferior to the purple wood god king in individual combat prowess, being only at the second stage of the first tier, possesses life-preserving techniques and an endless army of warriors birthed within its realm, alongside the ability to devour the cosmic essence from afar, which warrants the utmost respect from any divine king. It is precisely due to the presence of the purple wood god king and the protectorate realm beast that the kingdom of Tianmu has enjoyed an eternity of tranquility. The ambitions of the purple wood god king are not grand. Since returning from the cosmic sea, he has annihilated his former enemies and re-established his realm without seeking expansion. Few forces could withstand the brilliance of the kingdom of Tianmu should he choose to pursue conquest. This is the colossal city where the kingdom of Tianmu conducts its foreign trade. Lin Yang floated in the heavens, gazing at a diminutive universe 6 trillion light-years away. That universe belongs to a chaotic ruler of the kingdom of Tianmu, with a diameter of 7,520,000,000,000 light-years. Beyond the cosmic membrane, one can occasionally observe flashes of light, a transmission beam capable of traversing immeasurable light-years. The various divine kingdoms and super-sects of the origin continent refer to the habitation zones of lesser beings within their influence by different names. The kingdom of Tianmu, in a refreshingly down-to-earth manner, categorizes these zones into 5 levels: villages, towns, small cities, great cities, and royal cities. Villages refer to the small universes of true gods, directly measuring 1 billion light-years. Towns are the small universes of void, true gods, ranging from 30 billion to 90 billion light-years. Those reaching the perfect limit of 100 billion light-years are safeguarded by the higher echelons of their respective powers and are not designated as habitation zones. Given the multitude of powerful beings and extensive legacies on the origin continent, any locally born void, true god would not encounter significant issues in the cosmic structure, as a small universe cannot merely encompass the minimum diameter of 10 billion light-years for void, true gods. By extension, small cities are the small universes of eternal true gods, with diameters ranging from 450 billion to 900 billion light-years. Great cities measure approximately 700 billion to 970 billion light-years in diameter. Those who ascend to the status of chaotic rulers, able to be deemed sacred on the origin continent, are invariably of robust foundation. The diameters of their small universes are typically close to the maximal limits of chaotic ruler-level small universes. As for royal cities, each superpower possesses but one. Even the Food Kingdom, boasting 3 divine kings, is no exception, having passed the chaotic ruler's small universe. Lin Yang proceeded for a while before finally beholding the royal city of the kingdom of Tianmu, an impressive small universe with a diameter of 96 trillion light-years. Just from the diameter alone, it surpasses the small universes of 10 true divine kings, both in size and in the depth of its cosmic essence. If time were to entangle with the cosmic essence of the purple wood god king's small universe, it would certainly consume more time than it did in the Food Kingdom. However, Lin Yang's purpose for coming here today is not one of slaughter. Although he is studying the life structure of the protectorate realm beast of the kingdom of Tianmu, he is confident that he will not incite conflict or unnecessary bloodshed. A hum resonates as a wave of divine power emanates from his corporeal form, spreading towards the royal city universe of the kingdom of Tianmu. Lin Yang then patiently awaited the appearance of the purple wood god king. The indestructible scripture had long since fused with the 8-9 profound arts over the span of 8 million years. This divine skill, birthed from his own creativity during the phase of his divine body, has now become a bona fide legendary-level divine art. In terms of transformative capabilities, it surpasses even the divine bodies of 100,000 life tiers. Presently, although Lin Yang's appearance remained unchanged, his stature suddenly expanded, transforming him into a practitioner of the true divine system. The 10 true divine king's eye orbs were extracted by Lin Yang, levitating behind him, rotating in an orderly fashion, emanating the mysteries of time. During that lengthy period, Lin Yang harmonized his understanding of time with the essence of this world. While every journey into a new world would result in his original body being reshaped by the new world's rules, the native divine body derived significant benefits from this experience. With Lin Yang's current strength, even though he does not specialize in the domain of space, his comprehension of spatial concepts is hardly lacking. After aligning his grasp of space with the devouring of the starry skies, his divine body's understanding of the source of time and space reached an extraordinarily profound level. surpassing his comprehension of the source of life and death. Due to the unique nature of Lin Yang's cultivation system, which does not belong to the realm of the singular supreme world, he is unable to condense the path he has cultivated into near-physical forms, rendering him unable to take the final step toward the transformation into the creation realm despite meeting the necessary conditions. Fortunately, this does not impede his alternative means of enhancing his own strength. Otherwise, he would indeed need to adopt a headstrong approach to see if his anomalies could stir the interest of the Celestial Emperor or the virtuous Celestial Lord. As there is currently no reliable solution, Lin Yang is simultaneously cultivating his own identity while advancing in the foreign cultivation system, progressing in both areas to enhance his power. The projection of Lu Yuan, who practices the true divine system, will not be subject to the same restrictions as he traverses various alternate worlds. Once he becomes a divine king in the future, without a doubt, it will be a projection of himself with strength far surpassing that of his original body. As long as he cultivates or comprehends the sources of life and death, or the sources of time and space to a certain degree, merging different veins of a single source will allow him to reach the second tier of divine kings, equivalent to the caliber of the top 7 divine kings of the origin continent. Upon achieving complete fusion of all veins of a particular source, one attains the ultimate state of the third tier of divine kings. Once both sources transcend into this ultimate state, a qualitative shift in power occurs, allowing one to be referred to as a divine emperor or divine monarch, should the divine body reach that stage. Lin Yang's unified strength, after merging all projections of himself, would experience a significant enhancement, while it may not literally double. It would be equivalent to the total power of countless projections, excluding only Roman. To swiftly master the path of the void, the most expedient method is to cultivate the Tao transcending the universe. Though he is primarily focused on comprehending the laws of the immortal emperor, hunting formidable alien beasts, and seeking materials for crafting artifacts over the years, he now finds that cultivating the Tao transcending the universe will only require 26,000 experience points, a reduction of 40,000 from the initial requirement. When the time is ample, the source of time and space can reach the ultimate state or even attain its perfection. As Lin Yang meticulously planned for the growth of his divine body, the royal city universe of the kingdom of Tianmu began to undergo a transformation. 3 epochs later, Lin Yang departed from the kingdom of Tianmu. He had fully grasped the life structure of the apex mature realm beast, having only exchanged trivial matters of little significance to him in return. Information. He informed the Purple Wood God King on how to advance further, reaching the level of the 7 paramount divine kings. The authenticity of this information never crossed the mind of the Purple Wood God King, a superpower whose divine energy was vast enough to instill terror and had annihilated the Food Kingdom, if it truly came to confrontation. Even with the aid of the Protectorate Realm Beast, it would be impossible for them to contend against such a formidable foe. For the continued existence of the kingdom of Tianmu, and with a way to gracefully withdraw, the Purple Wood God King readily acquiesced to the arrangement. As the realm beasts under its dominion prioritized its commands above their own lives, and thus had no objections. Consequently, Lin Yang entered the royal city of Tianmu without hindrance, commencing his research on the realm beasts. In the aftermath, the Purple Wood God King began to ponder deeply over Lin Yang's words. Contemplating the fusion of the different veins of the source he had comprehended, it remains uncertain how many cycles of reincarnation it will take for the Purple Wood God King to successfully merge the veins of the source. Observing the royal city of Tianmu fade from view, Lin Yang couldn't help but speculate. He knew that, barring any extraordinary circumstances, merging different veins of the same source is exceedingly arduous, which is why he referenced cycles of reincarnation as a temporal standard rather than the epochs of 10, 0, 81 years. Thereafter, he ceased to dwell on matters concerning the Purple Wood God King, and instead turned his thoughts inward. The study of the divine bodies of the 3 sovereign deities of the Food Nation has reached a profound level. I have completely grasped the structure of the divine king's life. Once the divine body completes the integration of the life structures of the 5th and 6th tier primordial beasts, as well as those of the early mature phase, we shall ascertain whether it is possible to transcend the limitations of 100,000 times the life gene. Upon the completion of this endeavor, regardless of the outcome, the divine body shall attain the status of a true deity. At that juncture, the divine body will redirect its focus towards how to utilize the origins of life and the fabric of time and space as pivotal points to independently forge a universe within the chaotic space of its being. Lin Yang's mind was flooded with thoughts. On the origin continent, he has a total of 4 objectives. With the comprehension of the life structure of peak mature phase boundary beasts and the crafting of unparalleled divine weapons now fulfilled, only 2 remain. Firstly, in this advanced world, he aims to hunt down enough formidable beings, striving to accumulate ample experience points before his own strength escalates to a level where obtaining such points becomes unfeasible. As he refrains from slaying innocuous powerful beings, Lin Yang has set his sights on the innate exotic beasts of the extreme abyss, a perilous realm of the highest order. In moments devoid of the unification of his myriad selves, Lin Yang occasionally encounters 2 or 3 formidable exotic beasts capable of yielding experience points within a single epoch, while at other times, he may go through several epochs before encountering even one. Over the span of more than 8 million years, his experience points have amassed significantly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate the elemental technique with such composure. However, due to the cultivation of elemental technique, the exotic beasts that once promised him 10,000 experience points now only yield 8,000. Although Lin Yang's realm has not visibly altered due to his mastery of elemental technique, his power has undoubtedly seen a measure of enhancement. Perhaps it is due to this secret art of will that enables Lin Yang to navigate perilous situations with greater ease, resulting in a decrease in the experience points accrued. After seamlessly integrating the indestructible sutra with the 8-9 profound art, a similar situation arose. As for his past in the martial Dao masterworld, where he dispersed numerous projections of himself to practice supreme, true immortal, and celestial king level secret arts, none of these projections succeeded in reaching the celestial king level, leading to no significant augmentation in strength. This very reason is why Lin Yang has not rushed to cultivate Dao, transcending the universe during the 3 epochs dedicated to the study of boundary beast life structures, as he wishes to maximize his acquisition of experience points. Having practiced numerous super techniques through the system, Lin Yang has interpreted the underlying principles of the system's cultivation functionality. It temporarily elevates his comprehension of the techniques, arts, and secret methods to an extraordinary level, while stretching and compressing time indefinitely, enabling him to transcend the limitations of his own realm and reach the level of the creator of that technique. If the creator's understanding of the technique is merely a conjectural concept, and they have not attained that level themselves, the system can allow Lin Yang to directly reach the level envisioned by the creator, provided that this concept is logically sound and not a mere figment of imagination. As for why his comprehension increases solely for that specific technique during cultivation time, while other aspects remain unchanged, this remains a blind spot in Lin Yang's knowledge. Perhaps only through future encounters with more worlds and growing stronger will he come to comprehend it. Lost in thought, Lin Yang had already distanced himself from the cosmic cluster of the Tianmu kingdom. In the presence of formidable beings nearby, Lin Yang seldom materializes directly with his omnipresent legendary traits. He typically flies a distance first before vanishing. Even while manipulating time, he is unperturbed by any formidable being who might reverse time to pry into his secrets. Although the unification of his myriad selves allows him to roam the origin continent freely, Lin Yang remains exceedingly cautious, for the origin continent is merely one world among many, and there exist terrifying entities within the chaotic space. Should such a being cast its gaze upon the origin continent and discern his uniqueness, even Lin Yang would find himself in a precarious situation, necessitating a revision of his meticulously laid plans. Ultimately, Lin Yang ventured into another supreme, perilous domain of the origin continent, the Wanyuan Desert, severing the unification of his myriad selves and employing the secret art of the Dharma aspect, manifesting the immortal King Dharma aspect to commence a new round of hunting. In an area of the Wanyuan Desert, far removed from countless divine kingdoms, the celestial emperor of Shame studied the remains of a peculiar life form. Reborn, he remains a member of the human race, and in the 3rd month post-rebirth, after establishing his divine kingdom, he ascended to become the master of the laws. Throughout 3 epochs, the celestial emperor of Shame has never forgotten Lin Yang's earlier pronouncement that there may exist a life level beyond 100,000 times. Though it is merely a possibility, it is one worth exploring, especially given his unique circumstances. He could have attained the status of a divine king within 3 epochs. The accumulation of divine power is a challenge he knows how to navigate and will not be a source of concern. He ponders when he might return to the celestial realm to rectify the calamity of the past. The Source World and the Chaotic Space? Chapter 652, the 16th Epoch. The main body descends, devouring the cosmos in the 16th epoch. With a flick of his finger upon his brow in the Wanyuan Desert, Lin Yang uses his mental blade to sever the wounds of time, restoring purity to his spirit. The might of time fades away, and Lin Yang cannot help but sigh softly. Had it not been for the extraordinary experiences of his myriad selves across different worlds, stirring profound emotions within him, it is likely that after over 10 million years on the origin continent, he would have succumbed to the ravages of time and ceased to sever his spirit, facing the world with an indifferent demeanor. Beyond the Tao, there exists nothing else. It seems that this world lacks suitable materials for crafting unparalleled divine weapons of causation. He must seek out a fitting world in the future to gather special materials akin to the causes of various fruits. Reflecting on millions of years of exploration, a wave of emotion washes over Lin Yang. Above the dimensional space, the sea of the cosmos encompasses the origin continent, and above the origin continent lies the infinite chaotic space. With his current strength, unless he becomes invincible within the infinite chaotic space, he dares not attempt to condense causative entities akin to those in the world of the Supreme One. While Lin Yang's mastery of the path of causation allows him to achieve this, the chaotic lives that follow the triggers of causation are beyond his capacity to withstand. 7,000 years have passed in the realms of heaven and earth, and soon, Jin Mao Hound and A.O. Chung will fulfill their original pact. Recalling the events witnessed through the projection of Xian Tian, Lin Yang thinks of Jin Mao Hound within the Xian Tian Dao field. Without his true self overseeing the Xian Tian Dao field, even with his projection maintaining the flow of time there, the effect is but a mere fraction of its original potency. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it may prove challenging for Jin Mao Hound to exact revenge on A.O. Chung, the Celestial King, for the past humiliation. After all, he is still my steed. Though he has been ridden seldom, I cannot allow him to lose face. At this moment, a fine radiance envelopes Lin Yang's exterior. This luminescence belongs to the quasi-immortal emperor, signifying that Lin Yang has begun to touch the realm of the sovereigns. Having entered this domain after 8 million years of becoming the immortal king in the exotic systems, it is undoubtedly attributable to the reasons that allowed him to fully comprehend the laws of the immortal emperor in his past. But it is also significantly related to Lin Yang's innate talent. With each breakthrough of his own limitations, regardless of the means by which these breakthroughs are achieved, both his aptitude and comprehension invariably enhance, for one cannot remain stagnant in the mundane forever. Unlike typical cultivators, some of Lin Yang's myriad projections possess combat power equivalent to the Celestial King level. Each projection, upon reaching such heights, contributes to a slight elevation in Lin Yang's overall comprehension, even if the increases cannot be fully stacked. The combat prowess is equivalent to that of the supreme level, and as a true immortal, my projection, beyond the aspect of strength, offers no assistance to Lin Yang, whose comprehension has reached this level, unless he continues to grow stronger and ultimately becomes a super adept, rivaling the Celestial Kings. Otherwise, he possesses merely a life and some degree of power. In the primordial universe, the essence of the boundary beasts is fully understood. The boundary beasts in the dim lands no longer have any necessity for existence. Lin Yang congregated with numerous high-ranking figures of the human race within the realm of the main deity. Among them were the founding giant Axe, the Lord of Chaos, and the true god Pengong, among others. Following the emergence of the main deity's secret realm, the newly ascended lords of the universe now stand shoulder to shoulder with the most ancient lords of the human race. Luo Feng, Lu Cheng, Chu Xian, Ren Li, and Chun Qitao, except for Luo Feng, who hails from the primordial universe. The rest of the newly risen lords of the universe all originate from the main deity's secret realm. The powerful beings of the human race from the main deity's secret realm can be divided into two categories. First, those who once lived in various dimensional spaces of the main deity's secret realm. Once the fourth level genetic lock is unlocked, their life genetic tier will inevitably reach 100-fold, surpassing many extraordinary life forms. Upon becoming lords of the universe, their extraordinary life essence is unleashed, and their life genes can nearly attain 40,000 times, belonging to the first tier of divine power. Second, the generation of human beings from the main deity's terrestrial star, which existed 16 million years ago. The reason for calling them the generation from 16 million years ago is that the powerful beings of the human race discovered that those born after that era on the terrestrial star, due to the unique structure of the Milky Way, possess exceptional soul talents. But that is merely the extent of it, far from being comparable to the likes of the Lord of Thunder and Lightning, Qian Donglu, and the Lord of Dragons and Tigers, Chen Qitao, or the Lord of Venoms, Renli. Not to mention the extraordinary opportunity of Qi Tian, who became a true god at merely 16 million years of age. Only Lin Yang knows the details about Qi Tian's divine status and his external upgrades. Unlike other human powerhouses who genuinely believe Qi Tian to be the second origin lord, his qualifications are astonishing to a degree, achieving true godhood with a life gene multiplier of 70,000 times in a short span, in just 16 million years. The terrestrial star of the main deity's secret realm has birthed 13 lords of the universe and one true god, adding the newly risen genetic lock human beings. The number of human universe lords born from the main deity's secret realm has reached 18, establishing multiple factions. We have thoroughly studied the life structure of the boundary beasts, and their life genes have been elevated to their maximum potential. Indeed, there is no need to retain these scourges any longer. Luo Feng spoke up. His life genes have now reached 100,000 times, with the creation of secret techniques playing a significant role in this achievement. It can be said that any new generation of humans who meet the criteria provided by the secret techniques will generally attain creation. However, aside from Luo Feng, those whose life genes have reached 70,000 times are few and far between, not as numerous as imagined, even if they can study the life structure of boundary beasts, which is entirely different from that of the cosmic sea. Subsequently, the various lords of the universe from the human race also spoke in agreement, echoing Luo Feng's sentiments. The founding giant Axe felt a twinge of complexity within. When he initially became a true god, his life genes were at 24,000 times, which was remarkably astonishing for that era of the cosmic sea, as few true gods attain such a life level. Yet, in this new era, 24,000 times barely qualifies. The founding giant Axe knows that although he currently stands among the top 3 powerful beings in the human race, due to his self-created secret techniques, as the newly risen lords of the universe become true gods and undergo tempering in the distinctly different high-level realms of the world of advancement and the world of otters, their strength will inevitably catch up to his. Contemplating the future of a human race, the founding giant Axe's complexity transformed into solace. Then I shall take action, Lin Yang stated calmly. The high-ranking members of a human race nodded in agreement. Due to their intervention, the boundary beasts, sensing a crisis, are engaged in a frenzied battle. And if they are not eradicated soon, it won't be long before boundary beast kings emerge. Currently, the strongest boundary beasts born are already at the 5th level. And even now, only 5 human powerhouses can contend with them. The assembly of powerful beings was curious about how Lin Yang intended to resolve the issue with the boundary beasts, yet they were deep in contemplation until Luo Feng, who was most familiar with Lin Yang, finally inquired, "Do you intend to use the extreme sacred hall, or will you act personally?" Anyone who has been to the Origin Divine Kingdom knows of the existence of the extreme sacred hall. It is no secret, given the vast range of its will impact covering the entirety of the Divine Kingdom. "I shall stretch a bit," Lin Yang responded. His divine body had not made a move in quite some time. Chapter 653, Extermination of Boundary Beasts and Enslavement. To personally take action, the gathered true gods and lords of the universe were visibly stirred. Since Lin Yang had exterminated the true gods of the 3 pinnacle races, he had not made an appearance for many epochs. With Lin Yang's qualifications, no one could fathom the extent to which his power had improved over such a lengthy period. Hearing his intent not to utilize the extreme sacred hall to annihilate the boundary beasts sparked anticipation among them. To what extent could the lords of the universe truly be powerful? "Let us project," Lin Yang commanded. "We shall await the outcome." A chuckle escaped Qi Tian's lips, the origin lord who governs the main deity's space, as he expressed his eagerness. Qi Tian had once challenged Lin Yang, not wishing to see his homeland's main deity's secret realm fall into the hands of outsiders, but the specific details of that battle remained unseen by anyone. However, the fact that the main deity's secret realm still bears the name of the origin lord allows for an approximate deduction of the outcome. Qi Tian must have suffered a crushing defeat. Otherwise, he would not have remained silent about the matter in subsequent years. This event caused a tremendous stir among the high-ranking members of the human race, given that Qi Tian had been incredibly formidable even at the stage of the Lords of the Universe. having slain true gods on multiple occasions in both the cosmic sea and the realm of advancement. Among the battle records known to the high-ranking human leaders, 7 true gods had perished at the hands of Qi Tian during that period. Moreover, by the time Qi Tian challenged Lin Yang, he had already been a true god for an extended period, with his strength having experienced a significant leap. Upon learning this news, the powerful beings could not help but marvel at the Origin Lord. Even without becoming a true god, his capabilities were beyond their comprehension. Buzz. The transmission light of the main deity illuminated, and in an instant, the high-ranking members of the human race within the main deity's secret realm vanished. 3 hours later, at the boundary beast lair. Is that all? The true gods and numerous lords of the universe among the human race were left in a daze. In their conjectures, they had anticipated that Lin Yang might invoke all the secret patterns of an eternal true god-level supreme treasure or employ his own counterintuitive secret techniques. However, the outcome was genuinely unexpected. Just as Lin Yang had stated, he merely stretched a bit. He led them on a flight around the boundary beast lair. And wherever they passed, the boundary beasts, be they 5th level or the newly born 6th level boundary beasts, exhibited no resistance whatsoever. In mere moments, one boundary beast after another lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. It was a secret technique. Someone recognized that the technique Lin Yang employed was a highly valued secret technique in both the realm of advancement and the realm of otters. Luo Feng felt a sense of familiarity, as if Lin Yang was using the Lyman technique. However, this super secret technique should have been shattered by the spirit of the technique after he had qualified for its cultivation, rendering it impossible for any outsiders to master. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, Luo Feng mused inwardly. Moreover, if Lin Yang had learned the Lyman technique prior to him, then, according to what the spirit of the technique had said, the Lyman technique scroll from the realm of advancement should have also been shattered and could not continue to exist. Swish! Lin Yang wielded the black spear, and the gathered, unconscious boundary beasts erupted in a shower of blood. A 5th-tier world beast, capable of effortlessly shredding true gods, has perished one after another, with even the newly born 6th-tier beasts meeting the same fate. Just as the founders of the Great Axe and their companions believed Lin Yang would eradicate the world beasts entirely, he unexpectedly ceased his assault. Before them remained only 10 world beasts, the weakest among them being 4th tier. Are you intending to enslave them? Ro Feng exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed upon the transformation of Lin Yang's divine body, which emanated a dark, ominous power of the world beasts. He understood that the life structure of these beasts diverged fundamentally from that of the creatures in the cosmic sea. They were entirely different types of beings. The forces of these two life forms could not coexist. When they clashed, they would annihilate each other, rendering any enslavement techniques utterly ineffective against the world beasts. The divine power needed to construct enslavement seals would be obliterated by the power of the beasts, fundamentally dismantling such a technique. However, constructing enslavement seals using the power of the world beasts would circumvent this issue. After all, it would be quite a pity for a life form, which takes an exceedingly long time to gestate, to be completely extinguished. Lin Yang expressed his thoughts further, adding, moreover, once the world beast king reaches its pinnacle, it could serve as a formidable ally. Upon hearing this, Ro Feng and the others nodded in understanding. Given the terrifying nature of the world beasts, it was undoubtedly a significant asset. Had Ro Feng not had other plans in mind, he might have considered attempting to enslave the beasts himself. Aside from Ro Feng, only Lin Yang, among the myriad of beings in the cosmic sea, possessed the ability to transform divine power into the strength of the world beasts due to his 100,000-fold life gene. A sudden, anguished roar erupted, and a powerful soul attack surged toward the human cultivators. The human powerhouses present, having long earned true, god-level soul treasures through their relentless efforts over time, showed no fear toward this instinctive soul assault. Still attempting to resist? Lin Yang muttered, intensifying his enslavement efforts. The once black energy of the world beast's power surged to an intensity akin to a raging inferno. This was his modified technique for burning divine power, designed to consume the power of the world beasts and significantly enhance his abilities. The agonizing roars abruptly ceased, and the world beast that Lin Yang had enslaved staggered to its feet after rolling on the ground twice, ignoring everyone else as it licked its tongue at Lin Yang. The appearance of the beast was grotesque, reflecting the myriad of races from the primordial universe, and the one Lin Yang had just enslaved resembled a large dog. "What is your name?" Lin Yang inquired, slightly furrowing his brow at the beast that seemed eager to lick him. In response, my master, I am Naludo, the beast promptly stated. Devour them all and complete the final transformation, Lin Yang commanded, simultaneously severing a portion of the body of the sixth-tier beast to keep for research purposes. At your command, Naludo roared with delight, yet with a ferocious undertone, its blood-red eyes fixed on the corpses of the world beasts. Such a terrifying life form. The Lord of Chaos mused as he observed Naludo consuming the corpses of the world beasts, its aura visibly strengthening at an astonishing rate. For the first time in 1600 epochs, although human powerhouses had repeatedly entered the lairs of the world beasts to hunt them, they were witnessing the advancement method of these beasts. Devour. After all, the ultimate world beast king possessed a life value equivalent to that of the primordial universe. It was only natural for even ordinary world beasts to be so formidable. Chapter 654, Guardian of the Primordial Universe, World Beast King. 73 years later. Naludo howled frantically, surrounded by a tempest of black winds, forcing the human powerhouses to maintain a safe distance. As Naludo consumed the last of the world beasts, a surge of power erupted from within it, completing its final transformation under the influence of the supreme rules. With a resounding crash, a bloodied chunk of flesh burst forth from the storm of world beast energy, landing not far from Lin Yang. This was a part of the body that Lin Yang had ordered Naludo to tear off during its transformation process. Lin Yang noted the vast differences in life structures between the guardian beast of the kingdom of Tianmu and the 5th and 6th tier world beasts, a disparity far greater than that between true gods and divine kings. Had he not known that the guardian beast of Tianmu was a peak mature world beast, he might not have considered it akin to the newborn world beasts. After contemplating for a long while, Lin Yang concluded that this must be due to the metamorphosis from the newborn stage to maturity. Thus, as Naludo consumed one world beast corpse after another, he had issued this command. A moment later, another substantial mass of flesh erupted from the black storm, which Lin Yang carefully collected. With countless natural beasts from the origin continent as references, Lin Yang made significant strides in his ability to create life, inching closer to his initial absurd concept. However, having learned from the Zhongxian Emperor about the standards for divine kings in epochs long past, Lin Yang had also updated his aspirations. He aimed to create a superhuman race capable of supreme combat power upon maturity. This had become one of his few remaining sources of enjoyment. After all, with multiple avenues available for his personal strength enhancement, he was merely executing his plans gradually without any unexpected surprises. Achievements beyond his original plans were truly worth celebrating. Naludo continued to wail in agony, indicating that the transition from a newborn world beast to one of equal standing with the primordial universe was far from a trivial task. Otherwise, a beast that had battled for 1,000 epochs would not emit such cries. Once it transforms into the world beast king, will it not break free from your control? Lu Cheng inquired, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Years prior, he had noticed the striking similarities in personality between the Master of Origins and his own teacher, to the point of being nearly indistinguishable. Initially, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, a result of missing his teacher too much. However, even the now dominant Qing Tong remarked on this, leaving Lu Cheng perplexed. After becoming the master of the universe, he realized his teacher, the demon-vanquishing celestial sovereign, was an extraordinarily formidable existence, capable of contending with the primordial will, having left alongside the original ancestor from the place of suppression. Furthermore, the true origins of the Master of Origins could be traced, revealing no connection to his teacher, merely a shared heritage as Earthlings, one from the main divine realm and the other from the primordial universe. All evidence pointed to the conclusion that his teacher and the Master of Origins were unrelated. Yet, Lu Cheng harbored lingering doubts, secretly observing the Master of Origins' every action, ultimately making astounding discoveries. Lazy. Aside from their strikingly similar personalities, this behavior, nearly non-existent among super-powerful beings, sparked many thoughts in Lu Cheng's mind. With trillions of epochs still ahead, he felt no urgency and could continue to observe from the shadows until he unraveled his innermost doubts. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's query, Lin Yang glanced at him and replied, I am well prepared. Even if Naludo manages to break free from my control, there is no cause for concern. His use of the Liyuan technique for attack could not be disregarded even by the guardian beast of the kingdom of Tianmu, let alone the newly transformed Naludo. Furthermore, in the original timeline, The world beasts that Rofeng enslaved did not rebel upon becoming world beast kings. And though the world he inhabited now had slight differences from his memories, the probability of issues arising in this regard was infinitesimally close to zero. Having witnessed the purple wood divine king with his own eyes, Lin Yang firmly believed that the means of the purple wood divine king could not forcibly enslave the free sovereign of the world beasts. The creature from the Tianmu kingdom was undoubtedly a newly transformed world beast. In light of this, Lin Yang felt an abundance of confidence, unperturbed by the possibility of being abruptly proven wrong. Listening to his resolute tone, no one dared to speak. They merely observed from a distance the moment that many powerful beings would never have the fortune to witness in their lifetimes, the birth of the sovereign of the world beasts. The black storm, born from the power of the world beasts, was gradually diminishing, and the wails of Naluzhou had become almost inaudible. Everyone recognized that a scene rarely seen in 10,000 cycles was about to unfold. Suddenly, a sharp roar erupted, devoid of any soul attack. Yet its piercing sound caused even the divine bodies of true gods to tremble slightly. This was nearly a physical assault. In Naluzhou's domain, the once solid ground began to shatter. The earth, capable of withstanding the slaughter of billions of world beasts, cracked under pressure. It seemed that she had restrained the majority of the sonic impact in the vicinity. Otherwise, even with the protection of the utmost divine armor, Lin Yang's divine body would have been in turmoil. The poison master, Renli, took a slight breath. Even wielding the utmost treasure weapon, her full force left only shallow marks on the ground, illustrating the sheer terror of Naluzhou's roar. Many sovereigns of the cosmos nearby shared her sentiment, awakening to the formidable nature of the sovereign of the world beasts. Master, I have not failed in my mission. I have completed my final transformation and am now the sovereign of the world beasts. Transformed into human form, Naluzhou's eyes shimmered with an enchanting crimson glow, reminiscent of the evening sky, her entire being exuding an extraordinary allure, possessing an indescribable beauty. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded slightly, addressing the assembly. In one era, I plan to venture into the cycle, while Naluzhou will guard the primordial universe. The notion of entrusting the sovereign of the world beasts, who could bring ruin to the primordial universe, with its protection seemed peculiar to many, yet at this moment, no one focused on that detail. The attention of the powerful beings was fixated on Lin Yang's intentions to embark on a journey through the cycle. Is it not premature to prepare for the cycle when this era is not yet half over? The origin ancestor, astonished, remarked. No one anticipated that Lin Yang, who had lain dormant for 1600 eras, would suddenly express such intentions. There had been no prior indication, making it utterly unexpected. Indeed, according to the origin ancestor, one must strive to elevate oneself before embarking on the cycle. If one possesses the confidence to become a true god of the void, there is no need for haste. Ideally, one should break through to become an eternal true god, just as the origin ancestor did, the true god Pengong commented. Chapter 655, Resonance of Supreme Rules. Our clan's affairs have already set forth on the right path. Thus, my presence in the primordial universe holds little significance now. With Naluzhou here, no one can rival us. Should the Eastern Emperor and Purple Moon dare to cause chaos, I will ensure that Naluzhou consumes the essence of those two sacred universe entities, severing their hopes for ascension. Lin Yang's resolve was unwavering, unaffected by the council of the human race's powerful beings. With a six-tier world beast, the various stages of transformation from newly born to mature world beasts could be studied. The life structures of the world beast lineage would no longer be a mystery to him. If he could not surpass the 100,000-fold life level, Lin Yang was prepared to cease his endeavors. He had come to realize that his suspicions were indeed correct. A life level of 100, 810 did exist, as the Zongxian Emperor had reached that realm in the 177th era, following his reincarnation. The next day, the Zongxian Emperor broke through the bottleneck of numerous cosmic sovereigns, achieving consecutive advancements. As for how he transcended the final limit, the law body on the origin continent had sought his counsel and received his full insights. However, akin to the notion that there cannot be a second emperor on the same path as those who learn from the perfect world, Lin Yang could not replicate the Zongxian Emperor's methods to elevate his divine body beyond the 100,000-fold life level. Even if his own mastery in creating life surpassed that of the Zongxian Emperor, it remained futile. If he thoroughly studied everything available and still could not surpass the 100,000-fold life level, Lin Yang would no longer dwell on the matter. After all, Even the likes of Luo Feng, at the same life level, could potentially become a master of the primordial essence, indicating that transcending the 100,000-fold life level was not a requisite for achieving the primordial realm, unless Luo Feng had undergone an unnoticed reincarnation, elevating his life level beyond 100,000-fold. However, should that time come, Lin Yang was prepared for direct reincarnation, ensuring he only needed to leave behind contingencies, far preferable to the current state of aimless uncertainty regarding his research direction. He contemplated whether he could draw inspiration from the life structures of these world beasts within the confines of this era. Lin Yang silently mused. He then turned to Nilujuo and spoke, "Do not resist. Shortly, temporal fluctuations will return us to the primordial universe. You heard my words. In the future, guard the primordial universe for me." "Understood, Master," Nilujuo replied, her eyes sparkling with an even more captivating crimson glow. Moments later, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the human race's powerful beings, along with the sovereign of the world beasts, vanished from the lair of the world beasts, leaving behind only the cracked land and the blood of the world beasts as evidence of the events that had transpired. An era restoration, while not as exaggerated as a blink for cosmic sovereigns and true gods, was nonetheless substantial. No one knew what Lin Yang had been doing during this period. His 100,000-fold life level was common knowledge, so none could fathom that he was engaged in studying the life structures of the world beasts. On this day, countless factions throughout the primordial universe heard a voice shatter. The sound, seemingly low and akin to an unconscious murmur, reverberated throughout the primordial universe. Countless beings felt a profound sense of bewilderment, yet an indescribable sensation assured them that this was no mere illusion. Just moments ago, a life's whisper had transcended space, resonating in every being's ear and echoing in their hearts, reaching even those who were asleep or unconscious, overwhelming all. Then a crack. It seemed that something had truly shattered. Yet the material and energy of the primordial universe remained unchanged. The human race's powerful beings frowned deeply, gathering in the virtual universe to discuss the matter. Soon, the ever-watchful Lu Cheng realized that Lin Yang was absent from the peak of Thunder Island. Just as Lu Cheng pondered this, the consciousness within the virtual universe again perceived the sound of shattering. The initial crack seemed to be a switch. After a brief silence, an unending series of cracking sounds ensued. Had the mountain traveler not reincarnated on the origin continent hundreds of eras prior, he would have recognized that these shattering sounds emanated from the supreme rules. The supreme rules had not truly shattered. Even the Zhongxian emperor at his zenith lacked such capability. Rather, someone had surpassed their limits, prompting the supreme rules to celebrate according to their protocols. In the origin divine kingdom, a resounding crash echoed as Lin Yang's divine body continuously disintegrated, his form seemingly constructed from the tiniest blocks, now violently dismantled by an unseen force. Shatter. Lin Yang's eyes remained tranquil, unperturbed by the transformation of his divine body. Moments later, the 810th shattering sound echoed, coinciding with the scattering of Lin Yang's divine body. The body, at its most fundamental life structure, disintegrated into 810 fragments. Each fragment, magnified a billionfold, revealed a miniature Lin Yang within. Each fragment emitted a faint golden glow, only to transform into a pitch-black hue moments later, before shifting back to a golden radiance once again. After repeating this process 810 times, the fragments of Lin Yang's divine body had dissolved into a pool of liquid gray matter, suffused with a chaotic aura. Lin Yang could sense that the gray liquid, formed from his divine body, possessed a purity of chaotic energy that far surpassed that found within the dimensional space and the chaotic realm of a god king. In fact, merely a drop of this gray liquid, when diluted, would equate to the total chaotic energy flow contained within the chaotic realm of a god king. Chaotique physique? The law body of the origin continent stroked his chin, bemused. He had not anticipated such a transformation of the divine body after surpassing a life level of 100,000 times, ultimately reaching a life level of 810. The methods employed by the Calamity Immortal Emperor to attain this life level were dissimilar to his own, even when invoking the supreme resonance of the rules that echoed throughout the origin continent, causing the god kings to be momentarily stupefied. It did not result in a pool of gray liquid like this. It seemed that the different means of achieving this value led to variations in the supreme resonance and the outcomes produced. As he pondered, the gray liquid in the Origin Divine Kingdom began to change. A tempest suddenly descended upon the Origin Divine Kingdom, enveloping the gray liquid entirely. The power contained within this storm elicited a solemn expression even from Lin Yang, who was currently unified with his many selves. He had witnessed a similar spectacle when the forces of destruction birthed a billion world beasts. Yet, the storm now enveloping the Origin Divine Kingdom was neither destruction nor life. It embodied a remarkably peculiar essence. Chapter 656, The Radiance Illuminating the Cosmic Sea. Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly, carefully sensing the nature of the storm that had descended upon the Origin Divine Kingdom. He hesitated, an unusual occurrence for him. Was it the soul, or something else? Lin Yang murmured to himself. The world rules of each realm are not entirely uniform. To be more direct, the settings and worldviews differ. Thus, even with his extensive knowledge, encountering the essence of a Tao from this realm laid bare before him left him to speculate based on past experiences. After all, unlike the evident characteristics of life and destruction, the nature of the storm that was transforming the gray liquid was exceedingly enigmatic, peculiar, and difficult to penetrate. As Lin Yang contemplated, the storm in the Origin Divine Kingdom vanished as abruptly as it had arrived. He could sense that, under the operation of the supreme rules, the gray liquid began to coalesce into a humanoid form. Origin Divine Kingdom. What differences would emerge? Lin Yang gazed at the newly formed divine body, a hint of confusion surfacing involuntarily. He had yet to break through to true divinity, and thus, while he could perceive the enhancements in divine power, body strength, and purity of divine energy corresponding to the life level of 100, 810, he felt no significant divergence otherwise. After a while, Lin Yang ceased to dwell on the matter. He speculated that, akin to the need for self-exploration of abilities inherent to the divine body at a life level of 100,000, his newly formed divine body might require a similar approach. Sensing a call from the virtual cosmos, Lin Yang divided a fragment of his will. Atop the Thunder Island. You have finally arrived. Did you discover something from the fracturing sounds of 100, 810 times? Inquired the founder of the giant axe, seated upon the throne. Lin Yang, as the primordial will of the original universe, would undoubtedly be the first to notice any anomalies within it, hence the inquiry. The true gods upon their thrones, the masters of the universe, and the cosmic overlords all turned their gazes toward the tardy Lin Yang. 3 days had elapsed since the first sound of fracturing echoed, and they had awaited for 3 days. That was the sound arising from my breakthrough in life level, a resonance of the supreme rules, and it did not affect the original universe, Lin Yang stated, delivering his answer amidst their eager anticipation. A breakthrough in life level. A voice of astonishment erupted, not from another, but from the ancestor who had long departed from this dimensional cosmic sea. The ancestor was already aware of Lin Yang's life, level reaching 100,000 times, which explained his astonishment at this moment. It should be noted that a life level of 100,000 times was merely a legend within the Origin continent, while exceeding this threshold was something unheard of. Having joined a sect founded by a god king, the ancestor now found himself questioning the texts within his sect. Exceeding a life level of 100,000 times, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the legacy of the broken East River, the limit was also 100,000 times. He had not expected to learn that surpassing this life level was indeed possible, just as he was on the brink of true divinity. A cascade of exclamations echoed forth. For the numerous formidable beings present, the prospect of transcending a life level of 100,000 times was worthy of a lifetime's pursuit, let alone the even rarer 700,000 times. Even with the inheritances from the realms of advancement and otter, and the bodies of world beasts brought back by the higher echelons for study, elevating one's life level remained an immensely challenging endeavor. 100 and 810 times life level. As the crowd marveled in astonishment, Lin Yang articulated the precise value. When one attains a profound understanding of the essence of life and world beasts, along with other unique forms of life, and employs unprecedented methods to transform oneself, the life level can surpass 100,000 times. However, achieving a life level of 100, 810 remains arduous, necessitating a step-by-step journey. I have thoroughly studied the essence of life within the cosmic sea and the world beasts, as well as alternative special lives, which ultimately led me to this juncture. This also implies that, akin to the path to true divinity, it has been entirely sealed off. The former is constrained by the operational rules of the original universe, while the latter is limited by the supreme rules. At this juncture, Lin Yang turned his gaze to Luo Feng, continuing, "If you wish to surpass a life level of 100,000 times, you must not pursue this path any further. Otherwise, you will only squander your time." He understood that Luo Feng would undoubtedly set his sights on transcending a life level of 100,000 times. Hence his cautionary advice to avert him from treading upon a misguided path. Subsequently, Lin Yang subtly alluded to the methods employed by the immortal emperor, advising the others not to waste time on this route. Have these two methods already been sealed off? Luo Feng murmured to himself. He did not succumb to despair. In fact, the existence of two distinct methods to transcend a life level of 100,000 times provided him with an implicit, albeit vague, conjecture through their comparison. In contrast to Luo Feng, the ancestor unconsciously recalled the resonance of the supreme rules triggered by the immortal emperor's breakthrough on the origin continent several hundred epochs ago. In truth, the resonance of the supreme rules instigated by Lin Yang was not limited to the original universe. It echoed throughout the cosmic sea, across the entirety of the 3,000-dimensional spaces, and within the origin continent, creating a phenomenon of resonance. Yet, this was so faint that it was nearly imperceptible, discernible only to beings of sufficient strength. Currently, only one half-entity in the origin continent had attained this standard, the immortal emperor, who had long since ascended to god-king status, and the other half was Lin Yang in his unified state. I'm about to break through. At this moment, Lin Yang's declaration resonated fort. All the figures upon the thrones rose, expressing their congratulations. Once a life level reaches a certain height, as soon as one will stirs, the master of the universe can become a true god. Hence, none doubted Lin Yang's potential to achieve true divinity and spoke of it in advance. Alas, I hope you proceed with caution, the ancestor sighed lightly. Upon arriving at the origin continent, he felt deeply shaken. The strongest of the universe, as referred to in his homeland, was merely a village chief on the origin continent, and only a well-regarded true god could qualify for such a role. Those of lesser strength would find no tribe willing to inhabit that small cosmic realm. Had he not ventured through reincarnation in the form of an eternal true god, he would likely have struggled immensely on the origin continent. As Lin Yang communicated with the others in the virtual universe, he stirred his thoughts and initiated his breakthrough. Bang, 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 bang. In the intricate structure of life, the microcosmic Lin Yang began to undergo a profound transformation, akin to ink diffusing in clear water. Following this metamorphosis, the microcosmic Lin Yang commenced the assimilation of other microcosmic beings yet to experience such a change. With his head as the nucleus, an extraordinarily radiant gray luminescence emanated throughout his entire being, radiating into the primordial universe and across the entire dimensional space. Almost in an instant, Lin Yang's divine form transformed into a being of resplendent gray light, devoid of features, existing merely as a silhouette of a gray humanoid. It appeared as if a chaotic stream had been constrained into a human shape, harnessing the might of the supreme rules. This gray luminary manifested within the depths of the souls of all life in this dimensional space. Chapter 657. On the brink of overwhelming his own universe. What manner of being is this gray luminary? Countless life forms stood in stunned silence, as an imperceptible force coursed through the depths of their souls, quietly coalescing within their respective universes. Regardless of whether they were flesh and blood, flora, machines, rocks, or energy forms, all sentient beings felt a subtle power circulating within them. I have projected myself. A thought arose within Lin Yang as he transformed into this radiant being. At the moment of his breakthrough, he sensed the emergence of hundreds of nascent projections of himself. Each of these projections originated from a miniature universe within this dimensional space. Yet due to the existence of a master over each universe, they could only draw power incrementally, evolving from mere embryonic forms into fully realized projections through a formal process that would require a considerable span of time. Approximately 10 epochs would be needed for the miniature universe of a true god to fully mature these projections, whereas the two great sacred land universes would require significantly less time, only a few hundred years. If the breakthrough occurred on the origin continent, it was likely that an unimaginable number of projections could be birthed. Lin Yang dismissed these thoughts. The formation of each projection was intrinsically linked to the strength of his true spirit. Even though the foreign system allowed Lin Yang's true spirit to surpass that of other legendary powers, it could not facilitate an abundance of projections. Otherwise, by now, his projections in the other world would surely have exceeded 100 million. Casting aside these distractions, Lin Yang devoted himself wholeheartedly to his breakthrough. Among the myriad races within the dimensional space, none prostrated before him. Yet Lin Yang discerned two uniquely exceptional beings that did bow in reverence: the primordial universe and the boundary beast monarch, Naludo. Were it not for being the primal will of the primordial universe, Lin Yang would have been oblivious to its instinctive act of worship as the primordial universe appeared unchanged, continuing its slow rotation as it had for countless epochs. In contrast, Naludo's submission was unmistakable, as she, now in her female human form, demonstrated a posture of complete prostration. Naludo could sense the essence of the gray luminary deep within her soul, recognizing it as her master, the primal will of the primordial universe, the progenitor of the human race, the sovereign of divine space, and a host of other formidable titles. Thunderous roars. The origin divine kingdom was undergoing a metamorphosis, its sky a reflection of the ocean of primal laws, descending with a boundless torrent of divine power. Having long reached its zenith, the world tree, which was on the verge of forcibly sustaining the origin divine kingdom as a miniature universe, now unleashed its full potential, ravenously absorbing the immense divine power falling from the heavens. Lin Yang, too, relinquished control of his divine form, allowing it to absorb the divine essence freely. Boom! At that moment, a void passage suddenly materialized within the origin divine kingdom, unleashing a deluge of chaotic energy. The world tree's branches, highly attuned to the ocean of divine power, instinctively drew in the chaotic currents to further transform itself and gradually fortify the foundation of the origin divine kingdom. Boom! A second void passage appeared, swiftly followed by a third and a fourth. The pace of expansion for the origin divine kingdom was astonishing. Having reached the spatial interstice outside the divine realm, where human powerhouses gazed in awe at the multitude of gray vortices. These were void passages spewing forth chaotic energies, their number staggering. How rapid! At this rate, within a day, the diameter of the origin divine kingdom could reach 100 million light years. The expression of the Lord of Illusory Gold shifted dramatically. He was but a membrane away from becoming a true god. Thus, he had a keen understanding of the time frame required for a divine kingdom to expand to a diameter of 100 million light years and transform into a miniature universe. Typically, this took around 30 days, with few true gods managing it in under 20. This data encompassed both the realm of ascension and the realm of otters. Yet today, the Lord of Illusory Gold grasped just how rapidly a divine kingdom could evolve into a miniature universe. After all, it was the origin. Such swiftness was to be expected. The Lord of Chaos did not exhibit shock. Rather, he appeared somewhat desensitized to the spectacle. Indeed, numerous cosmic sovereigns marveled at the unfolding events. Just as the Lord of Illusory Gold had surmised, after one day, the origin divine kingdom expanded to a diameter of 100 million light years, its barriers gradually transforming into the membranes of a miniature universe, coalescing into a celestial body within the spatial interstice. Following its transformation into a miniature universe, the origin universe continued to expand, and with the increasing number of void passages, the branches of the world tree grew significantly stronger, enhancing the expansion rate of the miniature universe by several-fold. Within the origin universe, a figure was curled up, Lin Yang. As he ceaselessly absorbed divine power, his divine form swelled like a balloon, reaching a height of 14 billion light years at the moment the origin divine kingdom transformed into a miniature universe. If he were to unfurl completely, he would undoubtedly rupture the membranes of the miniature universe. A divine form at a 10,000-fold life level measures 12 light years at the true God stage, while mine has now achieved 14 billion light years. In terms of scale, one could credibly assert that I am a divine king. Even the reserves of divine power from the primordial universe have been siphoned off by a tenth. 100,000 times the life level. Could this be the essence of an endless divine form? Contemplating this possibility, Lin Yang inhaled gently. He had unearthed a capability of the ultra-limit life level divine form, the storage of divine power, concerned that he might inadvertently rupture the miniature universe. Lin Yang slowed his absorption of divine power. After all, as the primal will, he could absorb divine power at any time, without urgency. If he were to deplete the primordial universe's divine reserve due to his boundless form, rendering the miniature universe incapable of rapid expansion, it would be a most amusing predicament. 300 million light years. 800 million light years. Observing from tens of billions of light years away, human powerhouses and their subordinate races gazed in astonishment at the super-celestial body within the spatial interstice, swallowing hard. 1 billion light years. Bang! Upon reaching 1 billion light years, the miniature universe ceased its expansion, quietly suspended within the spatial interstice. Just as the primordial universe instinctively sought to expel the nascent miniature universe, an anomaly arose. The miniature universe trembled, and once more, void passages appeared at its periphery, releasing a torrent of chaotic energy. Lin Yang began a new round of breakthroughs, concurrently adjusting the structure of the miniature universe as it expanded. The core of the singularity, the inner realms of the 10 directions, and the outer layers of infinite space. Lin Yang meticulously replicated the foundational structure of the primordial universe. Even the method by which the miniature universe absorbed chaotic energies and stored divine power mirrored the original. Expand. As he beheld the ever-enlarging cosmic membrane, Lin Yang whispered. Chapter 658, The All-Consuming Miniature Universe. Remaining unexpelled by the primordial universe. The origin miniature universe floated within the spatial interstice, absorbing chaotic energies and the ocean of divine power. If the miniature universe were no longer within the primordial universe, then he could not utilize the authority of his primal will to grant his miniature universe a backdoor. In order for the diminutive cosmos to undergo its subsequent transformation, it must solely rely on the chaotic currents it absorbs, a process that stretches over an extensive duration, one that Lin Yang would not permit to transpire. Thus, he fervently pursued breakthroughs in his realms of power, understanding that during his ascent through the supreme rules, nothing could disrupt the order of these rules, lest he provoke the primal universe's instinctual repulsion. Although rooted in primordial will, the constraints imposed by the supreme rules prevented Lin Yang from forcibly interfering with the innate tendencies of the original universe, prompting him to resort to such measures. Nevertheless, this was also in alignment with Lin Yang's desires, having declared his intent to traverse the cycle of reincarnation by the end of an epoch. He had no inclination to linger within this dimensional space. Boom! A massive influx of chaotic energy surged through the interstitial spaces, compelling the many powerful onlookers to retreat further, lest they be inadvertently engulfed by the expanding miniature universe and drawn into its depths. It had already reached a staggering distance of 2.8 billion light years, surpassing even the cosmic sanctuaries of the purple moon. Humanity had astonishingly birthed yet another sanctuary universe. A foreign cosmic sovereign, allied with humanity, gazed upon this spectacle with envy. In contrast to their own kin, who had yet to witness the birth of a true deity, humanity had already produced 2 beings capable of navigating the cycle of reincarnation, all before the midpoint of an epoch, a source of profound admiration and jealousy, leaving them lamenting their lack of human heritage. At 3.9 billion light years, retreat, retreat, commanded the divine warriors led by Lu Cheng as they maintained order. Although none could disrupt this process, appearances had to be upheld. If this expansion continued unabated, it would not be long before the numerous divine realms of the God Kingdom would face upheaval. The Lord of Dragonwalk wore a worried expression, fearing that a collision between the divine kingdoms and the miniature cosmos could yield dire consequences for Lin Yang. There was no alternative but to proceed cautiously. Standing beside him was the Lord of Darkness, while further afield rested 2 sovereigns of alien universes, also vassals to humanity. In this era, humanity had established dominion over the original universe, with countless cosmic secrets yielding to the human lineage, for none could survive otherwise. Consider, when a realm master breaks through to immortality, under normal circumstances, the ocean of divine power would descend until the breakthrough was fully manifested. Yet, the reality was that the divine ocean operated under the supreme rules, arriving for less than a second, with its potency barely a fraction of that bestowed upon a military-grade immortal. How could one possibly condense a divine body under such circumstances? The same principle applied to the stages of cosmic sovereigns and those of the universe. Without becoming a vassal of humanity, the divine ocean's arrival would last less than a second, leaving the remaining divine body to fend for itself. In comparison to the number of immortal deities whose births fundamentally affected their lineage, the inability of cosmic sovereigns to reverse time and resurrect life paled in significance. Under the watchful gaze of numerous powerful beings, the diameter of the miniature universe reached an astonishing 7 billion light-years, eclipsing the combined dimensions of the Eastern Emperor Sanctuary universe and the Purple Moon Sanctuary universe. They bore witness to a spectacle seldom seen across the ages. The expanding miniature universe engulfed the divine realms it encountered, transferring them from the interstitial space into its own interior. 64 years later, Lin Yang observed the trunk of the world tree supporting the miniature universe, which was gradually shrinking. He recognized this as a sign that, upon receiving a bountiful supply of energy, a singular branch would transform into a seedling of the world tree. At this juncture, his miniature universe had expanded to an impressive 120 billion light-years. With a sudden breakthrough to the realm of chaos sovereignty, Lin Yang's heart of true divinity had coalesced into a chaotic space, awaiting the accumulation of sufficient divine power to gradually construct the miniature universe within himself. Anchored by a certain source, when the day of success arrived, Lin Yang would have achieved his initial aspiration, to reign over the origin continent. This was also the genesis of his title as the King of Origins. The outermost layer of the miniature universe had already transcended the interstitial space, entering the interior domain of the original universe. Lin Yang gazed toward the periphery of the miniature universe. Through the cosmic membrane, he could directly perceive the countless galaxies within the primal universe. From the perspective of the original universe, it appeared as if a colossal lid had abruptly emerged in the starry expanse, engulfing numerous galaxies. Conversely, from the cosmic sea, it manifested as a vast, boundless half-circular celestial body protruding with a diameter of 70 billion light-years, continuously expanding with the passage of time. If this trajectory continued, when Lin Yang's miniature universe had fully transformed and was expelled by the primal universe's instinct, a multitude of galaxies within the original universe would vanish, along with many divine realms in the interstitial space. Ultimately, the cosmic membrane of the original universe will be left with a super void measuring 1 trillion light-years in diameter. Contemplating this outcome, Lin Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. He understood that this would alter the fates of countless beings, yet there was no alternative. Otherwise, the miniature universe's speed of absorbing chaotic currents might require several hundred epochs to complete its expansion. However, for the innumerable galaxies that would be consumed by the miniature universe, it was a boon, for when the original universe met its end, the descendants of those within the galaxies would not perish alongside its destruction. With this thought, Lin Yang closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the completion of the miniature universe's expansion. The energy expenditure for the miniature universe's growth to 120 billion light-years was not excessively burdensome, at least not in comparison to the elevation of Lin Yang's divine body to 1 billion light-years. According to Lin Yang's estimations, expanding the miniature universe to the optimal value of 1 trillion light-years for a chaos sovereign would only consume about 1% of the divine power reserves accumulated during this cycle of the original universe. Given the original universe's reserves, this was more than adequate. Thus, without concern for the miniature universe's ability to expand, Lin Yang absorbed divine power to augment his divine body while simultaneously storing divine power within his chaotic space, preparing for the future establishment of the universe within himself. The myriad powerful beings who had retreated to the original universe and cosmic sea stared blankly at the origin miniature universe. They understood that this colossal miniature universe had pierced through the interstitial space of the original universe, and when it would eventually be expelled, the original universe would unveil an unprecedented super passage leading directly to the cosmic sea. On a life-bearing planet, a little girl pointed at the brilliant light in the sky, inquiring with curiosity, "Mommy, what is that?" "It is the eternal world. Fear not, my darling. Our fortune is splendid," replied a beautiful woman, holding the little girl close with a smile. Moments later, this life-bearing planet was consumed by the miniature universe. Chapter 659, Chaos Sovereign. After engulfing the life-bearing planet, the previously rapid expansion of the cosmic membrane had diminished exponentially, ultimately ceasing its growth, quietly suspended within the interstitial space, piercing through the boundary membrane of the original universe. Boom! The miniature universe trembled violently as the instinctual forces of the original universe sought to expel this foreign entity measuring 1 trillion light-years in diameter. Due to its immense size, the miniature universe which should have been violently cast out, was now moving at a lethargic pace, advancing a mere 10 billion light-years per second. 4 living beings. This was a speed that could only be gazed upon in awe, yet for the scale of the miniature universe, it could be described as snail-like. Run. It's coming out. The countenances of numerous true gods in the cosmic sea transformed dramatically as they beheld the miniature universe slowly rolling out, akin to mortals witnessing an avalanche. All-powerful beings were jolted from their stupor. At this moment, Lin Yang finally ceased his absorption of the divine power ocean. His divine body had now reached 3 billion light-years, and to facilitate a swifter accumulation of divine power, his divine body had assumed the form of a perfect sphere. In comparison, the miniature universe of a true god appeared diminutive, a mere collision from Lin Yang's divine body, even without any additional enhancements, could obliterate the true god's miniature universe in an instant. Even the miniature universe of an eternal true god would not withstand a gentle impact from Lin Yang, as its very essence would suffer catastrophic damage. This is merely the foundation of strength. When considering the arcane arts, its true power is exponentially greater. The cost of inflating the divine body to such a magnitude is that the divine power reserves accumulated over trillions of epochs in the primordial universe have dwindled to a mere one. My miniature universe has a diameter that is 1/17th that of the primordial universe, and the rate at which it transforms chaotic energy should theoretically be only 1/4008th of that. However, the world tree has matured from sapling to its complete form. Even though it has not yet reached its ultimate state, it surpasses the foreign world's world tree and significantly enhances the capacity of the miniature universe to convert chaotic energy. The current rate of transformation has reached 1,000th of that of the primordial universe, where the accumulation of one epoch is equivalent to a decade's worth in the primordial universe. Should all divine power be devoted to enhancing the divine body, the accumulation of one epoch within the miniature universe could expand the diameter of the spherical divine body by 100 light-years. The augmentation of the foundational divine body is the most immediate manifestation of a practitioner's power within the true God system. Each doubling of the diameter results in a 100-fold increase in strength. The life levels of the divine kings are generally over 90,000 times, with some reaching 100,000, which is not far removed from my own. The metamorphosis from chaos ruler to divine king entails a divine power potency 100 times greater in cases of comparable divine body scale. The chaotic divine power of a life level of 100,000 only equates to that of a divine king at a life level of 1,000. Nevertheless, my divine body, even in its spherical form, possesses a diameter 10 times that of a standard divine king body. While its volume may not reach 1,000 times, it is still approximately 700 to 800 times that of the divine kings of the ascending god and the 3 divine kings of the food nation, with divine power reserves being 7 to 8 times that of a divine king. Lin Yang was contemplating his own strength. The self-created arcane arts he once employed to challenge realms have now paled in comparison to the self-created arts of the divine kings at this level. Coupled with the divine king's divine artifacts and the primordial augmentations provided by the universe within and without, Lin Yang, despite his colossal divine body, finds it arduous to counter a divine king. His current state is akin to the once humble immortal emperor who had yet to step into the realm of emperors, capable of effortlessly annihilating a chaos ruler, but unable to contend with a divine king. Ultimately, Lin Yang reached a conclusion. However, the Lyman technique cost him 150,000 training points, yet it now exhibits its requisite power. Should he confront a divine king, a single strike of the Lyman technique would incapacitate the opponent, allowing him to gradually extinguish the divine king's divine body. Although it may not match the overwhelming might of his unified state, capable of obliterating a divine king in 1 or 2 strikes, it remains a formidable force. In the cosmic sea, a thunderous roar reverberated. Lin Yang's origin miniature universe surged forth, and the chaotic energy transformed into a dazzling radiance, causing tumult throughout the region. Boom! A fragmented miniature universe standing in its path shattered entirely after a fleeting collision of the 2 universal membranes, dissipating its minimal cosmic essence, which was subsequently absorbed by the world tree within the origin miniature universe, thereby enhancing its cosmic essence. The miniature universe of the mountain dweller has exploded. The rampaging demon god gasped in shock, recognizing whose miniature universe had been destroyed. In the eyes of the various races within the cosmic sea, the mountain dweller, who had defied the might of the primordial universe's human race millions of years ago, had been slain by numerous powerful individuals of the human race. Otherwise, a true god could not have fallen so easily. What is disheartening for the true gods is that today, the last traces left by the mountain dweller in the world have been eradicated by the human race, ensuring that they would no longer recall the existence of such a true god upon witnessing the remnants of a shattered miniature universe. Fortunately, my miniature universe is not in that direction. The true god, Peng Gong, secretly wiped away a cold sweat as he observed the origin miniature universe pass by, leaving behind an empty expanse devoid of remnants. Given the diameter of the origin miniature universe, had it advanced in a different direction, it could have easily crushed his own miniature universe, even if they did not occupy the same plane. Boom! Listening to the peculiar sounds emanating from the turbulent, chaotic energy, all true gods, whether from the primordial universe or the cosmic sea, could not help but swallow hard. The nine-headed demon lord, grieve not, for this is an unavoidable calamity. The third true master of the divine I clan, in his astonishment, discerned something. With the primordial universe at its center, true god miniature universes existed in all directions. Logically speaking, given the number of true gods in the cosmic sea, the origin miniature universe, having departed a considerable distance from the primordial universe, should no longer collide with any miniature universes. However, the third true master of the divine I clan observed that the miniature universe of the nine-headed demon lord, a top true god of the second reincarnation era, fortuitously lay directly in the path of the advancing origin miniature universe, 600 billion light-years away, under normal circumstances. This distance would not affect the miniature universe of the nine-headed demon lord. However, given the scale of the origin miniature universe, the situation was drastically different. No, the nine-headed demon lord reacted, a chill coursing through its entire being, unable to suppress a cry of despair. The miniature universe was not only the foundation for its future ascent, but also the cradle for billions of lives that had entrusted their very essence to it. If it were to shatter, the four cosmic lords traversing the cosmic sea, relying on the shattered foundation of life, would instantly perish. Grieve not. One true god, after another sighed in lamentation. Such a natural disaster is beyond anyone's foresight. Chapter 660, Breaking Through the Cycle. As the true gods looked upon the nine-headed demon lord with pity, the origin miniature universe drew ever closer to the nine-headed demon lord's miniature universe. 40 trillion light-years. 27 trillion light-years. 9 billion light-years. 1 billion light-years. Boom! The membranes of the nine-headed demon lord's miniature universe rippled, and it sensed the very essence of the universe within it becoming tumultuous, stirred by the chaotic storm unleashed by the advancing origin miniature universe. Within the miniature universe, countless immortal deities and many cosmic sovereigns gazed skyward in bewilderment, witnessing the emergence of cosmic calamities, any one of which could effortlessly rend apart immortal beings. Bang! In the next moment, the consciousness of countless lives plunged into darkness. The eyes of the nine-headed demon lord turned crimson as it let out a furious roar toward the heavens. Hope of transcending the cycle was irrevocably shattered, and countless lives that had accompanied it through an era of reincarnation were lost, igniting its fury. Humans, trembling in fear of the terror wrought by the Lord of Origins. The nine-headed demon lord shifted its hatred toward the human race of the primordial universe. Among the hundreds of true gods in the cosmic sea, its strength ranked among the top 5, making it an exceptionally formidable true god. The Chi-Tian true god of the human race had only recently ascended. Even with the mightiest of treasures, it merely equaled Lin Yang's own, and this grudge must be avenged. The fierce light emanating from its 9 heads blazed brightly. The origin miniature universe. Has it shattered another universe? Lin Yang pondered, given the scale of his miniature universe. A collision with a true God universe spanning 100 million light-years would hardly be perceptible to the lives within. If not for Lin Yang's will bolstering the miniature universe, it may have gone unnoticed. Shaking his head, Lin Yang dismissed such thoughts. One cannot blame others for their misfortune, just as ordinary lives caught in the crossfire of battles between the mighty are simply victims of ill fate. In the Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe, the origin true god of the human race, with a miniature universe diameter of 1 trillion light-years, observing the true gods before him. The ancestral figure of the Eastern Emperor wore a vacant expression. He was, of course, aware of what this entailed. The shriek of the Purple Moon ancestor reverberated throughout the Purple Moon Holy Land universe, causing countless powerful beings to shudder. The existence of sanctity has come to an end. There is no hope remaining. The countenance of the Purple Moon ancestor darkened, as if it could drip with water. 1400 years later, in the distant Origin miniature universe, far removed from the first era of reincarnation, its speed finally began to decelerate. Within 5 minutes, its velocity diminished from 100 billion light-years per second to a mere 10,000 light-years per second. For the scale of the Origin miniature universe, this pace was nearly indistinguishable from stillness. 17 days later, the Origin miniature universe finally came to a complete halt, ceasing all forward motion. Compared to the myriad divine universes that continue their slow progress through the primordial cosmos after trillions of epochs, the fact that the Origin miniature universe can remain permanently in a single region is nothing short of astonishing. Henceforth, this shall be recognized as the Origin universe cluster. Lin Yang arrived outside the membrane of the miniature universe, gazing at the vast expanse of chaotic void. He could envision that in the future, the true gods birthed within this miniature universe would transform this desolate place into one teeming with life. Given the considerable distance between the miniature universe and the primordial cosmos, any true god wishing to traverse between the two would need to soar for a significant portion of a cyclical era. And even with the movement speed of the divine universe, reaching this location would take 100 cyclical eras. Thus, Lin Yang harbored no concerns about any miniature universes being collided into by those originating from the primordial cosmos. When the divine realm that would assist him in the future transformed into a miniature universe, it too would not be able to venture towards the primordial cosmos. Otherwise, several hundred cyclical eras hence, should the miniature universe collide with the primordial cosmos, calamity would surely follow. As Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, his divine form, spanning 1.3 billion light-years, began to transform. In the blink of an eye, he had assumed the stature of an ordinary human. Whether it was the size manipulation afforded by a 900,000-fold life level or the formlessness of a 100,000-fold life level, both could maintain peak combat prowess at its original tier after altering the divine form's dimensions. Thus, while Lin Yang had compressed his size innumerable times, his peak strength remained unscathed. The only alteration was that whereas he could previously sweep across billions of light-years of starry expanse with a mere flourish of his hands, doing so now required a touch more effort. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Lin Yang's heart. He mused, I'd venture into the cycle a year hence? This revelation came as a message relayed by the supreme rules upon sensing the cessation of the miniature universe's movement. Concurrently, Lin Yang grasped that the Chaos Sovereign, wielding the laws of chaos, possessed the ability to halt the chaos currents, thereby bringing the miniature universe to a standstill. Hence, the conclusion of the Chaos Sovereign's breakthrough could be determined by the moment the miniature universe ceased its movement. Had it continued on a permanent trajectory akin to the divine universes, it would necessitate confronting the cycle within 10,000 epochs. Knowing this, Lin Yang felt no regret. Had it not been necessary for the miniature universe to halt in a remote area, he would have embarked on the cycle 1400 years ago. A cosmic passage was now within reach. Arriving beneath the world tree that supported the entire miniature universe, Lin Yang focused his thoughts and coalesced chaos energy. Thunderous roars echoed as the chaos energy amassed, and soon, the core began to collapse, giving birth to a passageway. By stepping into this cosmic conduit, one could traverse vast distances in a mere moment, arriving at the primordial cosmos. The far end of the cosmic passage was set by Lin Yang in an expansive region of the main divine realm, positioned 900 billion light-years away from the nearest galaxy cluster. It was now time to proceed. Lin Yang retrieved the extreme sanctuary and manifested a divine power avatar to oversee the area. Any useless supreme treasures were cast into the extreme sanctuary, and within mere minutes, he eradicated the bloodstains that marred the exterior, restoring the chaotic sovereign-level palace to its original state. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yang traversed the cosmic passage, entering the main divine realm. Would a true god be able to traverse this passage within a month? After testing the stability of the cosmic conduit, Lin Yang then left the divine power avatar in the primordial cosmos before vanishing into a blaze of white light, deep within the pinnacle realm. Upon emerging from the main divine realm, Lin Yang cast a glance at the familiar reincarnation passage before plunging into the colorful vortex suspended in midair. A wave of comfort enveloped him, warm and soothing, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. Lin Yang understood this to be the remnants of countless shattered souls accumulated over the eons within the reincarnation passage. Before him lay numerous souls, swiftly crushed due to their insufficient strength. Only immortal deities, having undergone transformation, possessed a certain probability of traversing the reincarnation passage. No wonder the origin continent was rife with prodigies. Lin Yang sighed in reflection, suddenly accelerating toward the light source within his sight, the exit of the reincarnation passage. Chapter 661. A Reunion with the Mountain Sitter. The moment Lin Yang exited the reincarnation passage, he was engulfed by a sensation of temporal and spatial disarray. He realized he had been cast into a random corner of the origin continent, just as his corporeal form had been before. Here, he beheld colossal celestial bodies hovering mere kilometers above the ground, and Lin Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing the location. The plummeting abyss, a perilous locale on the origin continent. Not among the most treacherous, yet even the most formidable eternal true gods had to exercise utmost caution here, lest they meet their demise. Fortuitously for him, had it been another powerful being, they would have perished unknowingly, as they were merely void true gods upon entering the reincarnation passage. As Lin Yang spoke to himself, the space-time within 1 billion kilometers around him abruptly solidified, only to shatter moments later. An immensely terrifying force of annihilation flooded the region. True gods and void true gods alike would perish in droves, and even slightly weaker eternal true gods would find no refuge. This was the reason the plummeting abyss was classified as a perilous area. Its dangers stemmed not from life forms, but from the sudden rupture of space-time. According to legends on the origin continent, this place was shaped by the life and death struggles of several divine kings, whose powers permanently distorted the laws of this region. Even after 970 million cyclical eras, the force of space-time shattering had shown no signs of waning. Ding! Waves of ice crystal-like annihilating force struck Lin Yang's divine form, disintegrating into dust upon contact. The chaos sovereign divine form, with its 100,081 times life level, was impervious to the environment of this perilous locale. Paying little heed to the surrounding annihilating forces, Lin Yang chose the direction nearest to a safe zone and soared skyward. The ancient food nation, which lay closest to this place, was home to a colossal universe suspended in the heavens. Since the mysterious annihilation of the food nation 8 million years ago, this region had remained barren until 6 million years ago, when a divine king arrived to re-establish a kingdom. This new realm was named Jin, sharing its name with the kingdom that once dominated this area before being obliterated by the food nation eons ago. As this news spread, even if the great powers of the origin continent had not witnessed it firsthand, they could surmise that the former divine king of Jin had returned. The likelihood of a former powerful figure of the Jin kingdom ascending to divinity and ultimately reconstructing the Jin kingdom was exceedingly slim. Just as many factions speculated, the mountain sitter, or the divine king of Jin, had indeed returned. Having departed the primordial cosmos long ago, the mountain sitter had not yet attained the 100,000-fold life level during Luo Feng's time. Thus remaining skeptical, after reincarnating on the origin continent, he ascended to true godhood with a life level of 97,000 times. With sufficient divine power reserves within the miniature universe, the mountain sitter experienced repeated breakthroughs, reclaiming his position as divine king. It had already been 6 million years. Lin Yang too had arrived in this region, when the corporeal form first set foot in the food nation. The surrounding heavens were filled with the miniature universes of its powerful beings. From a perspective of the origin continent, they would appear as colossal celestial bodies. Now, however, gazing across hundreds of billions of light years and beyond, only one solitary miniature universe, spanning 70 billion light years in diameter, hung in the vast sky, with no other miniature universes in proximity. The royal universe of the Jin Kingdom, as Lin Yang recalled, adhered to a tribal system within its internal structure, categorizing the entire realm into large and small tribes, comprising void true gods and the true gods miniature universes. While pondering this, Lin Yang stepped into the royal universe of the Jin Kingdom. At the heart of the royal universe, the very source of the miniature universe, lay the palace of the divine king of Jin. Further afield were regions guarded by powerful beings tasked with protecting the palace. The restoration of the Jin Kingdom has spanned merely 6 million years, and among the latest generation of beings, the most formidable is but the sovereign of the universe. resulting in a lack of commanders in numerous regions outside the royal palace. This aura? The Master of Origins? The recluse within the palace sensed Lin Yang's unabashed presence the moment he entered the royal city as cosmos. After 8 million years of absence, has he already ascended to the status of the ruler of chaos? Subsequently, the recluse discerned Lin Yang's formidable prowess. He had anticipated this development, though it arrived sooner than expected. Nevertheless, the recluse did not exhibit any surprise, for he would not have produced the Lin technique scroll otherwise. After several hundred epochs of separation, it was unexpected for Lin Yang to arrive at the origin continent at this juncture and seek him out. The starry sky reversed as the recluse descended from the palace directly to the periphery of the royal city as cosmos. By mere coincidence, after traversing the cycle passage, he appeared not far away. Lin Yang regarded the boundless aura emanating from the recluse and sensed his overwhelming strength, which undeniably surpassed that of any divine king from the Food Nation. Fate. A faint smile graced the recluse's lips. The title of ruler of chaos is a designation bestowed upon saints. Even at the zenith of the Gene Kingdom, he had merely a dozen subordinates. Coupled with Lin Yang's plethora of secrets, the sudden demise of the 3 divine kings from the Food Nation rendered the recluse inclined to lower his own stature, refraining from adopting the demeanor of a divine king. Whether intentionally or not, the recluse appeared indistinguishable from those within the primordial cosmos at this moment. "Shall we sit in the royal palace?" The recluse invited. "I appreciate the kind offer, but it is unnecessary," Lin Yang replied, shaking his head. His visit to the Gene Kingdom was solely to glimpse the recluse's current state, especially since the latter had contributed the Lin technique, which allowed him to traverse freely among the divine kings. Now that he witnessed the recluse reclaiming his divine king status, he naturally relinquished any lingering concerns. Before the recluse could respond, Lin Yang continued, "Once I ascend to the rank of divine king, I shall return to seek you out, and it will not be long." Upon arriving at the origin continent, devoid of time constraints for traversing the cycle, he possessed ample opportunity to construct a miniature cosmos within his chaotic space. Hence his desire not to linger. "Have you gained assurance?" The recluse's expression shifted, discerning the implication behind Lin Yang's words. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded slightly. Whether it is the source of time and space or the source of life and death, he had now attained the divine king level, though he still had some distance to cover before integrating the various strands. Nonetheless, the construction of a miniature cosmos was well within his capabilities. Once any particular source's comprehension reaches the divine king level, the probability of the ruler of chaos ascending becomes a staggering 70%. "Then I shall not keep you any longer," the recluse concluded, escorting Lin Yang out of the royal city as cosmos before returning to the palace. Seated upon the throne, the recluse's thoughts surged, ultimately leading him to muse, the 333rd divine king. Is it? The duration of the origin continent's existence remains shrouded in mystery. Yet the number of divine kings birthed since its emergence is finite. Thus, the recluse deemed Lin Yang's breakthrough as the 333rd, Chapter 662, the Divine King's Weapon. After Lin Yang had traveled a considerable distance from the Gene Kingdom and observed the vicinity was devoid of life, he descended directly in his law body. With a whoosh, a battle spear erupted forth, expanding mid-air until it reached an astonishing length of 16 light years. Prior to forging an unparalleled divine weapon, Lin Yang harbored concerns over potential failures that might squander the time and effort he had invested over millions of years in gathering divine king-level materials. Therefore, he opted to practice by forging several weapons beforehand. Ultimately, this spear emerged as a divine king-level weapon, though it paled in comparison to his 13 billion light-year divine body. The spear's status as a divine king weapon remained undeniable. What shall I name it? Lin Yang pondered aloud as he established a bond with the spear. Regardless of whether in the law body or the divine body, the essence of his will remain the same, yet distinctions persisted. One was the embodiment of the legendary cultivation system, while the other was a unique projection of himself. This led to the necessity for the divine body to personally acknowledge the weapon before it could be wielded. If the main body had recognized it, then no one else, be it the divine body or another entity, could claim it until the acknowledgement was revoked. Unbeknownst to him, this divine body had surpassed the law body in strength. Lin Yang controlled both forms to regard one another. Had an outsider witnessed this, they would likely assume two formidable beings were locked in combat. At this moment, Lin Yang's law body was not in a state of unity. although its combat prowess rivaled that of supreme titans within the true divine hierarchy. It could only be regarded as a relatively powerful ruler of chaos. The divine body, while also a ruler of chaos, possessed an infinite physique, with its real height exceeding that of most rulers of chaos by over 100 times, not to mention its actual mass. This accumulation rendered the divine body's strength exceedingly exaggerated, constituting genuine power rather than merely reserves stored within the chaotic space. If all traits and extraordinary moves were disregarded, the divine body could easily dispatch the law body with little effort. Years later, upon realizing that the divine body had completed its acknowledgement of the spear, Lin Yang commanded the law body to vanish, returning to the Wanyuan desert. Once the divine body ascended to the rank of divine king, he intended to cultivate the Tao transmitting the universe, thereby enriching his combat strategies and reducing the likelihood of encountering peril, inadvertently increasing the difficulty of acquiring training points. Thus, Lin Yang needed to hasten his efforts to eradicate the formidable beasts within the Wanyuan desert, with mastery over the Tao transmitting the universe. How many training points would a creature now valued at 10,000 yield? 8,000? 7,000? Or perhaps even less? Within the territory of the Jin Kingdom. What shall this spear be named? Lin Yang sat cross-legged upon the ground, the now normal-sized spear resting upon his lap as he fell into contemplation. A plethora of names surged through his mind. The great Luo immortal spear, the endless spear, the profound heaven spear, origin. Several hours later, he concluded, "Thus it shall be named the Divine King Spear," a name simple yet profound, denoting both the weapon's caliber and inviting speculation regarding its form. As he spoke, Lin Yang grasped the Divine King Spear and hastily departed. Beyond the myriad kingdoms established by divine kings on the Origin continent, numerous factions have emerged, founded by rulers of chaos and eternal true gods. Aside from the rule that only divine kings may establish kingdoms, the Origin continent brims with sects, clandestine organizations, city-states, powerful tribes, and mountain lords, compared to the stable kingdoms of divine kings. Even forces established by rulers of chaos typically erupt into fierce battles for resources every several tens of thousands of reincarnation eras. The smaller factions led by eternal true gods experience similar turbulence, with skirmishes erupting in nearly every reincarnation era, resulting in the occasional fall of a small universe led by an eternal true god, crashing down from the heavens and merging countless celestial bodies into a mountain upon the Origin continent. Seated atop a mountain spanning 7 billion light years, Lin Yang gazed at the colorful streaks slicing through the sky. That was the small universe of an eternal true god, which was currently undergoing a rapid collapse, far quicker than that of a true god's small universe, evidently subjected to an overwhelming force's assault. Even the very essence was wildly spilling forth, transforming into vibrant light. Boom! After a considerable duration, Lin Yang felt the earth tremble, unmistakably indicating the unknown eternal true god's small universe had plummeted to the ground. Another failure. Sensing the collapse of the small universe within his chaotic space, Lin Yang couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, it had been 1,200 years since he arrived at the Origin continent. The crumbling miniature universe was his third attempt at construction, consuming a considerable amount of divine power. Yet, it was evident that all the divine energy devoted to this endeavor had been squandered. My miniature universe absorbed chaotic energy at an astonishing rate, 900 times that of its peers. Nevertheless, even at such a rapid pace, accumulating enough divine power to construct an internal universe would still require 400 epochs. The divine power stored in the primordial universe could support the construction of 29 internal universes, but should I fail 29 times more, I would have to wait another 400 epochs. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Although he had taken the most crucial step toward becoming a divine king, the remaining challenges proved to be more daunting than he had anticipated. Well, one step at a time, he mused, "I refuse to believe that I cannot complete the construction of my internal universe before the end of this cyclical era." Shaking off his distractions, Lin Yang waited for the complete collapse of the miniature universe within the chaotic space before attempting to construct his internal universe once more. While the Fati also possessed an internal universe, it was ultimately derived from the final sublimation of the inner landscape, not a meticulous creation of its own. It was more akin to an external universe, aligned with the pathway he cultivated, evolving naturally thereafter, although not entirely a product of natural evolution. it still lacked the intricate details that came from personally completing the construction of a universe. If I can elevate this skill to a remarkable degree, creating a world of unparalleled supremacy, would I not directly attain enlightenment? This fleeting thought vanished as Lin Yang redirected his focus to his internal universe. Presently, failing to successfully construct his internal universe rendered such aspirations absurd. He would need to ascend to a higher plane before exploring the feasibility of such endeavors. 270 years later, indeed, Lin Yang remained composed, indifferent to the collapse of the miniature universe, treating it as an opportunity to accumulate experience. When he next attempted to build his internal universe, he would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Chapter 663, 70 trillion epochs. Failure, 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 fail. While the Fatit toiled diligently, the divine body also persevered. However, in contrast to the quantifiable gains of the Fatit, the divine body, consistently failing in its attempts to construct an internal universe, could only sense the dwindling reserves of divine power within the chaotic space, offering itself consolation. Initially, the probability of becoming a divine king was 70. However, after numerous failures and the lessons learned, it had risen to 82. If the next construction was executed flawlessly, it would be tantamount to discovering the ultimate answer, elevating the probability to 100. As Lin Yang contemplated this, after considerable calculation, he once again commenced his actions. His will manipulated the chaotic energy of the internal space, shaping it into the essence of the miniature universe based on his understanding of the source of life and death. Buzz. The essence of the universe stabilized, and the surrounding chaotic energy began to coalesce into the intricate details of the miniature universe under Lin Yang's gradual command. Achieving this could be regarded as a precursor to becoming a divine king. It was unrelated to individual strength, not an assessment of combat prowess. It was merely a matter of time and repeated attempts until all remaining components could be achieved. The real challenge lay in comprehending the source at the divine king level, a hurdle that had stymied countless chaotic sovereigns. Otherwise, if the essence remained unstable, the chance of attaining the divine king status would plummet to 1 in a billion. In the vast expanse of the myriad source desert, Lin Yang once again vanquished a formidable beast. Noticing an increase of 4,000 experience points, he shifted his gaze. Time droplets transformed into a tome, its cover shimmering like rippling water, and upon seeing this book, it felt as though one were gazing into the eternal river of time. Those with slightly fragile temperaments could easily find themselves swept away by the book's gaze, their emotions washed away, becoming cold and indifferent beings. With a rustle, the book of time automatically turned a page, absorbing the carcass of the beast within its confines. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of bubbling emanated from the tome as the page that had absorbed the beast's remains underwent a significant transformation. The formerly empty page began to flicker with fragments of the beast's experiences, meticulously catalogued by the Book of Time. Minutes later, the life of the beast, spanning billions of cycles, was neatly organized, and the image on that page crystallized. The front depicted a barren landscape, the moment before the beast's birth, while the back illustrated its demise. Should anyone acquire this page, they could embody the beast, experiencing its lengthy existence, gradually absorbing the residual power of its remains. However, this demanded an exceptionally strong will. Otherwise, one might lose their self-awareness within the beast's extensive life and become an alternative vessel for its resurrection. Over the years, many formidable beasts that had caught Lin Yang's eye ultimately met such a fate, if not for the limitations of time in fully accommodating a divine king's existence. I would not need to go through such complexities. Closing the Book of Time, Lin Yang chose a random direction and proceeded. Time, while capable of confining and even suppressing divine kings, required more than mere strength. It transcended to a higher level of principle or some profound metaphysical contest. When he initially absorbed 10 true divine kings, time shattered, causing that unparalleled divine weapon to lose one of its projections. Supported by numerous projections, it took 70,000 years to gradually restore to its zenith. This was due to the scarcity of time's projections and the overwhelming foundational strength. Had Lin Yang not possessed those extraordinary projections that were either comparable to or exceeded his own power, recovering to his peak state after a fall would demand a considerable duration. On the origin continent, time could be considered the least valuable commodity. This is evident from the continent's timekeeping units, which are not measured in years, but in cycles. One cycle comprises 100 trillion epochs. One epoch equals 10. 81 terrestrial years. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang had spent 70 trillion epochs on the origin continent, with more than half a cycle having passed. The primordial universe he had seized was less than 1,000 epochs away from the end of this cyclical era. This meant that in less than 10 million years, the primordial universe, with a diameter of over 100 trillion light-years, would soon face a cataclysmic destruction. After some time, once the original will consolidated all the essence at the conclusion of the primordial universe, it would allow for its rebirth. Click. Sitting atop a mountain peak, Lin Yang gazed at the colorful light that traversed the sky once more after a considerable interval, this time marking the fall of a void, true God. With the miniature universe crashing to the earth, Lin Yang had often speculated whether the vastness of the origin continent was a result of countless powerful beings who had perished over time, their numerous miniature universes ultimately forming this continent. In the primordial birth of this world, perhaps this supercontinent did not even exist, merely the terminus of the cyclical passage through the ocean of 3,000-dimensional spaces. 70 trillion epochs had passed, and Lin Yang had yet to become a divine king. Constructing a miniature universe solely by his own strength proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. However, reflecting on the fact that each divine king had undergone countless cycles to achieve their status, Lin Yang remained patient. Except for that one celestial emperor. When Lin Yang encountered the embarrassed celestial emperor again 6,000 years ago, the latter had grown so powerful that even the faith which unified all selves trembled instinctively. According to the embarrassed celestial emperor, during this extensive period, he had surpassed his peak, reaching a new level of existence, one that was significantly more profound than before. Even if the owner of that drop of black blood were alive and at their most glorious, the embarrassed celestial emperor was confident he could swiftly eliminate the master of the black blood. In the end, the embarrassed celestial emperor departed. The celestial emperor of regret has come to bid farewell to Lin Yang, revealing the journey he undertook to attain his current state before departing this source world and entering the primordial space. Reflecting on the scene from 60,000 years ago, Lin Yang murmurs to himself, surpassing the initial steps into the realm of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor of regret was at that time considered a high-ranking divine emperor, even achieving the pinnacle of divine emperor. However, it is improbable that he is a being of primordial essence. Otherwise, with the path taken by the celestial emperor of regret, despite being overcome by Sure How, once he reached the primordial realm, he would essentially be a being of primordial essence at the source world level, second only to the primordial lord. Furthermore, during this reincarnation, the celestial emperor of regret has perfected the path that led him to become a celestial emperor. Although the celestial emperor realm cannot be entirely equated with divine emperor combat power, Lin Yang has come to understand that the superlative existences within these two systems have a significant overlap in strength, differing only in the foundational combat power at each level and the maximum potential achievable. With the celestial emperor of regret as a point of comparison, Lin Yang has also discerned the standing of Roman-esque combat prowess, which transcends the ultimate realm of the divine king, possibly reaching the early divine emperor of this world. Otherwise, without employing his lethal techniques, it would be inconceivable for him to easily annihilate the three divine kings of the Food Nation. Initially, due to the ability of the primordial body to survive within the primordial space, he equated the primordial controllers with beings of primordial essence. However, upon encountering the celestial emperor of regret, who evidently surpasses the rank of divine king, yet is not a true being of primordial essence, he acknowledges the fallacy of his previous assumptions. Chapter 664, The Destruction of Life. The Cosmic Sea. This marks the end of the primordial universe. The deities and cosmic lords of various races during the third reincarnation era are profoundly moved as they witness the obliteration of the primordial universe that nurtured their existence. The horror of this event surpasses their imaginations. Only the scene from the early third reincarnation era, where a colossal entity within a miniature universe crushed all in its path, can be likened to it. Several millennia ago, Lin Yang notified countless races within the primordial universe, leading them to gradually migrate into the miniature universes of various deities. Although Lin Yang's origin miniature universe is vast, it harbors relatively few life forms, primarily comprising the gene-locked human race and the warriors from the realm of the main deities, alongside acquaintances or their direct descendants who gained entry privileges. Moreover, during the initial expansion of the miniature universe, many life forms were consumed, And after 70 trillion epochs of propagation, there remain scant traces of life within the miniature universe. At the moment of the primordial universe's annihilation, numerous figures stand in the realm of cosmic origin. These are the incarnations of the divine power of the human race. Luo Feng and other native humans of the primordial universe, along with some exceptional talents and powerful beings from the era of martial arts masters, as well as some remarkably gifted individuals from the Genlock system. Throughout a single reincarnation era, from the primordial ancestors to the conclusion of the primordial universe, a total of 192 true gods and 1923 cosmic lords were born, excluding the few true gods who ascended before Lin Yang embarked on his reincarnation. Some followed the path of divine power, achieving a certain level of life tier, capable of transforming their divine realms into miniature universes with a mere thought. Others, comparatively less talented, achieved no remarkable feats in life tier, instead comprehending the origins of the chaotic monument to pursue the path of laws, becoming relatively ordinary true gods. A select few, unable to traverse either the divine power or law pathways, nonetheless possessed exceptional luck, acquiring branches of the world tree early on, and through a series of fortuitous encounters, exchanged for numerous treasures brimming with divine power to nurture the world tree branches, ultimately enabling them to evolve into miniature universes. Wealth can commune with the divine. This adage finds its most direct manifestation. The secrets unveiled during the obliteration of the primordial universe must be cherished. Lin Yang gazes upon the assembly of true gods before him. The founder of the giant axe, Luo Feng, and Lu Cheng, all three having reached the level of void, true god long ago, have yet to break through, as the admonitions of the primordial ancestors cannot be disregarded. Among them, the founder of the giant axe has grasped the mystery of the birth of the realm beasts, attaining insight into the source of life and death, thus positioning himself to become an eternal true god. Aside from these three, even the Qi Tian true god, despite possessing external advantages, remains at the true god level, failing to comprehend the secret of a thought in the void. Yet his combat power has grown immensely formidable. The nine-headed demon lord, once a servant of the realm beasts in the original timeline, ultimately met his demise at the hands of Luo Feng and similarly perished in this world at the hands of the human race's true gods. He ambushed the Qi Tian true god, who, in a rage, pursued the nine-headed demon lord for 6 epochs, ultimately slaying him upon the flowing heavy mountain. Such occurrences are rare, happening only once per reincarnation era. Luo Feng takes a deep breath. He possesses the confidence to elevate his realm to that of an eternal true god following this enlightenment. Understood, Lu Cheng nods. The human race, which once dominated the primordial universe, has undergone trillions of epochs of transformation, ultimately forming 4 superpowers: the Virtual Universe Company, the Giant Axe Martial Arena, the Galactic Sacred Land, and the domain of the main deity. The primordial ancestor, having transcended reincarnation, seldom intervenes in human affairs. The Virtual Universe Company is primarily managed by the Chaos City. The Giant Axe Martial Arena and the Galactic Sacred Land require no elaboration, as the strength of the founder of the Giant Axe and Galactic Lord Luo Feng is evident to all. The only point of confusion lies in why Lin Yang, the origin true god, after transcending reincarnation for several thousand epochs, would entrust the management of the main deity space and the dominion over the main deity realm to Lu Cheng, who had only recently become a true god. Lin Yang offered no explanation regarding this matter, leading to speculations that it might be due to Lu Cheng being the first among the main deity warriors to achieve true god status and hailing from the main deity realm, with the crucial point being his invincible master. However, even this third point remains a closely guarded secret within the current human race. Outside those present at the time, no one knows that Lu Cheng, the celestial cataclysm true god, possesses an immensely powerful background. Disperse your wills is about to commence. As Lin Yang's voice falls, a thread of will emerges from the divine power incarnations of each true god, soaring toward Lin Yang's divine power incarnation, including that of the primordial ancestor. Lin Yang captures the wills of 191 true gods, merging them into his own primordial will, enabling them to perceive the current primordial universe through the lens of primordial will. Lin Yang's focus is entirely directed toward the process of the primordial universe's destruction. For other divine kings, and even the rare chaos sovereigns, the birth and death of the primordial universe can generally be perceived, no longer considered a precious opportunity. However, Lin Yang's understanding of the source of life and death within this realm, aside from the previous revelation during the annihilation that birthed the realm beasts, stems solely from his gradual comprehension of the myriad things of heaven and earth. Grasping the birth and death of the primordial universe grants him a significant elevation in understanding the source of life and death, as well as other sources. Yet the mysteries contained within the primordial universe are not infinite. After multiple comprehensions of its cycles of birth and death, he will ultimately find no further enhancement. Much like the divine kings of the origin continent, witnessing the rapid collapse of various aspects of the primordial universe, some newly born life forms perish in an instant, as boundless energy engulfs all, drawing everything back into the singularity of the primordial universe's structure. Diverse life forms, peculiar substances, countless stars, time, and space, all are obliterated. This presents an extraordinarily spectacular scene, a cataclysmic tapestry beyond imagination, capable of leaving any observer in awe. In the midst of destruction, Lin Yang's gaze flickers with intensity, correlating all he witnesses now with the life that emerged amidst destruction in the realm beast lair. His comprehension of the source of life and death accelerates rapidly. As he revisits certain aspects once beyond his grasp, clarity dawns upon him. Viewing from a different perspective transforms his understanding into a wholly new realm. Suddenly, everything within the primordial universe vanishes, reverting to the singularity structure, transforming into the energy required for the rebirth of the primordial universe. The primal source of the universe radiates with a brilliance that captivates the myriad races inhabiting the cosmic sea. It is indeed a sight of unparalleled beauty. So, it is no wonder that upon witnessing the most unadulterated essence of the primordial cosmos, Lin Yang has attained a moment of profound clarity, the essence of life and destruction. Two distinctly clear natures intertwined in the cycle of existence has revealed to him a crucial understanding. He has realized that he had initially misordered the construction of his miniature cosmos. Had he not elucidated this today, Lin Yang's aspirations to ascend to the rank of a divine sovereign would have remained a distant dream. With the conclusion of today's devouring scroll, a perfect era draws to a close, heralding the next volume, titled The Other Shore of a Lifetime. Chapter 665, Origin of the Holy King of the Land Beyond. In that moment of epiphany, Lin Yang, seated atop the mountain peak, experienced a profound awakening. The accumulation of 70 trillion epochs crystallized in an instant, as he comprehended the structural elements that had previously led to the collapse of his miniature cosmos. Had he adhered to his original conception, where the foundation of the miniature cosmos lay in the coexistence of life and oblivion, the cosmos birth would indeed have been terrifyingly formidable, potentially surpassing the diameter limitations of divine sovereigns by trillions of light years. However, by merely adjusting the combination of life and destruction, designating one as the sole foundation of the miniature cosmos, the complexity of creation would be significantly diminished. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang meticulously began to plan the structure of his miniature cosmos. Throughout 70 trillion epochs, he had not engaged in ceaselessly constructing the universe. Instead, after ensuring that the divine power stored within the chaotic space could support the construction of 1,000 miniature cosmoses, he devoted the remainder of his divine energy to augmenting the scale of his divine body. At this juncture, even without employing the art of elemental manipulation, and despite the disparity between his self-created secret techniques and those of the divine sovereigns, he could leverage his vastly superior divine body to compensate for various deficiencies, thereby suppressing divine sovereigns in direct combat. Presently, the height of his divine body had reached an astonishing 33 billion light years, a stature that compelled even the mightiest of beings to gaze upward in awe, contemplating whether to derive the essence of the universe from life or from destruction. Lin Yang found himself deep in thought, having unraveled the enigma that had plagued him for 70 trillion epochs. In reflecting upon the encounters with the three divine sovereigns of the Food Nation, he grasped that the foundations of miniature cosmoses, constructed under different philosophies, would inherently emphasize different aspects of their essence. For instance, if life were chosen as the foundation, the primordial energy of that miniature cosmos would lean towards vitality. Thus, even if two divine sovereigns employed identical methods to create life, the one who could manifest the more perfect forms would undoubtedly be the one whose foundation lay in life. Conversely, a divine sovereign whose foundation was destruction would wield obliterating powers that surpassed those of a sovereign grounded in life, excelling in the art of devastation. This principle also applied to the mountain dweller, who, being more adept at creation than other sovereigns, could craft divine weapons with relative ease, provided he had sufficient materials. In contrast, the divine weapons of the three sovereigns of the Food Nation, while existent, paled in comparison to the exquisite craftsmanship found in the King Jin's Hall and the Star Tower, rendering them merely ordinary among divine artifacts. Thus, destruction shall be as the foundation. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yang made his decision. He possessed a technique embodying both termination and inception, the pinnacle of destruction and creation, aptly named the path of obliteration and genesis. Although this technique was not of this realm nor part of the true divine system, over 70 trillion epochs, he had refined its applicability and could now wield it through his divine body. His comprehension of the path of obliteration and genesis had reached an extraordinary level, and, through associative understanding, he had gained significant insights into both the life and destruction pathways of the essence of existence, transitioning from destruction to creation, from termination to inception. Lin Yang resolved that since he could employ this technique within the origin continent using his divine body, it affirmed that the insights he had gleaned were congruent with the worldview of this realm. As the framework for his miniature cosmos, there would be no issue in its application. With a mere thought, he commanded the divine power stored within the chaotic space to revert to chaotic energy. With a resounding sound echoing from the boundless chaotic expanse, an immense quantity of chaotic energy began to coalesce. Within mere seconds, a stunning point of luminous beauty emerged from the gathering chaotic energy, embodying the essence of destruction. This was the embodiment of Lin Yang's comprehension of the path of destruction, now transformed into the foundational source of his miniature cosmos. At the very moment of the birth of the source of destruction, the surrounding chaotic energy was violently disrupted, wildly collapsing under the overwhelming force of the essence of destruction, reduced to meaningless bursts of colorful light. Should an eternal true God inadvertently wander into this region, their divine body would be annihilated in an instant. Boom! The chaotic energy in the nearby vicinity erupted with tumult. Lin Yang had anticipated this reaction. He remained composed, skillfully manipulating the chaotic energy to alter its nature, gradually linking it with the rampant source of destruction, thereby creating conduits to amplify the destructive force. This meticulous process continued for 700 years. Lin Yang maintained an exquisite level of control, meticulously expanding the radius of the destructive source's influence. Now, with the source of destruction at its core, the area affected by the destructive force had expanded to a radius of 50 trillion light-years, with every millimeter of space embodying an unimaginably intricate structure. Indeed, he was correct. Lin Yang's will ceased its manipulation, allowing the chaotic energy to settle. At this moment, the source of destruction had fully stabilized. Even without his careful oversight, it showed no signs of impending collapse, far surpassing all previous attempts at cosmic construction. After a century of waiting, seeing that the source of destruction remained robust, still enveloping a vast area with a diameter of 1 billion light-years, he commenced the second phase. Transitioning from destruction to life, he aimed to birth the cosmic membrane. Completing this step would be tantamount to knocking upon the gates of divinity. The path of obliteration and genesis resonated within the chaotic space of his being, ushering forth remarkable transformations. After 7,900 years, the once dull and dark chaotic space erupted with resplendent, multicolored luminosity. As this kaleidoscopic brilliance ascended, the life force, intricate and interwoven across a span of 100 trillion light-years, rapidly contracted towards the core of the life source. The speed of contraction defied the bounds of light, and within a mere 7 seconds, the life region of 100 trillion light-years transformed into a miniature cosmos merely 10 million light-years in diameter. Boom! The entire chaotic space of the divine body trembled violently, as if signaling the commencement of a profound metamorphosis. Simultaneously, far across the cosmic sea, the nascent miniature cosmos began to resonate with thunderous roars, as void passages manifested, spewing forth chaotic energy from the land. The miniature cosmos shattered the 1 trillion light-year limitation, expanding towards 10 trillion light-years. Observing the radiant glow emanating from his divine body, Lin Yang recognized that each strand of divine power had increased 100-fold. The potency of his divine body had augmented 100 times, and with the enhancement from the essence of the miniature cosmos within him, The cosmos he created also benefited from greater amplification. Lin Yang reflected upon the journey of his ascension to divinity. The transformation of his divine body, with ample divine energy reserves, was completed in mere minutes. If one were to consider the timeline from the inception of this miniature cosmos, he had transcended to the divine sovereign realm over the course of 8,700 years. In accordance with the nomenclature of the origin continent for superlative beings, inheriting the esteemed title, he could now be referred to as the origin holy king of the land beyond, the origin divine sovereign. Chapter 666, The New Cycle of Eras. Boom! The expansion of the origin miniature cosmos was finally complete, achieving a diameter of 10 trillion light-years. Although this spectacle remained unseen by the myriad races of the cosmic sea due to their considerable distance from the primordial cosmos, the powerful beings within the origin miniature cosmos sensed the profound change. My heavens, this is scarcely smaller than the primordial cosmos. The often aloof, true God Qing Lei, Peng Liyun, gazed upon the newly birthed regions of the origin cosmos, his once vacant eyes now reflecting astonishment. A diameter of 1 trillion light-years already exceeded the realms of imagination for the various races of the cosmic sea, let alone the current magnitude. On the day when the origin universe ceased its expansion, the divine beings inhabiting it disseminated the news far and wide. Apart from a multitude of deities from the first cycle era, which had completely perished with the end of the primordial universe, the mighty beings of the former second cycle era, now the first cycle era, as well as the formidable entities born alongside the primordial universe, were all made aware of this momentous announcement. A miniature universe spanning 10 trillion light-years. The name of the origin sovereign, Lin Yang, swiftly spread like wildfire. Numerous deities who had ventured into the realms of Jin and Sha sought to comprehend what it truly signified for a miniature universe to reach such an extraordinary scale over the course of 70 trillion epochs. During Lin Yang's transcendence beyond reincarnation, the former was a designation rare, even among ancient civilizations, denoting a holy existence adept in the mastery of chaos laws. To surpass the threshold of 10 trillion light-years, even in ancient times, a deity of unparalleled might could only emerge after countless cycles. In just a single cycle, Lin Yang had ascended to the rank of sovereign. The trio of transcendent beings, Dong Di, Ziyu, and Yuan Zhu, felt this revelation more profoundly than others. Shock, bewilderment, and incredulity enveloped them. Only upon reaching the origin continent could one truly grasp the unparalleled status and invincible strength of a sovereign. Not even Yuan Zhu, who had just transcended reincarnation, nor Dong Di, the first to arrive at the origin continent, had encountered the chaos sovereign in countless cycles. And their understanding of holy existences and sovereigns stemmed solely from the legends circulating within the origin continent. The origin sovereign, Ziyu descended into despair. Bereft of the chance to alter fate, he dared not harbor a shred of hatred, lest the slightest whisper bring about unimaginable calamities. In the primal source of the universe, Naludo remained vigilant, preventing any divine being from approaching. Though she had not accompanied Lin Yang to the origin continent, she had voraciously consumed the cosmic essence. And without the will of the Sha sovereign to stabilize it, the cosmic essence had become precarious, allowing Naludo, now the ruler of the beast realm, to devour it with ease. However, constrained by her own weakness, it took her 70 trillion epochs to consume the majority of the essence of the Sha realm. This had allowed her to grow to a formidable level, rivaling the chaos sovereigns of the divine hierarchy. Such beings, given sufficient resources, could reach a pinnacle maturity where even the most ordinary sovereigns would falter, explaining Naludo's rapid growth. According to Lin Yang's estimates, once Naludo fully consumed the Sha realm, she would approach her peak maturity. Should she also devour the Jin realm, achieving her ultimate potential would be a certainty. At that point, the beast warriors birthed within her domain would be capable of rivaling eternal deities. This is the terrifying nature of the beast realm. Thus, whenever a beast appears in the origin continent, even disparate sovereign factions, usually isolated, would unite. Once you consume the Sha realm and nurture a beast warrior of chaos sovereign caliber, it would be time to venture into reincarnation. The source of the universe resonated with Lin Yang's will. He deemed it a waste to confine Naludo permanently within the primal universe. A single beast warrior capable of maintaining order would suffice, with the supreme rules favoring the beast lineage. A beast warrior unbound by reincarnation restrictions would serve as the most perfect guardian. Very well. With eyes glowing like the crimson hues of dusk, Naluto expressed her exhilaration. Although nurturing a beast warrior akin to a chaos sovereign would deplete a significant portion of her essence, it paled in comparison to the prospect of following her master. Stand aside. The primal universe is poised for rebirth. The will continued to resonate, compared to the comprehensible destruction of the primal universe. No one could achieve the understanding required for its birth. At the moment of the primal universe's inception, as the essence erupted forth, boundless waves would obliterate even the strongest of wills. Only those who had transcended to a holy existence could withstand it. Yet at this juncture, none within the cosmic sea could meet that standard. Luo Feng, having battled the beast Mo, transcended under immense pressure, reaching a holy state. However, devoid of such pressure now, Luo Feng's will remained at the eternal deity level, akin to Yuanzu. Watching the Ludo depart, Lin Yang hesitated no longer. His primordial will ignited with intent. Birth. Buzz. The supreme rules sensed this, instantly solidifying the essence of the primordial universe. In an instant, infinite radiance erupted, illuminating 3 epochs and 2 great sacred realms. The light of the 10 foundational laws enveloped the source of the universe, as various fusion laws began to conceal themselves, becoming integral to the operational laws of the primordial universe. A new cycle had commenced. Numerous divine beings within the cosmic sea gazed upon the light penetrating the membrane of the miniature universe, all understanding what had transpired. Amidst the intricate emotions of countless lives, the newly born primordial universe had taken shape. Within about an hour, the first to emerge would be an array of exceedingly powerful special life forms, with the initial batch of divine beings arising from these unique entities, followed by innumerable races. As these myriad races engaged in their nascent explorations and accumulation, with powerful beings continuously emerging, the primordial universe would transition from the dominion of special life forms to that of life races. Having comprehended the destruction of the primordial universe, Luo Feng arrived at its periphery, followed closely by a multitude of human divine beings. Enter. Lin Yang's will resonated, provided that the primordial will did not impose restrictions. The lives of the cosmic sea would not be targeted by the primordial universe. However, anchoring their life origins in the newly birthed primordial universe was not feasible. The inherent operational rules of the primordial universe would obstruct such attempts, unless one employed reincarnation techniques to become a being of the primordial universe. Thus, the former universe master from the previous cycle could not attain divinity within the primordial universe, as the human powerhouses stepped into the newly birthed primordial universe. Lin Yang also departed from that peak, officially setting foot upon the origin continent. The first destination, the restored gene kingdom. My strength, the devouring scroll, concludes. Hypothesis, a cycle era comprises 810 million devouring epochs, with each devouring epoch spanning 81 years. A perfect epoch lasts 10 million years. How many perfect epochs are there in a cycle era? Chapter 667. The Battle of the Celestial Sovereigns. Alsheng. The ripples of the great path unfurled layer upon layer, as an icy voice resonated throughout the celestial domain, seemingly capable of freezing the very essence of the soul. A cataclysmic change erupted at the grand celestial gate of the Ao Chung universe. The celestial gate was forcibly breached, despite the countless celestial symbols resisting this force. It was all in vain. A golden-haired hound, resplendent like the golden light of the celestial path, stepped forth into the celestial domain. The chilling voice emanated from the golden-haired hound, which had, after a millennium, fulfilled its promise to enter the celestial domain. Ancestor of the Hound clan, do not overstep your bounds. A similarly frigid voice emerged as the radiance of the celestial sovereign began to envelop the surroundings. Ao Chung, the celestial sovereign, opened his eyes, surrounded by swirling, chaotic energy. Overstep? Today, I shall show you what true audacity is. The golden-haired hound scoffed repeatedly, disregarding the myriad celestial beings at the celestial gate, charging towards the celestial sovereign city. The speed was astonishing, so swift that even time could not keep pace, fracturing into shards that danced around it. The true celestial beings guarding the gate perceived nothing but a fleeting image, and in an instant, the golden-haired hound vanished from sight. Had it not been for the tremors rippling through the universe, they might have believed that the unfamiliar king who had forcefully entered the celestial domain had already retreated. If it weren't for the esteem of the Xian sovereign, do you think your flawed cultivation could stand alongside mine? Ao Cheng's voice remained as cold as ever. He had emerged from his retreat. Boom! 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 The universe erupted in chaos, myriad paths manifesting like celestial flowers, while the void blossomed with golden lotus blooms. Today, the ties of fate from the past shall be resolved, serving as a reckoning for the celestial king. King Aoshing stepped forth from the city of Aoshing, endeavoring to spare this city from the devastation wrought by the conflict of celestial sovereigns. Though outwardly dismissive of the golden-haired hound, he harbored no delusions of underestimating it. For it was indeed a celestial king, despite his own Tao achievement being somewhat flawed and his strength slightly inferior compared to other celestial kings. This preeminent sovereign could not simply dismiss the challenge posed by his adversary. Regardless of the outcome, the cycle of cause and effect would thus be concluded. The golden-haired hound also spoke. In but a fleeting moment, it traversed from the most desolate celestial boundary of the universe to its very center. At this juncture, the light of celestial kings ascended from all corners of the celestial domain. The various kings awakened, casting their gazes towards this locale. However, there were also those who returned from the Sea of Realms over a millennium ago, now somewhat bewildered, their thoughts resonating. What enmity exists between the progenitor of the Hound clan and Aoshing? Inquiring was a preeminent celestial king who had known the golden-haired hound. Though he had ventured into the Sea of Realms prior to the ancient celestial era and was thus unaware of subsequent events, he had only heard tales within the Sea of Realms of how the foreign realm had annihilated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, resulting in the demise of many celestial kings from that domain. When the celestial king Xian arrived in the celestial domain, the primordial celestial king provided a brief account of past events. The celestial kings had sensed the arrival of King Aoshing in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet initially, none knew the purpose of his visit. After observing that he returned to the celestial domain shortly thereafter without any inquiries from the other kings, it was only later, as countless cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 earths embarked on their paths to immortality and dispersed throughout the celestial domain, that some kings learned from the words of great cultivators about the true reason for King Aoshing's initial descent, while some held disdain for King Aoshing's actions. Others found them understandable. After all, when the celestial king Xian first arrived in the celestial domain, the demeanor of King Aoshing compelled many to reconsider, especially after witnessing the true might of the celestial king Xian. The progenitor of the Hound clan had unexpectedly become the mount of the new sovereign of that realm. The mental waves of the returning preeminent celestial king radiated surprise. Listening to Aoshing's tone, the celestial king Xian recognized that it was only due to the presence of the celestial king that an agreement was reached with the progenitor of the Hound clan. To what extent had this newly ascended king's powers reached? How did they compare to ours? Could he be a true giant? The mental waves reverberated through the void. The preeminent celestial king was both speculating and inquiring. He knew of some exceptionally gifted prodigies, whose power could ascend to terrifying heights upon overcoming the tribulations of celestial kings. Though the emergence of true giants was rare, throughout the epochs of the celestial domain, 1 or 2 had indeed materialized. After a brief silence, as the atmosphere of confusion enveloped the preeminent celestial king, the mental waves of the Pangu king reverberated. Yongshuan, the celestial king Xian, is an unparalleled giant. Upon uttering these words, he fell silent, as if the mere mention of the term unparalleled giant was a taboo, and to speak further would invite misfortune. The assembled celestial kings sensed this, for although the mental waves of the celestial king Yongshuan did not resonate, they became abruptly still. An unparalleled giant. In the annals of the celestial domain, there was but one, the butcher, the supreme king. Aoshing, do you understand what it means for misfortune to spring from the tongue? As the celestial kings communicated their thoughts in the void, the icy words of the golden-haired hound reverberated once more. This was a resonance with the myriad paths of the celestial domain. Even though the domain was vast, the message could swiftly traverse its expanse. Speak cautiously, progenitor of the Hound clan, lest you bring ridicule upon the gathered heroes of the celestial domain and tarnish the dignity of the celestial kings. The cold voice of King Aoshing followed closely. 2 unmatched powers surged forth, leaving countless true immortals aghast, their pristine forms seemingly held at bay by a chilling celestial sword. The aura of death permeated the air, not to mention the overwhelming powers of the celestial kings. Even a mere projection of their might could annihilate true immortals. and thus it was no wonder that the countenance of the celestial immortals changed. "Humph." The golden-haired hound scoffed. It ceased its words and struck directly. King Aoshing mirrored this action, extending his hand. Celestial light transformed into chaos, enveloping the forms of both sovereigns, with countless symbols of the celestial way illuminating the void. At that moment, heaven and earth fell silent, as numerous celestial spirits observed the clash of the two kings through the celestial arrays. In an instant, a thunderous sound reverberated. A heavy, muffled thud echoed as a magnificent figure was sent reeling backward. Drops of royal blood fell, their terrifying power shattering star realms. Had it not been for the protective celestial arrays safeguarding the cities of the celestial domain, countless celestial beings would have perished beneath the blood of the celestial king. A giant. The astonished exclamation of Aoshing rang out, revealing his injury. He found himself at an absolute disadvantage, with scarcely a glimmer of strength to retaliate. A giant? The mental waves of the celestial kings in the void came to an abrupt halt. After a separation of millennia, had the golden-haired hound ascended to the status of a giant? Aoshing, come forth and receive your beating. The golden-haired hound roared, and in an instant, the battleground between the two shattered, causing the entire universe of Aoshing to tremble, with calamities erupting across the starry skies. Boom! King Aoshing erupted in a mist of blood. Had the golden-haired hound not concentrated the might of its secret arts upon Aoshing's body, this roar alone could have annihilated all beings in this realm. None would escape, be they supreme beings or true immortals. Chapter 668. The Bloodline Inscribed by Heaven and Earth. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, at the Xintian Dao Hall, Lin Yang sat calmly within the main hall, withdrawing his gaze from the celestial domain. He had finally ascended to the rank of Divine King. The tranquil lake of his heart stirred with ripples. Lin Yang recognized that upon returning to the state of unity with the myriad selves, his upper limit of power would see a tremendous enhancement. He had not lingered on the origin continent until his divine body became a divine king. The interminable slaughter had rendered Lin Yang's spirit exceedingly weary. 1,000 years prior in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he had returned to the Xintian Dao Hall. Primarily, as time progressed, the increase of thousands of experience points could no longer stir his heart, and the joy of initial gains was difficult to rekindle. Trillions of years. Lin Yang sighed softly, to speak from the perspective of life itself, even when gazing across the universe. Such an expanse of time could witness the birth and demise of a universe. 1,000 years back in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Aside from a visit of the Hunyuan celestial king 700 years ago, during which he brought gifts, the flow of time within the Xintian Dao Hall had remained at an exaggerated pace. Only upon the ascension of the golden-haired hound to the status of a giant did Lin Yang retract the power of time. Beyond influencing the flow of time, he had not provided the golden-haired hound with further assistance. Otherwise, under equal conditions, the hound's battle prowess would have further escalated. By its own merit, the status of a giant was the hound's limit, and this was attributed to the uniqueness of the Xintian Dao Hall, which manifested traces of the myriad paths. Otherwise, no matter how protracted the passage of time, the hound could at most perfect its Dao fruit, unable to reach the heights of a preeminent celestial king. Though an unparalleled giant is also a celestial king, it is not merely the accumulation of time that leads to such an achievement. Otherwise, over the ages, the celestial domain would not have produced only a single butcher. Even the burial grounds predating the celestial domain, aside from those nurturing fowl, could count only one unparalleled giant, the progenitor of the burial domain, who ascended due to the influence of quasi-emperor artifacts. Even among the countless kings of the dark faction, few have attained the level of an unparalleled giant. Most are of the giant tier. Upon returning from the Sea of Realms, the power of his self-projected essence, formed through legitimate means, automatically accumulated upon his body, elevating his strength from that of an unparalleled giant to the pinnacle of celestial kings. In an alternate world, he remained an unparalleled giant, yet within the realm of perfection, he was a pinnacle celestial king. Lin Yang summarized his own situation. Now, even without actively entering the state of unity with the myriad selves, he could confidently declare himself the foremost celestial king. Even without the enhancements of various self-projections from the Sea of Realms, he would not be inferior to the Butcher or any of the other unparalleled giants. Since mastering the Lim Yuan technique, although he had not utilized the system to cultivate other techniques in the subsequent years, he had employed the 7 swords of heaven severing to hunt down various exotic beasts. Over the course of a protracted period, Lin Yang had attained a profound mastery over several techniques that he had not fully grasped before. His initial intention to cultivate the system of Tao, transmitting the universe, was subsequently abandoned. Given the current state of his divine body, there was no longer a necessity for him to refine this particular skill. It would be more prudent to directly merge the disparate strands of the source of life and death rather than squander time rectifying the origins of time and space. With a shift in his thoughts, Lin Yang cast aside concerns regarding his divine body. The celestial emperor of shame had been absent for an entire cycle of epochs, during which his divine body had ascended to that of a divine sovereign, possessing an authentically boundless divine form and fully mastering the Lu Yuan technique. This level of power meant that even the 7 pinnacle divine sovereigns of the origin continent, who had transcended to the second tier of divine sovereigns, would find themselves vanquished should they encounter his divine body. Thus, Lin Yang no longer focused on that realm. Instead, he directed his attention towards the creation of a new race. His hands radiated with luminous energy as he conjured myriad wonders, gradually coalescing a male human form. After 6 seconds, the male body was fully formed, enveloped by 10 strands of purple gas, adorned with celestial symbols. Any onlooker would surely be profoundly awed. This was a true celestial body. Moreover, judging by the intensity of its aura, it was not merely the weakest celestial being born from consuming the elixir of immortality. Its vitality was exceedingly vigorous, rivaling that of a celestial being who had cultivated the body refinement scriptures. Each strand of purple gas surrounding the male body subtly evolved into a technique. Kuanpeng, Thunder Emperor, True Dragon, and Immortal Phoenix, illustrating the 10 fearsome techniques. With an adept command over these techniques, Lin Yang inscribed them into the male body, transforming them into 10 innate divine abilities. What was most formidable was that this bloodline talent could be passed down through generations, endowing an endless lineage with this extraordinary heritage. Even in the most illustrious epochs of the celestial ancient era, once this bloodline proliferated, it could cultivate into a formidable race that even celestial kings would regard with admiration. After all, the techniques of the 10 fearsome beings were astonishingly powerful, and coupled with this extraordinary bloodline, once its potential was fully realized, the body could rival that of a celestial being who solely practiced the body refinement scriptures, achieving a combat prowess that was among the elite within the celestial realm. In the celestial ancient era, such a powerful individual could be revered as a sovereign of the heavens. Yet, Lin Yang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As he contemplated the extraordinary bloodline he had crafted, his brow furrowed slightly. Although its reproductive capabilities were comparable to those of ordinary humans, allowing for the easy birth of children, the physique of the newborns in this new race would only be marginally superior to that of normal individuals, amounting to a mere few tens of thousands of pounds, not nearly sufficient. With a wave of his hand, the male body, surrounded by the 10 strands of purple gas, dissipated, revealing the majestic and noble purple blood flowing within. Upon witnessing the dissipating creation, Lin Yang looked up at the sky in astonishment. He sensed a stir within the myriad paths of the end-of-law era, as if they were reluctant to let such an extraordinary bloodline vanish from the mortal realm, recording his creation of the purple-blooded life. Thus, under the operation of the myriad paths, it was possible that newborns might undergo mutations, inheriting this purple blood, reminiscent of the countless progenitors of yore. Ultimately, it was merely an instinctive recording, even though he had not concealed the heavenly secrets while creating the purple-blooded humans. The core divine resonance had been lost and was not inscribed by the myriad paths. The pinnacle of the bloodline had fallen from the level of celestial beings to that of supreme-level trash. Lin Yang shook his head, choosing not to dwell on this matter. Throughout the years, he had endeavored to elevate the level of life beyond 100,000 times. He had garnered numerous insights. However, during that time, his focus had primarily been on hunting exotic beasts, leaving him little opportunity to experiment. Now, having returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths after a millennium of rest, it was time to continue his quest to create the celestial sovereign race. The innate exotic beasts of the origin continent held little value for reference, yet the divine body of the Chaos Overlord offered some potential insights. As Lin Yang's thoughts spiraled, a wisp of primordial spiritual energy was summoned. He then commenced his creation according to the newly conceived design. At that moment, the battle among the celestial sovereigns in the celestial realm was drawing to a close, and the entire domain had fallen into a profound silence. The scene was utterly astounding. Chapter 669. The Bloodline Enshrouded in Chaos. In the Ao Sheng universe, the celestial sovereign Ao Sheng could not suppress a cry of agony. Even with his extensive experience as a celestial sovereign, he emitted such a sound, indicating the immense harm inflicted upon him by the golden-haired hound. The essence of billions of stars have been absorbed by Ao Sheng to mend his wounds. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the vast energies of countless stars were drained by Ao Sheng, ultimately exploding into fragments. The golden-haired hound did not interrupt Ao Sheng's actions. It coldly observed him. Although it was a formidable entity among the celestial sovereigns, it harbored no intention of slaying Ao Sheng. Without 100,000 years, the injuries Ao Sheng sustained today would undoubtedly be irreparable. With the great reckoning about to commence, it was unwise to strike too hard. Otherwise, its master would have to come personally to offer apologies and provide a secret technique. As the golden-haired hound contemplated these matters, it began to contemplate halting its aggression. Seeing that it refrained from attacking, Ao Sheng also ceased to speak, wholly concentrating on recovering his celestial sovereign form to prevent further deterioration of his injuries, which could affect his very foundation. Observing that the battle seemed to have ceased, the other celestial sovereigns who had been closely monitoring the conflict breathed a silent sigh of relief. If the golden-haired hound truly intended to kill Ao Sheng, they were uncertain whether they should intervene. A single giant could be slain by 10 celestial sovereigns at the cost of lives, but if it were an apex celestial sovereign, 5 could join forces, and it was unlikely that any celestial sovereign would fall. However, they were troubled by the fact that the golden-haired hound originated from the celestial realm. Although it had been exiled to the 9 heavens and 10 earths for an era, it was still fundamentally a king from the celestial realm. Moreover, this entity was the mount of the profound king. This fact rendered the golden-haired hound even more concerning than its own status as a giant. Ao Sengi. Remember that calamity arises from careless words. Do not casually entangle yourself in karma. Otherwise, even as a celestial sovereign, you may face the risk of downfall. Between you and me, our karma is now cleared. The golden-haired hound, observing Ao Sheng's recovering state, spoke icily. Its golden fur remained resplendent, a stark contrast to Ao Sheng's battered form, which reassured Ao Sheng that the golden-haired hound would not strike him down. Otherwise, an apex celestial sovereign would fight tooth and nail, making even giants cautious. Karma has been established. I shall visit the profound king to pay my respects. In this end-of-law era, my body may encounter rejection from heaven and earth, so I shall not go personally. Ao Sheng dared not speak harshly. After his grim statement, he vanished immediately. Countless celestial spirits in the celestial realm and various celestial sovereigns were keenly observing this battle. The outcome, where he was reduced to such a pitiful state while his opponent remained unscathed, left Ao Sheng in no mood to linger in the outside world. He returned directly to his cave dwelling to embark on a lengthy retreat until his injuries were fully healed, allowing the world to forget this incident. Eventually, he would once again be a celestial sovereign reigning over the celestial realm, unassailable by any. The ancestor of the Hound clan sought to invite him to the clan's territory to discuss certain matters. Unfortunately, I cannot keep my master waiting. The golden-haired hound declined outright. Even though it had become a giant, and its power had significantly increased since ancient times, it dared not linger away from the Xintian Daoist temple for too long without cause. It realized that after Lin Yang's disappearance for 9,000 years, upon reappearing, even as a giant, it involuntarily trembled in Lin Yang's presence, feeling a sense of fear. Acknowledging that Lin Yang's strength had undoubtedly augmented, the golden-haired hound grew even more respectful and reverent. Very well, I shall no longer extend the invitation for the celestial sovereign's manifestation. Once the golden-haired hound stepped beyond the celestial gates, the celestial sovereigns resumed their discussions. It appears that the progenitor of the Hound clan has been completely tamed by the sovereign of Xian, and even now, as a colossal entity, he displays not a hint of discontent, continuing to refer to him as his master. The fluctuations of the divine consciousness of the Hunyuan immortal king spread forth. A millennium ago, the Hound clan's progenitor had not yet perfected his immortal king Dao fruit. However, within this brief span of a millennium, such an astonishing elevation has occurred. The Yuanchu immortal king hesitated to express his true thoughts, apprehensive that should his words escape today, his fate would not differ significantly from that of the immortal king Ao Sheng. Thus, he refrained from speaking. All the monarchs of the immortal domain were aware of what the Yuanshu immortal king wished to articulate, yet none dared to broach the topic. The void fell into a profound silence. Moments later, the divine consciousness of the Pan King resonated. The sovereign of Xian is an unparalleled giant, wielding methods so profound that they elude our understanding. What is there to find strange? Let it dissipate. The fruits of Ao Sheng today are merely the consequences of his past actions. That he has not perished is also due to those past causes. The resonance spread far and wide, and eventually, this place fell into silence as the monarchs of the immortal domain withdrew their divine consciousness. In a Xiantian Dao temple, the golden-haired hound, having isolated itself to avoid the emergence of boundless anomalies, approached the main hall and beheld Lin Yang in the act of crafting a corporeal form. "Master, what is this?" Perceiving Lin Yang's ease, the golden-haired hound, aware that its inquiry would not disturb his creation, curiously asked. It simultaneously pondered whether the enhancement of its master's power was linked to the genesis of new beings. Otherwise, why would he inexplicably begin to create new life? "Acasual India 4, Lin Yang responded nonchalantly. As he spoke, the form suspended before him gradually transformed, enveloped in a misty haze. It was not a violet gas, but rather a murky gray. Chaos energy? The golden-haired hound exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing what the mist surrounding the body was. Such pure chaos energy approached the manifestation of an immortal king. To remain unharmed within this chaos indicated the extraordinary nature of the form. The golden-haired hound mused silently, gradually uncovering more intricacies. The body, shrouded in chaos energy, began to undergo a subtle metamorphosis, its previously unremarkable blood now tinged with strands of chaos. The myriad paths of heaven and earth seemed to manifest faintly, as if attempting to bless this body entwined in chaos. However, Lin Yang remained seated, the myriad paths of the cosmos swirling about, not daring to truly interfere. Although the universe itself lacks self-awareness, it possesses certain instincts, understanding that some existences must not be disturbed in their endeavors. This resulted in the Xiantian Dao temple exhibiting various anomalies, born from the collision of the wandering myriad paths. After a brief moment, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled, ceasing his actions. Boom! At that instant, the myriad paths of the universe trembled violently, stirring the senses of those beings dwelling within the life-forbidden zones and certain solitary powerhouses. "This body is nearing the form of an immortal king," the golden-haired hound remarked, its eyes alight with astonishment. It understood that as long as this chaos-enshrouded body could move, it could effortlessly obliterate true immortals. Yet this was merely a casual creation of Lin Yang's, a substandard product. Immediately thereafter, the golden-haired hound heard Lin Yang's voice resonate, and in an instant, the chaos-enshrouded body disintegrated. The form, which could have driven true immortals mad, was thus destroyed by Lin Yang, leaving only the myriad paths of the universe to etch the memory of it, accumulating as a record. Chapter 670, Schemes of the Otherworld. Drawing upon certain characteristics of the Chaos Sovereign's divine body to fabricate a chaotic bloodline, Lin Yang infused it with numerous qualities of the immortal ancient realms, such as resonance with the myriad paths and the genesis of chaos. Ultimately, however, it failed to satisfy him. High aspirations do not inherently equate to true strength. 4,000 years after the battle between the golden-haired hound and Ao Sheng, Lin Yang continued to create various extraordinary bloodlines, each capable of rivaling true immortals. Yet most were mere refuse, generally belonging to the caliber of the purple-blooded bloodlines enveloped in 10 strands of violet qi, with only a handful of substandard variants emerging. "Golden Hound, accompany me on an excursion." One day, Lin Yang halted his activities, gazing toward the peculiar space within the Xiantian Dao temple. Whoosh! Upon hearing Lin Yang's ethereal voice, the golden-haired hound, resting upon the star remains, promptly opened its eyes and stood, shaking its golden fur. This space, personally renovated by the golden-haired hound after it ascended to a colossal status, had been refreshed. Now, countless cosmic rules converged here, resembling a confluence of myriad paths, utterly extraordinary. Not only beings of the immortal Tao, but any practitioner of the human path with sufficient comprehension could gain immense inspiration and insights from their cultivation in this place. To the immortal domain. As the golden-haired hound entered the Xiantian Hall, Lin Yang articulated the objective of their journey. The immortal domain? The golden-haired hound paused, displaying confusion. Yet, Understanding Lin Yang's nature, it refrained from questioning further, obediently lying down and allowing Lin Yang to sit upon its fur. The incredibly sharp golden fur softened and automatically wove itself into a saddle-like form. Let's proceed. Sitting upon the saddle, Lin Yang signaled for the golden-haired hound to take action. Without hesitation, the golden-haired hound stepped forward, traversing the path of symbols. In the other world, several undying kings gathered before the ancestral temple, none manifesting their grand immortal forms, appearing instead as ordinary beings. The power of the heavenly abyss had diminished at a much faster rate in recent years, likely due to the continuous effects of the past years finally taking their toll. Moroya was the first to speak. His achievements were exceptionally formidable, having once slain Lin Yang's true form. Though he might consider it a peculiar incarnation, the truth remains. Had it not been for Lin Yang's intervention, the subsequent events would have transpired differently, and the other world would not have suffered the loss of 3 undying kings in succession. In another 200 years, the power of the heavenly abyss will diminish to a level we can endure, even if the true form crosses over. It will not incur irreparable injury. Yu Tuo's expression was frigid, and a murderous intent seeped through her words. She could not forget the scene from nearly 20,000 years ago, Amlin crossing realms, only to perish upon return. The world tree, nurtured and cherished for countless years, suffered severe damage, losing a substantial portion of its vast origin, which has yet to fully recover. Ultimately, even the ancient undying king of the Imperial Dome was forcibly taken away by the Xiantian amidst the encirclement of several undying kings, meeting his demise in the barren wilderness. The Red King, who sought the path from Broken King to Emperor, also fell victim to Xuantian's treachery during his rebirth, causing the Red King's furnace to erupt violently. Although the united forces of the Undying Kings managed to capture the rampaging furnace, the Red King's ancestral land was devastated, and remnants of the great battle remain visible to this day. Because of Lin Yang alone, the other world endured a catastrophic blow that it had not faced even during the era of the immortal ancient conflict. In that era, had it not been for the frenzied onslaught of the OPMC King, who clashed repeatedly with the true Dragon King, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Immortal King, and the Wuzhong Immortal King, the other world would not have been felled amidst the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Thus, the undying kings of the other world harbored a hatred for Lin Yang that had seeped into their very bones, viewing him as a disgrace. It was he alone who had instigated the chaos within the other world. That realm had descended into an age of lost law, where any being from outside, not belonging to the human path, faced severe rejection. A particularly formidable undying king spoke up. Wuxiang, a colossal undying king whose strength rivals that of the Red King. Despite the fact that the other world has given rise to over 100 undying kings, Wuxiang's power ranks among the top 10. I have devised a plan regarding this matter. Moroya declared, I shall forcibly breach the heavenly abyss, allowing you to enter that realm in your optimal state. In the face of the rejection from that lawless world, as long as 3 like-minded individuals take action, we can suppress it, enabling the rest of our fellows to assume the most favorable positions. Moroya's words caused the gathered undying kings to furrow their brows slightly. Wuxiang replied in a deep tone, although the power of the heavenly abyss will have diminished to a level we can withstand, breaching it with your singular strength will incur a grievous cost. As the grand reckoning approaches, are you aware of the consequences of such actions? All eyes turn towards Moroya. The power of the abyss is exceedingly peculiar. It cannot simply be obliterated without consequence, for otherwise, it would not have been able to thwart an epic from the foreign realms. I am well aware of the repercussions. Moroya replied with a steady tone. The fall of the 3 immortal kings had altered his initial perspective. He did not wish to await the natural dissipation of the abyssal power. He harbored a premonition that if the foreign realms were to proceed in such a manner, they would undoubtedly come to regret it. Guided by the fragment of the primordial spirit of the Demon King, he now found himself within that realm, not entirely perished. An ancient immortal king spoke at that moment. While the Demon King was being discussed among the immortal kings of the foreign realms, the golden-haired hound carried Lin Yang away from the Xiantian Taoist Hall, bypassing the outer 9 heavens and 10 lands. Utilizing the unique properties of the Xiantian Taoist Hall, the golden-haired hound directly entered the celestial domain. Having spent nearly 20,000 years in this Taoist hall, the hound had gained some understanding of its miraculous nature, allowing it to traverse any region without restraint. This had once filled the hound with dread. Unsure how to articulate this method, it ultimately attributed it to the means of the Celestial Emperor, believing only an emperor could achieve such feats beyond the comprehension of a celestial king. Indeed, it was astonishing beyond imagination. Standing in a certain area of the celestial domain, the golden-haired hound marveled. This was its first experience carrying Lin Yang outside after realizing the omnipresence of the Xiantian Taoist hall. Thus it also felt the sensation of transcending different worlds through the hall's peculiarity. There was an essential difference between this and forcefully breaching the boundaries of worlds through powerful cultivation to form passage. Sensing the presence of the two, the nearest celestial king, Cheng Zhou, arrived immediately. Unaware of the reason for the arrival of the abyssal king in the celestial domain, he felt it was a breach of etiquette not to extend a proper welcome. Cheng Zhou inquired, "What brings you to the celestial domain?" "Recently, I have been advancing in my cultivation and wish to undergo the tribulation of the celestial rules. However, my realm is in an age of decline, and enduring such a fierce onslaught of power may lead to numerous unforeseen events. Hence, I have come to borrow a place in the celestial domain." Lin Yang replied calmly, stating the purpose of his visit. The abyssal king seeks to undergo the celestial king tribulation. Cheng Zhou's expression turned to one of astonishment, and even the golden-haired hound shared this sentiment. Chapter 671. The Tribulation of Celestial Rules. The abyssal king intends to undergo the celestial king tribulation. The celestial king Yingqi was filled with disbelief, repeating Cheng Zhou's words. After Cheng Zhou's arrival, the other celestial kings of the domain subsequently descended into the area. The closer ones manifested their true forms, while those unable to arrive promptly projected their celestial manifestations from afar. Even the severely injured Ao Shunk dared not feign ignorance of Lin Yang's presence, and likewise descended with his celestial manifestation. As Lin Yang spoke, all the celestial kings listened, their intellect feeling slightly insulted. Perhaps insulted was not the most fitting term, yet it accurately reflected the inner thoughts of the celestial kings. The tribulation of celestial rules, in the native tongue of the celestial domain, is defined as the celestial king tribulation. Only by overcoming the celestial king tribulation can a true immortal employ the power of celestial rules to undergo a metamorphosis of their primordial spirit, rendering it eternal, while simultaneously elevating their physical form to an indelible state, thus solidifying their position as a celestial king. Failing to transcend the celestial king tribulation, even the most powerful, true immortals of the ancient celestial law and the current celestial domain would remain at the pinnacle of true immortals, with only a select few prodigies transcending this level and being revered as quasi-celestial kings, yet they would ultimately be unable to advance their cultivation even a fraction further. Although the cultivation systems of the foreign realms and the burial realm differ from that of the celestial domain and the ancient celestial 9 heavens and 10 lands, they are fundamentally not dissimilar. Without passing the celestial king tribulation, one would be forever confined to the realm of true immortals. Hence, why would a supreme being seek to undergo the celestial king tribulation? Having witnessed Lin Yang's radiance and aura as a celestial king a millennium ago, they could not possibly believe that Lin Yang was still a true immortal. Moreover, the celestial phenomena that arose in the 9 heavens and 10 lands could not be fabricated. Although differing from the usual manifestations of a true immortal ascending to the throne of a celestial king, it was undoubtedly a testament to his entry into that domain. As the celestial kings speculated, Lin Yang spoke once more, stating, "In the past, the great path rules of my realm were flawed. Shortly after I ascended to the supreme realm, I infiltrated the foreign realms to witness the complete great path rules of the foreign realms, aiming for my own transformation." The celestial kings of the celestial domain listened intently, understanding that this was a little-known incident from the youth of the abyssal king, and they all stilled their fluctuations, focusing on his words. The golden-haired hound did the same. After a series of adventures, I inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the Red King and, by chance, severed the Red King's rebirth body, causing quite a stir in the foreign realms. You have likely heard my realm's supreme speak of this matter, so I shall not elaborate further. Observing the expressions of the celestial kings, Lin Yang continued. After evacuating the site of the battle with the Red King's manifestation and realizing the catastrophic troubles I had unleashed, coupled with the fact that my journey to the foreign realms had already reached fruition, I returned to my realm to begin refining the Red King's rebirth body and seizing his path fruit. After a considerable time, Combining Lin Yang's account with what the celestial kings had inquired from the supreme of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the celestial kings roughly pieced together the entirety of Lin Yang's journey in the foreign realms. Severing the Red King and defeating the Emperor Qiong's manifestation stirred ripples within the heart of the Pan King. This was an inconceivable achievement. To attain such a feat within the realm of humanity was unheard of throughout history. However, considering that a being born from a single drop of essence blood ultimately turned out to be the celestial king of the 6 paths of reincarnation from the ancient celestial epic, the Pan King began to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, countless eons passed. The tribulation of celestial rules that I wish to undergo this time, rather than being termed the Celestial King Tribulation, would be more accurately described as the Immortal King Tribulation. Having reached the critical point of the cultivation system of the foreign realms, I can achieve the status of an immortal king, Lin Yang stated calmly. Had it not been for spending trillions of years in the origin continent, he could have triggered the tribulation of celestial rules 7,000 years ago. However, after such a lengthy period, even after repeatedly severing his own heart, he had ultimately become much steadier, no longer as eager to display his divinity before others. Were he to become an immortal king, Lin Yang might have returned to the 9 heavens and 10 lands halfway through to commence his tribulation. Cultivating within 2 different systems and re-entering the realm of kings, everyone was astounded. After multiple epochs of warfare with the foreign realms, the celestial domain naturally possessed some understanding of the foreign cultivation system, and it was precisely this knowledge that deepened their comprehension of the difficulty in cultivating the foreign system after having already cultivated the celestial path. Not to mention reaching near the immortal king level in the foreign system, even attaining the status of an immortal in that system would greatly conflict with the path fruit of a celestial king. Otherwise, the Red King would not have been unable to seize the path fruit of the celestial king for an entire epoch. Dear friends, please step back. I am about to summon the tribulation. Lin Yang addressed the celestial kings. The tribulation of celestial rules is imminent. Should there be others present, it would not enhance the power of the tribulation, but could interrupt it, preventing the tribulation bearer from completing the ultimate transformation of their primordial spirit, necessitating countless years before they would qualify to trigger the tribulation of celestial rules a second time. In that case, I wish you great advancements, Abyssal King. The Pan King was the first to respond, and soon after, his manifestation dissipated, reconstituting in another universe. Following suit, one celestial king after another departed, culminating with the golden-haired hound also leaving, appearing in an alternate universe. Witnessing the celestial domain, once vibrant, now devoid of any life, Lin Yang shifted his thoughts, elevating his consciousness into the high skies of the celestial domain, invoking the power of the celestial rules. Boom! In an instant, the roar of order resonated far and wide. The strand of celestial rule power that Lin Yang had triggered underwent a cataclysmic transformation, beginning to draw forth countless universal rules. Boom! Not only did the myriad unique rules that constituted the celestial domain manifest, but even the infinitely distant realms, reaching the very ends of the Sea of Realms, displayed their unique rules in this vicinity. Merely the ephemeral shadows of diverse cosmic rules, devoid of genuine pressure. Otherwise, it would not be just the untransformed kings of immortality who would falter. Even a quasi-immortal emperor would find it arduous to withstand the subtle suppression of rules from countless universes in the Sea of Realms. Lin Yang gazed upon the impending calamity rising in the cosmic expanse, a flicker of enlightenment blossoming within him. After a millennium in this perfect world, it was his inaugural encounter with tribulation. This tribulation of the immortal king, who aspires to ascend the throne of immortality. In a universe even more distant from this realm, countless celestial beings in the immortal domain were struck with awe. Among them were true celestial beings and unparalleled sovereigns who had reached the pinnacle of their paths. Only such cultivators could perceive the fluctuations of the tribulation rules from a far-off distance. Is this the tribulation that those who aspire to become immortal kings must face? Indeed, it is distinct from the tribulations of the immortal path. The various immortal kings from another universe pondered deeply, although the calamity bore the transient shadows of celestial rules. At its core, it was merely a tribulation forged from the power of a singular universe, possessing no greater might than a conventional immortal king's tribulation. The immortal king of the primordial beginning spoke, the Xian king, who had cultivated 2 systems, having established himself as a supreme figure. deemed this tribulation merely a reflection of that caliber. It appeared to be the most formidable tribulation thus far. Another immortal king voiced his thoughts. It was the immortal king of the primordial beginning. In a desolate region of the immortal domain, a voice echoed. Is this all the might it possesses? What a pity. Before a newly unearthed immortal king's coffin, a formidable primordial spirit manifested in a distorted form, gazing longingly at the distant tribulation of the celestial rules. If only I could engender an unprecedentedly terrifying tribulation that could wound the supreme figures. Perhaps I would still have a chance. The face of the distorted primordial spirit contorted in anguish before its aura shifted, morphing into yet another form. Temporarily residing within my immortal king body, it lamented the passage of eons, for the king's body lay broken and feeble, devoid of its former glory. The human-shaped primordial spirit's eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson light. Should an ancient immortal king behold this spirit, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For this was a being steeped in the annals of the immortal domain's history, a king of tribulations. His self-created sword technique, the Sword of Tribulations, remains revered as one of the 3 paramount sword techniques in the world. In just a few epochs, there are juniors who have reached the level of butchers. It truly stirs my envy. The King of Tribulation's primordial spirit shifted once more, transforming into yet another immortal king's spirit. With a hiss, the primordial spirit radiated light, reverting to the form of the King of Tribulations, and then surged towards the fragmented body of the immortal king within the coffin. At the sight of the tribulation, Lin Yang observed the calamity taking shape. Without waiting for the tribulation to descend, the nature of his feet instantaneously transformed from a near-flesh state into a primordial spirit state. Kulme. Lin Yang's primordial spirit inhaled deeply. Boom! The entire universe trembled, as the entangled celestial rules of the tribulation in the depths of the starry sea were locked onto by Lin Yang. He activated the long-dormant devouring heaven technique. Crack! The myriad pathways of cosmic rule shattered, as the tribulation from countless universes began to detach from its original place, gradually being pulled closer to Lin Yang by an unfathomably potent force. Initially based on the sacred heart mantra of sea absorption, and inspired by certain concepts from the primordial parasitic technique, the devouring heaven technique had been elevated by Lin Yang to the level of an immortal king. Once it became an immortal king's secret technique, the original principles of both the sacred heart mantra and the primordial parasitic technique were discarded by Lin Yang, for they had become shackles to the further enhancement of the devouring heaven technique. If forcibly retained, it would still be an immortal king's secret technique, but certainly not as formidable as it was now. Zizizi. The tribulation of celestial rules diminished further, until finally, the entirety was consumed by Lin Yang's primordial spirit, leaving behind an enigmatic resonance across the cosmos. Fragments of shattered rules danced, imprinting everything, and ultimately, with the dissipation of the tribulation, retreated back into the countless universes within the Sea of Realms, perhaps due to Lin Yang's origin from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This spectacle seamlessly integrated into the grand rules of those realms, as if everything transpired not within the immortal domain, but in this very realm. To devour the tribulation of the immortal king. What a magnificent act! The golden-haired hound was utterly astonished, as if witnessing an extraordinary occurrence. Even this immortal king figure displayed such demeanor, which prompted a myriad of thoughts to flicker through the minds of the other kings of the immortal domain. Soon after, they exclaimed in admiration, "Magnificent!" It was as though they had witnessed something truly remarkable. Nearby universes reverberated with terrifying ripples of the grand pathway, as if the kings, overwhelmed with astonishment, inadvertently revealed their immortal aura, resulting in boundless anomalies. Nevertheless, such a feat could be accomplished by any immortal king. But unless the second cultivation system reached the level of an immortal king, one could never hope to provoke the tribulation of celestial rules. At present, this manifestation arose merely from the golden-haired hound's words, illuminating Lin Yang's understanding. A peculiar expression flickered across Lin Yang's face, but he refrained from elaborating. The power of the celestial rules of tribulation, while it could not bring him significant enhancement at present, allowed him to forcibly rectify certain flaws in his ascent to the status of the immortal king, as he consumed and refined the calamity, rendering it complete. The essence of his primordial spirit coalesced instantaneously, transforming into the indestructible primordial spirit of the immortal king. His physique, having merged with the indestructible scripture on the origin continent, was among the top tier even among immortal kings. Hence, there was no enhancement whatsoever, only a slight alteration in essence, rendering it indistinguishable from the true body of the immortal king. Aside from the transition from a pseudo-immortal king to a genuine immortal king, his strength had scarcely increased by even a fraction. Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, and he discerned the enhancement derived from the tribulation. It seemed the Xian king had exercised caution. Even when facing tribulation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the entirety of the realm would not suffer devastating blows. For the tribulation had barely brewed before being devoured whole by the Xian king. However, prior to this, no one could ascertain whether the tribulation triggered by attaining the second cultivation system at the king level after becoming an immortal king would be extraordinarily fearsome. The thoughts of the Hunyuan immortal kings stirred. After a clandestine exchange among the immortal kings, they resolved to depart from their current universe and proceed to the one where Lin Yang was undergoing tribulation. Suddenly, a change occurred. Strands of light ascended from Lin Yang's fatigue. Though not blinding, they imparted an extraordinarily peculiar sensation to the immortal kings. It was a feeling of heart-stopping awe, of stirring emotion, of joy. This left the Pan King astounded. He could not comprehend why the radiance surrounding Lin Yang would evoke such sensations. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. The Pan King furrowed his brows, contemplating deeply. At the same moment, the golden-haired hound and the other immortal kings experienced the same phenomenon. In scarcely a heartbeat, the immortal king Aoshing exclaimed, "The broken king has become an emperor." He recalled the source of this familiar sensation, which had manifested nearly 20 millennia ago in the minds of many powerful beings. The vision of the corpse of an emperor. Upon witnessing the image of the corpse of the emperor, a similar inexplicable feeling arose in the hearts of the numerous immortal kings. So shocking was it that Aoshing's true form, located within his cave, became unstable, causing drops of immortal king blood to fall, creating chaos in the surrounding atmosphere. Had he encountered that realm? The expressions of the immortal kings shifted in unison. The legendary supreme realm that transcended the immortal kings drove countless immortal kings to madness, risking their lives and braving the perils of the Sea of Realms, not knowing how many epochs would pass, all in pursuit of the path from the broken king to emperor. The fruits of the 2 systems of royal paths resonated with one another, finally revealing the path ahead. At this moment, Lin Yang reflected. He had not intentionally concealed the light of his quasi-immortal emperor. He harbored concerns that such brilliance might compel the celestial rules of tribulation to retreat autonomously, thwarting the perfection of his indestructible king's path. He held no other intentions. Now, having traversed the tribulation, he naturally allowed the light of the quasi-immortal emperor to entwine around his feet once more. To hold the path ahead, every immortal king was left in shock. Even those with an immortal king's mindset, who typically gazed down coldly upon the myriad beings of the world, could no longer maintain their composure. "Master, what is the extent of your power now?" The golden-haired hound, regaining its senses, inquired in astonishment. Merely seeing the path ahead does not equate to an enhancement in strength. Lin Yang replied calmly. As the myriad celestial kings pondered their thoughts, his gaze fell upon a certain place. Therein lay a thread of causality. Chapter 673, The Celestial Emperor. Since attaining a complete mastery of the doctrine of inexpressibility, Lin Yang's comprehension of the way of causality had reached profound depths, unrivaled across the vast seas of countless universes. His insight into the intricate entanglements of causality related to himself was nearly all-encompassing. However, the grand force of causality from the boundary seas subtly influenced his perception. Yet, upon personally stepping into the celestial domain, Lin Yang discerned several peculiar causal connections with himself. Ignoring the earlier peculiar ties, he focused on the final thread of causality. Was it a cause of virtue leading to a good result, or a cause of malice resulting in evil? Lin Yang murmured, as time transformed into a celestial sword, reflecting the vicissitudes of ages long past. Once wielded, now it is returned to you. His words were incomprehensible to all. Yet every celestial king felt a chill run through them. Even the golden-haired hound, a titan among celestial kings, was no exception. His own combat prowess was unparalleled, and the transcendent weapon of time had long been inscribed with the principles of the celestial emperors that Lin Yang had grasped, now qualifying it as a quasi-celestial emperor artifact without question. Although he did not unleash any secret sword techniques, merely a simple swing of the sword sufficed. Its potency was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, the Celestial King's senses would not have gone into a frenzy of alarm. The sword energy pierced through the myriad universes of the celestial domain, causing the great order of the Tao to retreat in fear, unwilling to endure the might of this strike. What appeared to be an extended moment was, in truth, merely a fleeting thought. The sword energy descended upon a desolate expanse within the celestial domain, cleaving towards a fractured celestial king's body that had just emerged from its coffin. The already imperfect celestial king's body split apart inch by inch. The remnants of celestial blood erupted forth, yet the moment it left the body, it lost all extraordinary qualities. Resembling the most ordinary blood of mortals, devoid of the vast power to incinerate star seas. The cracked celestial king's skull emitted a radiant glow, faintly revealing the forms of various primordial spirits merging together, shrieking in madness. They were unaware of the source of the sword energy, nor from which supreme master it originated. Otherwise, they would be astonished that they had not been utterly annihilated, but instead languished in pain. Crack! A fissure appeared at the core of the eternally indestructible celestial king's primordial spirit, as the many spirits that had nearly fused together began to separate anew. Boom! The celestial king's body disintegrated inch by inch, while 6 brilliant lights surged towards various parts of the celestial domain. These were the primordial spirits of 6 celestial kings. Throughout the endless expanse of time, the primordial spirits of the 6 celestial kings, imprisoned within a dark prison, devoured one another, ultimately merging into one. Seizing a rare opportunity, they escaped the dark confines, returning to the celestial domain. 6 cries of anguish echoed almost simultaneously, followed by the rapid dimming of the brilliance surrounding their primordial spirits, which began to shatter. The previously warped and frenzied thoughts gradually cleared as the spirits broke apart. It was as if they had returned to a time before their descent into darkness. Who is this master? The King of Tribulations sighed softly. He had not anticipated that delving into the boundary seas would lead to his own misfortune, reducing him to his current state. In this life, he had finally reached the end. Just as the King of Tribulations mused, a minuscule shard of the Celestial King's primordial spirit miraculously survived, untouched by the sword energy's lethal embrace. It seemed there was still a flicker of life left. The crossing of tribulations. The sword of time shifted once more, transforming back into an inconspicuous droplet of water. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze from the desolate expanse of the celestial domain and looked towards the celestial kings. Now that this matter is concluded, I shall return to my realm. His words rang out, still in awe of the power of that sword. No celestial king dared to speak for a moment. They realized that had Lin Yang unleashed the full extent of his might while wielding the sword, their celestial bodies would have faced grave peril in such close proximity. The celestial manifestations would have been obliterated instantly, and their primordial spirits would have suffered severe damage. The kings believed this was merely a reflection of Lin Yang's own strength, failing to comprehend that it was the power of a quasi-celestial emperor artifact. Is it possible that his strength did not increase? Then how does one explain that sword? The golden-haired hound glanced at Lin Yang, mulling over this thought. However, in the next moment, a chill coursed through the golden-haired hound's heart. It dared not meet Lin Yang's gaze, burying its head between its paws. After a while, the King of the Abyss spoke. Since the Celestial Emperor intends to depart, we shall not force our attention. The King of the Abyss said with complexity. Considering the Celestial Emperor's strength, it surpasses that of the Celestial Kings by an unknown margin. In my view, he deserves to be revered as an emperor. He did not understand why Lin Yang had suddenly swung his sword and was reluctant to delve deeper into the path of transformation to an emperor and whether his strength would truly rise. Regardless, the reality was evident. A coalition of dozens of Celestial Kings may not withstand even 2 or 3 of Lin Yang's strikes. Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Kings chorused. Although they often referred to Lin Yang as the Celestial King, they were aware that his honorific was Celestial Emperor, not merely King. Inappropriate. Lin Yang shook his head, displaying great humility. To bear such a title, one must defer at least a few times before reluctantly accepting. Observing his demeanor, some Celestial Kings pondered deeply, while the heroic Celestial King suddenly realized, since ancient times, those who have taken the title of Celestial Emperor in the realm of the Celestial Path have encountered extraordinary phenomena. It seems the Celestial King harbors such concerns. They had inadvertently overlooked this matter. The King of the Abyss slapped his forehead, expressing his shame. No, I do not. Lin Yang mused inwardly, glancing at the golden-haired hound. Yet, the golden-haired hound remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his gaze. Let it be the Celestial Emperor then. Witnessing the discussions among the Celestial Kings, Lin Yang secretly lamented the golden-haired hound's failure at a crucial moment, ultimately interrupting their discourse. Fearing the peculiarities associated with the title of Celestial Emperor, he suspected that it might be a lifelong challenge to truly ascend to that realm. He spoke calmly. Since you all address me as the Celestial Emperor, I shall accept this burden. Should any extraordinary events arise, I will naturally bear the responsibility. As he concluded, Lin Yang's tone shifted from calm to steely. The quasi-celestial emperor light, encircling his form, seemed to emanate genuine pressure due to Lin Yang's change in sentiment, causing each celestial king to feel a constriction in their hearts, as if they had returned to their weaker days. In that case, we shall no longer dwell on this matter. The king of the abyss, suppressing the pressure in his heart, finally spoke. Celestial Emperor. The celestial kings, witnessing Lin Yang's resolute demeanor, called out in unison. Some were curious whether someone of Lin Yang's caliber could withstand the peculiarities that had led to the tragic fates of certain celestial emperors in the celestial domain. As the golden-haired hound carried Lin Yang through the celestial gate, the celestial kings gradually departed. A few celestial kings, whose true forms were dark beings, bore heavy hearts. Even if they wished to inform their dark faction about the emergence of a superlative presence in the celestial domain, the absence of dark matter made it impossible to do so. I inadvertently published the wrong chapter. This one is a bit late. Chapter 674. You are all free. Returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the golden-haired hound bore Lin Yang back to the celestial emperor's dojo. In 200 years, the foreign realms will come knocking. You are to assist the celestial king Mingfa, Lin Yang instructed as the golden-haired hound prepared to depart. Whether it be the entangled threads of causality or the surging river of time, they all conveyed a singular truth. The foreign realms were relentless, preparing to assault the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It seemed they believed they had discovered a means to counter the celestial emperor's mastery over time. Otherwise, they would not dare make such a move. A thought flickered through Lin Yang's mind. While he was somewhat intrigued by how the immortal kings of the foreign realms would confront the celestial emperor's power to solidify time, he felt that directly speculating on the outcome was rather tedious. It would be better to wait for 200 years until the immortal kings arrived at the gates. The foreign realms are coming to the gates? The golden-haired hound's expression shifted slightly before responding, understood. It was already a titan, confident in its ability to overcome any adversary. And this war presented a perfect opportunity to establish its unparalleled reputation, ensuring its name would resonate throughout the foreign realms. Even if a titan from the immortal kings crossed over, with the abyss pressing down, it felt no fear. Upon the return of the golden retriever to the convergence of 10,000 paths, Lin Yang projected a sliver of his divine consciousness towards the 8 domains of the lower realm. His essence descended before the life-forbidden zone, where the lord of the zone, sensing his presence, graciously invited Lin Yang within. So, everyone has ventured into the immortal domain, the lord mused. Aware of the events that transpired a millennium ago, he recognized that Lin Yang's strength must be formidable, for otherwise, given his knowledge of the immortal domain's monarchs, he would never permit the multitude of cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to access it. After a lengthy discourse, Lin Yang took his leave and entered the ethereal divine realm. Over the course of 10,000 years, the era of declining laws had ceased to be the most brutal of times. Those of exceptional talent, utilizing the cultivation methods painstakingly discovered by various races over millennia, were now able to practice, overcoming numerous obstacles to become cultivators. Although the path of cultivation remained exceedingly arduous and could not be compared to the flourishing eras before the decline, among the many practitioners, certain prodigies had attained extraordinary realms. Wielding immense divine power and possessing the ability to traverse the skies and earth. As time passed, some cultivators who unearthed ancient texts inadvertently stumbled into the ethereal divine realm. Upon his arrival, Lin Yang observed several newly initiated cultivators from various races. Is this truly a divine realm, accessible only to the most powerful? He pondered, shaking his head as he listened to their discussions. Many universes within the perfect world had endured the calamity of the decline, resulting in a severed cultivation system and a gap in formidable powers. Over the protracted passage of time, as they awaited the resurgence of a cultivation era, the new generation of beings lacked esteemed mentors, perpetuating a vicious cycle. They relied on ancient texts to navigate their cultivation journeys, often veering down erroneous paths and regretting it for a lifetime, only to repeat the cycle with the next generation. Just as they were on the verge of birthing superlative beings, the decline would inevitably descend. The blade of fate would strike, returning everything to its original state. Unless an immortal monarch could be born before the onset of the decline, forcibly delaying its arrival, they were doomed to an endless cycle. Disregarding the fledgling cultivators, Lin Yang sought out the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist. Who are you? The two, caught in their own deceptions, initially appeared bewildered, but soon recalled memories from over 10,000 years ago, their expressions transforming in astonishment. Xian Tian. Indeed, Lin Yang acknowledged with a slight nod, scrutinizing the duo and noting their condition. Come with me, he urged, knowing that as long as their primordial spirits could return to their bodies, the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist could awaken once more. While he was curious as to why the foreign realms had not obliterated their bodies at the end of the immortal ancient era, he chose not to delve deeper. Where to? The immortal gold Taoist inquired, perplexed. With their primordial spirits detached for an extended period, even as an immortal monarch, his memories had grown hazy, nearly lost. Most critically, during the time their primordial spirits were separated, while guarding the dark ancient palace, the influence of dark matter had inevitably affected them over the eons. Otherwise, even if an immortal monarch's primordial spirit were to depart for an era, although memories might be somewhat incomplete, they would not forget their very identities. I will guide you back to your bodies, Lin Yang assured as he soared toward the core of the ethereal divine realm, where the dark ancient palace imprisoned dark beings. Returning to our bodies? But we still need. The second of the world's expression betrayed confusion, as if recalling fragments of memories that remained disjointed. The trio soon arrived outside the dark ancient palace. Gazing at the hall suffused with dark matter, Lin Yang's face bore a hint of nostalgia. In the grand timeline of the perfect world, it had been less than 20,000 years since his last visit to the ethereal divine realm. However, in Lin Yang's perception, that era felt extraordinarily prolonged, and compared to then, he had undergone a monumental transformation. We cannot depart. Otherwise, the great calamity here will remain unguarded, unleashing catastrophic tribulations. The immortal gold Taoist remarked, clearly still lacking complete recollection. Had his memories returned, he would have understood that the so-called great calamity was merely the primordial spirits of disembodied true immortals and immortal monarchs. As long as they returned to their bodies, vanquishing such entities would be trivial. Is it solely the two immortal monarchs? Standing outside the dark ancient palace, Lin Yang sensed the cultivation levels of the beings imprisoned within the jars. 2 immortal monarchs and 76 true immortals. Among them was a true immortal who had once been struck by a drop of divine blood, ranking just below the 2 immortal monarchs as a quasi-immortal monarch. Unfortunately, he had completely lost himself, leaving no glimmer of hope for redemption. Lin Yang turned to the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist, declaring, I shall deal with the dark beings within the palace and grant you your freedom. Without waiting for the 2 amnesiac immortal monarchs to fully comprehend his words, he struck with decisive force. A palm strike unleashed, enveloping the cosmos. Boom! The dark ancient palace trembled as countless chains of order ascended, only to shatter violently. Drip! The sound of blood dripping echoed from within the palace. A true immortal, trapped within a jar, seized the opportunity to extend a blood-soaked hand. Boom! The sound of a violent impact reverberated once more. The 78 sealing altars formations shattered one by one, and the jar at the altar's center began to crack. Emitting a horrifying roar, the expressions of the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist shifted dramatically. As they hesitated, the sound of destruction emanated from within the dark ancient palace. A true immortal's primordial spirit, having broken free from a millennium of suppression, re-emerged into the light. Bang! Before the liberated true immortal-esque spirit could re-establish its dominion over the world, Lin Yang crushed it with a single palm strike. Bang! Another true immortal spirit met the same fate. In the blink of an eye, each true immortal that escaped its seal had its primordial spirit shattered into fragments. Lin Yang's actions left the 2 amnesiac immortal monarchs in utter shock. Whether it was his direct assault on the dark ancient palace or his effortless annihilation of the great calamity, both left them astounded. After a mere 10 seconds, the primordial spirits of the 2 darkened immortal monarchs followed suit, reduced to mere shards of their original essence. Lin Yang ceased his relentless onslaught, gazing at the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist, stating nonchalantly, "You are now free." Chapter 675, Words of Persuasion. In the Xian Tian Taoist Hall, as Lin Yang summoned the primordial spirits of the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist, he also retrieved the corporeal forms of the two immortal monarchs, having known their whereabouts all along, thus sparing him the need for a search. "Enter," he instructed, as he fused the shattered fragments of their primordial spirits into their bodies. The return of the primordial spirits triggered intense transformations within the once instinctual forms of the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist, as the overwhelming aura of immortal monarchs radiated, capable of instilling dread in all living beings. "Be still," Lin Yang commanded, striking down with his palm, instantly extinguishing the overwhelming aura of the two immortal monarchs and bringing their restless forms to tranquility. Observing the remnants of their primordial spirits merging within their immortal bodies, Lin Yang snapped his fingers to twist time, elongating the temporal flow between the Xiantian main hall and the outside world. Without the aid of elixirs, it would take them some time to fully reconcile their memories given their current states. After examining the condition of the two immortal monarchs, Lin Yang returned to his mat, continuing to create life. With the astonishing formations he had laid out, gathering an abundance of vital energy, the wounds on the immortal bodies would gradually heal while the two immortal monarchs sorted through their memories. Over a century later in the outside world, a roar echoed as the second of the world suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a resounding dragon's roar as if to proclaim his return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Yang led all manifestations, silently observing the actions of the second of the world. The immortal gold Taoist, linked to the celestial gold of the yellow path, also slowly rose, clarifying all his thoughts. Awakening from a dream, he found that few familiar faces remained in this world. Folding his wings, the second of the world's gaze was complex. "Who would have thought that we would be saved by you?" The immortal golden Taoist gazed upon Lin Yang, seated upon the meditation cushion, fully aware that he was an unparalleled powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have effortlessly shattered the primordial spirits of the two darkened immortal kings within the ancient dark palace. "Merely a casual act," Lin Yang remarked with a faint smile. "After all, the future heralds an era where the supremacy of humanity reigns invincible. Should two immortal king bodies fall to the mortal realm, it would undoubtedly upheave many aspects of existence. To proclaim invincibility, to utter the notion of invulnerability, is but a profound solitude. Yet, one ultimately discovers that no matter the extent of one's efforts, inflicting even a single hair on certain beings proves impossible, and merely facing the innate pressure of such entities may lead to the disintegration of one's very essence. In order to avert such a scenario, Lin Yang revived the second of all under heaven and the immortal golden Taoist. The second of all hesitated, reflecting on the near desolation of the void divine realm over the past myriad years, leading to unsettling speculations. When the celestial immortal realm opened, the practitioners from the 8 domains of the lower realm did not retreat with the same composure as those from the 3,000 Dao provinces, leaving the two immortal kings utterly oblivious to the drastic decrease in population within the void divine realm over the span of mere days, ultimately resulting in an absence of newcomers. Lin Yang proceeded to recount the events of the past years. The expressions of the second of all and the immortal golden Taoist shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. "This is truly astonishing," the immortal golden Taoist murmured. Half an hour later, Lin Yang concluded, "In 40 years, the various immortal kings from the foreign realms shall once again approach us." The complete revival of the two immortal kings would require an extensive duration, and even though Lin Yang had distorted time, nearly 160 years had elapsed externally. From the foreign realms, the countenances of both immortal kings darkened, their hearts weighed down with an immense burden. The Mingfa immortal king has already recovered and is now personally stationed at the borderlands. "I have dispatched a formidable ally to assist," Lin Yang stated, directing his gaze at the two immortal kings. "I too shall participate in the conflict." Both spoke almost simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, the immortal golden Taoist inquired, "May I ask who this formidable ally you have sent is?" "It is I," came the voice of the golden-haired hound from beyond the hall. As the two immortal kings were on the verge of revival, the golden-haired hound had received Lin Yang's message and hastened to this location. The progenitor of the Hound clan, the second of all, exclaimed in astonishment, I never anticipated that a whole epoch would pass, yet he has not returned to the celestial realm. Feel free to converse among yourselves. I shall pay a visit to the regions of life that are forbidden. Noticing that the second of all and the immortal golden Taoist recognized the golden-haired hound, Lin Yang interjected. "Leave this to me, master," the golden-haired hound whispered. Indeed, as Lin Yang's voice faded, he vanished from the Xiantian Taoist hall, leaving the two immortal kings astonished at the relationship between the golden-haired hound and Lin Yang. My fellow Taoists, the master is now revered as the Xiantian emperor among the various friends of the celestial realm. I trust you comprehend the future attitude towards him. The golden-haired hound remarked with a detached expression, its tone laced with an implicit warning. It was deeply dissatisfied with the two supreme immortal kings displaying an attitude of equality when addressing Lin Yang. Xiantian emperor? An imperial title? The second of all's wings momentarily stiffened, and the immortal golden Taoist movements also showed a hint of rigidity. In the realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Lin Yang stood at the threshold of a life-restricted zone, pondering the purpose of the Xiantian immortal king's arrival. The perceptive ruler of the life-restricted zone awakened and projected its divine consciousness. The sovereign of this life-restricted zone possessed strength comparable to that of the golden-haired hound from years past and regarded Lin Yang, who had tamed the golden-haired hound as a steed, with profound trepidation. "Leave the 9 heavens and 10 earths," Lin Yang commanded. This was his final destination. The other life-restricted zones had already pledged to relocate within a decade. "You wish for me to vacate the 9 heavens and 10 earths?" The ruler of the life-restricted zone was taken aback and subsequently erupted in fury, only to be tempered by Lin Yang's unfathomable prowess. This Xiantian emperor is truly overstepping. The ruler of the life-restricted zone seethed inwardly. "I am aware that your lineage has not wreaked havoc upon the masses in recent years. Otherwise." Lin Yang's voice resonated once more, pausing momentarily before continuing. "You have already transcended this realm of declining laws." As he spoke, Lin Yang's aura gradually ascended, intentionally channeling the Liyuan technique to amplify his will suppression. This life-restricted zone had once sent envoys to the borderlands to forge friendships with the heroes of that era, even attempting to have Sure How marry into their clan. Given their lack of disturbances, Lin Yang did not wish to resort to violence and aimed to persuade them with words. "Very well. I ask for the immortal king to grant me some time to relocate my kin." The ruler of the life-restricted zone promptly acquiesced. Since confrontation was unwise, it would retreat far away. 10 years, Lin Yang concluded, vanishing from the life-restricted zone. Indeed, with A.O. Shang's arrogant and unrestrained nature, such behavior was to be expected. The Xiantian was undeniably formidable. This realm of 9 heavens and 10 earths was truly intolerable. Perhaps it is best to distance myself from this tumultuous place and seek refuge in a secluded universe. The ruler of the life-restricted zone contemplated as he watched Lin Yang depart. After a brief pause, the ruler's divine consciousness spread out, informing his kin to gather their belongings and vacate this realm of diminishing laws. Chapter 676. Contemplating the path to the semi-immortal emperor. A year later, a rift in the void healed of its own accord, and the last life-restricted zone collectively migrated from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to an unknown universe. Meanwhile, the golden-haired hound, the second of all, and the immortal golden Taoist had arrived at the borderlands and engaged in discourse with the Mingfa immortal king, who resided in the original imperial city. One eminent figure, 3 supreme immortal kings. In any universe or domain, this constituted a formidable force that could not be overlooked. Although the golden-haired hound's enlightenment may not be the most outstanding among the immortal king giants, the unparalleled cultivation environment of the Xiantian Taoist Hall, coupled with extensive training periods, rendered the golden-haired hound's strength remarkably impressive. Among the ranks of giants, it may not claim the title of the strongest, yet it undoubtedly ranks within the top 5. An entire epoch had elapsed, leaving only 4. The Mingfa immortal king sighed gently. During the era of the immortal ancient war, the most intense period saw over 80 immortal kings and immortal sovereigns participating. Although no one deliberately sought to destroy the world-S environment, the sheer force of their exchanges concentrated upon their adversaries, resulting in uncontrollable ripples of power. The clashes of more than 10 or even 20 sovereigns would be unbearable for any realm, save for the celestial and foreign realms. Even the burial domain would struggle to withstand such might, its very soil obliterated. This devastation led to the obliteration of several universes in close proximity to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, rendering the surrounding seas barren. Akin to the desolate landscape Lin Yang had witnessed, with scarcely a few universes remaining, I have ascended to the rank of a giant, leveraging this war to establish my renown among the foreign realms. The golden-haired hound perched atop the city gate of the borderlands, gazing toward the direction of the foreign realms. It remained uncertain about the resolve demonstrated by the foreign realms this time. Otherwise, while it would not claim to be daunted, it would certainly not express itself so boldly. The second of all, and the immortal golden Taoist remained silent, standing beside him. The golden-haired hound, once inferior in strength to the two, had ascended to the rank of a giant in just one epoch, evoking complex feelings within them. Even during the most glorious era of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the immortal kings and giants could be counted on one hand. The immortal ancient ancestor spirit, the true dragon, and the eternal immortal king. Adding the later ascendant 6 paths of reincarnation, immortal king yields a mere 4 immortal king giants. Though the immortal kings of the celestial realm are numerous, even they could be enumerated on 2 hands. If they were truly so common, they would not be regarded as towering figures among the immortal kings. Such as well, with the abyss as a barrier, should the immortal sovereigns dare to cross realms, they will surely avenge the blood feud of the immortal ancient era. The second of all's expression grew solemn, a chilling murderous intent radiating from his immense dragon eyes. Although the immortal kings of the celestial realm viewed the 9 heavens and 10 earths merely as a lower realm of the same origin, the immortal kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths believed that, given sufficient time, they would one day rival the celestial realm. Little did they expect, before the 9 heavens and 10 earths could reach their zenith, they would be annihilated by the foreign realms, whose overall strength was significantly inferior to that of the celestial realm. This enmity would forever remain unforgotten. The celestial emperor's inaction is acceptable. We shall personally avenge the ancient blood feud of the immortals. The voice of the immortal gold Taoist resonated with an icy clarity. According to the master's decree, should we face defeat, he will intervene personally. The golden-haired hound cast a glance back at the 2 immortal kings. Defeat? The expressions of the 3 immortal kings, Mingfa, darkened slightly as they recalled the twilight of the ancient immortal era. In the Shintian Taoist hall, Lin Yang paid little heed to the desolate lands beyond. Regardless of the tactics employed by the foreign realms, if even the golden-haired hound could not breach them, it was not worth his concern. Through the life trajectories of Lin Lei and Luo Feng, Lin Yang gleaned much wisdom. If he resolved all dangers, some individuals would inevitably fail to reach their destined heights. Absent the stimulus of life and death, one's cultivation might stagnate at a certain stage. When that moment arrives, all those around him could very well devolve into mere echoes of existence. The thought struck Lin Yang, and he was momentarily tempted, but then he shook his head. The stone Hao of the original timeline, having ascended to the status of a quasi-immortal emperor, did so through his own enlightenment. As long as the fighting spirit within him remained vibrant, reaching such heights would not pose a challenge. However, was Stone Hao's ascension to immortal emperor merely a consequence of harnessing the formidable causal force stemming from the remains of the ashamed immortal emperor to alter the past? In the end, Lin Yang harbored a vague hypothesis. If Stone Hao had not been utterly shattered by the ashamed immortal emperor's strike, and if his essence had quietly accumulated over the span of time, even if he ultimately ascended to the immortal emperor's throne, it would be a far cry from the original timeline. As for the protagonist as Halo, he had grown skeptical. Otherwise, Lin Lei would not have undergone so many iterations yet still failed to become the master of the primordial chaos. He had witnessed numerous protagonists perish across countless alternate worlds, including those whose temporal cycles had theoretically harmonized, thus locking their causal fates. As the saying goes, the ship will find its way to the bridge. When Stone Hao reaches that juncture, he shall understand. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang glanced at the newly formed beings and crushed them effortlessly. They had grown to a pinnacle comparable to the flawless Tao fruit of immortal kings, yet their reproductive capabilities were nearly non-existent. Only upon their own demise could they produce a single offspring. As the remnants of their shattered forms gradually faded, Lin Yang summoned a strand of primordial spirit energy, using it as the foundation for creation. He was now remarkably close to achieving his initial goal. Should he enhance their reproductive abilities while ensuring that the potential of their bloodline would not diminish the first phase of his objective would be accomplished. Lin Yang mused to himself. He noted that the bloodline he had just created could no longer be inscribed by the laws of heaven and earth. Unlike the myriad bloodlines he had previously crafted, which, regardless of their quality, were always inscribed to the best of the heaven's abilities. Was it that his creation had exceeded the complexities that could be recorded by the laws of the universe? While contemplating this, Lin Yang was also immersed in thoughts about his own path from king to emperor. Long ago, he had conceived a remarkable idea. By integrating the body of the immortal king, the primordial spirit of the immortal king, and the immortal king's manifestation, he could forge an entirely new entity. Should this endeavor succeed, the vast difference between the true body and the semi-embodiment might allow him to step into the realm of emperors, becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. Yet, in reality, the disparity between the immortal king's manifestation and the other two was incomparable, as it was merely an adjunct of the immortal realm. Even if Lin Yang devised a secret technique capable of enhancing the power of the manifestation, it would only allow his immortal king's manifestation to surpass that of the immortal king during the technique's activation. Once the technique ceased, the power would revert to its normative strength. Without a solution, given the complete imbalance in strength among the three, success was impossible, no matter how many attempts he made. If he could transform the power achieved through the technique into a constant state for the manifestation, that would solve the issue, a considerable challenge indeed. Chapter 677. Call Xiantian out to face death. 40 years swiftly passed, separating the foreign realms from the expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! The swirling vortex of black and white light, suspended high in the sky, erupted violently, unleashing layers of terrifying ripples of order that spread instantaneously. The undying king crossed realms. A female burial king awakened from her slumber, her pitch-black eyes gazing into the abyss. The black and white light mist, impervious to the gaze of mortal cultivators, could not obstruct her vision. She beheld the desolate edges of the foreign realms, where 14 towering figures emanated overwhelming auras, each radiating boundless light. The female burial king's pupils constricted slightly. The edges of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 14 undying kings? The 4 immortal kings displayed solemn expressions. They sensed a shift in the abyss and turned their gazes towards the foreign realm, witnessing the scene the female burial king had observed. In an instant, the golden-haired hound confidently declared, with the abyss's suppression, even if they all crossed it together, the injuries they sustain will not diminish in the slightest. At that moment, I alone can subdue them all. Crack, boom, rumbling. Before the golden-haired hound could finish speaking, the boundary between the two realms suddenly trembled violently. The abyss, suspended high in the sky, emitted an unusual sound. The once circular core of the abyss transformed into an irregular shape, shifting through countless forms in an instant, ultimately resembling a sea urchin. It was evident that the core of the abyss had endured a formidable force's impact, causing the entire sea of laws to convulse. The power of the abyss has diminished to such an extent, the expression of the Mingfa immortal king darkened. For millennia, he had inspected the abyss more than once, knowing it could endure for another 1,000,000 years. Yet, what he witnessed now made him realize he had been thoroughly deceived by the foreign realms. Otherwise, he would not be oblivious to the true state of the abyss. The abyss has been breached by me. Your greatest reliance is now gone. Under the gaze of the 4 immortal kings and numerous burial kings, Moroya slowly emerged from the abyss. In his hand, he clutched a black and white orb formed from countless immortal symbols. Despite being severely injured, no longer exuding the invincible aura of the undying king, he coldly surveyed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the future, there shall be no more 9 heavens and 10 earths. Moroya's words were chilling. The undying kings of the foreign realms had reached a consensus. They would eliminate the Xiantian immortal king this time, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths to prevent another prodigious cultivator like Xiantian from arising. Return, Moroya, the rest is in our hands. An undying king stepped forward. It was Wushang. Moroya did not overreach, recognizing his own frail state and inability to interfere in this level of battle, thus retreating directly to the foreign realm. Wushang fixed his gaze on the 4 immortal kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, remarking coldly, "A moment of negligence has allowed you to gather 4 immortal kings. Should you truly knock on the gates 1,000,000 years hence, there may indeed be variables." Wushang was familiar with all 4 immortal kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, As mere weaklings, he could sweep them away single-handedly. Bring Xiantian forth to face death. His gaze swept across the four immortal kings, and Wushang spoke with indifference. His tone laced with a chilling intent that sent shivers through the hearts of those who heard it. As Wushang spoke, three more undying kings emerged from the foreign realm. They said little, merely raising their hands to strike towards the 9 heavens and 10 earths, aiming to suppress the world of the waning law and prevent the undying kings from the foreign realm from facing rejection. Is Xiantian perhaps afraid? In the past, he toyed with us, treating our many undying kings as inconsequential. Where is his figure now? Yu Tuo surveyed the golden-haired hound and the 4 immortal kings before shifting his gaze deeper into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, seeking Lin Yang. One by one, the undying kings approached the 9 heavens and 10 earths as the 3 undying kings initiated their suppression of the waning realm. Is the name of the master one you are entitled to utter? The cold words of the golden-haired hound echoed as it struck out with a claw towards the 3 undying kings. Although the circumstances were unforeseen, with the abyss breached and the 9 heavens immortal king facing the siege of 14 undying kings, it remained unperturbed. Boom! The 3 undying kings were sent flying, each sustaining injuries. They are neither supreme rulers nor titans. Even when the golden-haired hound simultaneously confronted the 3 immortal kings, it maintained an undeniable advantage. Yu Tuo was momentarily stunned, perceiving the true strength of the golden-haired hound. Wushang's expression shifted, and he remarked in astonishment, a titan among celestial kings? Although there are 14 immortal kings, only Wushang could be deemed a figure of such stature. Among the most distinguished immortals, the count barely reaches 3, including Yu Tuo. The progenitor of the Hound clan in the celestial realm willingly acknowledged Xiantian as his master, casting a shadow of unease over Yu Tuo and Wushang alike. A disconcerting suspicion arose within the ranks of the immortal kings. Their primary target, Xiantian, might have undergone an astonishing leap in power over the past 10 millennia. Could it be that our initial conjecture was correct, that upon becoming a celestial king, Xiantian's strength has matched that of his formidable peers? Yu Tuo's countenance darkened. As if it could drip with water, Wushang addressed the immortal kings, stating, "Leave the progenitor of the Hound clan to me. You shall handle the remaining 3. Until Xiantian reveals himself, let us not entertain wild thoughts." The immortal kings from the foreign realm had emerged in full force. They could not allow mere words from the golden-haired hound to incite doubt and ultimately deter them. Although the likelihood of a celestial king feigning a performance was nearly non-existent, the possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Kill! Before Yu Tuo and the others could settle on their opponents, the golden-haired hound surged forth into the heavens, charging directly at Wushang. The second in the world, the celestial gold Taoist and the law-illuminating celestial king followed suit, intent on preventing the realms from suffering the bloodshed of multiple celestial kings in this age of decline. The 4 celestial kings discerned that the foreign realm was no longer content with merely blood-washing the heavens. They truly aimed to obliterate them entirely. While the realm of decline could suppress beings that surpassed the mortal domain, against celestial kings, it could only exert a meager 2% of its restraining power. Weighing the pros and cons, the 4 celestial kings designated the convergence of the 2 realms as the principal battleground. Boom! The order of the great Tao shattered completely. The combined might of the 14 immortal kings and the 4 celestial kings instantaneously tore the cosmos asunder. Though the 10 immortal kings individually possessed mediocre strength, together they formed a force capable of determining the outcome of the battle. The heavens were on the verge of defeat once more. One of the burial kings displayed a cold demeanor, harboring no intention of intervening in this clash. Suddenly, a mournful wind swept through the torn universe, and within the myriad fragments of cosmos, terrifying phenomena emerged. The head of an immortal king was severed. You dare! The expressions of the immortal kings shifted drastically, for the assailant who had grievously wounded this immortal king was not one of the 4 celestial kings, but rather an unexpected and formidable adversary. Chapter 678. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Celestial King. The Gu Ancestor. Wushang's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the Gu Ancestor, who had defected to the foreign realm during the era of celestial antiquity, to suddenly appear here and decapitate an immortal king, inflicting severe injury. Furthermore, the emergence of 4 severed heads alongside the Gu Ancestor ignited a surge of murderous intent among the immortal kings. The dark magic dragon, the fallen blood phoenix, and the fearless lion, These three beings were also defectors from the heavens, though not celestial kings. They belonged among the 10 most infamous. However, it was the fourth severed head that truly incited the wrath of the immortal kings. It belonged to Moroya, who bore grievous wounds in his quest to breach the abyss. Though his head had been severed by the Gu ancestor, his primordial spirit remained intact, albeit in a severely weakened state. A king with merely a head might pose an unimaginable calamity to true celestial beings. Yet he lacked the power to intervene in the battle between immortal kings and celestial kings. You dare to betray our realm. Yutuo's fury was unmasked, her eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames. The very fabric of this world seemed to resonate with her intent, as nameless flames flickered in the void. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming astonishment. Under her scrutiny, the Gu ancestor's essence had been gravely wounded, and it should have been impossible for one who could never achieve the status of celestial king to now stand silently at that level, wielding formidable power as a true peak celestial king. This was a monumental oversight. There is no talk of betrayal. I have never truly submitted, the Gu ancestor coldly replied. His once aged form now appeared to be rejuvenating, reversing time to his prime years. This was the power of time. The Gu clan, being among the 10 most feared, could not only possess immense strength, but could also sever space with their left hand and time with their right. As the progenitor of the Gu clan and a true titan of the era of celestial antiquity, the Gu ancestor, having ascended to the rank of celestial king, was indeed a peerless celestial king, adept in the arts of time and space. While the primary cause of death for the 6 paths of reincarnation, celestial king, in the battle at the end of the celestial antiquity era, was being pierced by an land spear, it was he who had severed the celestial king's head with his own hands. With such a transgression, none among our realm could accept you. Wu Shang ceased her struggle with the golden-haired hound, casting a cold gaze upon the Gu ancestor. In the divine beast forest and the sacred herb mountains, everything within this universe was reduced to countless fragments amidst the fierce battle of 18 kings. Even certain burial grounds where the burial kings slumbered were affected, with some borderlands submerged. The 10+ immortal kings for celestial kings and the Gu ancestor stood amidst a chaotic expanse, facing each other from a distance. The expression of the law illuminating celestial king shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. The 4 celestial kings were already aware of the Gu ancestor's circumstances. Thus the law illuminating celestial king refrained from immediately abandoning his opponent to confront the defector. The golden hair hound did not afford Wu Shang any respite, roaring as it charged once more toward her. Upon hearing Wu Shang's words, the Gu ancestor's momentary sorrow vanished, and he spoke solemnly. All of this is the arrangement of Lord Reincarnation. His mastery over the path of time is unrivaled, comparable to the Red King, and he had foreseen the outcome of the celestial antiquity era long ago. I was commanded to defect to the foreign realm for this very day. Over a century ago, the Gu ancestor had witnessed the obsession of the 6 paths of reincarnation celestial king, prompting him to terminate an era-long dormancy and act decisively. Of course, the so-called obsession was merely the Gu ancestor's conjecture. There were deeper secrets at play. An arrangement? Yutuo scoffed, continuing, no matter how you arrange it, you cannot alter the fact that you have long since fallen. Do you think you can defy fate and return? After her words fell, no one dared to speak again. 18 beams of radiance engulfed everything, as the shattered cosmic fragments and chaotic energies hummed ominously. Countless burial warriors who had slumbered in the burial grounds awakened, gazing in horror at the cataclysmic battle unfolding beyond. Yet only those of peak true celestial caliber, such as the burial warriors and burial kings, could truly perceive the course of this battle. It was utterly terrifying. In the Xiantian Taoist temple, a titan for peak celestial kings faced a titan, 3 peak immortal kings, and 9 immortal kings. While a peak celestial king could contend with 3 celestial kings against 4, they would appear somewhat beleaguered. Lin Yang shifted his gaze beyond the realm. He had initially been indifferent to the course of this battle, believing he only needed to await the golden-haired hound's plea for aid. However, since Wu Shang had invoked his name, albeit not his true name, Lin Yang felt a faint resonance, given his mastery of causality. You want me to go out and die? Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Since his return from the origin continent, or rather, since Roger Gear Eyes became the master of the primordial chaos, no being from the foreign realm had captured his attention. Only the ancient artifacts of the foreign realm still piqued his interest, for they were akin to quasi-immortal emperor artifacts, embodying the principles of a certain quasi-immortal emperor and possessing considerable reference value. Pu Mo Wang, the Red King, Wu Shang, Anlan, Utah, and Di Qiong. All 6 immortal kings had besieged the Wuzhong Celestial King and the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Celestial King during the battle at the end of the Celestial Antiquity era. The Red King, Anlan, and Di Qiong had all been slain by me, leaving only Wu Shang and Yu Tuo. Reflecting on Yu Tuo's earlier words, Lin Yang revealed a faint smile. Although comprehending the profound techniques of another world on the origin continent may not be as swift as doing so in the realm where these techniques were birthed, there are advantages and disadvantages to this approach. Certain techniques, which outsiders find exceedingly challenging to master, may become accessible simply due to the shift in environment. The transformation into the free and unfettered law is one such technique. The obsession of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Immortal King, as witnessed by the ancestor of the cicada, marked the first occasion Lin Yang wielded this celestial emperor technique after his return to the perfect world. Lin Yang's grasp of the transformation into the free and unfettered law, being a self-taught endeavor, could only be described as a nascent understanding, rendering him incapable of manifesting an existence of equal caliber. However, for Lin Yang, whose relationship with the 6 Paths Reincarnation Immortal King is notably intricate, it was a task he approached with remarkable ease. With a flicker of thought, he executed this celestial emperor technique. In an instant, a blurry silhouette materialized at Lin Yang's side, swiftly coalescing into a clearer form. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. Though both he and Shi Hao practiced the same law, their emphases diverged significantly. Lin Yang's self-cultivated transformation into the free and unfettered law resembled more the transformation into the other self-free law. The battle body he manifested lacked self-awareness, serving instead as a projection imbued with the accomplishments of that formidable being. Consequently, this battle body, devoid of independent thought, would not exhibit reluctance or outright rebellion due to its relationship with Lin Yang. Yet, since the control of this transformed battle body stemmed from a fragment of Lin Yang's consciousness, it could not fully unleash its potential. From Lin Yang's perspective, beneath his elevated understanding, the relatively weaker, transformed battle body would naturally not suffer from the flaw of underperformance. However, once thrust into actual combat, the battle body he transformed would not be significantly weaker than Lin Yang's current cultivation. Transformation into the Luo Meng, transformation into the origin divine king, Lin Yang murmured. Unlike the future Shi Hao, whose transformation targets would be himself, Lin Yang understood that for one who embodies the pinnacle of power in a state of unity, the goal of manifesting multiple transformed battle bodies could only culminate in one singular entity. To truly create these projections of self, he would need to master this celestial emperor technique thoroughly. Casting aside further contemplation, Lin Yang directed his fragment of consciousness to command the 6 Paths Reincarnation Immortal King's battle body toward the outer realms. Chapter 679, The Fist of Life and Death Across the Heavens. A colossal figure for supreme immortal kings. You are formidable. Yet today the 9 heavens and 10 earths shall face obliteration. None can defy the heavens. Wu Shang spoke coldly. He was injured, blood staining his visage. The might of the golden-furred hound exceeded Wu Shang's expectations. Even with his magical immunity, he could not suppress this fellow giant, finding himself at a disadvantage after a brief skirmish. In his master's eyes, the foreign realm was but a collection of insignificant creatures. The golden-furred hound scoffed, its golden fur having shed significantly, appearing rather disheveled despite not being bloodied, indicating that the disparity in strength between it and Wu Shang was not as vast as one might assume. Nevertheless, the primary reason for the golden-furred hound's current state of disarray was the 3 immortal kings who were attacking alongside Wu Shang, rather than the efforts of Wu Shang himself. Master? Wu Shang's cold demeanor showed no signs of alteration. If there had been any initial concern in Wu Shang's heart, the passage of time without Lin Yang's intervention had led him to doubt the veracity of the golden-furred hound's words. This newly ascended immortal king giant was likely deceiving them. Even now, it still attempted to use falsehoods to deter the assembly of immortal kings. Naive, did it truly believe that the immortal kings were easily intimidated? Tragic. An immortal king giant, in a bid to protect the 9 heavens and 10 earths, had forsaken its dignity by referring to another immortal king as master. Even should Xinyan prove to be an extraordinary prodigy, its current strength could not be underestimated. This would undoubtedly become a blemish on the golden-furred hound's reputation. drawing scorn from his sovereigns. With a flash of immortal king radiance soaring into the heavens, a figure emerged from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, racing toward the chaotic battlefield of the sovereigns. Xiantian has arrived? An immortal king remarked coldly. He did not believe that the long-fallen 9 heavens and 10 earths could still conjure an unfamiliar immortal king, surmising the source to be Lin Yang. Is not Xiantian? Yu Tuo's expression shifted, revealing uncertainty. The reincarnation immortal king? She gasped. The battle at the end of the immortal ancient era, even after the passage of an entire epoch, remained etched in her memory. The unique aura of the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king had not faded from her recollection. The Wuzhong immortal king and the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king were indeed formidable, even when besieged by 3 immortal king giants, 2 supreme immortal kings, and the Emperor Qiong immortal king. They had forcibly slain the Pu demon king. Hence, Yu Tuo felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king was a veritable immortal king giant. 4 supreme immortal kings, or 10 ordinary immortal kings combined, could only hope to suppress a single giant. In the current battle, an immortal king giant could be the pivotal force capable of altering the tide. Lord of Reincarnation, the ancestor of the cicada, engaged in combat with 3 immortal kings, was similarly astonished. Wu Shang, the golden-furred hound, the Mingfa immortal king, the second in the world, and the immortal gold Taoist, all turned their gazes toward the swiftly approaching figure on the battlefield. Time and space reversed, unable to keep pace with its astonishing speed, shattering into fragments. Pieces of the universe, distanced from the battlefield, yet closer to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crumbled consecutively, unable to withstand the unrestrained aura of the immortal king. Since the immortal ancient era had completely fallen, none could defy the heavens. Who could truly reincarnate? Yu Tuo's voice rang out, dispelling the horror within her heart. In the fleeting moments of contemplation, Yu Tuo arrived at a logical conclusion, rebuking Xiantian. You two are a peerless powerhouse of your generation. Why disguise yourself as another? Such arrogance of your. Having witnessed the complete demise of the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king, and considering the absence of reincarnation in this world, Yu Tuo deduced a rational answer. According to the Master's decree, the approaching 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king could not possibly be the actual individual. Even if it were not the reincarnation of the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king, it was still a giant, and even if it fell short of the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king, it was not to be disregarded as a force in battle. Xiantian has indeed become an immortal king giant, Wu Shang mused, his gaze flickering with intrigue. The intuition of women is truly formidable. Lin Yang modified inwardly, astonished that such innate talent in women endured even after ascending to the realm of immortal kings. In a moment, the battle body of the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king, its eyes vacant, scoffed, "Do you truly think that killing you requires the personal intervention of the Emperor Xiantian? Yu Tuo, you overestimate yourself." En overwhelming aura, unrivaled across numerous universes, surged forth, the words of the battle body turning cold, infused with boundless killing intent. "I shall personally avenge the blood feud of the immortal ancient war and annihilate your realm." The battle body unleashed a punch. The perfect fusion of destruction and life materialized as the force of annihilation, embodying the ultimate realm of reincarnation, with the 6 Paths flowing, encapsulating the mysteries of life and death. This was the 6 Paths reincarnation fist, a creation of the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king, further enhanced with the insights Lin Yang had gleaned regarding the annihilation of the path and the birth of the path, elevating this supreme fist technique once more. Its might surpassing even the 3 most powerful sword techniques of the Sword Dao. The chaotic domain, besieged by numerous sovereigns, was now assailed by the intent of the fist. And in the midst of it, it appeared as if the very essence of reincarnation was revealing itself. Many strong beings, in a moment of days, seemed to glimpse a river of souls flowing through an unknown expanse, as if it were a path to reincarnation leading to an uncharted destination. Yu Tuo's flawless form was rent asunder, and within each wound, 6 peculiar auras swirled, as though they sought to reforge the eternally immortal physique of the immortal king into flesh anew. "You have grown stronger than before, cursed be it." Only at this moment did Yu Tuo comprehend that the 6 Paths reincarnation immortal king, before her, was likely not Lin Yang in disguise. Otherwise, No one could wield the Six Paths reincarnation fist to such an extent. In the ancient battle of the celestial realm, even with the aid of the Wheel of Six Paths, the might of the Six Paths Immortal King was not formidable enough to the extent of delivering such a devastating blow with a single fist to an unparalleled Immortal King. Now, having reached this level without the assistance of the Wheel of Six Paths, it could not possibly be a mere facade. The Six Paths Immortal King. Wushang's countenance darkened. A faint pain radiated from his waist. It was evident that he had been struck by the Six Paths fist, suffering considerable losses. Let me guide you on your journey. The killing intent of the Six Paths Immortal King's battle form retracted, transforming into an icy demeanor. His 5 fingers subtly converged, and amidst the haze, a phantom 6th finger seemed to emerge. Each fingertip was surrounded by a stream of energy, and the convergence of these 6 energies appeared to give rise to myriad essences, as if all of creation was unfolding. 6 paths of life and death fist. Lin Yang spoke with indifference, delivering his second strike. Time reversed, and countless energies morphed into innumerable cosmic shadows, only to extinguish in an instant, ultimately transforming into a disk that seemed to envelop the heavens and cover myriad worlds, resembling the fist of some great being. Wushang and the golden-haired hound's faces momentarily registered horror. Before they could react further, a terrifying phenomenon arose amidst the remnants of the shattered cosmos. Yu Tuo had perished. The will of an Yu Tuo barely had time to utter a syllable before being obliterated. Had he been slain by 2 punches without the aid of an Immortal King's artifact? In an instant, Wushang retreated, an icy chill coursing through him. It is your turn. Lin Yang gazed at him. Chapter 680. Let's embark on your journey, Wushang. The Six Paths Immortal King. Wushang's body felt frigid, his expression gravely serious. The ominous portent of Yu Tuo's demise had yet to dissipate, intensifying the atmosphere of slaughter in this chaotic realm born from the universe's destruction. One by one, the Immortal Kings gathered, wary of dispersing, for none could guarantee that they would not be picked off one by one. Yu Tuo, actually, murmured an Immortal King. Lin Yang refrained from excessive dialogue, maintaining the persona of the Six Paths Immortal King as he maneuvered his battle form toward Wushang. Given Wushang's earlier statements, the first Immortal King to fall should have been him. However, Yu Tuo's incessant noise, perhaps stemming from his eagerness to meet in lawn, led Lin Yang to casually eliminate him. Seize control. The battle form snorted coldly, raising its hand toward Wushang's crown. The essence of the Six Paths seemed to possess a peculiar power, and even with Wushang's mind, he found himself momentarily dazed, as if his true self had undergone countless cycles of reincarnation. Upon returning after eons, he found himself momentarily rooted in place. Boom! The hand of the battle form, suffused with the essence of the Six Paths, struck Wushang's crown, unleashing unparalleled waves of magical energy that ravaged the chaotic currents as if they were transforming into the very elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. For an instant, Wushang's previously bewildered gaze crystallized, revealing an extraordinary brilliance. The innate immunity to magical power activated spontaneously, diminishing the force of the incoming blow. Wushang did not flinch or evade. His expression morphed into one of wild ferocity. Arrogance. The Immortal King's body began to ignite, transforming into boundless magical energy, his aura soaring to heights beyond the zenith of his power. A flash of blade-like energy appeared as Wushang shaped his hand into a knife, aiming for the neck of the battle form, intent on severing its head in a single strike, thereby shattering its unparalleled might that dominated the cosmos. As long as a hint of weakness emerged, a deviation from its complete and perfect form, the battle form of the Six Paths Immortal King would no longer be invincible. The assembled Immortal Kings would have a chance to vanquish it. Clang! The collision of flesh against flesh resonated with the sound of metal clashing. Wushang's blade-like hand was obstructed by a faint golden radiance. While threads of golden light shattered, Wushang's hand was also halted. The Immortal Shield. You can actually wield the Immortal Shield. Wushang's expression grew exceedingly complex, filled with confusion and disbelief. Though referred to as a shield, the Immortal Shield was, in fact, a golden armor of the highest caliber among Immortal Kings, personally forged by Lan during his prime. The symbols of Immortal Kings inscribed upon it could repel any celestial power. Once an Immortal King acquired the Immortal Shield, it was a rare feat for them to not only wield its might, but also remain unaffected by its own power. Let us embark on your journey, Wushang. The Six Paths Immortal King's battle form, enveloped in the suddenly manifested golden armor, spoke once more. This time, his words seemed to carry a weight that shaped reality itself, causing an immediate transformation in the chaotic realm where they stood. The source of life and death became the foundation, with the six paths forming the inner layer, and a universe swiftly took shape. The primal force of the cosmos enveloped the battle form without reservation, causing the golden armor to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, while the unique power of reincarnation bore down upon Wushang. Six paths of reincarnation. Is this reincarnation? Wushang's voice faltered as he sensed his true self being relentlessly pulled by the peculiar force of the universe, as if he were to experience reincarnation once more. Akin to earlier, under normal circumstances, he could easily break free, but at this moment, the battle form had him restrained. His right hand, which he had swung in attack, was firmly grasped by the battle form, and the fundamental paths of the two kings collided. This was a clash of the fruits of their respective paths, fraught with peril, largely independent of their respective strengths, and more so a measure of how perfected their paths were. In this state, Wushang had no choice but to pour all his energy into this confrontation, rendered incapable of extricating himself from the six paths' gravitational pull. Had it not been for the continued effectiveness of his magical immunity, which weakened much of the attraction, Wushang would have suspected that his true self had already departed from his body. Let's embark on your journey, Wushang. Lin Yang reiterated his earlier statement, his demeanor unyielding. The battle form of the Six Paths Immortal King, while formidable, was still merely an immortal king, although it surpassed Wushang slightly. It could not effortlessly slay him. Thus, he seized the opportunity to approach Wushang, creating a chance for close combat to engage in a clash of their paths. Referencing the universe of the eternal true God and executing a refined version of the Six Paths Fist. The only regret was that, compared to the ancient immortal kings, who were significantly influenced by external paths, the immortal kings were less susceptible to such influences. Even though Wushang was presently ensnared within the Six Paths universe, his combat strength remained above 95, capable of effortlessly annihilating this universe. Lin Yang had to restrain Wushang, preventing him from obliterating this cosmos in a single strike. Do not even think about it. Wushang's gaze sharpened in an instant, his eyes igniting the demise of numerous stars, causing the Six Paths universe to tremble. Lin Yang chose not to speak again. A phantom road materialized behind the battle form, revealing countless souls wandering aimlessly, all lives extinguished by the myriad kings. The peculiar gravitational pull of the Six Paths universe surged abruptly, amplifying 100-fold. Wushang's body trembled slightly, his primordial spirit destabilizing. Crack! Cracks appeared on his eternally enduring primordial spirit, as the essence of his primordial imprint began to unravel. The symbols of the path of magical immunity that enveloped Wushang's surface dimmed in an instant, losing their brilliant radiance. Hastened to rescue Wushang. An exceptional immortal king discerned Wushang's predicament and cried out. She attempted to charge forward, but was intercepted midway by the golden-haired hound. Where do you think you're going? The golden-haired hound opened its maw wide, lunging toward the exceptional king. In a fleeting moment, the exceptional immortal king suffered grievous injuries and was forced to retreat, an expression of unwillingness etched upon her face. Come here. The golden-haired hound did not linger with her, but, after bellowing at the second strongest in the world, dashed toward another immortal king. It was far more challenging to slay an exceptional king than an ordinary one. The golden-haired hound intended to first eliminate several ordinary kings present. Boom! The battle intensified once more, with everyone engaged in a bloody conflict, enveloped in a radiant brilliance. The Six Paths universe trembled intermittently, clearly assaulted by tremendous impacts, the residual force of their clash mingling with the desperate strikes of the immortal kings. Kumos, another unparalleled immortal king, indifferent to the onslaught of the celestial gold Taoist, unleashed his most formidable secret technique, transforming into a resplendent and boundless golden sword that struck against the cosmic membrane of the six realms of reincarnation. This is bad. The gored ancestor's expression shifted as he prepared to rush forth to intercept the dazzling sword. Wushang is already on the move. It is your turn now. Before the gored ancestor could act, the cosmic membrane vanished of its own accord, and a cold voice resonated from the gradually fading six realms of reincarnation. Chapter 681. The sudden change from another realm. After several breaths, Reincarnation King, a voice filled with resentment reverberated throughout the chaos. The The cacophony of battle erupted, followed by the sound of shattering, as a dense crimson light illuminated the ashen expanse, painting it in vibrant, deep red. Another one has fallen. A king from the burial ground muttered to himself, witnessing the bizarre phenomena in the chaotic region. This was almost comparable to the ancestral, sacrificial spirits of the celestial ancient era, deemed invincible even among the Titans. The celestial king of reincarnation returned against the odds. The burial kings exchanged glances, their shock palpable. Even those whose lifespans eclipsed the realm of the otherworld had seldom witnessed such a grand-scale royal bloodbath. Even considering the celestial ancient war, instances of more than 10 monarchs perishing at once could be counted on one hand. As the last immortal king fell, Lin Yang gazed at the 5 celestial kings: Golden Furred Hound, the second under heaven, Celestial Gold Taoist, Bright Law Celestial King, and Gourd Ancestor. All the immortal kings remaining from the other realm had perished in this battle, and those still in the realm C were unable to return for the time being. You may proceed to act in the other realm as you wish, Lin Yang stated nonchalantly. My lord, you have truly returned. The Gourd Ancestor revealed an excited expression. The ability to be ordered to lurk in the other realm, bearing an endless amount of scorn, underscored the esteem held for the celestial king of reincarnation in the Gourd Ancestor's heart. The deceased are gone, not to be reborn, Lin Yang calmly remarked in the past. A drop of the Xintian Emperor's blood disrupted the very fabric of time and space, and by a twist of fate, my existence came to be. Now, it is merely the Xintian Emperor wielding his secret technique, leveraging the causal connection between him and me to temporarily revive me. Initially, the proclamations made by the battle body were difficult to retract. Otherwise, he would leave evidence of self-aggrandizement, tarnishing the image he had painstakingly cultivated. The Gourd Ancestor was taken aback, while the Bright Law Celestial King opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. A drop of blood, disrupting time and space? The second under heaven inhaled sharply. His memory could not be mistaken. Lin Yang was indeed a being born in this era, while the Celestial King of Reincarnation was a veritable Celestial King of the Celestial Ancient Era. The chronological relationship between the two, one succeeding the other, should not be as it currently is. This almost defied comprehension. Even claiming Lin Yang to be the reincarnation of the Celestial King of Reincarnation would be more acceptable than this. Such methods. The Gourd Ancestor was astounded. He was well versed in the intricacies of time and space, thus comprehending the absurdity of the situation far better than the Golden Furred Hound and the other 3 Celestial Kings. Had it not been for the Celestial King of Reincarnation himself revealing this matter, no one would have believed that the prodigious figure from the Celestial Ancient Era originated from a drop of blood of a being from a later age. As the time limit of the secret technique expired, I shall not accompany you into the other realm. The battle body shed its golden armor, transforming into a golden shield handed to the Golden Furred Hound. This is an artifact entrusted to me by the Xintian Emperor. I entrust it to you. Upon seeing the Golden Furred Hound stow away the immortal shield, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, interrupting his transformation into the state of ease. Although he could maintain the existence of the Celestial King of Reincarnation's battle body, doing so had lost its significance. Those who had spoken what should not have been said had already been eliminated, and Lin Yang did not wish to waste time controlling the battle body to enter the other realm. The once solid figure of the battle body began to fade at a visible speed. In mere seconds, the ground where the battle body stood had become devoid of all presence, save for the chaotic energies still swirling violently. Celestial King. The Gourd Ancestor sighed, his expression complex. He then spoke, in the other realm, for an era, heavens and 10 earths. I've already discerned the territory of the Imperial clan, this time, the Xintian Taoist Temple. As the 5 Celestial Kings entered the other realm, Lin Yang was engaged in creating a new cultivation method, not the Celestial Ancient method, nor the Celestial Domain method, nor even the cultivation method of the other realm. Unlike the human secret realms and the Dharma body system, the essence of this cultivation method lies not in the physical form, but in self-will and soul, with the core of the cultivation being the Dharma aspect. Rather than contemplating how to maintain the perpetual operation of the immortal king's Dharma aspect after the Dharma aspect secret technique has been employed, it will be more prudent to forge a new path. With his profound insights, Lin Yang found it not difficult to establish a cultivation system centered on the Dharma aspect. The only challenge lay in elevating the upper limit of the Dharma aspect system to the level of Celestial Kings. Blood transfer, cave heavens, and spirit transformation. each corresponding to the realms of the Chaos Ancient method were created, yet Lin Yang refrained from naming them, simply designating them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Before long, the realms of the Chaos Ancient method could no longer correspond to the newly created Dharma aspect system. So Lin Yang compared it against the realms of the Celestial Ancient method and the Celestial Domain method. Achieving this realm could rival the Supreme, possessing the ability to transcend the cosmos and manifest the Dharma aspect with a single strike capable of obliterating star systems. Although it could not be compared to the Dharma aspect of celestial kings, it could sufficiently weaken it when one called upon their pure and immaculate soul. A faint tremor would ensue. Let it be called the manifestation of the holy. Lin Yang's heart stirred, and he named this realm. Thus, a system capable of achieving supremacy had taken shape. Thunder rumbled throughout the heavens and the earth. Colors varied as the lightning, now transformed into living entities, brood. The will of heaven adhered to the rules of operation, beginning to seek the target for creating an entirely new cultivation system, intending to unleash the calamity of creation. After a while, the calamity of creation coalesced beyond the swirling void of the starry sky, and a vast power that could instill fear in any human cultivator had been fully brewed. Then, the calamity of creation dissipated on its own. The realm of manifestation had been perfected. Although I could create a realm comparable to the true immortal level, it would inevitably overlap with the two systems I was currently cultivating, unless I abandoned the two existing cultivation systems. I could not surpass the manifestation realm within the Dharma aspect system. Lin Yang pondered, having already contemplated the name for the new realm. However, creating a cultivation realm that did not overlap or conflict with his own cultivation system required careful consideration. As for the brewing and dissipation of the calamity of creation, Lin Yang remained indifferent. Even standing still, the calamity of creation, which the human path supreme would regard as a formidable adversary, could not breach the foundational defenses of his Dharma body. Suddenly, Lin Yang's heart jolted, his gaze turning towards the other realm. He sensed someone deep within the other realm calling upon his esteemed name. In the ancient temple of the other realm's origin, within the blink of an eye, Lin Yang comprehended the situation that had unfolded. The ancestral temple of the other realm had been invaded, triggering the quasi-immortal emperor's artifact. Strange. Merely approaching should not have caused the quasi-immortal emperor's staff to awaken on its own. Lin Yang no longer hesitated, utilizing his omnipresent characteristics to descend, contemplating. Fortunately, the golden-furred hound is a titan. Had it been a peak celestial king, crushed by the quasi-immortal emperor's laws, they would have perished instantly, never having had the opportunity to call for me. Chapter 682, The Shadow of the Emperor. In the central ancient temple of the other realm. The golden-furred hound howled in agony, its golden fur entirely shed, its body marred with horrific wounds, its very essence severely damaged. After entering the other realm, the 5 celestial kings chose to act separately. The gourd ancestor went to sever the world tree, while the celestial gold Taoist and the 3 celestial kings ventured into different territories of the imperial clans. The golden-furred hound chose the ancestral temple of the other realm, for its significance within the other realm was extraordinary, rumored to harbor the secrets of the realm's origin and the path to transcend from king to emperor. However, upon stepping into the ancestral temple, a sacred box enshrined within the temple began to glow, and a staff manifested autonomously, radiating an incomprehensibly terrifying brilliance. The golden-haired hound understood that this was the brilliance of an emperor. 2 centuries prior, in the realm of immortals, Lin Yang had radiated a similar luminescence when he overcame the tribulations of the immortal king. Although the essence of the Tao and the radiance of the staff differed, they were fundamentally the same, the light of an emperor. At this moment, invoking the name of the Xiantian emperor, the golden-haired hound acted merely on instinct, recalling Lin Yang's admonition to call for him at the first sign of danger. However, the distance between the alien realm and the 9 heavens was vast. Even with the extraordinary powers of a Xiantian Taoist temple, it seemed implausible for Lin Yang to arrive before its imminent demise. Was this the might of an emperor? Even a mere artifact could instill such resentment in a titan. The golden-haired hound was engulfed in confusion, sensing that its cultivation was nearly obliterated, and an unusually dense, dark essence sought to invade its being. As the light of the quasi-immortal emperor flickered to life, it illuminated the alien realm, causing countless beings to tremble in trepidation. The ancestral spirit of the locust, already decimating the world tree, was now poised to annihilate an imperial lineage's immortal gold Taoist. One by one, the immortal kings turned to gaze toward the ancestral temple in the alien realm. What was this? The locust spirit, gravely concerned, ceased its assault on the world tree and charged directly toward the ancestral temple. Lin Yang appeared outside the temple, observing the golden-haired hound's struggles. Without uttering a word, he summoned the essence of time, transforming it into a great droplet of water that enveloped the golden-haired hound, extricating it from the ancestral temple of the alien realm. Unless he harnessed the power of time to counter the force of the quasi-immortal emperor's staff, Lin Yang would be unable to rescue the golden-haired hound unharmed. Unless he attained a state of unity. If you were even slightly weaker, I would not be able to save you. Gazing at the nearly lifeless golden-haired hound, Lin Yang spoke. He discerned the hound's injuries. Its immortal king body was almost entirely extinguished, its primordial spirit's imprint shattered, and it was suppressed by the quasi-immortal emperor's laws contained within the staff, rendering it unable to recover. All of this transpired within mere seconds after the staff began to glow. A titan had fallen into such a state. Even if it had not completely perished, it could be deemed incapacitated. Severing the essence, do not cling to your current powers, for any misstep could lead to entanglement with the quasi-immortal emperor's laws, and the only outcome left would be demise. Lin Yang imparted to the golden-haired hound a secret technique, derived from the nirvana method of the willow deity, combined with the true phoenix treasure art, master's profound grace. The golden-haired hound howled, contemplating deeply for a prolonged moment before commencing the practice of this secret technique. Aware that this was its sole chance at survival, it dared not act carelessly, methodically severing its own substantial essence according to the principles of the technique. Lin Yang turned his gaze from the hound to the quasi-immortal emperor's staff hovering within the ancestral temple. The moment the golden-haired hound entered the temple, this ancient artifact of the alien realm spontaneously awakened. In the original timeline, the power of the quasi-immortal emperor's staff had only been triggered through the sacrifice of a drop of heart's blood from a titan of immortal stature. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, recalling the sequence of events that had befallen the golden-haired hound moments earlier. Suddenly, an ominous instinct surged within him. Lin Yang swiftly pulled back the golden-haired hound, which was in the midst of self-severing its essence, revealing a grave expression. Crowned with the name of an emperor, it shall be vanquished. A cold, merciless voice echoed, and from the side of the bone staff, a figure materialized, uttering those very words. This was a fragment of will residing within the quasi-immortal emperor's staff, sensing the battle outside the realm, and discerning that the golden-haired hound's master was the Shintian emperor. To be the master of titans, one must undoubtedly be a superlative immortal king. To self-appoint as an emperor was to have transgressed a taboo. After Lin Yang and the golden-haired hound retreated, the light of the quasi-immortal emperor's staff became increasingly radiant, and in numerous nearby locales, countless beings wailed in despair. Whether supreme or immortal, all were reduced to ashes beneath the brilliance. The locust spirit, nearing this vicinity, could not suppress a cry of anguish as it plummeted towards the earth. Fortunately, the locust spirit had not ventured too deeply, otherwise it would have disintegrated upon impact, its immortal king form becoming indistinguishable from the countless beings in this area. The three immortal kings of the Mingfa sect turned pale, refraining from approaching the region shrouded in the potent light of the quasi-immortal emperor. Lin Yang hurled the golden-haired hound to the Mingfa immortal king, and the locust spirit was similarly cast from the area. He then turned to face the ancestral temple of the alien realm, coldly declaring, "Do you wish to vanquish me? A mere artifact of the quasi-immortal emperor? That is somewhat presumptuous." He discerned that within the staff was a fragment of will separated from an unknown dark quasi-immortal emperor, which lay dormant, but would awaken at critical moments to eliminate beings that had transgressed taboos, facilitating the passage of light from this side of the realm. Return to my realm swiftly. The ensuing conflict is beyond your capacity to intervene. Observing that the figure within the ancestral temple wielding the staff had no immediate intention to strike, Lin Yang turned to the five immortal kings. The mere radiance of the quasi-immortal emperor's staff was unbearable for any immortal king, let alone intervening in battle. Even spectating would exact a toll on their lives. Take care, Shintian Emperor. The Mingfa immortal king clasped his hands in salute, departing the alien realm with the second of the world and the immortal gold Taoist. Along with the golden-haired hound, just a few insignificant fish, they will inevitably face their tribulations in due course. The shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor, clutching the staff, coldly observed, making no effort to intercept the departing immortal kings. Lin Yang's aura surged, transforming time into an immortal sword. The remnants of the immortal emperor's laws inscribed on the blade coalesced into armor, shielding him from the suppression of the quasi-immortal emperor's laws emanating from the staff. Eager to ascertain his strength without entering a state of unity, Lin Yang refrained from communing with the myriad forces within himself, relying solely on the passive amplification from countless projections of himself in the realm, far surpassing many supreme titans and possibly even eclipsing the pinnacle of immortal kings. What a unique quasi-immortal emperor artifact. You have indeed forged an object of imperial caliber, a veritable calamity. The shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor scrutinized the immortal sword forged from time, perceiving the remnants of the immortal emperor's laws inscribed upon it. Yet ultimately, the laws inscribed upon time were merely fragments of the immortal emperor's principles as understood by Lin Yang himself, not the complete laws of the immortal emperor, thus leading the quasi-immortal emperor's shadow to misinterpret them as the laws of a quasi-immortal emperor. The narrative continues, wherein Lin Yang, having awakened with the Grandmaster system, finds himself transported into the world of the online game Heaven and Earth, ready to guide his struggling disciples with profound wisdom. Though it is merely the power of a magical artifact, lacking the presence of my true self, it suffices to vanquish you. As he spoke, the radiance of the quasi-immortal emperor continued to expand and intensify. Countless beings from other realms, illuminated by this light, were instantaneously reduced to ashes, many of them oblivious to their own demise. Lin Yang tightened his grip on the Sword of Time, and with a single stroke, he cleaved through the celestial firmament of the foreign realms, revealing the chaotic abyss of the boundary sea. The order of the great Tao shattered, plunging all entities from the foreign realms into disarray. Some immortal beings from even more distant lands let out a wail before their bodies exploded. Obliterated by the sword, Qi entwined with the myriad paths of the foreign realms, without even the opportunity for an ominous sign of their fall to manifest. The sword technique of immortal calamity. The clash of two brilliant forces reverberated, a collision of the quasi-immortal emperor's laws. The boundless land of the foreign realms began to crack inch by inch. The colossal world tree, already ravaged by the ancestor of the cicada, now faced a catastrophic severing, its upper half, larger than an entire universe, slowly plummeting toward a certain area within the foreign realms. That was the territory of an imperial clan, now utterly annihilated, with not a soul left to survive. Boom! The entire foreign realm shuddered, fissures appearing on the barrier membrane, threatening to obliterate all existence. Even without a true quasi-immortal emperor engaged in battle, the mere clash of two quasi-immortal emperor artifacts nearly resulted in the obliteration of the foreign realms. Although the scale of the foreign realms pales in comparison to that of the immortal realm, the sheer might of the quasi-immortal emperor artifacts was unfathomably terrifying, far surpassing the imagination of any sovereign. The dreadful fluctuations of quasi-immortal emperor level continued to spread, leading to the explosive destruction of the Western Heavenly Gate, with not a single celestial spirit guarding it surviving. A cataclysmic upheaval swept through the foreign realms as an emperor made his move. The celestial kings of the immortal realm were instantly struck with dread, turning their gazes toward the direction of the Western Heavenly Gate. The overwhelming power that transcended the kings required no further contemplation. It could only belong to the might of an emperor. The celestial kings surged forth, leaving their abodes to converge in the high heavens of the immortal realm. It was the Xintian emperor, engaged in combat with an opponent. The king of Pans sensed Lin Yang's aura. What on earth has transpired? Why is the Xintian emperor in the foreign realms? Ao Sheng, nursing his wounds, gazed longingly toward the southern heavenly gate. He understood that a shattered universe still lay between the southern heavenly gate of the foreign realms and the immortal realm. Yet even so, the overwhelming power transmitted across the void was terrifying enough for Ao Sheng to infer the fate of countless beings in the foreign realms. Open the door to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Hun Yuan immortal king commanded. Let's go. The celestial kings exchanged glances, their consensus clear. They sought to comprehend the preceding events. Entering the foreign realms to meet their doom was far less desirable than venturing into the 9 heavens and 10 earths to uncover the truth. The nearest gate to the immortal realm swung open, and the celestial kings stepped through in succession, arriving in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I must return as well. A figure shot forth. It was Sure Hao. After Meng Tian fused with the Heavenly Heart Seal, he returned to the immortal realm to devise the next course of action. Awakening only today, he was a close friend of the Xiantian Emperor. The King of Pans and Ao Shang spoke in unison, introducing Sure Hao's identity to certain celestial kings. Gulme, the King of Pans, pulled Sure Hao alongside him, guiding him through the gates of the immortal realm. As the celestial kings departed, countless true immortals and an even greater number of supreme beings within the immortal realm trembled in confusion. The overwhelming force that shattered the western heavenly gate left all celestial spirits in a state of blankness. The Xiantian Emperor, a female celestial, closer to the gathering of celestial kings, murmured to herself, having overheard their discourse. Could it be that all this is the result of a clash between formidable powers? Moreover, the battlefield was not within the immortal realm, but in the infinitely distant foreign realms, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Do you truly dare to attempt to subdue me? Just as the celestial kings entered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing the Tao of the end of law, they heard a familiar voice echoing from beyond the realms. The celestial kings, despite having traversed a considerable distance, felt as if Lin Yang's voice was as close as a whisper, resonating across the cosmos. Upon activating the power of the quasi-immortal Emperor artifact, Lin Yang was capable of suppressing the myriad paths across different universes, allowing his words to reverberate throughout all realms. He had not truly entered this realm, but had merely grasped the complete path, yet he dared to be so audacious. The low voice of the quasi-immortal Emperor's shadow also spread forth. He believed Lin Yang had comprehended the path of the quasi-immortal Emperor. Otherwise, he could not have forged such an artifact. But due to his circumstances, he had yet to fully step into this realm. Well-versed in the number of quasi-immortal emperors in existence, the Shadow did not perceive the artifact crafted by a foreign quasi-immortal emperor as unfamiliar. Otherwise, Lin Yang would not have been able to unleash such power, capable of contending with his own. Kill. Lin Yang let out a soft exhale, and countless beings, regardless of their strength, were stripped of their self-awareness, standing dazed and motionless. Rumbling. The barrier of the foreign realms could no longer withstand the pressure, twisting and tearing apart violently. The waves of the boundary sea had not yet surged forth when they were scattered by the overwhelming might of the quasi-immortal Emperor, deeply intertwined. Although a single quasi-immortal Emperor artifact could not match the might of a true quasi-immortal Emperor, it embodied a portion of their power. 2 such artifacts fully activated equated to nearly 4/10 of a quasi-immortal Emperor's might, which was beyond the capacity of the foreign realms to endure. The foreign realms were obliterated. Chapter 684, Severing the Future. Having existed for over 1,000 epochs and waged countless battles against the immortal realm, the foreign realms were reduced to mere fragments. Lin Yang and the shadow of the quasi-immortal Emperor, wielding a staff of bones, burst forth from the foreign realms, engaging in fierce combat within the boundary sea. The river of time surged, shaken by their battle. Had they intended to strike at other temporal nodes, they would have vanished from this place long ago. Lin Yang's sword had vanished, replaced by a shimmering suit of armor that flowed with the essence of time, and his fist on a pair of time-infused gauntlets. A casual punch unleashed the transformations of eons, capable of decaying the heavens and earth, and even the universe itself. Under the suppression of the quasi-immortal Emperor's laws, even the sovereigns who gazed down upon the world were not exempt. Such formidable prowess. No wonder you dare to claim the title of Emperor. The shadow of the quasi-immortal Emperor remarked coldly. His words were unrestrained, piercing through the river of time, resonating across multiple temporal segments, startling countless beings to gaze skyward in bewilderment. This is already interfering with time. Yet the quasi-immortal Emperor, even if not the flawless true Emperor, was still an unparalleled powerhouse. Thus, any backlash from such interference could be disregarded. Enough of your prattle. Lin Yang scoffed lightly, delivering a punch that evolved into countless possibilities. Time began to condense, any potentiality leading directly to the quasi-immortal Emperor's shadow being gravely wounded and defeated, causing the shadow to finally display a grave expression. No longer underestimating Lin Yang, he discerned that this was the power of time influencing the future. The past had become immutable, incapable of alteration. So he sought to exploit the future to create a chance of victory. Even as a quasi-immortal emperor, he was not adept with time and could not achieve this. Behold, the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor pointed his staff at Lin Yang, a multitude of brilliant lights coalescing in an instant, brewing an unfathomably terrifying force. severing the future. At that very moment, Lin Yang launched another strike, and the river of time erupted violently, engulfing both combatants. The celestial kings, who had just entered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, momentarily fell into confusion, only to awaken with cold sweat pouring down their bodies. A sudden influx of memories surged into their minds. The reason they became aware of this was that their complete memories had not been affected. At that moment, they still gazed toward the foreign realms, bewildered by what transpired. Yet the additional memories revealed that at the moment they should have been looking toward the foreign realms. A chilling voice had echoed forth, startling them to look upward before their recollections abruptly halted. The power of the Emperor. The King of Heroes trembled, his entire being steeped in ice. The Emperor who engaged in battle with the Xiantian Emperor. Who is this person? There are also whispers among the immortal kings. At this moment, the Mingfa immortal king and others who had fled from the foreign realm have also arrived at this place. This emperor emerged from an ancient artifact originating from the foreign realm, shrouded in immense power and mystery, exuding an aura of invincibility. With a mere wave of the bone staff, he could annihilate all things across the heavens. I merely fell victim to the brilliance of that light and found myself in such a dire situation, murmured the golden-haired hound, barely clinging to life. Although he had severed his own source, it did not signify that the golden-haired hound had lost his ability to influence the external world. He could still speak, sharing the astounding secrets he had witnessed. Were it not for the emergence of his master, once the future emperors stepped out of the ancestral temple of the foreign realm, everything would have turned to dust, the golden-haired hound muttered. The hearts of the immortal kings were filled with complexity, a mix of relief and confusion. Aoshin gazed at the golden-haired hound in such a state, feeling a myriad of emotions. A titan, reduced to the status of an ant in the face of an emperor. The ancestor of the locusts glanced at the severely injured ancestor of the locusts, recalling the scene witnessed in the realm of communication with the heavens. Above the sea of realms, the river of time boiled. In that moment, the future and the past seemed on the verge of overlapping, yet were suppressed by a figure, preventing time from descending into chaos. It was Lin Yang. He observed the translucent shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor, a smile gracing his lips. How do you find this technique? The severance of the future is an application derived from mastering the path of time to an extraordinarily profound level. Merely comprehending the path of time to that extent is insufficient. It must be transformed into a profound technique that can be autonomously wielded. Were it not for his complete mastery of the heavenly emperor treading through time, Lin Yang would not have been able to accomplish this feat. What a splendid severance of the future. The tone of the quasi-immortal emperor's shadow, once frigid, had now calmed. His essence had been extinguished by Lin Yang in a fleeting moment of time, yet he did not dissipate immediately, a testament to the formidable will of the quasi-immortal emperor. Better to embrace darkness. Otherwise, even if you ascend to emperor, you will still find it difficult to escape death. The power of darkness exceeds your imagination, spoke the quasi-immortal emperor's shadow. This was merely the will that his true body had divided while refining this quasi-mortal emperor artifact. Even if it perished, the true body would remain oblivious to the events unfolding at this moment. Lin Yang's potential had garnered his recognition, undoubtedly marking him as an extraordinary adversary. He did not wish for such a person to stand in opposition to the darkness, becoming an enemy to his true self. Whoever disturbs my tranquility shall be mercilessly severed. Lin Yang started Coiling. His stance was unmistakable, rejecting the proposal from the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor. This confrontation with the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor, more accurately described as a battle against an artifact imbued with a fragment of quasi-immortal emperor's will, had allowed Lin Yang to ascertain his own strength. In the realm of immortal kings, he was undoubtedly invincible, even without the protective laws of time from the quasi-immortal emperor guarding his body. With the power of the quasi-immortal emperor's artifact, it would take 3 strikes to destroy his law body. However, in the final moments when he vanquished the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor, Lin Yang had to harness the strength of his otherworldly projection. Otherwise, the stalemate would have persisted indefinitely. 177 were approximately at the peak immortal king level, while 42 possessed the might of immortal king titans. Otherwise, even employing the heavenly emperor's technique of severing the future and utilizing the power of the quasi-immortal emperor's artifact, Lin Yang would not have been able to eradicate the trace of will imprinted upon the bone staff. Thus, one could catch a glimpse of just how terrifying a fragment of the quasi-immortal emperor's will truly was. Alas, the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor gradually dissipated. The bone staff falling away, floating upon the sea. Our destinies are destined to clash in life and death once more, echoed the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor, vanishing completely. Is it the Tsang Emperor, the Hong Emperor, or the Yu Emperor? Lin Yang pondered as he observed the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor fade. Having witnessed the quasi-immortal emperor's laws under the Tsang Emperor and having personally traversed that ancient path of reincarnation. Even though the visage of the quasi-immortal emperor's shadow was exceedingly vague, Lin Yang could eliminate the possibility of it being a fragment of the Tsang Emperor's will. As for the Elder of World Destruction, it did not resemble him either. The shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor had not revealed any techniques akin to the Nine Nether Hound during the fierce battle. Ultimately, who it was would become clear in the future. Lin Yang estog setlet. Once he stepped into the realm of the emperors, he would naturally revisit the celestial world to resolve the intertwined fates. Moreover, Lin Yang had a vague idea. Once he dealt with the corpse immortal emperor, he would transform the celestial world back into the ultimate sacred place of countless epics, welcoming beings from other realms. Chapter 685, The Mystery of the Emperors. The immortal domain had yet to shatter, yet the foreign realm had already begun to crumble. Standing above the Sea of Realms, Lin Yang gazed down at the fragments of the foreign realm, gradually dispersing below. Each fragment was larger than a normal universe, every inch of space filled with dust, the ash of countless beings from the foreign realm. The dense, immortal materials, under the compression of the quasi-immortal emperor's laws, were nearly depleted, reduced to less than 1,000th of their former glory. They were only slightly stronger than the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the immortal ancient epic. No longer deserving of the title of a realm, no longer paying heed to the numerous, drifting fragments of the foreign realm, Lin Yang retracted the quasi-immortal emperor's artifact of time. This area, subjected to the full-force assault of 2 quasi-immortal emperor artifacts. Though not as formidable as a true quasi-immortal emperor, whose casual strike could bring about the birth and demise of an entire universe, was nonetheless terrifying. In the brief span of their confrontation, over 100 universes were birthed in the nearby sea, their scale surpassing normal universes by 50% to several times. After surveying the newly born universes, Lin Yang vanished from above the Sea of Realms. The 9 heavens and 10 earths. The reverberations of the battle among the emperors had subsided. Could it be that the conflict had reached its conclusion? The Pan King, solemn, gazed towards the boundary of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The tumult stirred by Lin Yang's battle with the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor had generated tumultuous waves across the Sea of Realms, deterring the immortal kings from daring to leave the protective confines of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to venture into the Sea of Realms. Otherwise, should a wave infused with the quasi-immortal emperor's laws crash down, an immortal king could only meet a tragic end on the spot. Some, due to the impending grand reckoning, had begun to return to their respective realms, only to have perished, their primordial spirits utterly shattered, becoming mere remnants in the Sea of Realms. Did the Xiantian emperor emerge victorious, or did that figure prevail? Aoshing murmured. He cast a glance at the woeful golden-haired hound, a multitude of thoughts rising within him. Yet each was swiftly severed by Aoshing, unwilling to court trouble. It must be the Xiantian emperor, Stonehow assessed coolly. Based on his understanding of Lin Yang, who grasped all matters, he would not engage in a life-and-death struggle with an incomprehensible enemy without sufficient certainty. Simultaneously, Stonehow secretly drooled over the title of the Heavenly Emperor, yet knowing the taboos of the celestial realm and recognizing his own lack of unparalleled strength, he refrained from hastily proclaiming himself as the Emperor of Desolation. After undergoing 9 transformations, ultimately achieving the status of the Red Dust Immortal Queen, Stonehow had traversed the trials of the celestial path within the immortal domain, truly establishing himself at the level of a true immortal. And with his body as the vessel, he had devised a method for cultivating the human form. Now, his strength was formidable enough to slay quasi-immortal kings. Thus, it seemed plausible. The Pan King nodded slightly. He observed Stonehow with envy. Even before becoming an immortal king, he was already so powerful, a peak figure among quasi-immortal kings. And once he passed the tribulation to become an immortal king, he would likely leap into the ranks of the peak immortal kings, standing on the same level as himself, provided he perfected the means to establish his position as an immortal king. Even if he could not ascend to Titan status, he would still be among the foremost echelon of peak immortal kings. The words of the Xiantian emperor at that time indicated that the enemy was an artifact of the quasi-immortal emperor, not a true emperor. The second in the world? He slowly spoke. He cast an odd glance at Stonehow, astonished that the once innocent child had, in just over 10,000 years, reached such heights. A quasi mortal imperor esse artifact. A quasi mortal imperor. All the immortal kings were momentarily stunned, then became horrified. The prefix quasi conjured many thoughts. Indeed, it is a quasi-immortal emperor artifact. Lin Yang appeared beside the immortal kings and spoke. I have encountered the Shintian emperor. The immortal kings immediately performed a half-bow. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The invincible might that Lin Yang previously displayed has instilled profound reverence among the various celestial kings, whether they hail from the immortal realm or the myriad heavens. When a celestial king discovers the path to transcending their status and becoming an emperor, they can attempt to take that crucial step. If it is the correct path, they will naturally surpass the celestial king domain and ascend to emperor status within the immortal way. Conversely, should it be the wrong path, the butcher has met with a fate akin to that of some kings, a fate that you should all comprehend. The butcher, alongside many celestial kings, has endeavored more than once to break through the kingly domain and achieve emperor status. Yet, none have succeeded. All have failed, suffering grievous injuries, nearly to the point of death, such as the consequence of wandering down the erroneous path in pursuit of a breakthrough. Observing the contemplative expression of Sure How, Lin Yang continued, surpassing the kingly domain while entering the emperor domain does not equate to being a true immortal emperor. One can only be deemed a quasi-immortal emperor. Nevertheless, even as such, you have witnessed the formidable power of a quasi-immortal emperor. It merely manifests as an artifact imbued with the principles of a quasi-immortal emperor, far inferior to the might of an actual quasi-immortal emperor, and certainly beyond the capacity of any celestial king to contend with. If a prominent celestial king were to be suppressed by the quasi-immortal emperor artifact as naturally emanating principles, within a mere 5 seconds, their entire cultivation would be completely obliterated, leaving them with irreparable wounds of the Tao. Even a supreme giant could only persist for a scant few seconds. The celestial kings were utterly astonished, gaining their first insights into the emperor domain. Invincible. Could it be that the Shintian emperor has become an emperor capable of contending with the quasi-immortal emperor's artifacts? The Hunyuan celestial king pondered in suspicion. The term quasi-immortal emperor exists solely because of the presence of true immortal emperors and is used to distinguish between the two. For celestial kings, there is no difference between a quasi-immortal emperor and a true immortal emperor. Both are invincible sovereigns beyond their reach. Perhaps only those who have truly witnessed the complete laws of an emperor and possess a flawless path of their own can comprehend why the initial foray into the emperor domain is designated as a quasi-immortal emperor. Who forged that quasi-immortal emperor artifact? Sure How inquired, knitting his brows. Knowing that Lin Yang could suppress all, Sure How directly posed the question. The source of darkness. Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Upon witnessing the grave expressions of the celestial kings, Lin Yang continued. That is an artifact forged by a dark, quasi-immortal emperor. Its primary function is to corrupt the beings of this world and spread dark matter, which is why it is revered as an ancient origin artifact in foreign realms. Ancient origin artifact? The Yuanshu celestial king remarked cautiously. As for that artifact from the burial domain, its path to enlightenment has been exceedingly lengthy, and I have vaguely heard that there exists a similarly ancient origin artifact in the burial domain, shrouded in mystery, its origins unknown. Yes, it too is a quasi-immortal emperor artifact, Lin Yang nodded. He faintly recalled that the ancient origin artifact from the burial domain was a quasi-immortal emperor crown, which had nearly obliterated the already supreme Sure How in the original time-space. Is this the handiwork of the same dark emperor? The Yuanshu celestial king's face turned ashen, and the Pan King and others shared a similar reaction. They understood that the initial origins of the burial domain were deeply intertwined with the foreign realms, leading them to suspect that there may be more than one dark, quasi-immortal emperor. It should not be the same one. You are aware of the limitations, Lin Yang responded. Chapter 686. The Choice of the Nine Heavens Celestial Kings. Upon hearing the limitations mentioned by Lin Yang, the celestial kings turned pale but nodded in understanding, clearly grasping the implications of his words. Huh? Sure How displayed a look of confusion. The second in the world, this former bird king of the void spirit realm, spoke up, saying, upon becoming a celestial king, one can perceive the workings of heavenly fortune, enabling the projection of myriad events in the world, and an innate clarity arises. The forging of celestial king-grade artifacts must not be rampant. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly invite misfortune. Whether it leads to a complete cessation of further advancement or an encounter with calamity remains uncertain. The words of the Xintian Emperor hold true for the Emperor domain as well. Sure Hao nodded slightly, understanding the rationale. He mused, no wonder Celestial King artifacts are exceedingly rare, while the materials for crafting Celestial King artifacts are indeed precious, even at this point. Sure Hao recalled certain Celestial Kings who still wielded true immortal-grade artifacts, rendering him speechless. The materials capable of forging Celestial King artifacts are indeed lamentably scarce, to the extent that even an average Celestial King's abilities cannot procure them. As for the Dark Source, leave it to me. You need not worry. Just ensure the protection of this realm of light. I have already forged enmity with a certain dark, quasi-immortal emperor in the cycle of cause and effect. I shall ultimately find a resolution. Lin Yang spoke at this moment. The Celestial Kings present were not weak. Even amidst many foreign realms, they would be considered supreme beings. However, the perfect world differs. Although the perfect world may not have witnessed the birth of the two divine kings of the origin continent for a time span as long as that since the dawn of creation, the pinnacle celestial kings who were somewhat renowned in the origin continent would merely be regarded as insignificant in the perfect world. Those who have cultivated to the kingly level through the secret realms of the human body are somewhat better off. However, the immortal ancient law and immortal domain law are heavily reliant on the external Tao. Despite the lessons learned from the immortal ancient era, the immortal domain law has been refined, yet it cannot entirely free itself from this dependency. This results in a situation where once an immortal ancient law, celestial king steps into the ultimate ancient land. Their Tao fruit will be shattered by the divergent rules of the Tao, leaving even celestial king giants severely injured, needing to gradually reconstruct their Tao fruit according to the differing rules of the Tao. Thus, Lin Yang held no expectations for them to partake in battle. Indeed, if the battlefield were to be in the ultimate ancient land, the celestial kings would not even possess the qualification to shout Chapter 666. In this era, only Sure Hao possesses the eligibility to fight and observe the enmity with the Dark Emperor. No one comprehended why Lin Yang, the Xintian Emperor, had forged enmity with a dark, quasi-immortal emperor at the edge of the ocean of realms. Observing that Lin Yang offered no explanation, none inquired further, understanding that this might pertain to some secrets. Only the nearly lifeless golden-haired hound harbored a few suspicions. Depart. The 9 heavens and 10 earths can no longer bear your existence. Feeling the tremors of this world, Lin Yang spoke. Counting the native celestial kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, including the Mingfa celestial king, there were a total of 53 celestial kings present, including Lin Yang. That makes 54. Although the golden-haired hound and Gu Zhu were grievously injured, they remained immensely powerful. The latter could still annihilate a supreme being with a single drop of blood. With so many celestial kings gathered, the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the immortal ancient era were unscathed. However, upon their fragmentation, the world suffered grievous wounds. And coupled with the current end of the law era, it has become increasingly difficult to sustain such a multitude of superlative beings simultaneously. We acted impulsively, driven by urgency, without considering the capacity of the end of the law era. Countless complex emotions were dispelled from within, and the Pan King, after carefully contemplating the current state of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, could not help but chuckle wryly and shake his head. I beg your pardon, Xintian Emperor. The Yuan Shu, celestial king, clasped his hands, cautiously communicating with the immortal domain gate, fearful that a single misstep might jeopardize the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the end of the law era, thereby incurring further enmity. Watching as the celestial kings departed one after another, Lin Yang turned to Mingfa, celestial king, and the others, saying, the foreign realm has shattered into countless fragments, and the universe beyond has been driven to the brink of annihilation by your actions. Only the many burial grounds remain. The return coordinates left by certain celestial kings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths have been completely eradicated by me. The future 9 heavens and 10 earths will enjoy a protracted period of tranquility. Will you remain here in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, or proceed to the immortal domain to support the various kings there? In the future, dark beings will undoubtedly sweep through the realms, waging war against the immortal domain. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Mingfa celestial king, the second in the world, and the immortal gold Taoist all bowed their heads in contemplation. pondering the deeper significance of Lin Yang's statement. After a while, the voice of the immortal gold Taoist resonated steadily. I intend to go to the immortal domain. The foreign realm has perished, and my old friend from yesteryears have all fallen. The entire world can no longer find even a trace of its former self. Only within the celestial domain can I still encounter familiar faces. Moreover, should the celestial domain succumb to the hands of darkness, even the 9 heavens and 10 earths would find it impossible to escape unscathed. After speaking, the celestial gold Taoist gazed at the scene of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. The rejoined realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths still bore some resemblance to the grand expanse of the celestial ancient era, yet this only served to evoke poignant memories within the celestial gold Taoist. He yearned to distance himself from this sorrowful land, driven to combat the dark beings, and, in turn, protect the world of his origin. I share this sentiment. The second in the world and the enlightened law celestial king spoke nearly in unison. Beyond reasons akin to those of the celestial gold Taoist, they faced the harsh reality that, lacking sufficient combat experience, the prospect of enhancing their strength had become nearly impossible. After all, throughout the long years, the accumulation achievable in seclusion had already been realized. To ascend further and become a towering figure among the celestial kings, one must engage in fierce battles between life and death, climbing to that pinnacle. Of course, if they were aware of the path to greatness of the golden-haired hound, they might question their own understanding. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded slightly and remarked, if that is the case, then you must exercise caution in the days to come. According to my calculations, the final confrontation may occur in 1,000,000 years. That battlefield will be exceptionally terrifying, where even supreme beings cannot traverse freely. Upon hearing the prophetic words of this prospective celestial emperor, the 3 celestial kings felt a chill run through their hearts. A battlefield where even supreme beings cannot traverse freely? This implies that the number of kings participating from either side would undoubtedly exceed 100, or even more. Celestial Emperor, the feeble Gozu, spoke at this moment, attempting to voice something. I'm aware of your circumstances. You are a great benefactor of our realm. First, sever your origin, and when you reclaim your celestial king position in the future, we shall discuss the rest. Lin Yang pointed, imparting to Gozu a method of rebirth. Constrained by the laws of the prospective celestial emperor, there was little possibility of alternatives aside from abandoning everything to start anew, which was why he handled the golden-haired hound and Gozu in this manner. Chapter 687. The Restrictions of the Celestial Rules. 70 years later, at last, they have departed. Lin Yang stood atop the city walls of the borderless Emperor's Pass, watching the primordial imperial city vanish within the gates of the celestial domain, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had the celestial kings not left the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the forthcoming epoch of Veil would undoubtedly bring about great upheaval. Celestials would no longer exist as imagined. Who would dare to claim invincibility? Who would dare to speak of being undefeated? Lin Yang shook his head, contemplating the future of the small cultivators standing at the pinnacle of humanity. The pond is already small. If they cannot forge an invincible spirit, they would be no different from an ordinary universe. As he witnessed the gates of the celestial domain gradually closing, Lin Yang vanished from the borderless Emperor's Pass. Days later, a young man, enveloped in celestial energy, arrived at the borderless Emperor's Pass, holding a brown ancient tome. The city in the sky has vanished? Furthermore, those zones of life prohibition have also disappeared one by one. What on earth has transpired? Gazing at the chaotic skies outside the borderless Emperor's Pass, Chuyu felt an overwhelming confusion. He was in search of the traces of the Xiantian celestial king, eager to uncover what had transpired in the world while he refined the peach immortal elixir. Yet after 10,000 years, his gains have been scarce. It seemed as though a mysterious force was obstructing him, preventing him from achieving his desires. Decades prior, the wave that emanated from the foreign realm and the celestial voice that resonated throughout the world appeared to bear some connection to the Xiantian king. Casting a grave glance at the chaotic scene beyond the borderless, Chuyu realized that, barring any unexpected occurrences, the foreign realm had likely been obliterated. Even if it still existed, without numerous burial grounds linking the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the foreign realm, the vast distance between the two worlds would render countless cultivators unable to reunite with their long-standing adversaries throughout their lifetimes. The gates of the celestial domain had opened more than once, allowing the kings of the celestial domain to descend into the world. What was the purpose? Chuyu pondered deeply, ultimately opening the brown ancient tome he held, where the laws of the celestial path coalesced into words inscribed upon the pages. 720 years later, at the Shantian Taoist Hall, furrowing his brow slightly, Lin Yang crushed a body in his palm, reflecting upon the outcome. Could it be that the limitations of the grand Tao in the unseen realm prevent the existence of the beings I envisioned? Lin Yang contemplated. In this attempt to create life, he believed he had achieved perfection in every regard. Adulthood equated to becoming a celestial king, with astonishing reproductive capabilities, bloodlines that would not wane, immunity to environmental constraints, reaching maturity within a millennium, possessing a complete intellect, and extraordinary comprehension. These anticipated objectives were nearly fully realized this time. However, upon the true creation, Lin Yang discovered numerous flaws, many of which were unforeseen. Let's try again. With a shift in thought, Lin Yang began the creation process anew, following the previous steps. A strand of primordial spiritual energy was gathered, gradually enveloped by layers of magical light, while myriad symbols of the Grand Tao began to coalesce. Crack! The sound of the Grand Tao's order fracturing echoed continuously. The life Lin Yang created was overwhelmingly formidable, manifesting such phenomena even in its embryonic stage. Boom! The world surrounding the Shantian Taoist Hall trembled incessantly, as if lamenting. Various lights of the Grand Tao had yet to rise, only to be extinguished by Lin Yang's will. In the dimness, cries of phantoms echoed, and the atmosphere of this realm shifted from eerie to suddenly warm and bright. After several thousand breaths, indeed, it was the limitations of the Grand Tao in the unseen realm. Lin Yang gazed at the male body before him, a hint of understanding dawning upon him. The Grand Tao he referred to was not that of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, nor the celestial domain or the upper celestial continent, but rather a collective of the rules governing countless universes within the Sea of Realms. The rules of the celestial domain and the upper celestial continent were merely fragments of this greater whole. The great causal power represents but one aspect of this vast collection of rules, leaning toward causality, yet not encapsulating the entirety of this complex. In this regard, Lin Yang designated it as the celestial rules. The calamity of the celestial kings marked the first encounter of sentient beings with the celestial rules. Though merely shadows without tangible power, they proved exceptionally troublesome, leading to the demise of countless true celestial beings over the ages. As Lin Yang crushed the body before him, he mused, "Though I employed the same methods for creation, the flaws in this creation differ from the last. They appear random, merely preventing it from achieving absolute perfection. The previous creation took an excessively long time to reach adulthood, spanning billions of years, with a low intellect and unsatisfactory reproductive capabilities. The current creation lacked intellect, yet its physique could rival that of a celestial king within a millennium, its reproductive abilities akin to those of rodents. Yet it could not enhance its strength through conventional means. Must there be sacrifices?" Lin Yang gazed at the empty Shantian Hall, lost in thought. After expending extensive time, he finally could realize his original vision, only to encounter the limitations imposed by the celestial rules. Even celestial emperors cannot contend with the celestial rules, and Lin Yang was no exception. While discontent simmered within him, he understood that rather than sulking over the fundamental rules of the universe, it would be more pragmatic to await the time when he would grow sufficiently powerful to reassess the present circumstances. It now appeared that the once glorious powerful clans of the upper celestial continent might have encountered the limitations of the celestial rules in this respect. However, according to the words of the ashamed celestial emperor, during its zenith, the bloodline power of the true dragon clan could not rank among the top 5. Thus, I can use the true dragon clan as a benchmark, exploring the limits of the celestial rules gradually. Lin Yang's heart stirred. Within the extensive repository of life he had accumulated over time, countless bloodlines he had obliterated re-emerged in his mind. The notion that adulthood equates to becoming a celestial king must remain unchanged, but the growth period could be adjusted. 5,000 years? 10,000 years? Intelligence must also be retained, for it pertains to whether the clan can give birth to extraordinary individuals surpassing the average strength of their lineage. Though human, their reproductive capabilities could not be measured against ordinary humanity. Adjustments must be made. Is it the conventional approach of combining yin and yang to ultimately nurture the next generation? Or is it a product of random mutations among countless humans? Or perhaps it is a transformation into this lineage after reaching a certain standard. In an instant, Myriad thoughts flickered through Lin Yang's mind, gradually clarifying his ideas. Having made some choices, he could no longer be constrained by the celestial rules. As each thought dissipated, Lin Yang once again summoned the primordial spirit energy and commenced the 74,200th creation of life. Countless subtle and imperceptible symbols of the Tao interwove into a radiant tapestry, enveloping the Xiantian Great Hall. The power of creation flowed, nurturing life, as the external world resonated, bursting forth with vibrant vitality and shimmering rays of light. 6 days later, all scenes faded, revealing the formation of a male human body. This might be the most perfect lineage across innumerable universes. This time, Lin Yang did not destroy it, but instead marveled at it. Chapter 688, Two Little Sovereigns. Upon reaching maturity, this entity possessed king-level combat prowess. Although it exhibited some flaws in other aspects, it could still be regarded as part of the royal lineage among humans. Its bloodline vastly superior to that of foreign imperial clans. Lin Yang's palm, imbued with the power of time, gently brushed over the newly born sovereign, reversing time as the king of humanity returned to his infant stage. Even though the king's power rivaled that of an immortal king, it could not resist this process. Naturally maturing to its zenith, it was already comparable to the apex of immortal kings, because it stemmed from the innate powers of its lineage. It would not be as heavily influenced by external Tao as the immortal kings of the ancient methods. If it were to attain a modest achievement in a cultivation system that transcended humanity, it would emerge as a preeminent powerhouse among the top immortal kings, even standing shoulder to shoulder with the giants of the realm. Lin Yang cradled the infant form of the sovereign, nodding in satisfaction. Had he possessed such a bloodline at the onset of his journey, certain formidable challenges would have been effortlessly surmounted. "My master, I have completely severed my original essence," spoke the golden-haired canine, who had entered the Xiantian Great Hall just days ago, its eyes shimmering with astonishment at the sovereign's extraordinary potential. "Let's begin anew in our cultivation," Lin Yang replied calmly. The current golden-haired canine no longer bore the majestic presence of its former self, appearing instead like a diminutive golden dog with wings, its stature significantly diminished to around 3 meters. "Understood." The golden-haired canine lowered its head, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, "Master, I wish to seize this opportunity to alter my cultivation path. Might you provide guidance?" It recognized that had it not fallen into its current predicament due to calamity, it could have accumulated more strength. However, it was precisely because it practiced the ancient methods of immortality that it could leverage the convergence of myriad paths within the Xiantian Dao field to achieve the status of an immortal king. Seeking to redeem its past failures in battle against Ao Chung, you may consult with Gu Ancestor or inquire with Sure Hao, Lin Yang suggested, indicating a path for the golden-haired canine. "Are you referring to viewing oneself as a seed?" The golden-haired canine suddenly grasped the implication. It understood that Gu Ancestor had previously theorized this approach during the ancient era alongside other powerful beings, perceiving oneself as a seed independent of external influences. Many ancient method practitioners, after merging the essence of alien origins with the energies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, found their Tao fruits unstable, their path in disarray, making it challenging to maintain that wondrous state of resonance between heaven and humanity, the unity of Tao and self. The higher realms based on this foundation were similarly impacted, hindering their combat prowess from being fully realized. However, to regard oneself as a seed was a path fraught with peril. By not relying on the ancient seeds birthed from the fusion of heaven and earth, but rather seeking the mysteries of the universe directly through the human form, the number of formidable beings could exponentially increase, no longer constrained by the limits of ancient seeds. Ultimately, if this path were to develop further, the greater universe would be drained, with countless cultivators siphoning the grand creations to fulfill their own ambitions. Thus, the path of considering oneself a seed was perilous beyond measure. Even though immortal kings existed during the ancient era, and despite the presence of terrifying figures like Gu Ancestor, none had truly embarked on the path of self-seed. Moreover, if a being's essence were devoid of potential, appearing utterly mediocre without having consumed divine medicines, seeking to excavate their latent abilities through the lens of self-seed would yield little improvement in strength, rendering them incapable of contending against practitioners of the ancient methods, let alone facing foreign entities. Even if this path were genuinely traversed, the innumerable beings birthed from a diminutive universe could not yield formidable strength through self-seed alone, enabling them to traverse the mortal realm. Such a notion was unrealistic and contravened the principles of cultivation. In conclusion, the path of self-seeding was not pursued further by the ancient practitioners, for the cost and reward were disproportionate. As for sure how, if my senses are correct, he must be flowing with the bloodline of the Stone King and has likely consumed countless divine medicines. Otherwise, even with self-seeding, he would not possess such overwhelming might. The golden-haired canine pondered deeply. As these myriad thoughts flickered through its mind, Lin Yang remarked, "It seems you comprehend the pros and cons of self-seeding. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further. You once stood upon the throne of an immortal king. Even if your essence has been severed, self-seeding can yield remarkable results. Just as your Tao fruit has been lost, you have fallen back into the realm of humanity. The Tao harmonizing flower will prove beneficial to you." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired canine exclaimed in astonishment. The Tao harmonizing flower? It recognized the flower's significance, a rare bloom that blossomed once every million years, allowing human cultivators to align with the Tao, even benefiting immortal beings to a degree. Yet, that was the extent of its efficacy. Typical true immortals would not concern themselves with it, and only the most rudimentary true immortals would seek this extraordinary bloom to rectify the flaws left behind from their past consumption of longevity elixirs that had elevated them to true immortality. Is the Tao harmonizing flower connected to the concept of self-seeding? Just as the golden-haired canine was contemplating, Lin Yang continued, by consuming the Tao harmonizing flower, you can circumvent the celestial taboos, ensuring the success of your self-seeding endeavor. In a universe where the heart of heaven imprint is condensed, as long as you're not diminished to an extreme level and your fate is not controlled by cultivators, consuming the Tao harmonizing flower will allow you to directly merge with the heart of heaven imprint, becoming the current supreme being of destiny, wielding the power of the universe. Lin Yang spoke of the Tao harmonizing flower because he possessed this rare bloom, a gift from the primordial immortal king. However, for immortal kings, and even regular true immortals, the flower was merely ornamental. Not to mention the numerous universes under the jurisdiction of the immortal domain, many Tao harmonizing flowers bloom every million years. The golden-haired canine was momentarily taken aback, realizing that an inconspicuous flower could possess such extraordinary effects, enabling cultivators to embrace self-seeding. Had the many powerful beings of the ancient era been aware of this, they would not have abandoned the pursuit of this path. Such a flower would become a strategic resource within the immortal domain, its value skyrocketing exponentially. The golden-haired canine couldn't help but reflect on this. As numerous thoughts flitted through its mind, there remained a distinction between those who succeeded in self-seeding solely through their own efforts. Understanding the golden-haired canine's thoughts, Lin Yang shook his head. Utilizing the Tao harmonizing flower for self-seeding, even if one becomes an immortal king, cannot compare to Sure Hao, who left a seed in the hearts of all beings, allowing them to bypass self-seeding and directly unlock the myriad gates within their bodies. Embarking on the path of human secret realms, go seek their insights. When you are ready to cultivate, you may return to me. Lin Yang waved his hand, sending the golden-haired canine back to its Tao field. Days later, Lin Yang created a female sovereign infant, casting her alongside the male sovereign infant into the world where the Xiantian Tao field resided, allowing them to grow independently. Though in their infant state, a mere slap would suffice to vanquish a void Tao realm master. With even a slight growth, they would become supreme-level beings. And Lin Yang did not fear the potential demise of the two little sovereigns along the way. Chapter 689, The Development of the Dharma Aspect System. In the immortal domain, the primordial spirit was insufficiently robust to directly attract the tribulation of an immortal king. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Sure Hao sat upon a desolate planet, murmuring softly to himself. He had initially sought to transcend the tribulation, establish himself as an immortal king, and become a superlative entity within the immortal domain. However, the tribulation of the immortal king instilled a profound sense of dread in Sure Hao. From the records found in ancient texts, he was acutely aware that no quasi-immortal king possessed a guarantee of a successful transcendence. Those quasi-immortal kings who exhibited slightly superior combat prowess often faced a greater likelihood of demise during their tribulation than their comparatively weaker counterparts. Indeed, one must not be hasty. It is imperative to attain a profound mastery of the immortal Tao and divine techniques before invoking the tribulation, thus establishing oneself as an immortal king. Sure how ultimately sighed. Initially, he had no intention of attempting to provoke the immortal king tribulation. Yet after witnessing the overwhelming prowess displayed during the Clash of Emperors, he was profoundly shaken, yearning to ascend swiftly to the immortal king rank. Even after practicing for 490,000 years in the age of the fallen emperors, his Tao heart remained unstable. However, having genuinely comprehended the terrifying nature of the immortal king tribulation, Sure Hao was compelled to relinquish his ambitions. The number of true immortals in the immortal realm is unfathomable, their combat strength far surpassing that of the peak true immortals, with many claiming the title of quasi-immortal kings. Regrettably, despite the abundance of true immortals, it takes an average of 8 to 9 million years for a single immortal king to emerge in the immortal realm. Unless one possesses the might of an immortal king, no living being can afford to underestimate the tribulation of the immortal king. The strength of the temporal executioner is formidable. I estimate it would require hundreds of strikes to defeat him, and he nearly perished beneath the immortal king tribulation. Reflecting on the tribulation of a quasi-immortal king from 2 centuries ago, Sure Hao felt a heaviness in his heart. The quasi-immortal king, named Temporal Executioner, would have undoubtedly perished, becoming yet another lifeless skeleton on the path to immortal kings, had it not been for the intervention of a member of his clan at the critical moment. Suppressing his restless emotions, Sure Hao began his cultivation anew. Over nearly 20,000 years, the mysterious technique of refining the divine imparted by Lin Yang had reached a minor success. The power of his primordial spirit now exceeded that of peak true immortals by more than tenfold. Alas, despite such achievements, he still lacked the assurance of successfully overcoming the immortal king tribulation. And it was difficult to leverage the tribulations of the myriad heavens to ultimately ascend to the immortal king position. According to the words of the disciple king, when he achieved the status of immortal king, he possessed merely a 1% chance of success. Yet he persevered through arduous trials to become an immortal king who gazes down upon the vicissitudes of time. Were it not for the interminable passage of time that dulls one's view of life and death, he would not dare to gamble his life in such a manner. The other immortal kings in the immortal realm, it is said, share a similar fate. The highest success rate among them is scarcely more than 1 in 10. If there are no alternatives, I too would have no choice but to take such a risk, but the time is not yet ripe. With sufficient temporal accumulation, the odds of transcending the tribulation could reach 100%. While Sure Hao felt a sense of regret, Lin Yang observed 2 young kings outside the dojo, babbling their first words and secretly nodded. Their intelligence posed no issue. As their bodies developed, they would gradually mature, their minds innately attuned to the principles of the Tao, enabling them to effortlessly comprehend the mysteries of the universe. With his gaze returned, Lin Yang began contemplating the system of Dharma manifestations. Aware that the innate potential of life forms has its limits and cannot be boundlessly enhanced, Lin Yang temporarily abandoned the notion of creating a race that would become supreme giants upon maturity. Until the myriad heavens rules can be subdued, such ambitions are unrealistic. Although the core of the Dharma manifestation system lies in will and soul, with external means being the manifestations themselves, it is also impractical to elevate the power of these manifestations to the level of immortal kings without limit. Mere quantitative accumulation holds no significance for one like me, who seeks to achieve the quasi-immortal emperor through a triune mastery. Starting from the realm of manifestation, I still need to create 6 additional realms to reasonably enhance the Dharma manifestation system, ultimately culminating in a powerful manifestation capable of contending with the true body of an immortal king. As Lin Yang's thoughts reached this point, countless symbols of the Tao surged outward, coalescing into clusters of profound Tao rhythms, emanating an exceedingly mysterious aura that captivated the senses. Each cluster of Tao rhythms represented the next significant realm beyond the manifestation stage, should a future practitioner of the Dharma manifestation system encounter any of these clusters. They could transcend the manifestation realm and establish themselves in a realm yet unnamed by Lin Yang. The rumble of thunder resonated between the heavens and earth, as if the world itself intended to unleash a creative tribulation, yet it ultimately dissipated. However, a powerful Dharma manifestation comparable to a typical immortal king holds little significance for me. Only a super manifestation that rivals supreme giants could assist me in forging my path to the Emperor's realm. Thus, I must create 14 additional realms beyond the manifestation stage, ensuring that the key points of elevation for these realms bear no overlap or minimal connection with the two systems I currently cultivate. As Lin Yang pondered, an unexpected surge of inspiration struck him, as a seemingly trivial thread of causation was about to be touched upon. Is living not preferable? He murmured softly, not dwelling on it further, and continued to devise new realms. The Sea of Realms remained dim and obscure. This place is situated far beyond the immortal realm and the myriad heavens, where even an immortal king traveling at full speed would require 100 epochs to reach. Countless shattered universes floated upon the surface of the sea, occasionally tossed high by the waves, resembling splashes of water. It is a terrifying sight, an unimaginable catastrophe in the realm of humanity. Yet, even such a dreadful calamity, despite persisting for many epochs, could not affect the island within this sea that exists in endless time. One day, an ancient ship cloaked in darkness slowly sailed from the far end of the Sea of Realms, bearing a dark king and numerous dark leaders. My king, there lies an island, intoned a voice, raspy and exuding a dark aura, likely due to an extended silence. After traveling for 20 epochs, a brief respite was taken. A voice that could only be described as hollow emanated from the ship's cabin. Indeed, my king, the dark leader replied, his voice equally hoarse. Centuries later, the dark ancient ship finally approached the island. The dark leader beheld a gray palace upon the island, alongside a verdant stone tablet. His rasping voice revealed a hint of surprise as he murmured, "The Xian Palace? The domain of the Xian king. Trespassers face death?" He recognized the celestial script inscribed on the palace plaque and the stone tablet. Truly, an audacious king, claiming the island of the Sea of Realms as his own domain. It was the first time he had encountered such arrogance. A hollow voice echoed as the Dark King, who referred to himself as Lonely, spoke. One could imagine that, had their cultures aligned, this should be a ruler governing the vast celestial court. Since such arrogance is displayed, let it be destroyed. The Dark King's words were both hollow and ruthless, carrying an air of superiority that did not seem out of place, as if it were a natural decree. Following his pronouncement, the dark ancient ship soared into the air and landed upon the island. Chapter 690. Xian? The place was deserted, leaving only the stone tablet to provoke laughter. The Dark King extended a massive hand from the ancient ship, obscuring the vision of countless dark beings aboard, and reached for the gray Xian Palace. The Xian King, is it? His hand enveloped the palace, exerting pressure as dark, ominous light erupted, an array of dark symbols of kingly caliber. Boom! The Xian Palace trembled, its structure fracturing continuously. Uncontrolled and defenseless against a dark titan, it gradually approached annihilation. A peculiar, ominous aura began to seep from the cracks in the walls of the palace. Not good, they have left behind a contingency, laying such a vile curse, truly unworthy of being called a son. The voice of the dark titan lost its hollow tone, revealing astonishment and fury. Though unable to discern the nature of the ominous power, the dark titan, with his extensive experience, could vaguely guess it was an exceedingly troublesome force he could not afford to ignore. He referred to it as the power of curses. If we ever meet again in the Sea of Realms, I shall kill it. After muttering in anger, the cursed power entwined around his hand was expelled cleanly by the Dark Titan. Yet, he remained unaware that the fates of the numerous beings aboard the dark ancient ship had been sealed the moment they set foot on the island. The peculiar power seeping from the walls of the Xian Palace was merely a special force with causal properties. It might be able to interfere with another ruler, but it was utterly insufficient to influence the destiny of a ruler or lead to their downfall. With a cold gaze cast upon the partially destroyed Xian Hall, the Dark Titan refrained from further obliteration, nor did he disturb the verdant stone tablet. Instead, he sought out a vacant space on the island to commence his recuperation. In the boundless sea, a robust man with bronze skin strode upon the waters, bearing a bow and arrows. An ethereal radiance enveloped him, resplendent and brilliant, with countless symbols of the Tao densely woven around him, forming a protective barrier capable of thwarting the majority of forces. Even a full-force strike from a supreme celestial king would not penetrate this layer of defense, nor would it harm the man's formidable physique. This was not merely a technique of defense. Rather, it was a passive ability acquired through profound mastery of one's realm. The willow tree had similarly reached such heights. The man's eyes flickered as he reminisced about a scene from over 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, a portal opened within the boundless sea, and a remarkably feeble cultivator emerged from it. With a final scream, he was reduced to sanguine sludge, obliterated by a ripple from the sea. Decades prior, at the very site where the portal had opened, another passage had appeared, for which a willow tree and a small tower emerged, encountered by him. This was the first encounter he had with a transcendent titan during his extensive sojourn in the boundless sea. While momentarily weaker than him, their strengths were nearly equivalent. He pondered whether it had safely reached the other side of the boundless sea. To actively invite darkness into one's being, ensnaring the primordial spirit within a prison of shadows, was indeed an act of reckless abandon. Reflecting on the remnants of the willow tree on a solitary island, the robust man quelled his thoughts and continued his journey across the waters, heading in the direction from whence the darkness emanated. Millennia later, the ancient dark vessel, having completed its period of recuperation, set sail once more, meandering aimlessly. Observing the traces upon the island, he deduced that the Xian king had departed from this isle merely tens of thousands of years ago, certainly not having ventured far. It was entirely possible that he might encounter him again, seeking retribution for the treachery. The hollow and merciless voice of the dark titan resonated within the starlit confines of the ship, his pitch-black eyes betraying his ire. A being of such stature, a dark titan no less, had failed to detect the anomalies within the walls of the Shantian Hall until the strange forces began to leak forth. Should this become known to others, it would surely incite ridicule. Decades later, the Dark Commander beheld a robust man traversing the sea and rasped, "My lord, a celestial king approaches. Eliminate him." The Dark Titan's frigid words echoed as he stepped out onto the deck of the ancient dark vessel. He was a titan. Although not invincible within the boundless sea, he faced few adversaries, often encountering none who could rival him for an entire epoch. Thus, the Dark Titan harbored ample confidence in his ability to vanquish any foe he met, leveraging the troublesome nature of dark matter to ensure that even fellow titans, such as celestial kings, would find themselves at a disadvantage. His gaze shifted towards the resplendent celestial radiance. The butcher. The tremor in the Dark Titan's voice revealed a departure from his usual aloofness, as he no longer held dominion over the life and death of all beings. The Dark Ruler could transmit certain information across vast distances through the dark matter, allowing him to instantly recognize the identity of the approaching figure. The Butcher, an invincible entity emerging from the celestial domain, a supreme titan reigning over the boundless sea. Before the Dark Titan even exited the cabin, the Butcher had long ago perceived the ancient dark vessel, aware that it was yet another legion of darkness. While many titans had succumbed to the shadows, this one was undeniably a formidable presence. A cruel smile graced the Butcher's face, a smile steeped in absolute bloodlust. Over an extensive period, he had slain countless kings, and even amidst the vastness of the boundless sea, tales of the Butcher's ferocity had become legendary. Drawing forth his divine bow, the Butcher nocked an arrow, as innumerable radiant Tao symbols coalesced into a singular shaft. An arrow, forged from celestial essence, materialized from the quiver, merging seamlessly with the divine bow. The Butcher's aura surged, rendering him resplendent, akin to a sun illuminating the darkness. "Prepare for battle," the Dark Titan bellowed, fully aware that escape was futile. He summoned immense magical power, intent on striking down the Butcher. Whoosh! The celestial arrow vanished from the bow, and for a fleeting moment, the ripples of the sea seemed to freeze, as if subdued. Ack! The Dark Titan screamed in anguish as his momentum faltered. All dark entities surrounding him perished in an instant, and even the enigmatic ancient dark vessel erupted in catastrophic explosion. The Butcher's full-force strike had grievously wounded a Titan in the blink of an eye. Sensing the lingering presence of the Dark Titan, the Butcher remained silent, a more pronounced smile gracing his features. He drew back the bowstring once more. Whoosh! The Dark Titan's pupils constricted. In that moment, a flicker of insight ignited within his mind as he envisioned a figure seated within a grand hall, smiling at him, an aura remarkably familiar, one he had felt not long prior. He yearned to roar, filled with resentment and bitterness. Is living not preferable? The figure within the hall murmured. The voice of the Dark Titan abruptly ceased. The Butcher's arrow had pierced through his corporeal form, shattering the Dark Titan's primordial spirit with overwhelming magical force. In the face of a supreme Titan, even a celestial king could not claim eternal existence. They could be obliterated in an instant. Xian? The butcher furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why would a titan utter this character in the throes of demise? It should have been a title of respect for a powerful being. The butcher mused as he made his way towards the direction of the ancient dark vessel. Chapter 691. The Flower of Unity. Xiantian Dojo. Is living not preferable? Lin Yang murmured for the second time after millennia. Although he had attained the realm of Celestial King, he had fully grasped the ineffable Tao, and with the pervasive nature of legendary realms, he existed almost as a glitch within reality. The Dark Titan, disregarding warnings, trespassed upon the island housing the Xiantian Hall, intertwining his fate with Lin Yang's in the fabric of causality. Lin Yang could, through this tenuous thread of causation, directly descend upon the Dark Titan's location and slay him. However, as a Titan, he would provide scant training points, and, with no spectators nearby, Lin Yang deemed it unnecessary to embark on such a journey, allowing the Dark Titan to succumb to the curse of causation he had left upon the island. He also sought to ascertain whether such actions would yield training points, for the Dark Titan's imminent downfall was fundamentally rooted in Lin Yang's curse. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would be implausible for a Titan to encounter such peril leading to their demise. As anticipated, it bore no fruit. If it had been effective, he could have encircled the celestial continent with a web of causation curses, locking in malevolent outcomes, and awaited the emergence of countless dark kings from the celestial continent to amass a wealth of training points. No longer entangled in such thoughts, Lin Yang turned his focus to further developing a new realm within the Dharma aspect system. After some time, the myriad combinations of Tao rhythms nearby began to shatter, transforming into luminous points, ultimately coalescing into a singular composition of Tao rhythm. This realm transcended the manifestation realm, equating in battle prowess to that of a human celestial. However, due to the cultivation system, it could not attain the self-sustaining immortality of true celestials, and without further breakthroughs, he would meet his end in 700 or 800 epochs. An epoch in the perfect world does not equate to 81 years of devouring the starry expanse, but rather is measured by great events, such as the birth or demise of a celestial king, averaging around 10 million years. 700 or 800 epochs would amount to 70 to 80 billion years, a span so immense it was staggering. Thus, he named this newly derived realm. Should he further develop 6 additional realms, the upper limit of the Dharma aspect system could reach the tier of supreme titans, at which point he could endeavor to tread upon the path of emperors, standing within the domain of sovereigns. It had taken Lin Yang several millennia to develop this realm, and the remaining 6 would only grow more arduous as they approached the pinnacle of supreme titans, necessitating a significant passage of time. As myriad thoughts flickered through Lin Yang's mind, countless Tao symbols began to coalesce once more, forming clusters of Tao rhythms that radiated profound mysteries capable of enlightening the seeker. It is evident that the number of Tao rhyme combinations that have emerged this time is somewhat diminished compared to previous instances. Under numerous constraints, Lin Yang finds it challenging to easily deduce many Fashang systems that rival the formidable true immortals, were it not for the necessity to avoid the characteristics of the Fashan and Year systems. He would have already been able to construct numerous cultivation systems directly leading to the immortal path over such a long period, with hundreds reaching the level of immortal kings. Lin Yang coughed lightly, unable to suppress his reflections. Although he claims to be deducing, in reality, he is merely drawing inspiration from several promising cultivation systems and making slight adjustments according to the unique rules of the perfect world, thereby creating an unprecedented path of cultivation in this realm. At the moment his words fell, 2 figures approached from outside the Xiantian main hall, the golden-haired hound and the ancestor of the cicada. The emperor's methods are indeed beyond our imagination. They sighed softly, having overheard Lin Yang's unintended musings. Ah, have you 2 come to serve as seeds? Lin Yang inquired, glancing at the 2 former kings. Now, with both immortal kings having fallen back to the realm of mortals through the passage of time, Lin Yang can directly perceive the words they are about to utter. Yes, Master, the golden-haired hound replied, bowing slightly. I am prepared. As for the ancestor of the cicada, although he has severed his origin and no longer possesses the immortal king body, the world that Lin Yang has opened is not one of the end of the law. The essence of life is rich here. Even after thousands of years, the golden-haired hound shows no signs of aging. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous joke for a great immortal king to perish due to old age. The ancestor of the cicada has borne humiliation and carried disgrace for our realm, and such a burden cannot be measured by a mere flower of convergence. Were it during his peak, with the ancestor's capabilities, he could easily acquire much more. Lin Yang interrupted the golden-haired hound, aware of what the two former kings wished to express. The ancestor of the cicada took a deep breath and began, "The grace of the Xiantian emperor," raising a finger. Lin Yang prevented him from continuing. "I have stated that it is what you deserve, merely a decorative flower." With a flick of his hand, two flowers of convergence, infused with boundless Tao rhyme, descended before them. When the primordial immortal king delivered the flowers of convergence, he also brought along other exquisite blooms, all intended to adorn the immortal's abode. Setting aside the other extraordinary flowers, 6 flowers of convergence were delivered. "Go forth. The heavenly imprint of the 9 heavens and 10 earths has been merged by a supreme entity. Now, upon consuming the flowers of convergence, you need not worry about the integration with the heavenly imprint obstructing your subsequent path of becoming seeds." Lin Yang spoke with serene composure. With the resplendence of the flowers of convergence, he felt that the Xiantian main hall appeared somewhat sparse. Save for the 3 statues of the transcendent beings and a single Xinyuan mat. "I should procure some exotic flora from the immortal realm." With a shift in thoughts, Lin Yang resolved this matter. Observing the gratitude of the golden-haired hound and the ancestor of the cicada as they departed with the flowers of convergence, Lin Yang felt curious about the unique paths of cultivation they would forge as seeds. The testify belongs to the category of becoming seeds, and in the future, after enlightenment by Sure How, all beings will be able to practice the testify directly without the need to become seeds, also known as Sure How's method or the method of the wasteland. However, the path of becoming seeds is not limited to the testify. With the insight of the 2 immortal kings, they are fully capable of forging 2 distinct paths of becoming seeds. Lin Yang does not believe that the testify, developed by Sure How in the realm of the supreme level, can be compared to the paths of becoming seeds created by a great immortal king or one of the 10 fiends. Although the Unshujinjid is a quasi-immortal emperor method of the primordial emperor, its ultimate chapter remains buried deep within the celestial continent due to its hasty development. And the first 2 chapters do not encompass higher-level knowledge, thus rendering it relatively unique. This does not qualify it as the most exceptional method among those of becoming seeds. Nevertheless, as Sure How is the protagonist, the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps the methods devised by the 2 immortal kings will prove inconsequential compared to the testify. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yang's interest deepened as he controlled his emotions, refraining from peering into the future. Otherwise, everything would become exceedingly mundane. Once he becomes a quasi-immortal emperor, he shall be able to return to the world from which he initially traversed, where friends still linger in his memory. Chapter 692, The Butcher's Sigh. Lin Yang has long met the various criteria for advancing to the realm of creation and even certain standards of the transcendence realm. Once he returns to the world of the One Sovereign, the legendary realm will swiftly reach completion, coinciding with the birth of new universes from the multiverse. Hence, his projection will naturally arise. The completion of the legendary realm will seamlessly lead to his advancement to the realm of creation, especially since his comprehension of the Tao of time has reached a level of perfection. Having fully grasped the Heavenly Emperor treading time created during the Heavenly Emperor's period of complete creation, both Tao cannot be discussed, and severing the Tao to see me have allowed Lin Yang to achieve the level of transcendent being in the Tao of causality and the Tao of true spirits. Although this does not guarantee his ascension to the transcendence realm, he is undoubtedly unmatched within the realm of creation, barring certain exceptional existences. To ultimately ascend to the transcendence realm, even without external disruptions, one must possess the formidable strength to open up a multiverse with a single strike. Otherwise, one would merely perish amidst the pure chaos at the dawn of an era. In comparison to the other challenges one must face to ascend to the transcendence realm, the ability to strike open a multiverse is already the simplest requirement for a great magical practitioner of the creation realm. Lin Yang pondered quietly. The fashion system of the One Sovereign is relatively mundane in its early stages, but it becomes increasingly formidable from the legendary realm onward. Legend, creation, transcendence. The gaps between each realm are sufficient to plunge anyone aware of the horrors of the next realm into despair. Setting aside his exceptional circumstances, a newly initiated legend, without discussing the characteristics of the legendary realm, possesses destructive power at the superstar cluster level. If an invincible celestial immortal were to wield a complete and unparalleled formation or a fully revived supreme divine weapon, they might have the potential to slay a newly initiated legend. Otherwise, lacking an equivalent legendary artifact, they could only hope to eliminate a projection of the newly initiated legend. Upon reaching the perfection of a legendary realm, a unified strike can restart a universe. However, despite Lin Yang's current inability to find a suitable world to complete the legendary realm, his combat strength far surpasses that of perfected legendary powers. As for the realm of creation, the disparity is even more pronounced. The chasm separating it from the perfected legendary realm is dimensional, an absolute impossibility to breach. Even if time were to stretch infinitely, a legendary being could never contend with a great practitioner of creation, for the probability of such an event occurring is zero. Thus, Lin Yang intends to first become a quasi-immortal emperor before advancing to the creation realm. Otherwise, once he becomes a great practitioner of creation, attempting to return to the status of quasi-immortal emperor through the Trinity method would become unrealistic, and any breakthroughs in the year system would require alternative paths. That day is not far off. Visions of several figures flickered in Lin Yang's mind: Meng Qi, Jiang Zhuwei, Qi Jingyan, and Ruan Yushu. The moral celestial sovereign is a complete transcendent being. While even if the heavenly emperor loses his transcendent body, he is still relatively weak, merely in comparison to transcendent beings. The demon Buddha remains trapped. In the blink of an eye, a half-step Fashion has transformed into a legendary power. One cannot expect their intelligence to plummet. With a shiver, Lin Yang ceased to dwell on matters of that world, having firmly resolved to first send a fabricated projection of the Xiantian sex Qingyang. With his Tao of true spirits reaching the level of transcendent being, Lin Yang feels a degree of confidence that he will not be detected by the transcendent beings. Were it not for his body traversing to another world, the infinitely elevated true spirit would also traverse alongside him, leaving no need for such concerns. Unlike other worlds, there are no direct methods to sever true spirits. Even touching the true spirit level is unlikely to affect the legendary powers inhabiting the infinite heights. Yet, almost in the blink of an eye, countless thoughts surged within Lin Yang's mind once again, in a manner akin to the formidable techniques of Zhan Dao. I am aware of a particular move, the first form of the Relai Divine Palm. Only I stand supreme. It is said that even the most powerful beings may not necessarily wield the ability to directly sever the true spirit, yet those endowed with divine powers can, by virtue of their realm's characteristics, strike my true spirit down from unfathomable heights, severing the tenuous connection between my essence and my projection, casting me back into my Dharma body. Let us not even speak of those from the other shore, should they harbor malice towards me. Annihilating me would be a trivial endeavor, potentially resulting in my existence being wholly usurped, transforming me into one of their avatars. Various thoughts surged within me, only to be swiftly extinguished by Lin Yang. When it comes to matters of life and death, he could not afford the indifference he usually exhibited. To this day, he had yet to recall the true nature of the history that had been altered by the moral celestial sovereign. Without adequate preparation, he would not return. If he chose to return, it would be with complete readiness, prepared to endure all risks and face the bleakest of futures. Lin Yang ultimately ceased his internal turmoil, adopting a more relaxed mindset as he continued to explore new realms. The Sea of Realms. The butcher had traversed for decades when he beheld an island in the distance. From afar, he spotted the palace upon the island, along with a stone tablet. Ah, palace indeed, what audacity! A hint of a smile flickered across his rugged visage, only to be replaced by a frown as he discerned the characters inscribed upon the tablet. Realm of the Dark King, trespassers shall perish? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and for some inexplicable reason, he was reminded of the words uttered by the Dark Titan just before its fall. Xian Wang? The radiant aura surrounding the butcher flickered subtly, betraying his inner turmoil. It was only at this moment that he vaguely comprehended why the Dark Titan had not harbored hatred towards him, its slayer, but instead had spoken the title of one seemingly unrelated. Perhaps, in its final moments, the Dark Titan had glimpsed some celestial truths. It was no wonder that fate had conspired so fortuitously. Amidst the vastness of the Sea of Realms, he had chanced upon a dark being's overlord. It appeared that he had unwittingly become the blade of the Xian Wang, slaying that Dark Titan by a twist of fate. Observing the powerful force emanating from the walls of the Xiantian Palace, the butcher realized, even from a distance, the formidable nature of this power. The plaque of the Xiantian Palace had been destroyed, leaving him unaware of the specific name of this gray palace, yet he could surmise its significance. It was likely a hall dedicated to the Dark King. Mastery of such power indicated a formidable expert, though he could not ascertain to which epoch this being belonged. The butcher exhibited a glimmer of intrigue, desiring to meet the sovereign of the island, yet ultimately sighed. Such a pursuit was exceedingly unrealistic. The Sea of Realms was far too expansive. Should their paths deviate even slightly over the eons, the distance between their eventual destinations would be insurmountable. Under normal circumstances, the Dark Titan would have never crossed paths with the butcher. Their fates would have inevitably diverged, each advancing in opposite directions. Had he arrived a mere 10,000 years earlier, they might have met. Alas, it was not to be. The Dark King, indeed. The butcher refrained from setting foot upon the island and vanished into the depths of the Sea of Realms. Was his recent malaise a result of the year of his birth clashing with the Grand Duke? A perplexing stomachache urged him to seek medical attention. And he had also been involved in an accident yesterday, requiring several days of resolution. Chapter 693. The Titan returning defiantly. Deep within a shadowy prison hidden in the void of the Sea of Realms, the primordial spirit of a willow tree shimmered with brilliance. Surrounding it were 3,000 worlds, with countless beings paying homage, an overwhelming array of symbols of the Tao radiating from its form. This luminescence, while not as resplendent as that of the butcher, was nonetheless exceedingly formidable, challenging even the most ordinary celestial kings. Should its Tao attain further refinement, it could shatter this prison and regain its freedom. Was the outside the end of the Sea of Realms? The will of the willow deity reverberated, as if in soliloquy. Even if not, it was close enough. In the fleeting moments of being drawn in, I sensed that we were traversing immeasurable distances, heading towards the far side of the Sea of Realms. Another wave of consciousness emerged, emanating from a crystal-clear bone tower. At last, the wave of the willow deity gradually quieted. The bone tower remained taciturn, yet within, it was profoundly shaken. This willow tree is indeed formidable. In its past, during a rebirth that spanned decades, it had to evade combat with several venerables. Yet now, merely 2 millennia hence, it had transcended its zenith, standing as an unparalleled titan within the Sea of Realms. It seems plausible that it could indeed take another step towards the pinnacle, rivaling or even surpassing that butcher. The origins of the Bone Tower were shrouded in mystery. It had once been a magical artifact of a titan, equally matched in battle with the celestial alchemy furnace, and had once fought alongside its master against the Demon King. Following the conclusion of the celestial ancient epoch, it had lain dormant in the lower realms' 8 domains, guarding against the imprint of the Demon King, ensuring this immortal monarch would not re-emerge in the world. However, by chance, it had ultimately left the secret realm of the 100 Broken Mountains, accompanying Shur Hao back to the world of mortals. In the end, both it and the willow deity ventured into the primordial gate, aiming to quell the dark calamities at the end of the Sea of Realms. Though I was severely injured in that battle, losing several layers of my tower, I underwent a terrifying transformation, absorbing the essence of numerous incomplete artifacts belonging to celestial kings. Even in its current fragmented state, it was no less formidable than in its prime. Alas, I lacked the time to recover the remaining parts of the tower. Otherwise, even if it fell short of the butcher's bow, it would not be far behind. The bone tower swayed slightly, as if in lamentation. My master reflecting on the battle of the celestial ancient epoch, the bone tower thought of its master. In the fateful clash with the Crimson King, it had been outmaneuvered, consumed whole by the furnace of the Crimson King. As eons passed, perhaps its master had completely perished. Although the celestial king titans were undeniably powerful in this current era, the number of titans within a single realm could scarcely be counted on one hand. However, having succumbed to an alien realm for a full epoch, even the titans could not endure indefinitely. Were it not for the master's grand aspiration to quell the source of the dark calamities within the dark prison, silence ultimately reigned. A fragment of an alien realm. This was a secret location from the time when the alien realm was whole, situated far from the ancestral temple, nearly half the distance across the alien realm. Even though this place had witnessed clashes of quasi-mortal emperor artifacts thousands of years ago, it had not suffered catastrophic destruction. Rather, the sealing runes inscribed by the immortal kings outside had shattered into disarray, losing their former potency. Clang! At the edge of the secret location, a sealing artifact forged from dark celestial gold finally fractured, crashing to the earth and scattering ashes. As a result, A dim sealing rune could no longer withstand the pressure and dissipated, causing the sealing force in this area to weaken. Boom! At the very heart of the secret location, an enormous fiery silhouette erupted forth, the Crimson King Furnace. Has the alien realm been destroyed? Fragmented utterances emerged from the Crimson King Furnace, dry and parched, as if it had not spoken for an eternity. This was not the voice of the Crimson King Furnace. While it possessed a modicum of sentience due to certain peculiar circumstances, it did not communicate in the same way as living beings. Only the Crimson King could converse with it. Otherwise, there would not have been a misunderstanding that led to the combined efforts of numerous immortal king's avatars to suppress the Crimson King Furnace. This repugnant aura unmistakably belonged to the essence of the alien realm. The dry, parched voice resounded once more, flowing more smoothly than the first utterance. After being devoid of the Crimson King's will for over 20,000 years, the celestial king titan suppressed within the Crimson King Furnace had actually revived. Gazing through the endless expanse of the normal universe, from birth to extinction, not a single celestial king could be born. A complete and comprehensive lineage, governing tens of thousands of universes, would require nearly 10 million, even tens of millions of years, to bring forth a celestial king. This illustrates the difficulty of becoming a celestial king, highlighting the extraordinary nature of those who achieve such a status, often against the odds. Moreover, to stand among the celestial kings as a titan, revered as a sovereign, was an unparalleled feat unless confronted with unimaginable calamities. Titans are eternal and unyielding. The formidable giant, once engulfed by the Crimson King Furnace, had his own intellect eradicated by the Crimson King in bygone years. Yet this giant, proficient in the path of the primordial spirit and deeply versed in the realms of consciousness and will, managed to reassemble his intelligence and defy the heavens in a mere 2 millennia. Fortunately, a turning point emerged. Had he left no legacy, he would have faced a complete demise, a true lament indeed. The Celestial King murmured. His self-created primordial spirit's secret method was extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, he could not have attained his position among giants, holding a status in the realm of primordial spirits akin to that of the indestructible scripture in the realm of body refinement. However, the creator of the indestructible scripture, knowing the perilous path ahead during his deep foray into the ocean of realms eons ago, perhaps realizing he might never return to the ancient realm of his birth, inscribed this body refinement treasure within the cosmos, ensuring it would not be lost to time. Had he left a legacy too soon, it could have been captured by foreign realms, potentially leading to the creation of methods to counteract him. Yet now, such concerns were no longer present. Observing the current state of the foreign realm, with the Crimson King Furnace ungoverned, could it be that the Crimson King had fallen? The Celestial King pondered. Noticing the ashes strewn about, he recognized them as remnants of life, unmistakably the residue of countless beings from the foreign realm. What had transpired for the foreign realm to undergo such a transformation? A thread of sorrow enveloped him as the Celestial King kicked open the treasure lid of the Crimson King Furnace and stepped forth. As he slightly parted his lips, the fiery crimson exterior of the furnace began to writhe, ultimately transforming into a crimson blood that emanated immeasurable might. The blood spilled outside the Crimson King Furnace years ago could now restore some vitality. After consuming the fiery crimson blood of the Celestial King, the once haggard visage of the giant now bore a hint of color, no longer pallid and skeletal. Suddenly, a tremor surged through the Celestial King's heart, his body bristling with goosebumps as his gaze locked onto a figure in the distance. Clad in a dark robe tinged with red, the individual stood silently, observing him. He was unaware of when this robed figure had appeared, as neither his spiritual perception nor consciousness had detected a trace. Had he not chanced upon this sight, he might have remained oblivious for an eternity. You are. The Celestial King spoke gravely. Chapter 694. The Entanglement with the Crimson King Furnace. Observing the Celestial King on the verge of blood depletion, Lin Yang stood with arms crossed, speaking calmly, mysterious. The Celestial King felt an immense weight as he pondered the sudden appearance of this superlative being in the fragmented foreign realm. Was this a giant, or, as his thoughts raced, the Celestial King solemnly stated, I am He Hung, the Celestial King. May I inquire, mysterious one, what has transpired in the foreign realm that has led to its fragmentation? How fares the celestial domain? Lacking clarity regarding Lin Yang's intentions, He Hung first inquired about the state of the foreign realm. Though he could not sense Lin Yang's precise strength, he was certain that any being of such caliber could could only be referred to as a king. The celestial domain remains unscathed. While the foreign realm's current state is a result of an unexpected chain of events, initiated by the awakening of an ancient artifact, Lin Yang responded, glancing at the Crimson King furnace subdued by He Hong. The Crimson King furnace is entwined with my fate. May I take it to handle its matters? He Hong wrestled internally with indecision. While he, as a celestial king, could not wield the immortal king's artifact, he could shatter it, breaking it down into materials for reforging. It is known that materials capable of crafting celestial king artifacts are exceedingly rare. Some celestial kings lack such artifacts, and still utilize those from the quasi-celestial king era, or even fight unarmed. Mysterious, an honorific I have never heard before. Birth post that battle? He Hong regarded Lin Yang with deep scrutiny before finally conceding, of course, weighing his own condition. Having had his intellect erased by the Crimson King and remaining suppressed within the furnace for an epoch, he had become an energy source during the Crimson King's battles. Now, in such a precarious state, he deemed it improbable that he could be a match for the enigmatic Mysterious. Rather than wait for the other to seize the opportunity and risk calamity, relinquishing the Crimson King furnace seemed the wiser choice to avert disaster. He Hong cast the Crimson King furnace towards Lin Yang. Originally a cerulean hue, Lin Yang murmured, casting a glance at the furnace's former color. Over 2 millennia ago, he had infiltrated the foreign realm and struck against the Crimson King. Upon achieving success, the Crimson King furnace sensed the plight of its master and autonomously revived, unleashing an attack that, in Lin Yang's eyes at the time, was utterly insurmountable, its might boundless. Had he been a moment slower in sealing the Crimson King, history would have unfolded differently. The Crimson King would not have met such a dismal end. This time, as He Hong assaulted the Crimson King furnace, the forgotten fate re-emerged, prompting Lin Yang to traverse vast distances, guided by this thread of destiny, arriving in this fragment, devoid of its energy source, relying solely on its own accumulation. The furnace was no stronger than a typical celestial king artifact. It still aspired to defy the heavens. Observing the Crimson King furnace's furious struggles, Lin Yang let out a soft snort. He understood that the furnace had likely recognized him as its assailant. Otherwise, while under He Hong's control, though it had struggled, it had not exhibited such vehement rage, seeking mutual destruction. Go accompany the Crimson King. A restrained brilliance radiated forth, composed of innumerable subtle symbols imperceptible even to celestial kings, seemingly manifesting a supreme law that transcended the realm of kings. This was the light of the quasi-celestial emperor. Crack! Fractures began to appear on the cerulean body of the Crimson King furnace, with countless immortal symbols inscribed upon it dissolving in large swathes. Bang! In merely 3 breaths, this unparalleled artifact, once deemed invincible in Lin Yang's eyes, shattered into a multitude of fragments. This. He Hong's countenance transformed, involuntarily retreating a half-step. How deeply shaken must the celestial king, who had traversed countless ages, be to exhibit such a loss of composure? No one could fathom the depths of his astonishment. In years past, when weak, this furnace sought to eliminate me. Fortunate was my escape, else today would not be possible. The enmity of those wishing to slay me has woven a grand tapestry of fate. After countless epochs, today I conclude this entanglement and cleanse the dust from my Tao heart. Lin Yang murmured, almost as though he were clarifying his actions to He Hong. He merely sought to resolve the ties of fate, not to harbor grudges. Uncertain if it was merely his own perception, He Hong found the term countless epochs particularly jarring. An unforgettable echo. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on overcoming your tribulations and returning to the world, as if reminded of the presence of another. Lin Yang turned his gaze towards He Hong. He recognized this being as a giant of the celestial domain, one who had witnessed the lengthy ancient history during the evolution of the heavenly ancient land, having encountered the calamity king more than once in the same era. Alas, what a tumultuous journey it has been, He Hong lamented. When his consciousness was thoroughly erased by the Crimson King, he had believed he would never find rest. He had not anticipated re-emerging into the light after merely 1 epoch. The great adversary of the celestial domain had now become a fragment of history. Once the roots of darkness are addressed, peace shall return to the world. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to seek a secluded place for meditation. Restoring my damaged Tao fruit, He Hong declared somberly. The injury to a celestial king's Tao fruit was not easily mended. For celestial king, such wounds ranked just below the complete tearing of their primordial spirit's source mark. Bodily harm, conversely, was the most trivial of injuries. Then I shall not disturb you. Fellow Taoist, Lin Yang remarked before abruptly vanishing. Compared to his time on the origin continent in the perfect world, he could freely wield the omnipresent legendary traits without fear of being scrutinized by insurmountable beings, thus never consciously concealing his abrupt vanishing ability. It appeared that the mysterious king's sudden appearance also employed this supreme method of evasion, eluding my detection entirely. Were it used for ambush, it would indeed be terrifying. Furthermore, what was that radiance? He Hing fell into contemplation. When Lin Yang attained the legendary realm, He Hung had not yet regained his consciousness. Thus he had not witnessed the scene of the corpse emperor. Otherwise, he would not be so bewildered. Moments later, He Hung was suddenly startled. Over 10,000 years ago, who could be slain by the Crimson King's furnace? Indeed, they are the practitioners of the new generation. A flurry of thoughts surged within He Hung, the celestial king, as a complex array of emotions flickered across his withered visage. It was a blend of envy, astonishment, and discernible jealousy. Ultimately, a sigh escaped his lips. After a brief moment, He Hung approached the patch of earth where Lin Yang had stood, surveying the surroundings to confirm Lin Yang's departure before picking up the shards of the Crimson King's furnace. The Eternal Tower had also vanished without a trace. If it could not be found, he would have to rely on newly forged magical artifacts for the time being. At the Xiantian Dao field, upon returning from the foreign fragments, Lin Yang did not continue his exploration of the Dharma form system, but instead directed his gaze towards a specific space within the Xiantian Dao field. He perceived each door within his being as a miniature version of himself, and as he opened each door, he simultaneously strengthened it, controlling the forces that emanated from each door to simulate the cosmic operations through the formation. The golden-haired hound had already devised a unique cultivation method that utilized oneself as the seed. Chapter 695, 500,000 Years. A singular realm that encompassed the entirety of humanity's journey from inception to pinnacle. When the formations within his body could emulate the vast majority of cosmic laws, it was tantamount to achieving the zenith of humanity's domain, where both the primordial spirit and corporeal form would undergo continuous metamorphosis, growing stronger with each iteration. Lin Yang's eyes flickered as he penetrated the cultivation system established by the golden-haired hound. At the convergence of myriad pathways, a vast expanse of cosmic divine energy surged forth, flooding into the golden-haired hound's form as it embarked on the path of cultivation anew. Its essence gradually restored during this process, no longer as frail as before. Subsequently, Lin Yang shifted his attention to another space where the ancestor of the cicada resided. By refining myriad paths to forge his own being, the path created by the ancestor of the cicada was equally remarkable, leaving Lin Yang in awe. The two celestial kings, able to create two distinct yet equally resplendent paths of self as seed in such a short time, illustrated their meticulous considerations prior to obtaining the harmonizing flower. Upon consuming the harmonizing flower and embracing the path of self as seed, both celestial kings began to make astonishing advancements at a pace that would leave ordinary practitioners astonished. With resources, environment, aptitude, and pathways all aligned, they could swiftly ascend to the utmost pinnacle of humanity's domain. Whether they could step into the celestial realm, however, depended on their ability to forge subsequent paths, lest they would have to rely on the tribulations of ascension for meager assistance in achieving immortality. Lin Yang was set inwardly. The complete heavens and earth harbored ascension tribulations. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, or under special circumstances, practitioners could trigger the tribulations of ascension. The circumstances surrounding the two celestial kings defied conventional logic, even if their created systems had not reached the domain of celestial beings. As long as they could survive the tribulations of ascension and transform into beings of the celestial realm, they would be nearly invincible among true celestial beings. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yang's Dharma body once again erupted in a flurry of combinations of Tao rhythms, propelling the evolution of his realm. 500,000 years slipped by in an instant. Lin Yang remained engrossed in the exploration of the Dharma form system, seldom departing from the Xiantian Dao field. With him suppressing the chaos of the 9 heavens and 10 realms, no one could return to this realm. The great upheaval that Meng Tianzheng had feared for years had yet to manifest. 17,000 years prior, Meng Tianzheng had departed this realm, journeying to the celestial domain. As the Grand Reckoning approached, numerous unparalleled powerhouses who had traversed the Sea of Realms over countless epochs began to arrive at the celestial domain's embankment. Those who could endure prolonged existence within the Sea of Realms without perishing were endowed with boundless lifespans. Unless they encountered formidable external forces, they could persist eternally. This eternal life also led to the accumulation of grievances, igniting a series of conflicts. Ancient celestial kings from the celestial domain, whose clans had perished in their absence, sought to establish karmic ties and announce their return after epochs of separation by engaging in battles with certain newly birthed celestial kings who had annihilated their clans. There were also formidable entities from unknown regions who, for various reasons, had lost the marks they left behind when they departed their worlds, ultimately drawn to the magnificent embankment of the celestial domain, embarking upon its shores. They clashed fiercely with certain celestial kings stationed at the embankment. Other conflicts arose between celestial kings of the domain and the immortal kings who had ventured deep into the Sea of Realms. Upon their return, these immortal kings discovered the foreign realms had collapsed, and in their fury, they gathered in throngs to march upon the celestial domain. 60,000 years prior, a celestial king fell, slain by the leading figure of the foreign realms, Coiling. Coiling was exceedingly powerful, among the foremost figures among the giants, and could be regarded as one of the three mightiest beings since the inception of the foreign realms, not far from the pinnacle of supremacy. With such a figure leading numerous immortal kings, they nearly incited a catastrophe within the celestial domain. And had it not been for the exceptional strength of the returning celestial kings from the Sea of Realms, many more celestial kings would have perished over the years. 4,000 years ago, the recently ascended celestial king Ing-Chi also fell, becoming the second celestial king to perish in the celestial domain. While three immortal kings, led by Coiling, met their demise at the hands of the returning celestial domain titan, Chi-Yu. Aside from the fallen celestial kings and immortal kings, those who remained unscathed had all been tainted with royal blood, whether their own or that of their enemies. The recently healed celestial king Ao Sheng nearly fell to Coiling's hands, ultimately being rescued by celestial king Yuan Chu and celestial king Tai Shi. However, even amidst the fervent battles at the embankment of the celestial domain, none dared to venture into the 9 heavens and 10 realms. To bear the title of emperor signifies an entity beyond the casual reach of celestial kings, even though Lin Yang once proposed summoning assistance in the years that followed. No one had the audacity to voice such a request. The fighting at the embankment was indeed intense, yet the celestial domain did not find itself at a disadvantage. Even without relying on external forces, they held the confidence to quell the turmoil and repel the immortal kings. After all, the celestial domain was the most magnificent realm known, possessing an embankment that even celestial kings could not leave traces upon. Naturally, they could not be annihilated by mere stragglers. The battles of kings were not for those beneath kings to intervene in. Thus, even with the fall of celestial kings, the atmosphere within the celestial domain remained grave, as its inhabitants mourned for millennia, while those below the celestial king level sustained no casualties. This was also a reason for the celestial domain's composure. Neither Coiling nor any immortal king had managed to breach the sacred grounds of the celestial domain, remaining locked in a stalemate at the embankment. The most perilous moment occurred when Coiling first gathered the immortal kings, nearly breaching the embankment and stepping onto the territory of the celestial domain, only to be intercepted by the likes of King Pan, celestial king Hun Yuan, celestial king Ao Sheng, celestial king Tai Shi, celestial king Yuan Chu, and other unrivaled powerhouses. That battle involved over 100 celestial kings and immortal kings, rendering the heavens and earth dim, chaos surging forth. The brave souls who dared to witness the battle, such as Shi Hao, were profoundly shaken, fully grasping the ferocity of the celestial kings' battles, and could only imagine the tribulations faced by the 9 heavens and 10 realms at the twilight of the ancient celestial era. At the Shantian Dao field, the myriad Dao rhythms swirling around Lin Yang's Dharma body suddenly dissipated, transforming into specks of light that melded into the remaining formation of Dao rhythm. It was accomplished. A glimmer of joy illuminated Lin Yang's countenance. The realm of the Dharma form, capable of rivaling the supreme giants, had been successfully deduced by him. Aptly named Infinite Heart, this was an extremely extreme and exceptionally demanding realm. Perhaps, in this vast world, no one could genuinely cultivate to the Infinite Heart realm. And Lin Yang was no exception, as he could not achieve the infinite heart realm relying solely on himself. As the creator of the law, he found himself unable to attain the realm he had deduced. It may sound incredulous, but such was the reality. To avoid overlapping with the Dharma body system and the foreign realm system, the subsequent realms after the manifestation of the sacred presence were each exceedingly challenging. Perhaps, if one were to follow the celestial domain's laws, they would ascend to celestial kings, while the battle prowess of the Dharma form system lingered at the true celestial stages. Chapter 696. Coiling, are you dissatisfied with this emperor? In Lin Yang's judgment, the probability of mundane beings ascending to the status of quasi-immortal emperor far exceeds the infinitesimal likelihood of transcending to the next realm of infinite heart. Were it not for his dual cultivation systems, the stages beyond the manifestation realm within the Dharma aspect system would be deemed failures. Truly mastering them is an arduous endeavor. Lin Yang Siget, he extended his hand to touch the amalgamation of Taoist resonance, manifesting the order of principles as symbols of the great Tao soared forth from the ensemble, ultimately coalescing into a tome. This book encompasses the genesis of the Dharma aspect system all the way to the infinite heart, comprising 23 realms in total. The initial realm, upon entry, brings one nearly to the status of a venerable sage. The manifestation, akin to a mortal celestial, resides at the 9th realm, while only the 23rd realm. The infinite heart can rival the supreme titans. The disparity between them is indeed vast. System, cultivate the Dharma aspect system. Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, and after countless eons, he called upon the system once more. The last time he summoned the system was during his training in the Liyuan technique. Discounting the ephemeral flicker of text before him, there remained no trace to be found. Observing a decrease of several tens of thousands in his experience points, Lin Yang remained unfazed. A lengthy memory surfaced in tandem with the reduction of experience points, as if it were his own lived experience. Seated in that enigmatic realm, he diligently practiced the Dharma aspect system. With exceptional insight, and being its creator, the initial realms posed no challenge. Within a brief period, Lin Yang stepped into the manifestation realm. Subsequently, he transcended the manifestation realm, achieving a nameless new realm, his combat prowess slightly enhanced, akin to a lesser true immortal. At this juncture, Lin Yang recalled that his rate of cultivation had slowed considerably, no longer seamless. Each realm demanded profound contemplation. After a protracted duration, Lin Yang entered the 14th realm of the Dharma aspect system, his combat strength now comparable to that of a quasi-immortal king. After an extended passage of time, Lin Yang could not ascertain how long had truly elapsed, until one day he joyfully exclaimed, stepping into the 19th realm of the Dharma aspect system, which could be regarded as the Tao fruit-flawed immortal king, akin to the sovereigns of several life-restricted zones across the heavens and earth. The flawless Tao fruit, the pinnacle immortal king, the Titan. One by one, the realms of the Dharma aspect were arduously cultivated by Lin Yang, until one day, he ascended to the highest realm of the Dharma aspect system, the 23rd infinite heart. His combat power could rival that of the supreme titans. The cultivation of Heavenly Emperor treading time had never been this challenging. As the years flowed by, upon organizing this segment of memory, Lin Yang could not help but exclaim in awe. Although in that mysterious place, he could not accurately gauge the passage of time. The exhaustion of his spirit suggested that mastering the Dharma body system was significantly more troublesome than mastering Heavenly Emperor treading time. Infinite heart, with a surge of thought, Lin Yang's innermost being erupted with boundless, ethereal radiance, reminiscent of the vibrant vitality that blossomed during the primordial era, nurturing all things, yet also akin to the cataclysmic demise at the convergence of the heavens, where everything crumbled amidst endless wails, ultimately leading to silence. Testing the power of the world sea dam, bloodshed stretched across the heavens as hundreds of brilliant lights intertwined, an array of terrifying symbols blanketing the seemingly interminable dam, transforming it into another realm. There were symbols of the celestial way, as well as symbols of the immortal. Kundi, King Chi Yu's roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the dam. The already chaotic river of time began to boil ominously, instilling fear in the hearts of some rulers who witnessed this scene. Chi Yu was likely nearing the status of a supreme titan. An immortal king withdrew, unwilling to linger. To call my name, do you seek death? Kuindi's voice was cold, as the alchemical vessel swayed. Upon witnessing the sight of the corpse of an immortal emperor, Kuendi's resolve to transform from king to emperor strengthened further. When Lan crossed the abyss, he had entered the world sea. Little did he know that this departure would be a final farewell. After tens of thousands of years returning to his homeland, he saw only countless fragments. The denizens of foreign lands meeting a tragic fate. Contemplating this, Kuendi's intent to kill intensified. As for the target, it was self-evident. King Qi Yu's demeanor was icy. His body stained with the blood of the immortal king, like an unparalleled being who could traverse the battlefield of the rulers unimpeded. Do you know? He began slowly. Each character could claim the life of an immortal, turning the ageless into mere bones. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A strand of crimson-tinged black light ascended, accompanied by peculiar symbols that radiated Taoist resonance, capable of cleansing the spirit and granting respite from troubles. The intent to kill was fierce, and the voice cold and detached, drowned out the flames of battle, resounding across the battlefield of the rulers. This tactic left the battling kings astounded, synchronously retreating to their respective camps. "It's—" King Pan gasped, a flicker of joy igniting within him. He recognized the speaker. "Kuendi, are you perhaps dissatisfied with me?" The crimson light transformed into Lin Yang's visage, semi-transparent, illuminating with a brilliance emanating from his soul. The Dark Emperor? Kuendi recoiled, a grave sense of foreboding rising within him. His method of evasion was extraordinarily unique, its intricacies beyond verbal description, and in an instant he retreated to the very edge of the dam. The Dark Heavenly Emperor. King Qi Yu regarded Lin Yang with a complex expression. Due to Lin Yang's sudden appearance, the words he had intended to speak fell silent. The stronger one becomes, the more one feels despair. The path from king to emperor seemed a mere fantasy, yet here was someone who had genuinely uncovered that path to emperorship. His strength was now unfathomable. How could one not be astonished? "You have destroyed my realm. How can such enmity be resolved?" Kuendi replied coldly. After the initial moment of panic, he regained his composure, discerning that Lin Yang's current state lacked the imperial radiance that transcended the realm of kings as rumored. He was a titan, nearly supreme, mastering the alchemical vessel. "Fear not. This emperor senses your indignation. Let us engage in a fair contest of equals to determine the victor." Lin Yang met Kuendi's gaze, yet it bore a semblance of condescension. Having stepped into the realm of infinite heart, he contemplated that only Kuendi could serve as a warm-up, hence his deliberate manifestation here, devoid of ulterior motives. As for the notion of equality in realm, it was merely hearsay. After all, the Dharma aspect system was his unique creation, and in terms of life force, it was not as vibrant as that of different celestial domains, rendering the peculiar nature of the Dharma aspect nearly imperceptible, making it impossible for others to discern that his Dharma aspect possessed the combat prowess of a supreme titan. Is it not entirely normal for there to be disparities in combat strength, even within the same realm? Very well. Kuendi promptly acquiesced. He did not believe that a being capable of shattering the foreign realms would deceive him. Otherwise, his true form would have manifested, sweeping away all opposition. Chapter 697, The Mask of Ghost Faces. In the gathering place of the various immortal kings, the current state of the Dark Heavenly Emperor left the immortal gold Taoist perplexed. As if in contemplation, this must be the path of cultivation in the Dharma aspect system that the Dark Heavenly Emperor has established, he remarked. At this moment, the ancestor of the cicadas spoke. After 500,000 years, I have reclaimed my position as an immortal king, my strength surpassing that of the past. Now, one of the pinnacle existences amongst the supreme immortal kings. With a bit more refinement, I shall be called a titan. Specializing in the Dharma aspect? No wonder the state of the Dark Heavenly Emperor appears somewhat peculiar. Though it bears resemblance to the immortal king's Dharma aspect, it lacks that sense of pervading the universe. King Qi Yu nodded. Moments later, he hesitated, stating this should be the third method by which the Dark Heavenly Emperor has ascended to the immortal king rank. An immortal king spoke, voicing what King Qi Yu had not articulated. Indeed, the hearts of the gathered immortal kings trembled. In an instant, the atmosphere of smoke and powder around them lightened considerably. To forge an entirely new path and elevate oneself to our level is truly inconceivable. No wonder the Dark Heavenly Emperor has gleaned insights into the path from king to emperor. A supreme immortal king gazed enviously, recognizing the returning power from the world sea. As the celestial kings engaged in conversation, the aura of Kunthi surged forth, enveloping the embankment in an oppressive and chilling atmosphere that even the mightiest among the celestial kings found unsettling. The refining immortal vessel radiated with light, surrounded by a multitude of immortal symbols. This formidable weapon of royal caliber was pushed to its utmost limits, intensifying the already stifling atmosphere. As the very fabric of space and time trembled, the river of time seemingly roaring in protest. Shadows of various immortal beings materialized, their mournful cries echoing, devoid of their usual indifference. The lament of the immortals. The name of the refining immortal is no mere hyperbole. For the immortals it refines are indeed the kings of the celestial realm. Gather. The mouth of the refining immortal vessel shimmered with a misty glow, exuding a rich scent of blood, blood of the noble and heroic. The celestial king of the noble lineage had perished within the vessel. An insatiable force emanated from the mouth of the vessel, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary celestial kings to extricate themselves, and if aimed at the cosmic expanse, it could potentially draw in countless celestial bodies into its depths. Observers noted that around the refining immortal vessel, time itself had become distorted, moving at an unusually slow pace. Clumsy, Lin Yang remained unflinching, quietly observing as Kunthi's lethal strike approached. He simply allowed Kunthi's deadly intent to wash over him. In a fleeting moment, he transformed the nature of his Dharma manifestation, rendering it more translucent, as though it were but an ethereal spirit, easily swept away by a breeze. In that brief instant, Kunthi's countenance changed, and the many kings present were struck with astonishment, exchanging looks of disbelief. Lin Yang's demeanor was far too relaxed, completely unlike someone struggling against the pull of the refining immortal vessel. He seemed to disregard Kunthi's assault entirely, even as myriad laws were ensnared by the vessel. They could not sway him. Lin Yang estog shifted. In the realm of infinite consciousness, he could unearth boundless might from the depths of his spirit. A single thought could alter the heavens, while another could extinguish the wills of myriad beings. As long as he dispelled the Dharma manifestation's interference with the external world, confronting his adversary solely with his spiritual essence meant that only disturbances at the spiritual level could affect him. At this moment, the full force of the refining immortal vessel posed less of a threat than Kunthi's raging murderous intent, for at least the latter elicited a faint sting that could not be entirely ignored. However, bolstered by the inexhaustible power emanating from the depths of his spirit, Kunthi's influence was swiftly counteracted, unable to keep pace with Lin Yang's recovery. Yet, had Lin Yang been merely comparable to a titanic figure at the 22nd realm, even fully transforming into his spiritual essence, he would not have been able to respond to the vessel's pull so effortlessly. The myriad laws would still be influenced by the vessel, causing some interference, making the wielding of spiritual power more challenging than usual. Observing Kunthi's persistence, who even spat out a mouthful of essence blood to enhance the vessel's potency, Lin Yang continued to ponder. The Dharma manifestation system he had devised could be categorized into two core types. One was the Dharma manifestation itself, capable of descending from afar, shattering star seas and altering the celestial landscape with ease. The other was the spirit, elusive and inscrutable, capable of extinguishing the will of living beings and drawing forth an unending stream of spiritual power from the deepest recesses of the mind to replenish the Dharma manifestation's consumption. From the outset, Lin Yang had no intention of allowing his Dharma manifestation to absorb external energies for combat. He relied solely on his own resources, akin to the undying essence within a true immortal. This very reason rendered the creation of his Dharma manifestation system extraordinarily arduous. The many realms he had to traverse post-ascension had become exceedingly stringent, to the point of being grotesque, compelling him to rely on the system's extraordinary attributes for cultivation. The cost being the painstaking experience points accrued from vanquishing aberrant beasts. Although the boundless might from the depths of his spirit was inexhaustible, so long as a single thought remained, it could be continuously excavated. The hierarchy of the Dharma manifestation system dictated the speed at which this spiritual power could be drawn forth. Even mastering the infinite spirit, the rate of extracting spiritual power was scarcely different from that of a flawless celestial king's normal output. Employing devouring-type secret arts would far exceed what the infinite spirit could match. Lin Yang contemplated silently. Beyond this, the ability to sense Kunthi's murderous intent from within the Shintian Taoist sanctuary was also a unique characteristic. While the infinite spirit heightens this emotional perception manifold, Kunthi's murderous intent was undoubtedly intense to an extreme, likely impervious to any diminishment, even through the passage of epochs. Otherwise, had it been slightly less potent, Lin Yang, situated within the Xiantian Taoist sanctuary, would not have been able to perceive Kunthi, merely sensing a vague tremor in his spirit, aware that someone wished to take his life. After all, the distance between this embankment and the realms beyond was painfully vast. As thoughts coalesced, Lin Yang spoke with a detached tone. Is that sufficient? His words were devoid of emotion, suggesting that Kunthi's all-out effort resembled nothing more than a childish plaything, failing to evoke any shift in his demeanor. Kunthi's expression darkened, his eyes embodying a murderous intent that seemed on the brink of materialization. Aware that an action would surely lead to his defeat, or even demise, he unleashed a thunderous roar, a sound beyond mere description, erupting from within him as he chose to sacrifice his life essence, even at the cost of damaging his foundation and source. This signified his determination to fight to the death. The immortal symbols adorning Kunthi's physique twisted ominously, and the aura surrounding him repelled the very laws of the cosmos, transforming the vicinity into a realm beyond reach, where no semblance of order or rule persisted. Under the immense pressure of Kunthi's terrifying aura, the previously tumultuous river of time, momentarily quelled by the cessation of the kings, descended into further chaos, hinting at forthcoming changes. With a crack, the chaotic river of time fractured, sending forth colorful shards, accompanied by droplets of sovereign blood imbued with vast divine power, scattering in all directions. A beam of white light abruptly emerged from the shattered realm, exuding an aura rivaling Kunthi's, descending into this temporal space. It was a female immortal, clad in snow-white garments, adorned with a ghostly mask. Chapter 698, A Glimpse to Annihilate Kunthi. An unknown, mysterious, and unparalleled powerhouse made her entrance. The celestial kings upon the embankment furrowed their brows, gazing at the ghost-masked female immortal. She was a being capable of commanding respect even within the realm of the cosmos, her presence formidable and chilling, rivaling Kunthi, who was currently exhausting his essence and burning his true blood. No recollection of such an individual lingered in their memories. Was she a paragon born of the future? Or perhaps an extraordinary figure from the era of the fallen emperor? The celestial King Chiyu displayed a look of astonishment. He had emerged during the same epoch as the Butcher in the waning years of the fallen emperor's era. The passage of time had been unfathomably long, extending far beyond mere thousands of epochs, and he had encountered countless kings, yet had never heard of a female titan clad in white with a ghostly mask. In fact, in Chiyu's eyes, the ghost-masked female immortal could be considered nearly supreme. Another unparalleled expert. One of the celestial kings could not suppress a sigh of admiration. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. During battles on the embankment among the celestial kings, almost every encounter saw visitors from alternate timelines, and even the weakest among them were top-tier celestial kings. Kunthi's demeanor remained unperturbed, unaffected by the ghost-masked female immortal-s appearance. Traversing through time was merely a trivial feat. He had experienced it numerous times throughout his life, often breaking the barriers of time during the peak of intense battles, finding himself in alternate timelines. What truly eluded him were the events that interfered with alternate timelines. In this instance, it was merely a matter of observation. What could it ultimately signify? In contrast to the varied reactions of astonishment, ease, or contemplation exhibited by the kings on the embankment, Lin Yang felt a twinge of bewilderment, pondering. A fearsome individual? Had the white-robed female immortal not donned the ghostly mask, he might have struggled to recognize her. However, with the mask in place, Lin Yang instantly discerned her identity from an era long past. The era of the sky-shrouded emperor, the fearsome emperor. Almost a peerless titan. How many years had passed since the quartet of the sky-shrouded entered the fragments of the celestial domain? As this thought arose, Lin Yang shook his head. At this moment, he stood at the forefront of time, where the future was but an illusion. Thus, the fearsome emperor appearing before him was likely merely a spectral manifestation from some future point, brought forth by the wondrous spectacle of time, much like the king of the Ding from the borderlands of Ur. To invert causality? No, it was merely the natural consequence of cause and effect. Unlike ordinary beings that evolve from weakness to strength, the ethereal shadows birthed from these temporal wonders leave imprints in the world due to their manifestation in the present, creating causes. Ultimately, as time flows, the world will give rise to their weaker counterparts. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Lin Yang's mind in an instant. According to his understanding, even if he were to deliberately intervene in the outcome of a particular temporal phenomenon, steering them onto divergent paths. Time would inevitably give birth to another outcome, ultimately reversing the currents of time to become the present scene. As his thoughts swirled, the formidable presence manifesting in this space-time refrained from uttering a word, aware that even the most basic exchange could influence the past and future, thus striving to diminish her own existence. After all, her arrival was solely to witness the varied paths of cultivation and to pursue her own path to transcendence. Observing the world beyond the dam, the formidable being's thoughts shifted as she turned her gaze towards Kuindi. There was no room for doubt at that moment. Kuindi's aura was the most potent among all the sovereigns present, naturally offering her greater enlightenment. Noticing the formidable one's attention divert to Kuindi, Lin Yang maintained an impassive facade and remarked indifferently, "Kuindi, you have disappointed me." Having discerned the true situation, Lin Yang was not about to miss this golden opportunity to lay the groundwork for eternity, ensuring his existence would naturally manifest at that future temporal juncture. Perhaps unexpected surprises awaited him then. As soon as he spoke, he indeed captured the formidable one's attention. A being bold enough to claim sovereignty in the realm of immortals was undoubtedly an unrivaled entity. Otherwise, in such a brutal battlefield, they would have been the first to fall. A ripple emerged in the depths of her masked gaze, seemingly one of familiarity. Disappointment? No. Soon that would not be the case. A chill radiated from Kuindi. With the turn of the immortal refining vessel, the boundless suction ceased, giving way to an eruption of immeasurable dark light, a substance of darkness so dense that even the immortal kings must treat it with caution. This is dire. Chi Yu and the other immortal kings paled, gritting their teeth, realizing the immortal refining vessel contained vast quantities of dark matter. No wonder the esteemed immortal king Ing Chi could not endure. Protect the immortal realm. Prevent the dark matter from breaching our sacred soil. One by one, the immortal kings emanated radiant light, their celestial symbols forming a heavenly net, impenetrable and unfaltering. In an instant, this stretch of dam was entirely enveloped by the celestial net. Sever the immortals, sever the spirits, sever the true destinies. Kuindi's commanding voice rang out as she wielded the immortal refining vessel, as if grasping not a gourd, but a hilt of a blade. With a swift motion, the boundless dark light coalesced into a vague blade shape, intertwining with immortal symbols and dark scriptures, transforming into a fearsome dark artifact, exuding an invincible might. Cut! The dark blade descended with immeasurable, terrifying power, shattering the laws of the Great Path, revealing numerous breaches in the celestial net as dark forces surged uncontrollably, countless lost souls wailing in anguish within the darkness. Were it not for this being the Boundary Sea Dam, only the power of an emperor could leave a mark here. This dam, safeguarding the immortal realm through numerous epochs, would have been cleaved in two by the invincible dark blade. It was likely that even before the blade approached, the normal cosmos would have fractured, and even 8 or 9 universes stacked together could not withstand Kuindi's strike, which could be likened to the pinnacle strike of an unparalleled titan. Observing the might of the dark blade, Lin Yang gauged its power. Truly, a leader from an alien realm, her combat wisdom was exceptional. She had already probed the weaknesses of the spiritual body, deliberately employing dark matter to influence the psyche, making it impossible for him to disregard her strike. It appeared that the state of the immortal refining vessel was not something that could be wielded at will. Otherwise, Kuindi would not need to burn her true blood. Within the span of a moment, a multitude of thoughts surged within Lin Yang. Then he responded. His eyes sparkled with countless stars, reflecting an expansive cosmic starry sky filled with innumerable stellar systems, countless galaxy-sized clusters, and vast superclusters. Yet none of this compared to the brilliance of Lin Yang's golden-hued gaze, which radiated majesty and seemed to ripple with the waves of time, imbued with the weight of bygone eras. Lie Yuan technique. Time solidified, then reversed. The river of time surged, only to suddenly vanish from the dam, leaving no trace. Were it not for your arrival, I would have had you warm up with me. Lin Yang murmuret inwardly. A chilling wind howled, sweeping across the dam, laden with an overwhelming scent of blood that descended upon the scene. Kuindi had fallen. Chapter 699. The Judgment of the Profound Emperor. The phenomenon accompanying Kuindi's demise was not a response to the rules of the immortal realm, but rather a descent of the laws of the heavens. When traversing the tribulations of the heavenly rules, a fragment of a sovereign's essence would be inscribed within those rules. Thus, upon their fall, even in the boundary sea, an anomaly would rise. Unless the opponent was ruthless enough to erase even the anomaly, all sovereigns upon the boundary sea dam, regardless of whether they hailed from the immortal realm or elsewhere, were engulfed in confusion. They were momentarily at a loss as to which sovereign had perished. An assault on the will? The formidable being's heart trembled. She had witnessed similar scenes in that era, where two masters clashed, and one emerged victorious without moving, leaving the other shattered and thoughts muddled, with severe cases leading to unconsciousness. Yet, witnessing a will attack capable of directly extinguishing life was a first for her. The essence of life was waning, unlike the aftereffects of burning true blood. Chiyu's expression shifted continuously, sharply sensing Kuan Di's abnormality. Could it be that Kuan Di has perished? The various immortal kings surveyed their surroundings, eventually locking their gaze upon Kuan Di. The once mighty dark blade of the immortal refining vessel suddenly disintegrated, unraveling into a multitude of dark matter that spread across the dam. While Kuan Di, who had wielded the blade, remained frozen in that stance, unmoving. At that moment, Lin Yang's sigh echoed. Ultimately, she was merely a sovereign. Even in a battle of equal realms, she could not withstand my strike. His voice was soft, seemingly self-reflective, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of the powerful beings, causing them to exchange glances of bewilderment. Kuan Di, the ancestor, a quaking voice emerged from an immortal sovereign. Her connection with Kuan Di was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, as an immortal sovereign, she would not refer to Kuan Di as her ancestor. At that moment, fragments of the primordial essence began to dissipate from Kuan Di's indestructible body. Lin Yang's strike that obliterated Kuan Di was not merely the Liu Yuan technique. It also integrated elements of his self-created secret methods, achieving effects on the material and energy levels that were astonishingly remarkable. For one who had fully mastered the Liu Yuan technique, this was not a challenge. Kuan Di's will, her primordial essence, he shattered them with a single blow. Although he did not intentionally annihilate Kuan Di's indestructible body, her own exertion of true blood had destabilized her foundation. Now, having lost the stability of her primordial spirit, her inevitable decline was to be anticipated. The profound emperor, an immortal sovereign, roared, his voice laden with sorrow. He was neither the pinnacle sovereign nor a titan, yet he dared to express his anger, unafraid of life and death. Hearing this, Lin Yang cast a cursory glance at him, first registering surprise, then becoming profound, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Boom! It was as if thunder had erupted. Yet the multitude of sovereigns recognized this as the sound of the laws of the Great Path, not mere thunder. The immortal sovereign who had roared was now fallen. Surrounding the nine-leaf swordgrass, daring to be so brazen, they truly knew not the depths of peril. Lin Yang's words were detached. He had seen this immortal sovereign during the ancient times, one of the three who had surrounded the nine-leaf swordgrass in the immortal ancient era. Very well, today was a fitting day to address the matters of the immortal ancient era. He turned to the second in the world, the immortal golden Taoist and the cicada ancestor, inquiring which individuals have attacked my realm. Among the 82 immortal kings present at the Boundary Sea Dam, there were 85 immortal sovereigns. Even with the fall of Kuan Di and the nameless immortal sovereign, there remained 83 immortal sovereigns. Although constrained by perspective in the ancient realm of Tongtian, unable to behold the entirety of the celestial epic spanning the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Lin Yang could surmise that amidst the multitude of immortal kings, there were undoubtedly those who had stained their hands with the blood of the living. As his words echoed, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering place of the immortal kings. And before the 3 celestial kings of the 9 heavens could utter a word, the momentum of the 83 immortal kings surged, assuming a stance that suggested a decisive confrontation. Xian Emperor, you must not. One immortal king was enveloped in radiance, with only a pair of icy eyes emanating a ghostly light, piercing through the protective glow to fixate upon Lin Yang. Lin Yang paid him no heed, instead focusing on the 3 celestial kings of the Xianjin Dao. Returned to the heavenly emperor, the ancestor of the insect kings stepped forward, gesturing towards each immortal king in turn. The Xianjin Dao and the second of the world supplemented this, causing the immortal kings to grow increasingly grim, while the celestial kings expressed delight. Judging by the current dynamics, should Lin Yang indeed seek to eliminate these monarchs, the opposing immortal kings would dwindle by over 30. All immortal kings who had entered the Sea of Realms post the celestial epic would perish. Lin Yang's gaze shifted to the assembly of immortal kings at the far end of the dam, his tone indifferent. Do you harbor any objections? His demeanor was that of a sovereign presiding over the myriad realms, passing judgment upon the celestial and the divine, as if it were an entirely natural occurrence. Kill. No one responded. Witnessing the irretrievable nature of the situation, the 83 immortal kings, sensing Lin Yang's genuine intent to kill, all acted in tacit unison. The bizarre slaying of Coiling had indeed imbued despair among the kings, yet the immortal kings, birthed from darkness, were united beyond measure. And not a single one would dare flee. However, merely a manifestation of the law, and not the true body descending here, dared to presume dominion over all matters? Even the supreme titans, when faced with our encirclement, would taste bitter defeat. At that moment, the cold voice of an immortal king resonated. His words were not unfounded. The supreme titan of the burial domain, known for raising chickens, had once struck at an alien domain, severely wounding a prominent figure within it. Just as he was about to obliterate that figure, the collective arrival of the immortal kings thwarted his strike, forcing him to retreat, for more immortal kings were en route. And should he be encircled, his demise would be inevitable. At that time, there were 29 immortal kings. This one was among them. Yet now, the count had swelled to 83. The sheer power of such a multitude of immortal kings unleashing their full might was unfathomably terrifying. An absolute force that could not be resisted. The air above the dam instantaneously transformed into chaos, and grains of sand began to swirl, as if drawn by this overwhelming force. No force could impede this strike. Even the vastness of the celestial realm would be extinguished over extensive areas. With billions of celestial beings reduced to dust, boom! Chaos roiled as a universe seemed to be birthed amidst the haze, causing the celestial kings present to turn pale with trepidation, their expressions laden with concern. Dare you to initiate an assault on this emperor, a group of lawless scoundrels? Unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, Lin Yang scoffed. He had initially been observing the threads of causality, seeking those among the kings who bore no grievances against the 9 heavens and 10 earths, to avoid unnecessary slaughter. Now, it seemed he need not expend further effort. A soft utterance escaped his lips. His gaze glimmered with a golden hue, authority cloaked beneath the weight of ages. Yi Yuan technique. Employing this technique could render divine kings unconscious. Now, even if dispersed, it would unleash a formidable will that only a quasi-immortal emperor could disregard. Chapter 700. The scene from ancient history. The Sea of Realms dam fell silent. Not merely the silence of beings, but a myriad of rule anomalies ascended, and a chilling wind howled incessantly, as if the realm of the dead had descended upon the world. The stench of blood was so thick it evoked nausea. A mysterious crimson light illuminating this section of the Sea of Realms dam, visible even at the fringes of the celestial realm. The 83 immortal kings stood rigid, maintaining their most potent killing stance, their expressions cold and betraying an undercurrent of deep-seated murderous intent. Even as the light in their eyes faded, they retained that frigid gaze. It was uncanny how they coincidentally arrived at this juncture in history. Beneath the mask of a ghostly visage, a pair of eyes flickered, as the ruthless one recalled an ancient history unearthed amidst fragments of the celestial realm. The emperor's wrath leads to the destruction of the kings. The many accounts inscribed therein corresponded with the present scene. It turned out that the emperor of the celestial realm was this Xian Tian emperor. The recorded declaration of slaying the heavens likely also belonged to this Xian Tian emperor, the ruthless one's thoughts racing. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she gazed toward a corner of the dam near the celestial realm. There stood a figure, Sure Hao, the emperor of the wild heavens. Her lips parted slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. She never expected that today, a chance encounter would yield such profound significance. Having traversed the river of time, her encounters with Sure Hao had been infrequent, predominantly during his weaker days. Yet at this moment, she sensed that he was not far from achieving the status of a celestial king. Even that primordial spirit power could not be entirely disregarded by a celestial king. As the ruthless one contemplated in silence, Lin Yang cast a casual glance her way before directing his attention to the site where the corpses of the immortal kings stood erect. Each corpse exuded fragments of primordial spirit, transforming the vicinity into a dreamlike starry expanse, breathtakingly beautiful. Every star was an unparalleled treasure sought after by true celestial beings, containing the essence of the primordial spirits of immortal kings. Yet, these beings of darkness left behind shards that were not meant to be borne by non-kings. Lest great upheaval ensue. Unaware of the heavenly decree, Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Having shattered the alien domain in his battle against the shadow of the quasi-immortal emperor, he pondered where the confidence of these immortal kings stemmed from, believing that in his current state he would be outmatched by a group of them. Even if they could truly obliterate his manifestation, did they not fear his true body descending? He had intervened in matters of the celestial realm, yet he presumed his fellow comrades would not mind. Lin Yang turned to face Qi Yu and the other celestial kings. Not all, not at all. The dozens of celestial kings shook their heads in unison. Observing the instant demise of the 83 immortal kings, a chill gripped their hearts. A profound realization of the emperor's invincibility settling in. Even without his true form present, he was not a king that could be countered. The threads of causality have been woven. I shall not linger long. Soon, I will tread the path of the emperor, perhaps disappearing from the mortal realm for a time. Lin Yang started calmly. At this moment, with all enemies vanquished, he ceased to refer to himself as this emperor, instead reverting to the first-person pronoun. Farewell, heavenly emperor. The celestial kings offered a respectful bow. Lin Yang did not depart immediately, instead directing his gaze toward Shi Hao, who had been observing the dam of the Sea of Realms, preparing to transcend tribulations. The Xian Dao Ming Shun Fa has reached its pinnacle. The accumulation sufficient to take that step. Indeed, he mused, as he once said, in 1,000,000 years, you shall ascend to the status of a celestial king. With the tacit understanding between the two, a mere moment of eye contact conveyed their mutual intentions. Next, he turned his gaze toward the ruthless one, who was acting as if invisible, his eyes glimmering as if peering through the currents of time and the forces of the ages. Not for the sake of becoming a celestial being, but lingering in the mortal realm. Whom then are you waiting for? Lin Yang murmured, seemingly not fully comprehending the depths of the obsession within the ruthless one's heart. As his words faded, his figure vanished in an instant. Boom! A white-clad figure surged forth, the ruthless one suddenly appearing where Lin Yang had just been. The celestial light emanating from her body seemed to transform into a vessel of the grand path, reminiscent of the refining pot for celestial beings, capable of devouring all in existence. Xian Tian Emperor, a complex utterance emerged from beneath the ghostly mask. Hearing Lin Yang's murmurs, the ruthless one was struck by a sudden realization. Yet, before she could voice her request, Lin Yang had completely vanished. It is her. Shi Hao's pupils constricted, recognizing the familiar silhouette. The Xian Tian Dao field. Truly pitiful, Lin Yang sighed, shaking his head as he beheld the ruthless one being pulled from this timeline by the force of time. He spoke of the pitiable not as a ruthless individual. For after all, such a background is far too common in this world to warrant significant concern. Instead, he referred to the ruthless one's brother. The fates of others often shift, yet his destiny is marked by either demise or substitution. Contemplating the ancient sacred body from millions of years hence, Lin Yang smacked his lips. Choosing to disengage from future predicaments, he began to adjust his state. My immortal kingly fruit has long been perfected and, inspired by the laws of the celestial emperor, has laid the foundation for a potential transformation into the laws of a quasi-celestial emperor. Presently, the shortcomings of my Dharma manifestation have been remedied. My physical form, primordial spirit, and Dharma manifestation have all reached the pinnacle of supreme mastery, enabling me to attempt the reconsolidation of my Dharma body. Lin Yang was said inwardly. Entering the realm of emperors would bring about a revolutionary enhancement in his true spirit, imbuing him with the ability to obscure heavenly mechanisms, making it exceedingly difficult for others to perceive him, whether in life or after his fall. However, unlike the celestial emperor whose laws are flawless, the quasi-celestial emperor's laws bear imperfections, rendering it impossible to maintain a perpetual peak state without undergoing transformation. Otherwise, a powerful and complete body would gradually weaken. Even if this decline were measured in epochs, it is indeed a reality. Only with the laws of the emperor perfected can one maintain the most complete form while standing in the position of a celestial emperor. My true spirit, dwelling in the infinite heights, must also return to the Dharma body during the breakthrough process, actively fracturing the Dharma body to become a mortal form. Only in this manner can the newly gestated true spirit grow even more formidable, Otherwise, the enhancement necessary to enter the Emperor's domain would elude him. Lin Yang estog swirlet. With each of his projections setting aside their tasks to seek a safe haven in their respective worlds, commencing their seclusion. The fall of the true spirit from the infinite heights would inevitably affect his control over the projections, rather than hastily managing the situation later. It was far better to prepare in advance. I fear I may be the first to voluntarily dissipate into the legendary realm. As the true spirit, residing in the infinite heights, gradually descended, Lin Yang felt an increasing sense of oppression. The images in his mind severed one by one, symbolizing his loss of control over each projection. However, for others to undertake such a feat would be challenging, as they lack my profound understanding of the true spirit. To willingly descend into the legendary realm without the appropriate artifacts would necessitate leveraging the backlash of the multiverse, a maneuver that could lead to the complete annihilation of the true spirit if mishandled, Lin Yang thought to himself. In the fleeting moments of contemplation, the true spirit fully returned to the Dharma body, no longer residing in the infinite heights. The weight of oppression on his heart was unprecedentedly heavy. Chapter 701. Standing at the Emperor's throne. The decline of his life level stirred an uncontainable sense of melancholy within Lin Yang. Words could scarcely articulate his feelings. Only those who have truly experienced the elevated perspective of legendary beings could comprehend his state. Severing the thoughts in his heart, Lin Yang uttered a low command. Shatter. Crack. 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 The sounds of crisp shattering echoed from within the Dharma body, every aperture fracturing and each inner universe collapsing. The embryonic forms of multiple universes within him reached their conclusion in a mere 10 seconds. Countless beings, initially alarmed, perished entirely with the collapse of the universe. As time flowed, the Dharma body ceased its resonant cracking, while threads emerged upon every inch of Lin Yang's skin. Countless threads, difficult to quantify, were divided into 3 distinct colors, each corresponding to the physical body, primordial spirit, and Dharma manifestation. He was reversing the Dharma body, transforming it back into a mortal form. This was a pain beyond imagination, capable of driving anyone to madness. The fall from the celestial to the mortal, while less significant than the descent from the legendary to the Dharma body, was still unfathomable to ordinary folk. All forms of divine anomalies would vanish, and his methods would no longer be inscrutable. The threads multiplied, becoming increasingly resplendent, until Lin Yang himself gradually vanished, leaving behind a swirling mass of 3-colored threads intertwined. Hours passed. Lin Yang, now restored to his mortal form, appeared seated upon the dark yellow cushion, breathing softly. In less than a day, he had regressed from the legendary realm to the external scene realm. He still needed to harmonize the infinite heart Dharma manifestation with the internal scene of heaven and earth, allowing the Dharma manifestation to transform into the internal scene Dharma manifestation. Lin Yang pondered in silence, suddenly smiling as he murmured, I may now be the strongest external scene ever recorded? Although the regression in his Dharma body system had diminished his overall combat prowess significantly, his mastery over the exotic realm and Dharma manifestation systems remained intact. Even when facing the shadow of a quasi-celestial emperor, while he could not achieve annihilation, he could still leverage the unparalleled might of the time artifact, a quasi-celestial emperor's tool, to hold his own. Such combat strength, combined with the technique cutting the path to meet me, made annihilating a legendary being a trivial endeavor. When creating the Dharma manifestation system, he had already contemplated transforming the infinite heart Dharma manifestation into the internal scene Dharma manifestation. Thus, achieving this was not overly difficult. Supported by the immortal king's physical form, the internal scene would not be at risk of being overwhelmed by the infinite heart Dharma manifestation. As these thoughts arose, Lin Yang then manifested the infinite heart Dharma manifestation, meticulously adjusting it according to the internal scene of his heaven and earth. Months passed. Upon completing the adjustments, Lin Yang opened his tightly shut eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped forward into the ultimate leap. Body, primordial spirit, Dharma manifestation. The 3 became one, merging seamlessly. Having previously experienced the consolidation of the Dharma body, Lin Yang could now elevate the success rate of this process to 70%. The remaining 30% was due to the overwhelming strength of his physical form, primordial spirit, and Dharma manifestation, which made complete control elusive. Unite! Lin Yang silently shouted, his eyes shimmering with radiant brilliance. Ascending to the pinnacle of will, he seized the fleeting inspiration, the core of the triune unity. Boom! In an instant, the three entities fused entirely, reconstituting the Dharma body. The physical form seated upon the dark yellow cushion completely transformed into light, leaving only a human-shaped outline, reminiscent of the divine body upon achieving the status of a divine king. Each strand of light was composed of an unfathomable multitude of great path symbols, arranged into a unique and powerful law. This was the final sublimation of the immortal kingly fruit, the law of the emperor. While other quasi-celestial emperors might struggle to perceive the flaws in the emperor's law, Lin Yang, having observed the laws of celestial emperors for countless millennia, could readily identify that his own emperor's law was not without imperfections. It was precisely because of these flaws that his physical form could not maintain its most complete and powerful state for extended periods. And the emperor's law could not form the celestial emperor's domain. In the myriad spaces of the Shintian Tao field, various distinct phenomena began to manifest. The Dharma body he had consolidated this time was not the cosmic transformation body of infinite time. Hence the phenomena differed from the first consolidation. The emperor, the quasi-celestial emperor. The radiant human-shaped outline resonated with Lin Yang's voice. Everything proceeded more smoothly than he had anticipated. The overwhelming strength of the three entities did not lead to a failure in consolidating the Dharma body, which would have necessitated reliance on the system's power to continue the process, risking immediate demise. The true spirit Dharma body. Lin Yang declared the name of his Dharma body. This was a manifestation he had deduced based on the array of techniques and secret methods he had mastered, ranking undoubtedly among the top-tier Dharma bodies. After all, he was not inferior to those on the other shore in the paths of true spirit and causality, and having once been a legendary being, it was hardly surprising that he could deduce a top-tier Dharma body, centered on the path of the true spirit, supported by time and causality, and endowed with the transformative capabilities of 8-9 mysterious techniques. Though the power of time was weaker than that of the previous cosmic transformation body of infinite time, it was exceedingly resilient and formidable in the realm of true spirits, absolutely not something that could be easily extinguished. Even if one falls victim to the direct strike of true spirit, it is unlikely to perish in a single blow, at most. It would result in a loss of connection with many of one's projections. However, if the assailant surpasses me by an entire realm, the situation becomes precarious. Lin Yang pondered deeply. For him, in this moment, the once treasured power of time had diminished in significance. For the fully mastered Heavenly Emperor's step through time would not lose its efficacy merely due to a change in the physical body. After all, it is a product of a system. The essence of true spirit pertains to life itself, and with every increment in strength, the odds of survival in future calamities increase. By condensing the true spirit physical form, combined with the enhancement from becoming a quasi-mortal emperor, the number of my projections could be amplified a millionfold. This astonishing figure reveals the extent to which Lin Yang's true spirit currently stands compared to its peak. What follows is a transition into the legendary realm. Otherwise, some of my projections may undergo unforeseen changes. Lin Yang immediately calmed his mind and began to cultivate. After losing control of my projections for an extended period, some may perish in unforeseen accidents, some may be slain by enemies, and some may awaken intellect anew within their vessels. Fortunately, this process unfolds over millennia. The more powerful the vessel, the more arduous the emergence of consciousness. The inner landscape transformed into a true cosmos, opening up meridians to form celestial realms, which in turn reflect the external world. Even though his current physical form is extraordinarily potent, Lin Yang's progress could be deemed astounding, as he had long since prepared the resources required for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed. Chapter 702. The Declaration of King Yi and the Slaying of Tsang. Hundreds of thousands of years ago in the Yang God universe. After Lin Yang led Shi Hao and Meng Tianjing away for a millennium, the portal on the world barrier of the Yang God realm gradually began to manifest. In that moment, every master who had transcended 7 thunder tribulations in the Yang God realm felt an instinctual stirring, their gazes drawn to the location of the portal. What transpired to provoke such a sensation? They felt compelled to investigate. One by one, the powerful beings directed their thoughts and employed various means to approach the world-S portal. Among them, Hong Yi was the swiftest. His cultivation was exceedingly profound, with battle prowess equivalent to that of a peak sovereign. He could traverse any corner of the Yang God realm in an instant, spanning vast distances with a mere thought. The aura of this portal intrigued Hong Yi, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. He could vaguely sense a deadly allure emanating from the vortex within the portal. At that moment, two beams of light appeared, approaching from different directions. The two peak Yang gods, the Taoist of creation and the eternal life emperor, had arrived. They bowed slightly to Hong Yi, refraining from arrogance. For millennia, they had been acutely aware of Hong Yi's unmatched prowess. Even the mightiest Yang gods were but ants in comparison. Had it not been for Lin Yang reviving them, coupled with his great kindness towards Hong Yi, these two peak Yang gods might have already met with misfortune. After all, upon their revival, they were unaware of Hong Yi's strength, reverting to their former peak years, which naturally influenced their demeanor. Hong Yi nodded, his gaze lingering on the world portal, lost in rare contemplation. Do you also sense this peculiar sensation? He inquired. The desire to enter the portal and explore the realm beyond was overwhelming, as the eternal life emperor expressed his genuine feelings. The Taoist of creation nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. After a stick of incense had burned, all the formidable beings who had transcended 7 thunder tribulations in the Yang God realm gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Even those with enmities refrained from acting recklessly in the presence of Hong Yi and the two Yang gods. For the unexpectedly manifested portal and its deadly allure kept them vigilant, fearing it might herald some calamity, thus suppressing their impulses. Ultimately, someone stepped forward. Esteemed friends, I am willing to take the risk. Upon uttering this, the celestial practitioner from beyond the heavens sent forth over 10,000 fragments of divine consciousness into the core vortex of the portal. All the powerful beings watched intently, their expressions shifting with curiosity. They hesitated to embark on the perilous journey themselves, but after much deliberation, someone finally emerged. In an instant, the celestial practitioner from beyond the heavens appeared astonished, his mouth agape, devoid of any semblance of a powerful demeanor. Everyone was intrigued by his reaction, wondering what he had witnessed. What transpired? Inquired the Taoist of creation solemnly. Behind the portal lies an infinite ocean of stars. The moment my divine consciousness reached there, it intensified manifold, rivaling that of a 9 thunder tribulation consciousness. The celestial practitioner murmured, revealing that he was a 7 tribulation creator. Almost immediately he exclaimed, alas, a portion of my divine consciousness cannot be retrieved. There is no portal in sight, only an endless expanse of starry sky. A wave of shock rippled through the hearts of the gathered strong. Years later, the myriad powerful beings of the Yang God realm, having grasped the implications of the world beyond the portal, brought their lineages and loved ones through the gateway to the Yang God universe. Hong Yi's grand ambition resonated with all like dragons. Thus, he led the remaining sentient beings of the Yang God realm, forging many kingly artifacts to carry them all. Is this the realm beyond the world? The place transcending the cycles of epochs? Hong Yi inhaled deeply, standing amidst the kingly artifacts. He felt his own power swelling endlessly, and the artifact, known as the bridge to the other shore, echoed this, his might nearing that of his strength prior to entering this realm. Boom! Thunder roared through the starry sky as dark clouds coalesced, exuding a terrifying aura. Had this been the Yang God realm, Hong Yi's expression would have surely changed drastically. Yet at this moment, compared to the surging power within him, the celestial tribulation in the starry sky seemed utterly trivial. Minutes later, the celestial tribulation dissipated, and Hong Yi stepped forth. Is this the realm of true immortals? The realm of the eternal? Over 500,000 years elapsed. In various parts of the Yang God universe, approximately 1 in 100 million locations showed signs of life, no longer shrouded in silence. However, only true superlative beings could traverse the vast starry sea to reach other star domains. Weaker beings, even when accompanied by powerful guardians into the Yang God universe, could not venture beyond their stellar systems. Boom! On this day, the cosmos trembled. A fearsome aura beyond comprehension surged from the depths of the universe, rendering the celestial tribulation but a flickering firefly against the blazing sun. The calamity of the celestial rules. Someone took that step, aspiring to become a sovereign. Easy. The eternal life emperor sighed. He understood that only Hong Yi could reach this juncture in the universe at this moment. The pinnacle of Yang God, within the Yang God realm, signified the peak of escape, yet in the external Yang God universe, it represented the zenith of supremacy. After tens of thousands of years of exploration, the Eternal Life Emperor, having comprehended the true intricacies of the 9 thunder tribulations, had transcended the celestial tribulation over 400,000 years prior, becoming an eternal. The Taoist of creation, albeit a few hundred years later, had also attained the status of an eternal. Days slipped by in a blink. The terrifying aura that had pervaded the cosmos finally waned. Is this the realm of the Xian King? Hong Yi's body radiated a subtle glow, the brilliance of Yi Dao, adept at calculations. Standing at this pinnacle, he realized that it was no longer fitting to refer to himself merely as EZ. As one ascends to great heights, they must receive their due recognition. Decorum cannot be disregarded. From this point forth, I shall be known as King Yi. A smile graced Hong Yi's lips, his radiance brightening further. Having traversed the cosmic seas, he knew that beyond the universe, other universes awaited, and he had yet to uncover any traces of Lin Yang and his companions, who were beings from a different cosmos. The realm of kings, undoubtedly, must be among the most exalted existences in the boundless cosmic sea. Just as Hong Yi contemplated this, his expression shifted as he sensed an inexplicable anomaly rising within the cosmic star sea. In an instant, an unforeseen transformation unfolded. The celestial beings of countless universes within the realm of boundaries, along with the 3 celestial practitioners of the Yang God universe, simultaneously conjured a vision in their minds. A towering figure of the human race, robust and formidable, languidly reclined upon a stone chair, his body in a state of decay, permeated by dark matter. The scene abruptly halted, only to be succeeded by another, summoned by a strange manifestation. A towering silhouette clad in obsidian armor, shrouded in a crimson-hued darkness, stood at the center, obscured, yet emanating an air of majesty. I, Xian, ascend to the imperial throne today. Bitsong Emperor, await your demise. The proclamation was imbued with authority, both sacred and solemn. In Chapter 703, the shock of the supreme beings across realms, the gaze of the emperors, the imposing figure of the emperor, glowing with a mysterious light, stood at the heart of the image, evoking the illusion of being the very nexus of all realms. The pressure he exuded was indescribable. Even from afar, countless celestial beings found themselves on the brink of asphyxiation, trembling, even the kings among them. Emperor. A single word encapsulated everything. In stark contrast to the decaying sovereign seated upon the stone chair, this emperor of radiant darkness was undeniably more terrifying. A master of meddling with the very souls of mortals, a concept too unfathomable to grasp. The ancient king of the Tsang Emperor, navigating the turbulent seas of realms, displayed a complex array of emotions, joy, concern, and a yearning for dominion over the emperor's domain. Unlike the decaying corpse of the emperor that had manifested in their minds hundreds of thousands of years ago, this proclamation hinted at the existence of 2 sovereigns. The Xian Emperor, the Tsang Emperor, including the skeletal sovereign. The known emperors had now reached 3, perhaps even more. The realm of emperors was no longer an ethereal enigma. Aside from locating the skeletal emperor, one could seek out these 2 sovereigns to inquire about the path ahead. In the Yang God universe, the voice reverberated as Hong Yi inhaled deeply, nearly siphoning the essence of countless stars. Indeed, it was the voice of the esteemed Xian Wang. He has become an emperor. The brilliance within Hong Yi's eyes ignited as he found a new goal. The butcher, traversing the sea, paused, his focus entirely on the vision that flickered in his mind. Was that island from 500,000 years ago the domain of the Xian Emperor? The butcher mused, elated at the prospect of one day seeing Lin Yang near that island after such a lengthy passage of time. Why have my repeated attempts at breaking through ended in utter despair, nearly leading to my complete downfall? In the dark prison, the ascension from king to emperor had indeed been achieved by someone. The primordial spirit of the willow god radiated with light, each branch moving like divine chains of order, imbued with overwhelming power capable of slaying immortals. Oh my heavens, an emperor! An emperor! The little tower exclaimed, undulating through the void. Not only it, but even the once confused primordial spirits of celestial kings within the dark prison regained a semblance of clarity, aware of the emergence of a supreme and unparalleled existence in the world. In the fragments of the foreign realm, the Xuan, recovering his Tao fruit, suddenly opened his eyes. The memories of the shattered Red King furnace from hundreds of thousands of years ago resurfaced vividly. Although his robes had transformed into battle armor, the Xuan Emperor's voice was unmistakable, He recognized this mysterious Xianhuang. I have crossed paths with an emperor. What extraordinary fortune! The face of the Xuan king, now withered, twitched in disbelief. With 7 million years remaining until my Tao fruit is fully restored, perhaps I may venture into the burial domain. Deep within the burial soil, a clay jar stirred with a peculiar energy. The Tsang Emperor resided on the other side of the realm sea, a terror so boundless that even thousands of epochs later, it cannot be forgotten. The thoughts of the burial master rippled. His ancestral figure had been the first being to encounter the ancient artifact of the burial domain and survive, having ventured to the far side of the realm sea, only to return in a panic and confine himself within the clay jar, sinking into the depths of the earth. Though he had not emerged for countless ages, he remained a supreme titan, stronger than the butcher, the chicken farmer, or the purveyor of counterfeit medicines. Not far from this place, an extraordinarily beautiful female burial king gazed skyward, lost in thought. Outside her cave abode, she tended a flock of pure-blooded true phoenixes. In a certain maritime region of the realm's sea, an exceptionally rare celestial herb resonated with its own reflections. The supreme titan sells counterfeit medicine in the celestial domain. Sure Hao, seated upon the throne of celestial kings, sighed softly. Even though he had attained greatness, his power rivaling that of the celestial domain's foremost sovereign, Qi Yu, it mattered little. When faced with an emperor, he was but an ant. So, the Tsang Emperor, your adversary is he. Sure Hao etched this name deeply into his memory. Regarding Lin Yang's breakthrough, although the kings of the celestial domain had anticipated it, they could not help but express their astonishment. After all, they had interacted with Lin Yang numerous times, lending a sense of authenticity that surpassed that of countless distant powerful beings. Somewhere within the celestial domain, a rabbit erupted in laughter, nearly bending over in mirth. Having ascended to immortality over 4,000 years ago, Shi naturally found visions surfacing in his mind. The gap between him and Lin Yang was widening, despite his diligent efforts, never once shirking from his responsibilities. As the laughter gradually dimmed, his eyes, bright as red diamonds, flickered with despondency. The events of yesteryear had truly become the glory of his life. A stunningly beautiful cultivator draped in golden robes, her long sleeves billowing without wind, sighed softly, her voice a harmonious melody laced with authority. At the center of her brow lay a vertical pupil, embodying the black sun and white moon, radiating an infinite aura of supremacy, with wisps of celestial energy visibly ascending. The celestial domain was a sacred ground for cultivation. The once ordinary Jin Taijun, upon arriving in the celestial domain, soon revitalized his existence. He reclaimed the grandeur of his past, once invincible across the 9 heavens. Although hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and he had yet to attain immortality, he could still be hailed as a figure of extreme virtue, a tempest within the ranks of the celestial domain's elite. In the upper celestial continent, an expanse of purple aura surged for billions of miles. This method appeared to be a unique path. Ah, does the Tsang Emperor hold a grudge? A flicker of emotion crossed the cold visage of the Han Emperor. He gazed toward the other side of the realm's sea, his eyes shimmering. It was nearly time to summon his subjects. In the upper celestial continent, a 9-colored celestial gold war chariot, drawn by 9 exotic beasts and enveloped in a sacred shower of light, bore the Feather Emperor, who murmured softly, "Xian Emperor?" He grasped a crimson battle spear from within the chariot, observing the blood of emperors staining its tip. Perhaps another emperor's true blood will soon be shed. The expression of the Feather Emperor gradually became indifferent. In the upper celestial continent, within the dark celestial court, a gray-haired, emaciated figure of the Tsang Emperor bore icy eyes. No wonder they died so swiftly. It appears there are means to deceive me. It has truly become a force to reckon with. The ancient and profound echoes reverberated throughout the palace complex, each syllable capable of causing the souls of kings to tremble. The very fabric of this realm resonating with a hum. From an infinitely elevated perspective, one could discern that the positions of the 3 quasi-immortal emperors encircled the location of the skeletal immortal emperor. The dark celestial court of the Tsang Emperor was nearest to the celestial domain. It seems they are aware of this emperor's name. How curious. Long ago, he had first arrived in this emperor's territory. Could have been the beings from that side. The Tsang Emperor pondered as he sat upon the imperial throne, his thoughts shifting. In a pitch-black, desolate universe, a fragmented corpse quivered, sighing. Ultimately, the corpse fell silent once more, appearing merely as an ordinary cadaver. Chapter 704. the seed of the era of concealment. At the Xian Heavenly Tao field, the crimson-tinged dark light gradually receded, and the images embedded in the hearts of countless celestial beings slowly faded away. The vastness of the realms meant that even if the Tsang Emperor sought me out, it would require a considerable amount of time. If he were to misdirect himself, the duration would only extend. The Tsang Emperor might even presume that I would enter the realms following my declaration of war, likely waiting for me in the dark celestial court at this very moment. Due to the proclamation of a newly ascendant emperor, the three dark quasi-mortal emperors ventured into the realms in search of my whereabouts. It seemed improbable that they could deduce the secrets of my existence. Even as fellow quasi-mortal emperors, Lin Yang's thoughts drifted to the distant heavens. Seizing the opportunity presented by his breakthrough into the legendary realm, he intended to intervene in the visions manifesting within the minds of celestial beings, an endeavor he had long prepared for. After all, having achieved such a monumental advancement, it was only fitting that he enlighten the rulers of countless universes about the existence of an emperor at this level. Having exhausted his utility of the celestial emperor, Lin Yang momentarily set aside thoughts of him, redirecting his focus elsewhere. Indeed, he noted that numerous projections of himself had lost their connection. Contemplating this, Lin Yang realized that upon reaching the legendary realm once more, and with his true spirit ascending to unimaginable heights, he discovered that many of his alternate selves from other worlds had gone silent, not to mention the multitude of weaker projections. 3 that were equivalent to those of the Celestial King level had already severed ties with him. Though not much time had elapsed since the perfect world, those alternate realities had experienced a considerably lengthy duration. It remained uncertain whether they had perished upon losing consciousness or if a new awareness had been birthed within their forms. After a few moments of reflection, Lin Yang ultimately chose not to dwell on this matter. Whether they had fallen or evolved into sentient beings was an outcome he had anticipated, and at this moment, it was not beyond his acceptance. Standing within the Emperor's domain, the slight amplifications from his alternate selves had become ineffectual, merely resulting in the loss of numerous lives. The absence of unexpected occurrences from the Romaine Master and the Origin God King was indeed a perfect outcome. Otherwise, it would have been akin to having one's hard-earned abilities pilfered, which would equate to trading peak combat power in a unified state for that of a mere ordinary level. With his thoughts settling, Lin Yang lifted his gaze towards the burial domain. Is this truly the legendary land of burial? How did I arrive here? The once chubby youth, Chao Yuxing, now appeared as a young man, standing bewildered amidst a desolate expanse of burial ground. He had been in the burial domain for some time, though he had only recently awakened from a deep slumber. The terrifying prowess of Kunthi's black knife of refining immortals required no further elaboration. Even though Chao Yuxing was far from the barrier of the boundary sea, the shattered space around him had created turbulence, rendering even a peak cultivator of the escape one level like him unconscious, ultimately leading him to drift into the burial domain. How do I return to the immortal domain? As he wandered through the burial ground in confusion, Chao Yuxing sensed that his lifespan had diminished since departing the immortal domain. It no longer felt as boundless. At most, he would have 1,000,000 years before meeting his end. In the Xintian Dao field, as fate would have it, Chao Yuxing encountered a golden burial master with whom he had crossed paths multiple times, initiating his exploration into the burial master's cultivation techniques. Lin Yang, however, chose to no longer focus on him. The early signs of the era of shadows were beginning to emerge. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Yang's mind. He was aware that the seemingly inconspicuous Chao Yuxing would, in the nascent phase of the new epoch of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, become the first heavenly sovereign to transcend the tribulations of the mythic age. Not only had he achieved enlightenment multiple times, but he had also merged with the heavenly heart imprint, were it not for the mysterious force of convergence at play. The possibility of him being directly transported to the burial domain by the chaotic currents of the immortal domain would be infinitesimally close to zero. What a coincidence it was for Chao Yuxing to encounter him. He was also unaware whether this force of convergence was formidable or feeble. In the original timeline, Shurho's wife, Yunxi, was merely a minor cultivator within the immortal domain, and the fire spirit, who should have been trapped in a foreign realm, continued to live happily alongside Shurho. Little Stone had not been sealed within the immortal source either. From Chao Yuxing's circumstances, it appeared that this enigmatic force of convergence was consistently maintaining the existence of certain events, ensuring that the trajectory of this timeline gravitated towards that of the original. The era of chaos was finally drawing to a close. Lin Yang sighed, his tone laced with both anticipation and a hint of solitude. To attain enlightenment in this chaotic era, becoming the supreme being poised to confront the heavens. The 9 heavens and 10 earths of the era of shadows merely represented a shallow puddle to him. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation or birth of realms. With the Celestial Emperor's laws as a benchmark, he could identify the flaws within his own Emperor's principles, striving to rectify these deficiencies to the fullest extent, enabling him to traverse further within the Emperor's domain. The transformational freedom of the Emperor must also be enhanced, aiming to master it at the Emperor level before ascending to the heavens, allowing it to manifest effectiveness in combat at this tier. Lin Yang mused. Ever since Rajal Jais signed the Primordial Golden List, becoming the Primordial Master, he had no fear of several Dark Emperors. This was even more so after Lu Yuan ascended to the position of God King, although a significant disparity remained between him and Romaine's strength. Lu Yuan's formidable foundation and true endless divine body, unencumbered by the limitations that other God Kings faced, rendered him invincible on the Origin continent from the moment he became a God King. If measured against the Celestial Emperor, he would be equivalent to 29 Celestial Emperors. Now, continuing to refine his Emperor's laws merely determined how Lin Yang would confront the Dark Emperors, whether in a unified state or with his ordinary combat prowess. As time flowed by, 100,000 years after Lin Yang ascended to the Emperor's throne, Shurho had mastered the myriad techniques of the Celestial King realm to its zenith, further enhancing his strength. His physique radiated countless symbols, dazzling and resplendent, interweaving to form an innate defense capable of obstructing attacks below a certain threshold. A new supreme entity was born. As the various celestial kings of the immortal domain marveled, Shurho, influenced by a series of coincidences, gathered some acquaintances and established a lineage, the Heavenly Court. This forbidden name instilled fear among the celestial kings. None dared to utter a word against Shurho's power. In an era when emperors had yet to emerge, the supreme entity was truly invincible. More than a dozen celestial kings united would be effortlessly crushed. After personally overseeing the Heavenly Court for 70,000 years, Shurho entered seclusion. He sought to pursue the path of breaking through to emperorhood, shattering the confines of the king realm. To this end, he returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, seeking counsel from Lin Yang, the true emperor, regarding the mysteries of that domain, hoping to find a direction for his advancement. Meanwhile, during this period, turmoil continued to engulf the immortal domain, with powerful beings from the boundary sea continuously returning, igniting fierce battles with the celestial kings, their royal blood soaring into the skies, obliterating the stars. In Shurho's absence, Meng Tianzhong, who had been a celestial king for some time, took his place at the Heavenly Court. Chapter 705, The Laws of the Emperor and the Path of the Emperor. Shortly after Shurho entered seclusion, 2 prodigies from the 3,000 Dao states ascended to the rank of Celestial King. The dual pupil Shi, the 10-crowned king. This was an event beyond the imagination of the Celestial Kings within the immortal domain and those governing the myriad universes beneath it. Yet, from a mere lower realm, within a mere million years, an emperor had emerged, alongside 4 Celestial Kings. What was most shocking was that the normal Celestial King level, seemingly devoid of any flaws, was eclipsed by the presence of Shurho. The remaining 3 Celestial Kings, upon attaining their royal thrones, were supreme Celestial Kings, even not far from the status of giants. As for the true immortals, it would be an exaggeration to say they were as numerous as the stars, but there were indeed a good dozen or so. The Heavenly Ant, the Demoness, Yuchan, Shi, the Exiled Immortal, and others. In the eyes of the Celestial Kings, those hailing from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, particularly the prodigies of the 3,000 Dao states, seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. Even if their innate talents were unremarkable, incapable of being compared to those exceptional beings of the immortal domain, their speed of cultivation was astonishing, defying all logical explanation. Ultimately, the Celestial Kings attributed everything to the might of the Emperor, believing this to be the favor of the Xiantian Emperor. Only in this way could one explain why such a diminutive realm as the 3,000 Dao states could give rise to multiple celestial kings and even more true immortals within a million years. Unfortunately, Lin Yang was not focused on the affairs of the immortal domain. Otherwise, he would merely sigh, acknowledging this as the might of the supporting roles. As the means of a quasi-celestial emperor could not achieve such feats without leaving traces. 220,000 years later, having danced on the edge of death multiple times. Shurho finally discerned the path to his unique emperorhood. He practiced diligently, experimenting little by little. At this moment, the radiance surrounding Shurho had intensified to the point where the brilliant symbols of the Great Path were no longer visible, enveloped instead in a thin layer of light. The brilliance of the Emperor. Non-Emperor Titans, no matter how much effort they exert, cannot even slightly shake the brilliance of such grandeur. As the path of the Emperor becomes increasingly refined, the intensity of this brilliance will likewise elevate. Ultimately, the Tao fruit will be transformed into the laws of the Emperor. To speak of its defensive capabilities, they are terrifyingly beyond measure. As long as the laws of the Emperor pervade, the creatures of this world will perish in an instant, akin to the innocent demise of beings from distant realms. Neither Lin Yang nor the shadow of the quasi-immortal Emperor intentionally targeted the countless beings from other domains. Yet their fragility is undeniable. Once the laws of the Emperor press down, they are all extinguished. The path itself is not flawed, given ample time. One can break through the King's realm and establish oneself as an emperor. Shurhao's heart surged with excitement. Even after living for over 1,000,000 years, he could not maintain his composure at this moment. This was the closest he had ever been to Lin Yang in his life. The Emperor, deep within his eyes, flames burned fiercely as a vast expanse of heaven and earth began to crumble. That was his cave heaven, a manifestation of his inner landscape. Unlike Lin Yang's inner landscape, which ultimately transcended into the cosmos, Shurhao had forged a distinct path. His inner landscape, cave heaven, expanded incessantly, ultimately transforming into this magnificent expanse, grander than the cosmos, yet harmoniously circular. Now, the vast world of his cave heaven was collapsing, converting into boundless divine energy to aid Shurhao in breaking through the King's realm. Had he not destroyed his law body, cave heaven, the energy required to breach the King's realm would have been astonishing. Relying solely on his own accumulation, it would have been utterly impossible without several million years. Shurhao understood that by destroying his own cave heaven, his path as a law body would also come to a halt. Nevertheless, his core cultivation was centered on a self-created method, distinct from the law body system imparted by Lin Yang. Thus, he was not overly concerned. Initially, he had practiced the law body system merely to validate the specific steps in condensing the law body, paving the way for Coiling to prevent her from training in a bizarre, self-created cultivation method that could lead to her unfortunate demise due to inadequate aptitude. Regrettably, given the current trend, even if the law body cave heaven were to be completely obliterated, breaking through the King's realm would still be a challenge, necessitating further accumulation of time. Time flies. 70,000 years after the declaration, known as the Declaration of Slaughtering the Cosmos, emerged in the immortal domain, there were still no signs of calm amidst the turmoil. Rather, it intensified. Numerous immortal kings had fallen. This was an exceptionally terrifying era, where even immortal kings could not attain eternal life. The sky of the immortal domain was tainted red, a product of the blood of many immortal kings intertwined with that of numerous powerful beings from the myriad realms, which had begun to influence the laws of the immortal domain, leading to subtle changes. In a Xintian Dao field, Lin Yang opened his eyes, clarity shining within them. As he approached completeness, the assistance from the Emperor's laws of the immortal Emperor diminished, for his laws did not entirely align with those of the immortal Emperor. While he comprehended this, the final remnants of disparity were indeed disheartening. If the completeness of the Emperor's laws were metaphorically represented as 100, equivalent to the laws of the immortal Emperor, and an Emperor who has just stepped into the realm of the Emperor would possess a completeness of 50. Then Lin Yang's current completeness of the Emperor's laws had reached 97. Although vastly more complete than 70,000 years ago, it remained at the level of quasi-immortal Emperor laws, lacking a transformative leap. Of course, the numbers 50 and 100 are merely metaphors, not an exact representation of their differences. Indeed, the potency of the complete Emperor's laws varies according to individual differences. Based on his understanding, Lin Yang was aware that Shurhao's Emperor's laws surpassed those of the immortal Emperor during his initial ascension. Otherwise, Shurhao's evolution of the Emperor's laws into the Transcendence Emperor's laws could not possibly overwhelm the latter with ease. In my current state, even if I briefly establish myself as an immortal Emperor, I will not face calamity, Lin Yang mused. From his own experiences, he knew that the transformation from quasi-immortal Emperor to immortal Emperor could be divided into several levels. Roughly, for every 5 points increase in the completeness of the Emperor's laws, the strength of the quasi-immortal Emperor would see a slight enhancement. Until the completeness of the Emperor's laws reaches 70, a quasi-immortal Emperor, who has experienced a few slight boosts in strength, can already suppress a quasi-immortal Emperor whose completeness of the Emperor's laws is below 55 in a one-on-one battle. When the completeness of the Emperor's laws reaches 90, the quasi-immortal Emperor will have the means to stand briefly at the immortal Emperor's level, albeit at a tremendous cost, risking immediate demise, and the duration of standing at the immortal Emperor's level is exceedingly brief, lasting only 2 or 3 moments. As the completeness of the Emperor's laws draws ever closer to 100, the time limit for forcibly establishing oneself as an immortal Emperor also extends, and the cost diminishes. Moreover, at 90 completeness of the Emperor's laws, even without forcibly standing at the immortal Emperor's level, one's own strength can rival multiple Emperors with a completeness of 60 in their laws. 7 moments, perhaps? Lin Yang felt a surge of anticipation. With the experience imparted by the immortal Emperor, he understood how the latter forged the great Luo immortal sword. Even though his own Emperor's laws were not yet complete, he aimed to surpass the temporal engravings of the Emperor's laws. Besides refining weapons, Lin Yang also sought to leverage this opportunity to uncover the last remnants of imperfection. Chapter 706, 7 Moments. The transformation of his physique was not yet complete. Lin Yang did not rush to step into the immortal Emperor's realm. He was waiting. If his body were magnified billions of times, one would discern countless minute cracks marring what should have been a flawless physique. Each crack shimmered with a faint radiance. Not only it, composed of innumerable Tao symbols forming the Emperor's laws, which were fortifying Lin Yang's physique, rendering it stronger and more complete. Compared to other quasi-immortal Emperors, his physique had already transformed to the limit that the Emperor's laws could endure, yet the rapid completeness of his Emperor's laws resulted in his physique not reaching its peak. Lin Yang contemplated. He retrieved several pieces of immortal gold and a few rare treasures. He intended to refine weapons. Although his physique's transformation was not yet finished, this did not impede him from engaging in other endeavors. Even fighting against quasi-immortal Emperors would pose no issue. However, with his own Emperor Tao laws not entirely perfected, briefly stepping into the immortal Emperor's realm was inherently perilous. If his physique lagged behind, the danger would multiply several times. Hence, Lin Yang chose to refine other artifacts before re-engraving the temporal Emperor Tao laws. The next unparalleled divine weapon he aimed to forge was one rooted in causality. Now was an opportune time to hone his skills. A multitude of thoughts surged forth as Lin Yang commenced his actions. With a single thought, the myriad Tao rules of the universe manifested in this space, and the divine flames of order surged, composed of billions of resplendent symbols. Lin Yang utilized the unique properties of the Shantian Tao field, employing the myriad orders of the universe as fire to refine the divine weapon. A piece of luminous immortal gold melted in an instant, merging with an exceedingly rare treasure. Gradually, an exceptionally white page began to take shape. A causality artifact. Lin Yang was set. He was deducing the refining method for a causality-based, unparalleled divine weapon. Thus the page bore no engravings of the immortal Tao laws. Even though the pristine page could influence true immortals, it could not be classified as a true immortal artifact. Only the most supreme, true immortals could disregard the causality power inscribed upon it. Those slightly weaker would inevitably be affected by this causality power, rendering it an undeniable weapon of mass destruction within the current realm of Jiutianshidi. After toying with the white page for a moment, Lin Yang cast it out of the Tao field, sending it toward an unknown universe. Though merely a toy, should someone discover its usage, they could wield it to dominate the realm of humanity. Watching the page vanish, aided by the unique properties of the Shantian Tao field, Lin Yang contemplated. Subsequently, the second piece of immortal gold began to melt. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye, the mundane world having undergone countless cycles. His physique was now complete. Even if it ceased to transform, it could maintain its peak state for tens of thousands of epochs. Bathed in the radiance of the Emperor, Lin Yang hurled the newly refined immortal bell out of the Tao field, creating a monumental opportunity. The last remnant of old skin shed from his body, turning to ash midair. His already exuberant vitality surged to an even more formidable level, reaching a degree that could cause immortal kings to pale in comparison. The brilliance of the Emperor rippled, further intertwining with Lin Yang's imperial body, enhancing its strength from another dimension. The Emperor's path to supremacy is inherently flawed. Even though his imperial body has withered, it cannot undergo further metamorphosis to reclaim the pinnacle of its former glory, resulting in a combat prowess diminished by 3 to 5-fold compared to its zenith. Lin Yang murmured softly, and in an instant, he grasped his own metamorphosed imperial body to its utmost state. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed an unparalleled cosmic force that passed silently through all things, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Closing his eyes, Lin Yang discerned a faint shimmer at the very end of his imperial path, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for the guidance of the ashamed, immortal emperor, he might have had to engage in a bloody battle to the bitter end before catching sight of this glimmer. The immortal emperor's position, Lin Yang mused. After the ultimate leap of his will, merging with this flicker of light would allow him to temporarily embody the state of a perfected sovereign, standing at the immortal emperor's level. At this juncture, even the slightest fluctuations in his emotional state could impact his will. And although the amplitude of these fluctuations was minuscule, less than a billionth, it could still influence certain outcomes. In that fleeting moment, his mental resolve surged from the ordinary to its zenith, merging with the faint light at the end of the imperial path. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the river of time trembled at this very instant, upstream, midstream, and downstream. In every epoch, supreme beings looked up in astonishment towards the heavens. Countless powerful figures murmured in surprise. Despite the vast epochs separating them, they instinctively performed the same action, soaring towards the sky in search of understanding. At this current juncture, in the desolate and frigid remnants of the universe, a fragmented corpse stirred, its hollow, obsidian eyes opened in bewilderment. This anomaly, the Elder of Annihilation whispered. Realization dawned upon him, and in an instant, his broken form tore through the cosmos, illuminating eternity as he journeyed towards the ultimate ancient land. In the Shintian Taoist grounds, having briefly stepped into the immortal emperor's domain, Lin Yang radiated an imperial brilliance 1,000-fold more resplendent than before. His aura was terrifying, capable of shaking the ages and obliterating entire realms. If the previous Lin Yang could be likened to an unblemished immortal king, he now stood as a supreme titan among immortal kings, an exaggeration of power beyond measure. This was the formidable might bestowed by the perfection of the emperor's laws. After a moment of profound contemplation, aware of the constraints of time, Lin Yang ceased his deliberation and summoned the unparalleled divine weapon, time, striking the engraved laws inscribed upon it with a single palm. Sizzle! The imperial radiance enveloped time, causing the weapon to emit a series of strange sounds as shimmering droplets reflected minute imperial symbols. A few seconds is but a fleeting moment for an ordinary person. However, from the perspective of an immortal emperor, this duration stretched into a significant eternity. Although he distorted the flow of time, Lin Yang understood that he could not alter the temporal span he occupied as an immortal emperor, yet he could precisely capture the briefest segments of time, elongating a single second to an extraordinary extent. 7 instants later, cough, as he fell from the immortal emperor's realm, Lin Yang wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. This was his true blood, more precious than the blood of an emperor. Even the most seasoned quasi-mortal emperors would not dare to recklessly expend their own true blood. Having lost nearly all of his power, his blood was nearly exhausted. Otherwise, a single drop of emperor's true blood could envelop an ordinary immortal king in a shimmer of imperial light, rivaling supreme titans. This mouthful of blood contained the essence of 7 drops of true blood. With his diminished vitality, Lin Yang delved deep within his soul to gradually replenish the lost true blood. Alas, even standing at the immortal emperor's level, he could not perceive the flaws in the imperial laws. Had he not grasped the underlying mysteries, he might have mistakenly believed his imperial laws to be flawless. Given this, there is no need to re-engrave the emperor's laws of time after ascending to the immortal emperor's level. Chapter 707, The Descent into the Celestial Court. Utilizing the swallowing heaven art to absorb vital essence. Although it could expedite recovery, the ramifications were too terrifying. Numerous universes would perish, and even the realm of immortals would lose its mystique, forsaking the cultivation of sacred realms. After weighing the options, Lin Yang chose to rely on the uniqueness of his imperial body, unearthing the deepest potential of his soul. While this method may not be as swift as absorbing external vital essence, it would allow him to regain his peak state in merely 20,000 years, without the need for haste. Lin Yang's thoughts became ethereal and lucid, as he gradually guided the latent potential within his soul to replenish the consumption of true blood in his imperial body. Prior to establishing the law avatar system, Lin Yang understood one fundamental truth: thought is power. Perhaps due to differing worldviews, this principle is not universally applicable, but in the perfect world, it holds true. Thus, he could achieve the unearthing of his soul's potential, restoring the losses in the domain of emperors. Of course, the more crucial aspect lay in the fact that the mental power he unearthed was merely a catalyst, aimed at mobilizing the potential of his imperial body for self-restoration. 10,000 years passed in a blink. The battle in the realm of immortals had yet to subside. The number of returning powerhouses from the Boundary Sea was staggering, with royal-level figures falling at regular intervals. The Celestial Court, which absorbed myriad prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, stood as a significant force within the realm of immortals, one that no immortal king could afford to overlook. Among the ranks of the immortals resisting the powerful beings from the Boundary Sea, there were certainly members of the Celestial Court. However, even a mighty Meng Tianzhong suffered grievous losses at the hands of a giant from the Boundary Sea, narrowly escaping annihilation. Ultimately, it was the Celestial Ant who had ascended to immortal king, relying on the innate divine powers of his race, that managed to rescue Meng Tianzhong. Everyone was aware that the most brutal of eras had arrived. The royal figures wept blood, and immortals could no longer claim eternity. Sure Hao had remained in the deepest recesses of the Celestial Court, accumulating his final strength to step into the realm of emperors. Unless the Celestial Court faced an existential crisis, no one dared to disturb his seclusion. Little Stone had advanced, mastering the covering heaven technique. After achieving perfection in the 5 secret realms, he transcended the tribulation of becoming an immortal being at a tender age. Fire Spirit, too, was inexplicably imbued with great power. Even without becoming a super evolver from another realm, she now stood as a true immortal being, retaining her youthful appearance without relying on the divine anomalies of her law body. On this day, the celestial gates swung wide. Lin Yang stepped onto the blood-soaked and chaotic realm of immortals. In the innermost chamber of the Celestial Court, he uttered, "I have arrived." The voice resonated in Sure Hao's ears, awakening a spark of consciousness within his eyes, which had been steeped in visions of destruction, pulling him from the depths of his breakthrough. Buzz. Celestial flowers danced through the air. The order of the great Tao transformed into petals that fluttered down upon the palaces of the Celestial Court. In the midst of this reverie, an inexplicable chorus arose, extolling the greatness of the Wild Emperor. Sure Hao emerged from his place of seclusion. "The Wild has exited," he exclaimed, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. A celestial ant from one of the palaces strode forth, hastening toward this location, his heart brimming with excitement. Meng Tianzhong, recuperating from his injuries, also emerged from his secluded space. Powerful figures from the Celestial Court flocked to the scene, but Sure Hao did not linger, instead pursuing the faint trace of energy to locate Lin Yang. Ultimately, Sure Hao arrived at the core palace of the Celestial Court, the usual venue for discussions. Upon seeing Lin Yang clad in dark battle armor, Sure Hao understood. "You intend to venture to the other side of the Boundary Sea?" His expression turned solemn, laden with gravity. Long before hearing the declaration of the celestial slaughter, Sure Hao had anticipated the arrival of this day. Knowing Lin Yang would engage in battle with the Celestial Emperor of the Song to resolve the entanglements and suppress the darkness, Lin Yang replied with a gentle nod. Time had once again transformed into a quasi-mortal emperor artifact, transformation into freedom, which had melded with his own imperial laws, becoming his unique freedom of self and other, now elevated to the level of an emperor. With preparations in place, it was time to conclude the darkness and draw the curtain on the chaotic ancient era. At that moment, he could devote all his energy to the world of supreme beings, strategizing his ascension. Just as Sure Hao's emotions became complex, Lin Yang continued, "I have come today to retrieve that flame." At this, Sure Hao paused momentarily in surprise, then exclaimed, "You mean that?" He summoned forth the mysterious flame, a swirling mass of countless symbols coalescing within him. Even though Sure Hao has reached this point, he remains unable to see through the enigmatic flame acquired from the 3,000 states. Upon hearing Lin Yang's mention, he naturally contemplated this. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded, perceiving Sure Hao's confusion, and explained, "This is the Tao flame of the Emperor from the era of the Fallen, and it is entirely normal that you cannot discern it." After receiving the Tao flame of the original Emperor, Lin Yang stowed it away. The era of the fallen. Someone suddenly comprehended, and terror washed over them. Could it be true that an emperor had indeed perished during that era? The powerful beings of the heavenly court had arrived. Witnessing Lin Yang and Shi Hao standing within the hall, none dared to intrude uninvited and remained outside, awaiting their turn. The one who was struck with horror was the heavenly ant, who felt an inexplicable stirring in his bloodline, as if the flame presented by Shi Hao resonated with something he recognized. Even after the passage of such an extensive epoch, the Tao flame of that emperor still burned brightly. Shi Hao inhaled deeply, astonished that his opportunities in youth were so extraordinary. Not only had his closest friends ascended to become emperors, but he too, by fortunate coincidence, had acquired the Tao flame of another emperor. How could one describe such luck? This flame contained the final obsession of that emperor, capable of unleashing his most potent strike. Even though the conscious will had long since dissipated, it would not fade with the passage of time. The emperor who had slain the original emperor had not extinguished this flame. Instead, it returned to this side of the Sea of Realms. Lin Yang elucidated the reason. Shi Hao understood that the original emperor Lin Yang spoke of was indeed the one who had fallen during the era of the fallen. He gravely inquired, was it not that Song emperor who killed the original emperor? It was evident that Shi Hao grasped the deeper implications hidden within Lin Yang's words. Lin Yang initially contemplated scoffing, but then realized that underestimating the enemy excessively would diminish his own greatness. He replied, an emperor is invincible. Each is a supreme being birthed from countless epochs. Who could single-handedly slay another emperor? More than one emperor. The pupils of the many powerful beings from the heavenly court contracted slightly, their bodies chilled. Undoubtedly, the multiple emperors who had slain the original emperor were most likely aligned against this side of the Sea of Realms. Otherwise, how could they have collaborated to bring down the original emperor? It seems you are quite confident. Shi Hao recognized Lin Yang's character, one who plots before acting. Since Lin Yang was preparing to venture to the other side of the Sea of Realms, he naturally had strategies to confront the adversaries. Unless faced with unforeseen circumstances beyond his control, no accidents would arise. Everything is in place, Lin Yang remarked with a serene smile. The powerful beings of the heavenly court could discern his confidence, and they were struck with awe. A calm statement conveyed an abundance of meaning. Chapter 708, Crossing the Sea of Realms and the Cosmic Interface. As the powerful beings of the heavenly court were still in shock, Lin Yang suddenly sighed. We are on the verge of success. He observed Shi Hao's current state, even without the combined strength of numerous immortal kings from foreign realms. Shi Hao was nearing the threshold of the Emperor domain. If the initial radiance of quasi-immortal Emperor that enveloped Shi Hao was a manifestation of the Emperor's laws, it was now approaching the threshold of completion. Once the completeness of the Emperor's laws reached one, a rapid metamorphosis would ensue, leading to a terrifying enhancement in both physical form and primordial spirit, as well as in magical power. The completeness of his own Emperor's laws would temporarily reach 50. At that point, he would stand within the Emperor domain, a quasi-immortal Emperor, wielding dominion over the fates of all beings, capable of annihilating and creating realms. In a vast domain akin to the immortal domain, an Emperor could shatter with a mere gesture. Perhaps another 300,000 years, Shi Hao sighed. He understood his own situation, which allowed him to provide such an estimate. On a fortunate path, Lin Yang shook his head, murmuring softly. Compared to Shi Hao, Lin Yang could discern the single drop of quasi-immortal emperor blood within him. Though it was not true blood and did not belong to the essence blood, it was merely the most ordinary drop from within a quasi-immortal emperor. Yet, it possessed extraordinary power, containing copious divine energy that could disregard non-emperor anomalies. If harnessed correctly, even a mortal cultivator could contend with the pinnacle of immortal kings. When Shi Hao reached a certain critical juncture, this drop of quasi-immortal emperor blood would transform into his support. The divine energy contained within the blood, along with the essential elements of the emperor's laws, would enable Shi Hao to ascend seamlessly into the emperor domain. For anyone else, even if they encountered the emperor's laws without perishing under the interference of those laws, they would find no hope of perfecting their own emperor's laws and stepping into the emperor domain. It is indeed a spectacle of time, Lin Yang mused, bidding farewell to Shi Hao as he walked towards the palace's exterior. Having spent some time in the immortal domain, he had not concealed his whereabouts. The many powerful beings of the heavenly court parted to allow him passage as he traversed through the crowd, spotting some familiar figures. Among them were the likes of the second of the world, the immortal gold Taoist, the bright law immortal king, and the ancestor of the cicadas. The heavenly ant, Meng Tianzhong, Gugu, fire spirit, little stone, Qin Changsheng, and Qin Hao, along with several prodigies from the nine heavens whom he had encountered a few times at the Border Emperor Pass, most of whom were great cultivators, with a select few having entered the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Strolling leisurely along the cloud path of the heavenly court, Lin Yang surveyed what could almost be described as the foremost lineage of the immortal domain's top-tier forces, nodding in acknowledgement. Even though the 10 Crown King and Shi were not members of the heavenly court, the overall power of the heavenly court was astonishing, not to mention the presence of 5 top-tier immortal kings, even without Shi Hao. As for the heavenly ant and Gugu, they were not supreme immortal kings, but rather normal immortal kings of flawless Tao fruits. However, the former, upon entering a frenzied state, could momentarily rival the might of an immortal king. Was this the grandeur of an emperor? Si Hao, walking beside Lin Yang, suddenly inquired. Upon hearing Shi Hao's question, the many powerful beings of the heavenly court exchanged glances. Uncertain of the inquiry's intent, Lin Yang understood. Shi Hao was questioning why so many prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 earths emerged one after another, transcending the mortal realm, a phenomenon that entirely defied common cultivation wisdom. Was Lin Yang secretly aiding them? They have benefited from your brilliance, Lin Yang replied ambiguously, causing Shi Hao to furrow his brow. Benefited from my brilliance? So they were favored due to my presence? Yet, as Shi Hao's thoughts raced, confusion enveloped him. This did not quite add up. In that fleeting moment, having completed his stroll through the heavenly court, Lin Yang arrived at the main entrance. There, 2 true immortals and 10 supreme beings stood guard at the grand gates, and further afield, beyond the boundaries of the heavenly court, brilliant lights flickered. These were the immortal kings, aware of Lin Yang's arrival at the heavenly court, who had come hoping to catch a glimpse of the emperor's visage. All understood that from the moment the decree of slaying Tsang was declared, the Xiantian emperor had truly stepped into the emperor domain. Previously, even after vanquishing the Kuan Di with a single strike and annihilating the immortal kings, he had evidently remained within the realm of kings, rather than the emperor domain as they recognized it. Otherwise, they would not have witnessed such extraordinary phenomena. Xiantian emperor, an immortal king called out, and then added, the emperor of desolation. This immortal king, upon seeing the radiance enveloping Shi Hao, realized that this master of the heavenly court had also discovered the path from king to emperor. He could not afford to be negligent. The dark army was already gathering, poised to cross the sea of realms and descend upon the ancient palace. I shall go to suppress the source of darkness. The rest is entrusted to you, Lin Yang declared, glancing at the kings and noting that nearly all bore wounds. Even Shi Yu, the top figure among the giants, was not exempt. He could imagine the chaos that had engulfed the immortal domain over the past tens of thousands of years, where even the laws of the immortal domain had experienced subtle anomalies, and the boundless sky bore a hint of crimson. Suppress the source of darkness. Yuan Chu, immortal king, trembled slightly, recalling tales from his past visits to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There might be more than one emperor on the other side of the Sea of Realms. Great virtue of the Xiantian emperor. Many powerful beings cried out, including both immortal kings and some true immortals who had hastened to this location. I know the Xiantian emperor delights in rare flowers and exotic herbs, so I have gathered many to present today. One of the immortal kings stepped forward. The Hunyuan immortal king, a master in the art of alchemy, possesses extraordinary strength. Upon concluding his words, he waved his hand to release countless luminous orbs. Each orb was a substantial mass of divine essence, brimming with an abundance of immortal substances and celestial energy, its core enveloped in rare and exotic flora. Appreciating this gesture, I graciously accepted, as the spacious venue warranted some floral embellishments. Lin Yang did not refuse, collecting the orbs with a wave of his hand. Although he merely glanced at them, he recognized the nature of these plants. In addition to the Tao-combining flower among the remarkable blooms, there existed numerous extraordinary celestial flowers, which would yield remarkable effects even for true immortals. When combined with medicinal materials, they could be refined into elixirs beneficial even to the immortal kings. Given the Hunyuan immortal king's extensive background, while these treasures may not be vital, they were certainly not trifles to be casually bestowed. Lin Yang conveyed his thoughts through divine thought, eliciting a moment of astonishment from the Hunyuan immortal king, which swiftly transformed into joy as he nodded repeatedly. The surrounding kings, envious of the Hunyuan immortal king's bountiful gains, understood the significance of his treasures. Rays of light traversed the immortal realm, heading towards the war-torn battlefield of the Ocean of Realms. The Pan King was engaged in a fierce duel with a ruler of the ocean, neither yielding an inch. Emperor Xiantian traverses the sea to quell the roots of darkness, retreats swiftly to avoid self-destruction. A powerful immortal king bellowed, startling the combatants, while the returning warriors from the ocean felt a chill run through them. Was the Xiantian Emperor a being of the immortal realm? The expressions of several powerful beings changed dramatically as they sensed the approaching aura of the immortal kings, compelling them to flee deeply into the ocean. After over 1,000,000 years of chaos, the battles at the Ocean of Realms finally ceased on this day. Do not self-destruct. The immortal king's voice resonated far and wide, harmonizing with the grand order of the immortal realm, echoing throughout. Countless powerful beings raised their heads towards the source of the tumult, aware that Emperor Xiantian was present, ready to delve into the ocean and restore order to the darkness. The roots of darkness must be quelled. A flicker of apprehension appeared on one face. For the purest denizens of darkness, stripped of their dark essence, bore no distinguishable traits from the beings of the immortal realm. Unless they revealed themselves, no one could discern the dark denizens. Frustratingly, without the sacred essence, communication became impossible. A being clenched its teeth, a well-known quasi-immortal king of the immortal realm. As Lin Yang walked past the sandy expanse, leaving behind a trail of faintly glowing footprints, the hearts of many powerful beings were filled with complex emotions. In contrast to another set of footprints not far away, they recognized the marks left by another emperor from countless epochs ago. Yet, despite the passage of eons, darkness persisted. The fate of that emperor was all too apparent. He either became one with the darkness or perished. Only the many powerful beings of the celestial court understood the underlying truths, remaining unperturbed. Indeed, there remained a considerable distance to cover. Gazing at the unmarked sands beneath him, Shurhao mused. Clad in dark battle armor, Lin Yang stared into the inky depths of the ocean, reminiscent of his first entry into the immortal realm 1,000,000 years prior. At that time, several dark kings had accompanied him, and now the number of kings journeying to this place was several dozen times greater. Certainly, the presence of quasi-immortal emperors in the ocean magnified their visibility far beyond that of immortal kings. Yet it was evident that the impending reckoning was formidable. After a moment, Lin Yang spoke calmly. Esteemed ones, this shall suffice. Those who need to know of his mission to quell the darkness are already aware. I have no desire to waste time with a throng of sluggish immortal kings. The distance from the immortal realm to the celestial heights is a journey that can plunge even immortal kings into despair. There are kings who departed the immortal realm during the era of the fallen emperors, yet have yet to reach the periphery of the celestial heights. When Shurhao, who suppressed the 4 dark quasi-mortal emperors, ventured towards the celestial heights again, he did so only through the peculiar pathways of the ancient hall, enabling swift arrival. Otherwise, traversing solely by evasion techniques would require millennia. Casting a glance at the myriad powerful beings of the immortal realm, Lin Yang pondered how many would remain after countless ages. Even if he were to decisively eliminate the dark armies, those destined to fall would eventually meet their end. For even those ruthless beings at the immortal king level would find themselves engulfed in despair, unable to glimpse a shred of light. The future conflicts promised no ease. A 5-colored sparrow caught Lin Yang's attention. It was a peculiar creature, with a remarkable lineage and an astonishing vitality, nearly rivaling that of the pure-blooded true phoenix. Let fate decide, he thought. With that thought, Lin Yang did not wait for the powerful beings of the immortal realm to utter another word. He stepped away from the dam. The Emperor Xiantian embarked on his journey. Some powerful beings gazed at his departing figure, their thoughts intricate and multifaceted. They could surmise that, compared to the dark army Lin Yang had specifically identified, the turmoil at the Ocean of Realms might not seem as significant. In that moment, a heavy pressure settled in the hearts of all present. As long as the Emperor of the Wilderness remained, perhaps the situation would not deteriorate to such dire straits. Ultimately, someone turned their gaze towards Shurhao, who was enveloped in the radiance of a quasi-immortal emperor. Lin Yang did not rely on legendary attributes to directly descend into the celestial heights. He merely advanced at the requisite pace while surveying the depths of the ocean, where entire universes lay intact. After several millennia, Lin Yang's figure came to a slight halt. This universe, His gaze locked onto an extraordinary cosmos. This universe, with a diameter spanning billions of light years, manifested in the ocean as a sphere merely hundreds of billions of kilometers across, larger than the 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet not unique. Even beyond the immortal realm, Lin Yang had encountered many universes of comparable magnitude. However, the universe he now discovered within the ocean boasted a size nearing trillions of kilometers, a colossus among cosmic entities. Moreover, in comparison to the depth of a typical universe, this cosmos lay significantly closer to the ocean's abyss, rendering it even more elusive. Even a quasi-immortal emperor could easily overlook this massive entity if not vigilant. Yet, what drew Lin Yang's attention to this universe was not solely its astounding scale, but the unique phenomena arising from its cosmic laws. With layers of interface numbering in the hundreds of trillions, Lin Yang's eyes twitched slightly as he discerned the essence of this vast universe. His vision pierced through the membrane of the universe, revealing the inner workings. There lay numerous interfaces, each equivalent to a universe, with diameters spanning billions of light years. Yet, what made Lin Yang's eyes twitch involuntarily was the arrangement of these interfaces, ascending in quality while maintaining their size. Only the essence improved incrementally. When a cultivator's cultivation surpasses the limitations of an interface and attains the standards for ascension, they may ascend to the higher realms. Yet, for those at the lowest tier of interfaces, reaching the highest tier would require an unfathomable 100 trillion ascensions. The norm in the world is such that even over several hundred millennia, there may not be a single cultivator who successfully ascends. The essence of this universe meant that the majority of its interfaces were inferior to the realms of law bodies of the immortal level, let alone typical universes. The adept capable of annihilating countless cultivators within their interface would find themselves unable to contend with even children after their ascension, let alone reach the pinnacle of the new interface, making survival exceedingly difficult. At the highest tier of interfaces, the strongest beings could be regarded as titans among immortal kings. Yet alas, they would never have the opportunity to leave this universe in their lifetimes. Among the countless cultivators scattered across the hundreds of trillions of interfaces, none had ascended more than 20 times. Most were native beings. Observing the slowly forming upper-tier interfaces, Lin Yang could not help but express his thoughts. Based on the situation, once this interface fully formed, new interfaces would undoubtedly emerge. Yet, what puzzled him most was the notion that if the supreme beings of this current highest interface were to ascend, their power would amplify a millionfold, capable of obliterating countless previous selves. However, if they were to venture into the outside world, they would discover that their strength post-ascension was scarcely more than a mere whisper of enhancement compared to before. Each interface contained dozens of realms, with only 1 in 100 able to break through their current limitations. What peculiar cosmic laws, Lin Yang mused, ultimately marveling at the vastness of the world and its myriad wonders. He etched the coordinates of this unique universe into his heart, simultaneously casting a special version of himself into the lowest interface of the entire cosmos. In this interface universe, he projected a self that was not formed through conventional means. Otherwise, he would not have come to know of this peculiar interface universe at this moment. Having accomplished everything, Lin Yang continued his ascent towards the heavens. Chapter 709. The Resurgence of Darkness. On an island within the Sea of Realms, Lin Yang stood before the collapsed Xiantian Palace. Reaching out to grasp the remnants of the palace, deconstructing them into raw materials, and infusing them with celestial gold and rare treasures to forge the palace anew. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the island had claimed the lives of numerous powerful beings, far beyond the initial Dark Overlord. Although the Dark Overlord had shattered the Xiantian Palace, releasing that power, there were also those who, filled with confidence in their own invincibility, had set foot upon this island. The outcomes were predictable. They encountered inexplicable conflicts with certain sovereigns of the Sea of Realms, resulting in some being slain, while others vanquished their foes, only to succumb to their own grievous injuries shortly thereafter. In an instant, a brand new palace materialized at the center of the island, far grander than its predecessor. Unless an emperor intervened, no existence could shatter this palace, preventing a recurrence of past events. The plaque atop the palace had transformed. The original 3 celestial characters were replaced with Xian Emperor Palace. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. After circling the island, Lin Yang let out a sigh. When he had perfectly mastered the path beyond discussion, This place had been enveloped in strange substances. He had collected the remains of 2 dark kings he had slain on the island, curious if any anomalies would arise. However, as time passed, the corpses of the dark kings exhibited no changes, and Lin Yang paid them little heed. Before his journey to the celestial domain, he had deposited various items he had gathered over the years, including the remains of powerful beings and shattered royal artifacts, at the Xintian Dao field. Within the imperial realm, the disparity between quasi-mortal emperors and immortal emperors was not so vast as to induce despair. The difference in methods was minimal, and it seemed that even upon attaining the status of a mortal emperor, he may scarcely discern the distinctions. After pondering for a while, Lin Yang ultimately departed, choosing not to linger on the island. A mere 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Even without advancing at full speed, Lin Yang, while observing the countless universes within the Sea of Realms, surpassed many crossing sovereigns. It was only on this day that he caught sight of the colossal shadow at the edge of his vision. The celestial realm. With a shift in his thoughts, Lin Yang realized he was nearing his destination. Upon stepping onto the celestial continent, it would not be long before he beheld the dark heavenly court where the Tsang Emperor resided, and deeper still lay the ultimate ancient land, the resting place of the fallen immortal emperor. Lin Yang's speed had escalated to the point where it seemed he was traversing against the tide of time, with moments from the past manifesting around him. It was the Xian Emperor. As he advanced, some ancient celestial kings on the islands beyond the celestial continent opened their eyes, widening them in disbelief. Could the Tsang Emperor be just beyond this dam? They recalled the scene from hundreds of thousands of years ago, when this emperor had unequivocally condemned the one known as Tsang to await death. His authoritative tone laced with an intensity of murderous intent that would chill the heart of anyone who heard it. The Emperor's battle. Many ancient celestial kings felt their chests rise and fall, their breathing quickening. They were unaware of the concept of quasi-immortal emperors, viewing all who surpassed the sovereign realm as immortal emperors. Such a battle was rarely witnessed throughout the ages, an unparalleled celestial conflict. A long-dormant ancient king suddenly rose, recalling the terrifying imperial battle from the era of the fallen emperors. Even though tens of thousands of epochs had passed, the reverberations of that battle still sent shivers down his spine. The emperors bled, the heavens trembled, and darkness threatened to engulf all. The king in the blue robe departed the island, heading towards the distant direction away from the celestial dam. He understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a vast army led by dark sovereigns would soon emerge, and ancient halls would form divine rainbows in the skies above the Sea of Realms, serving as conduits for the dark army's incursions into distant realms. "Are you not going to take a look over there?" inquired a celestial king who had been present for quite some time, watching the blue-robed emperor's retreating figure. "The ultimate calamity is about to manifest once more. If you do not wish to perish, find a place to hide quickly," warned the blue-robed celestial king, not bothering to glance back. The ultimate calamity. The rulers upon the island were taken aback, a chill rising within them. Meanwhile, in that fleeting moment, Lin Yang had nearly traversed the visible range of the celestial kings, drawing near to the gray dam of the celestial continent. At this distance, Lin Yang's emperor's path was about to encounter the vastly different laws of the celestial continent. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The heavens and earth were thrown into chaos, the laws and order in turmoil. Symbols of the great path soared through the air, forming a tempest that ravaged the land, an onslaught far beyond what celestial kings could withstand. And the downfall of Titans was merely a matter of time. Heaven collapsed, earth cracked, cracks erupted from the gray dam, and from these fissures emerged chains of order, racing towards Lin Yang to bind him. The source of all this was a strange will of heaven and earth lurking behind the dam. Was this the will of the celestial continent? Even devoid of self-awareness, it instinctively repelled the powerful beings from the Sea of Realms. Before the immortal Emperor's calamity, it was said that things were not like this. It seemed that the will of the celestial had also been tainted by darkness, undergoing a significant transformation. Lin Yang pressed down on the storm with one hand, preventing the terrifying gale from spreading further into the Sea of Realms. Gradually, he noticed that the storm of great path symbols was intensifying, ultimately coalescing into a form of Emperor's Law. A quasi-immortal Emperor-level storm. Open. Lin Yang, unafrait, gently commandet, striking out towards the tempest of Emperor's Law. In an instant, his dark armor was enveloped in the radiance of the Emperor, as if an unfathomable might was brewing within. In the blink of an eye, it surged to an incredible height, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos, disrupting the flow of time and nearly shattering the river of time in this realm, threatening to render the great path's order into void. Invincible. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted simultaneously, as some nearby rulers felt their minds swirl, nearly losing consciousness. The quasi-immortal Emperor-level storm was dispersed by Lin Yang, with not a trace of residual energy remaining. It was completely obliterated. Dispersing the calamity, Lin Yang stood atop the Grey Dam, surveying the myriad beings on the islands. Those present were undoubtedly powerful rulers. There were celestial kings, burial kings, and unique beings who had traversed obscure universes to ultimately reach the rank of sovereign. Xian Emperor, you. One being rose to speak. Flee. A most terrifying battle is about to unfold here, one that you cannot withstand, Lin Yang advised. He then turned and ventured deeper into the celestial realm. It seemed that before seeking the Song Emperor, he needed to address the will of the celestial three emperors, which would perfectly allow him to forge the one Qi, transforming into three purities of the Tao body. As Lin Yang gradually faded into the abyss of darkness, some beings on the islands were unwilling to relent. Having crossed the boundless sea of realms in pursuit of the path from broken king to emperor, how could they miss the impending battle of emperors? Several powerful beings stepped onto the Grey Dam, only to let out horrified cries. The disparate laws of the great path bore down upon them, overwhelming them in an instant, causing them to explode into blood and bone, their primordial spirits shattering into countless fragments. Even those who could be considered masters among celestial kings, unique beings that were rare even in the annals of time, could not withstand the secret forces of the celestial continent. The hearts of those still hesitating on the islands turned cold, and they could not help but tremble. How terrifying! Unwilling to accept fate, faint whispers gradually spread, captivating the attention of various beings who turned their gaze towards the blood mist atop the embankment. The sound emanated from that very spot. Suddenly, the blood mist shattered, and a silhouette surged forth, enveloped in resplendent symbols, following in Lin Yang's footsteps. Remarkably, it had survived. A celestial king stood in stunned silence, then revealed a contemplative expression. The surviving entity was not more formidable than the fallen. Not even a titan within the realm's vast ocean, yet it had managed to endure, seemingly untouched by the turmoil. This was indeed astonishing. It became clear, by not seeking the paths of the external world or communing with foreign entities, and perceiving itself as a complete cycle of the cosmos, it remained unaffected by the lethal shifts of the world, despite the changing of laws and the transformation of heaven and earth. An extraordinary beast with 8 heads whispered, its eyes shimmering with enigmatic brilliance, embodying profound principles. It had exchanged insights on cultivation with the survivor, thus gaining enlightenment, prioritizing oneself over externalities, with each having its merits and flaws, rendered any hasty judgment unwise. However, the significance of the correct path to traverse the dark world beyond the gray embankment far outweighed mere royal power. Some beings pondered this, including a primordial dragon. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the world behind the embankment. The surviving entity was in peril. Apart from choosing the right path, one also required exceptional combat prowess. The dragon king amended. We must depart. Since the celestial emperor has spoken, calamity must surely follow. On the divine continent, there is still time to eliminate that being. Lin Yang tread upon the dark earth, gazing into the abyss at its furthest edge. Was it due to his standing in the realm of emperors that his previous ascent upon the embankment had not incited a storm of grand symbols? While this return was met with a different reception, just as Lin Yang contemplated this, a foreboding sensation surged within him. In the pitch-black world, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, swirling billions of imperial symbols, converging into a dark demonic deity that charged towards him. The dark demon bore 8 arms and 23 heads, each head adorned with serpent-like tongues that entwined the laws of heaven and earth here. A mere twist could reduce the celestial king to ashes. The sound of its hiss alone could rend the dark expanse, revealing a myriad of dark stars, causing both heaven and earth to tremble. This race was not inferior to the true dragon lineage, likely a remnant of a once mighty clan. Lin Yang clenched his fists, the brilliance of imperial light intensifying, safeguarding him against all calamities, eternal and unyielding. Annihilate. The fist imprint revolved, manifesting countless marvelous laws, all potent and unfathomable. Any one of them could dominate the world, reigning supreme over myriad eras. The dark demon charged forth, each finger and every eye harboring terrifying imperial power. An invincibility that could render ancient and modern pride into mere void. Boom! The clash of quasi-immortal emperors reverberated through the ages once more. Bang! The dark demon disintegrated, worn down by innumerable marvelous laws. The terrifying ripples of imperial essence surged forth, cleaving the embankment and plunging into the realm's ocean, causing a portion of the sea to sink. Yet, slightly more formidable than a quasi-immortal emperor's artifact, they dared to obstruct me, Lin Yang scoffed. His will surging to its zenith, his eyes shimmering with a crimson-golden hue, embodying a hidden majesty, exuding an innate authority without rage. Under his gaze, the very fabric of this realm appeared unstable. The mountains and lands, which even the ageless would need to burn their essence to harm, began to crack inch by inch, and the sky followed suit, dark fissures spreading like a spider's web. As these words echoed, the laws of this realm shifted, the river of time roared in turmoil, and the causality of all things became a chaotic tangle. Boom! Deep within the divine continent, an explosion shattered the stillness, transforming it into a void where nothing could exist. The ethereal will enveloping the entire divine continent was drawn into this void by an irresistible force, collapsing into a singularity. A trace of residual power surged forth, sweeping across countless mountains and lands, cleaving through innumerable divine peaks, obliterating all that had endured through epochs. Lin Yang's lips parted, as if to utter something. Boom! The void convulsed, giving birth to vast expanses of space while time flowed anew. In this process, the will of the divine was dealt a devastating blow. Though no essence remained, it was dismantled piece by piece, losing its former extraordinary nature. Lin Yang continued onward, moving towards the dark celestial court. He paid no further heed to the divine will, which had been one-sidedly suppressed by him. Although the divine continent remained intact and its will eternal, it would lack the power to intervene in the external world for many future epochs. What a pity. The world-destroying elder, who had just reached the ultimate ancient land, shook his head slightly. The emperors clashed, and a conflict with the dark will ensued. The celestial emperor had arrived. The majestic Hong emperor, radiating with billions of miles of purple energy, cast his gaze towards Lin Yang's location, his eyes deep and unfathomable, exuding an air of indifference. The feathered emperor within the nine-colored celestial chariot also sensed this, shifting his focus. It was the direction from which the emperor had emerged. The dark denizens, come forth to guide our people back. The booming voice of the Hong emperor resonated, echoing as if the very heavens were quaking, imbued with boundless might, causing all beings to refrain from harboring rebellious thoughts. Countless dark entities, long dormant within the depths of the divine, awoke from their protracted slumber at this moment. Dark energies surged forth, all of them rulers of the dark faction, each commanding their own armies of darkness. Lin Yang's stride faltered momentarily as he beheld the numerous dark pillars of light shooting skyward from the depths of the divine. Indeed, given a sufficiently lengthy time frame, even the rarest of powerhouses would emerge in abundance. Since the dawn of creation, not even 100 billion epochs may have passed, hardly a complete cycle of world consumption. In this brief span, the number of emperors birthed was staggering. Even the mere count of kings was suffocating, equivalent to the sum total of hundreds or thousands of cycles from the origin continent. Shifting his gaze, Lin Yang observed the sprawling palatial complexes that materialized in his line of sight. The Dark Celestial Court. Chapter 710. The Rise of Imperial Warfare. Slaughtering into the Age of Glory. The imposing palatial complexes exuded a dense essence of darkness, shrouded in boundless death aura, concealing quasi-immortal emperor-level power within. Black mist enveloped the area, making it difficult for even Lin Yang to see through completely. Sensing the pressure upon his physique, Lin Yang's thoughts shifted, leading him to grasp the source. The quasi-immortal emperor-level formations, while not primarily for slaughter, were extraordinarily transcendent, possessing binding capabilities that could withstand the attacks of quasi-immortal emperors. During his first visit, it was the formations that had pressured him. Step by step, Lin Yang advanced towards the Dark Celestial Court. With each step, he cultivated his momentum, his intent to kill rising, intertwined with a sense of battle, though not overwhelmingly intense. Boom! The heavens encompassing the Dark Celestial Court trembled. The withered emperor within the supreme palace having long since awakened, his voice echoing. In bygone days, mere mayflies ascended to the imperial throne in the blink of an eye. A feat remarkable yet inescapable from death. In the ancient and time-worn echoes, there was a chill. Anyone declared dead could not regard it lightly, their rage igniting like wildfire, let alone an invincible emperor. The voice of the celestial emperor was too terrifying, resonating throughout the heavens and earth, threatening to extract Lin Yang's celestial fate. Yet here stood Lin Yang. Had it been any other celestial king, they would have perished at once, their forms obliterated. As fellow emperors, such brazen words were unseemly. Step forth, Lin Yang bellowed, drawing forth the celestial emperor sword forged from time itself. The sword light shimmered, connecting with the ages, causing the river of time to manifest its true form in this place. Swish! The imperial sword descended, severing the flow of time, freezing it, and in that instant, it became eternal. I send you to the afterlife. In the eternal expanse of time, the celestial emperor's cold words resonated. The emaciated imperial body entwined with the laws of the imperial path, transforming time and space, allowing him to act here unimpeded by Lin Yang's influence. Boom! A grand seal emerged from the highest imperial palace, suffused with the profound principles of the sovereign of the Azure, surging towards the time emperor's sword. The Azure sovereign sat imperiously upon his throne, exuding an aura of invincibility and unwavering confidence. Clang! 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 The two quasi-immortal emperor artifacts clashed fiercely, uncontrolled yet unleashing a cataclysmic force, a rarity in the annals of time that could scarcely be found, each an unparalleled instrument in the world. To encounter an emperor without reverence is to forfeit one's true fate, and the words inscribed upon the reincarnation stele echoed once more, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. In the dim expanse of the darkened sky, a sinister ancient path materialized, with countless bewildered souls trudging forward, lost in their aimless journey toward the path's end. The vast quasi-immortal emperor principles pressed down, emerging from the ancient path, merging with the dark heavenly realm's quasi-immortal emperor formation, amplifying the might of their combined forces. Your name? Lin Yang scoffed, forming a fist seal and unleashing a punch that cleaved through the fabric of eternity, relentlessly bearing down upon the Azure Sovereign's highest imperial palace. He did not flinch nor employ any means of defense against the Sovereign's imperial truths. Instead, he struck with a fierce intent that would bring about mutual destruction, delivering the pinnacle of his power. Creak! The entire complex of the dark heavenly palace fractured. The inscribed quasi-immortal emperor formation weakened under the impact. The intent of his punch surged forth, unrelenting and expansive. The dark heavens of the upper celestial continent roiled violently, the dense shadows torn asunder, only to be compressed into solid matter. The river of time fractured, its waters, rich with countless images, diverted from this place, rushing toward the past and future as if to rewrite both. It was a terrifying sight, the obliteration of all existence, the passage of time rendering the ancient void. The two quasi-immortal emperor artifacts, engaged in battle eons ago, were affected, drawn into that river of time, becoming integral to its flow. I am invincible, and I shall eradicate you. The Azure Sovereign suddenly rose, no longer underestimating his opponent. With a low growl, a pair of wings unfurled from his back, steeped in decay and emanating the essence of destruction. The wings slashed through the air like the most fearsome celestial blade of annihilation, obliterating all in their path, leaving no force unscathed. Even the vast expanse of the upper celestial realm would tremble before the Sovereign's ultimate strike, as the awakened Dark Kings quaked in fear. The punch and the wings collided, time and space contorted. The tremendous powers of the two engaged in a titanic struggle through the past and future, intertwining every symbol of the imperial principles deeply. The dark heavenly realm began to blur, as though it might vanish from the annals of history, and beings from certain epochs collapsed, convulsing under the pressure of the Emperor's aura. In the hazy cosmos, the towering silhouettes of the two emperors stood out, strikingly vivid and compelling, drawing the attention of numerous dark beings. Their imperial might intertwined, clashing at every moment, sending ripples of cataclysmic energy radiating outward, exuding the immense power to annihilate the mortal realm. Fight! Lin Yang roared. After engaging in true combat, he realized that the Azure Sovereign was not merely a novice in the realm of quasi-mortal emperors, but had honed his imperial principles to a remarkable degree. His strength was not to be underestimated. Although his imperial body had waned, it was merely a testament to the lengthy passage of time since he first ascended to the emperor's position, having undergone multiple transformations without achieving a new rebirth. Otherwise, his power would have been far greater. Insignificant insect, the Azure Sovereign retorted coldly, stepping forth from the imperial palace to engage Lin Yang in battle. Another river of time materialized, drawn forth by the might of the two emperors, as Lin Yang and the Azure Sovereign surged into the heavens above the river of time, defying its flow and plunging into another temporal realm. A pitch-black radiance illuminated the dark heavenly realm, glimmering with a crimson hue. As several Dark Kings leading their armies through this domain were instantly torn asunder, reduced to ashes. Thunderous roars erupted. The river of time boiled incessantly, straining to withstand the clash of the two quasi-immortal emperors. Each step marked the passage of an epoch as Lin Yang and the Azure Sovereign charged toward the origins of the heavens, distancing themselves further from the present day, until even the ethereal light illuminating the dark heavenly realm became barely visible. Was this truly the pinnacle of the Azure Sovereign? He appeared significantly stronger than when they first met, clearly having held back at that time. By previous standards, he now equated to 203 Azure Sovereigns, far surpassing the 7 supreme divine kings of the origin continent. Lin Yang's heart remained as calm as a still pond, undisturbed by the intent to kill or the fervor of battle, maintaining a lucid mindset. Your name is Xian, having risen over 1,000,000 years to claim the emperor's throne. Your talent is astonishing, yet death is inescapable. The Azure Sovereign sneered, his gray hair billowing wildly without the necessity of wind. Having grasped the true power of the Azure Sovereign, Lin Yang also conjectured about the strengths of the Hong Emperor and the Feather Emperor. And cold light flickered in his eyes. Noisy, his palm transformed into an imperial blade, the will of heaven tremulous, defying all contradiction. With a downward stroke, it resembled the decree of celestial rules, an attack that even an emperor would deem lethal. With no reserves left, Lin Yang's aura surged dramatically, merging entirely into this strike. There was no pervasive destruction, nor any birth of new life, merely the purest will capable of severing the ancient and disrupting the flow of time. Boldness. The Azure Sovereign roared in fury, dark symbols swirling around him, coalescing into a formidable secret technique for his protection. From his withered imperial body burst forth a radiant essence, reminiscent of his peak form, heroic and extraordinary. Clang! Lin Yang struck down with one hand, severing all existence, obliterating every notion, as if the heavens were on the brink of annihilation. The Emperor's invincible might was laid bare for all to see. Boom! The dark barrier shattered, cleaved open by Lin Yang, as dark symbols shot forth, descending into the river of time where they resided. Blood of the Emperor splattered, mingling with the waters of time. The Azure Sovereign's head was severed, and his once magnificent essence was nearly split in two, injuring his primordial mark. I shall claim your imperial fate. Lin Yang struck with icy precision, delivering a kick toward the Azure Sovereign's severed head. Time twisted under his influence, manifesting as a secret technique of imperial principles. Though it appeared just a single kick, it conjured forth countless legs from the void, all aimed at the sovereign's head. The river of time reacted, swirling with myriad whirlpools, as if ancient history itself had warped. Even though this manifestation was merely a tributary of the river of time, it was immensely formidable. The residual force could still rattle the very fabric of time itself. I am invincible. Who dares declare my defeat? To seize my imperial fate, you are unworthy. The Azure Sovereign bellowed, unleashing a secret technique. His headless, withered body transformed into a sphere of light, filled with countless dark symbols, merging with his severed head, instantly restoring him to his full form, contorting his shape to counter Lin Yang's assault. Bang! The scene became indistinct as Lin Yang and the Azure Sovereign vanished above the river of time, the intensity of their clash gradually rippling outward, sensed by many powerful beings across various epochs. A king, similarly traversing the expanse above the river of time, paused in astonishment, suddenly turning back to seek the source of the energy. However, located within different tributaries of the river of time, all efforts proved futile. Familiar energy observing the now-repaired temporal barrier, the king on the pedestal mused, Xian Tian Emperor? He recalled encountering a formidable being in that very moment, whose essence bore a striking resemblance to the overwhelming auras he now sensed. With whom is he battling? Is it possible that his name is unknown to the world? Extinguished in this conflict? Just as the king pondered, a grave expression crossed his face as he glanced toward a specific direction. A formidable adversary approached. The river of time surged with monstrous waves as Lin Yang and the Azure Sovereign truly advanced into the past, unlike before when they merely battled in the upper reaches of the river of time. Now, the two were engaged in combat within the upper celestial realm, having reversed the flow of the river of time to fight in that very domain. The quasi-immortal emperors could not interfere with their own temporal existence. Hence, the temporal node at which the two emperors stood was set before the ancient birth of the Azure Sovereign. Sizzle. The resplendent and brilliant heavens were torn asunder by an unknown assault, causing the myriad formidable beings of this era to tremble uncontrollably. Two emperors clashed, igniting a dispute. But who was the instigator? A celestial who had traversed the tribulations of cosmic laws quaked in fear. These were not the sovereigns of our time. Otherwise, under the crushing weight of the laws, all living beings in this realm would surely perish. A king among the immortals had arrived to spectate. The king of shame recognized the combatants. During his ascension to immortality, his prowess had surpassed that of all others, earning him the title of king among the celestial beings. Lin Yang and the Azure Emperor plunged into the boundless firmament, their mere gestures causing the shattering of stars, far exceeding the scale of an entire universe, only to be reformed thereafter. They were apprehensive that interfering with ancient history would lead to dire consequences. Hence they chose the empty expanse of the heavens as their battlefield, where even the most catastrophic destruction would swiftly mend itself. It was indeed this epic. Enligdenment dawned upon Lin Yang. Though separated by the river of time, he could still sense the formidable aura belonging to the emperors, grasping the number of such sovereigns present in this moment of the celestial realm. Astonishingly, there existed 8 emperors in this age. The Azure Emperor, driven to madness by the fierce battle, felt a stirring in his heart. He sensed that the 8 emperors of the celestial realm, aroused by the bloodshed of the two combatants, were drawing near to the site of their conflict. Cut off the future, Lin Yang declared softly, pointing a finger towards the center of the Azure Emperor's brow, intent on shattering his primordial spirit. The future was within his grasp and fortified by him. Any potential fluctuations were locked down, aiming to extinguish the Azure Emperor's destiny with a single blow. To the heavens, to the earth, to the spirits of the heroic. The Azure Emperor, refusing to concede, though aware of his disadvantage, retained an indomitable spirit, relentless in seizing the chance to reverse his dire straits. A grand and magnificent altar took shape, enveloping an unfathomable number of light years, bearing resemblance to the dark celestial court. Boom! The true powers of Lin Yang and the Azure Emperor collided, intentionally restrained from spilling outward to prevent annihilating the mortal realm and invoking catastrophic consequences. The essence of their imperial bodies and words was enveloped by the force of great causality, not to suppress, but to protect these two sovereigns, guarding against any inadvertent alteration of the past that could result in their untimely demise. How incredibly lengthy was the passage of time that birthed two emperors. A vast ocean of imperial laws radiated with waves of divine thought. It could ascertain that these two sovereigns were not beings of the past, for it was an extraordinary life born of the era of creation, having endured numerous trials, and through the great transformations of the dawn of time, had ascended to the rank of emperor. In the distant future, the world would witness the emergence of two supreme existences. One wondered if, in that era, the self had advanced further. An ancient emperor gazed upon the fierce battle unfolding in the boundless heavens. Though unable to pierce the veils concealing the two emperors, he could distinctly feel the essence of one emperor waning, presumably from the strain of drawing upon his own vital essence to maintain his pinnacle of power. The emperor who held the advantage was indeed as formidable as I. A voice emerged from an emperor seated upon a pristine bone monument. Though the 8 emperors of the celestial realm held no formal ranking, this emperor was universally acknowledged as the first capable of wielding unfathomable might in an instant. Though fleeting, the aftereffects were profound, possessing the ability to severely wound any emperor or even slay them. Remarkably, there exist later generations who have reached your level, a female emperor exclaimed. Her words a blend of softness and authority, her ethereal aura resembling a veil draped over her shoulders. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, the river of time abruptly manifesting, with streams of imperial blood surging forth, entwined with the dense darkness imperceptible to this realm. rushing towards the boundless skies. Drink! The Azure Emperor drew upon this imperial blood from afar, replenishing his own depletions. Originating from his own essence, the absorption posed no issue. Although it would not yield a decisive effect, it was better than nothing. The deadlock was established. Any futile attempts to overturn it were in vain. Who, across the annals of time and space, could save you? With a single gesture, Lin Yang summoned the Time Emperor Sword from the River of Time, cleaving forth the sword that could sever the heavens. To sever the path is to unveil the self. In that moment of striking the path, there existed neither self nor other, neither the 8 desolate realms nor the past and future. The imperial sword refracted a clear, serene light, not blinding, yet evoking an indescribable sensation within the heart. The external world became illusory, no longer tangible. The body, the soul, and a magical essence all fell into this surreal state. The Azure Emperor's instincts surged with alarm, the celestial mechanisms warning him. He could feel his true spirit trembling, akin to a naked mortal in a frigid wilderness, surrounded by an icy chill that heralded death's approach. Yet in Lin Yang's eyes, all things of the universe had similarly become illusory, the Azure Emperor included. Only the true spirit of the Azure Emperor remained within his illusory imperial body, teetering on the brink, seemingly reacting to Lin Yang's gaze, instinctively quaking in fear. The sword light possessed a beauty unmatched. Such exquisite phenomena could not possibly exist in the world, yet at this moment it undeniably manifested, cleaved forth by Lin Yang. Fate is predetermined. Lin Yang scoffed coldly. He retracted the Time Emperor Sword, transforming this quasi-immortal artifact back into a droplet of water, merging it with his imperial essence. Casting a glance at the 8 sovereigns of the celestial realm not far off, Lin Yang advanced, collecting the Azure Emperor's imperial body. The flesh, the Dharma form, the soul, and the magical essence all remained intact, save for the obliteration of the true spirit. In his initial execution of the severing sword, Lin Yang had slain Enlon. In his second application of this technique, he had extinguished the long-lost emperor, a feat so incredible that few would dare to believe it. As a quasi-immortal, the disparity in true spirits was negligible. However, my concentration of true spirit and its associated elements yielded significant enhancement. Otherwise, the Azure Emperor could have struggled longer before his fall and perhaps merely sustained minor injuries rather than being completely annihilated by a single strike. Gazing upon this time and space, knowing he could alter nothing, Lin Yang ceased to linger, stepping upon the surface of the River of Time, leaving only his silhouette behind. All traces of his battle with the Azure Emperor had been meticulously reshaped by Lin Yang himself, allowing for a resolute departure, untroubled by fears of being crushed by the force of great causality. Otherwise, the true spirit residing in the infinite heights could very well be cast down by the forces of causality, plummeting back to the mortal realm. In the realm of supreme existence, one could incite calamities of monumental proportions, engendering multiversal backlash, thus leading to the legends of great beings whose true spirits were cast down, including those of divine creation. As Lin Yang journeyed toward the temporal node where he belonged, the River of Time gradually calmed. One emperor, solemn and grave, observed the Azure Emperor being dutifully collected by Lin Yang, prompting an incredulous speculation. Unless it was a carefully laid trap, it appeared to be so. The words of the primordial emperor were laden with weight, reverberating throughout the heavens. Even a king among the immortals, such as the King of Shame, had no choice but to retreat in the face of the emperor's might, lest he invite catastrophe. In the future, this unparalleled existence would indeed come to be. Lin Yang traversed the River of Time, each step capable of leaping across an epoch. Though the immortal kings could also navigate against the currents of time, their speed paled in comparison to that of the emperors. A single step for them might span 100 or even 1,000 years, rendering them masters of the path of time. That is my temporal point. Gazing towards the distant light source, Lin Yang felt a flicker of enlightenment rise within him. The River of Time beneath his feet occasionally blurred, obscuring the events surrounding that era. Those epochs were intertwined with the emperors. Although one could force their way in, they risked being slain by the sovereigns of that time. Thus, Lin Yang refrained from lingering in the celestial realm of that period. Otherwise, constrained by the forces of great causality, should any emperor wish to act against him, he would find himself unable to exert his full strength. Even injuring an emperor of that era would be tantamount to altering the course of time, and he would be met with fatal retribution from the forces of causality. Without the resolve to risk his life, no emperor would dare to intrude upon the temporal domain of another. Step by step, time reverses. Lin Yang swiftly reaches the forefront of the river of time, where an elusive allure emanates, revealing to him that this is his own space-time. Here, he feels a sense of boundless freedom, knowing that as long as he does not transgress certain taboos of the universe, he may act without restraint. The dark, ink-like expanse of the upper celestial continent bears witness to the resurgence of numerous dark sovereigns who have led their legions of darkness away, stepping upon the divine rainbows formed by the ancient summoning temples as they journey to the opposite shore of the realm sea. It is evident that Lin Yang has been engaged in a fierce battle with the Celestial Emperor for some time. Otherwise, given the vastness of the upper celestial continent, it would be implausible for no dark sovereign to remain. With a resounding crash, the river of time here manifests, stirring up great waves. Enveloped in a dark imperial light, Lin Yang emerges. Although he has been honing his combat techniques against the Celestial Emperor for a considerable duration, his own exhaustion is minimal, having nearly fully recovered during his time away. Ultimately, the Celestial Emperor pales in comparison, although both are emperors. It is not uncommon for one to suppress or even slay another without sustaining injury. With the Celestial Emperor vanquished, who would dare to act recklessly? The solemn and authoritative words resonate, imbued with a sense of sanctity, and in an instant, they echo across the upper celestial continent and deeper into the ultimate ancient lands. Even the myriad shattered universes beneath the embankment now reverberate with Lin Yang's voice, exuding an overwhelming majesty that proclaims his might to the heavens. In the ultimate ancient lands, the Elder of World Annihilation, drawn by Lin Yang's brief ascent to the status of a celestial emperor, turns abruptly to gaze upon the domain of the dark celestial court. The celestial emperor has fallen? The Elder's weathered visage, etched with the lines of countless epochs, reveals astonishment, momentarily rendering him speechless. All emperors are protagonists born from innumerable eras. It is commonplace for them to engage in battles beyond their realms, making it unfathomable that one emperor could be slain in a one-on-one confrontation by another. The Elder attempts to unravel the threads of fate, yet when it concerns an emperor, everything becomes shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. Not even the river of time offers clarity. After a prolonged silence, he has yet to return. The atmosphere in the ultimate ancient lands grows oppressive, and the weight of the heavens and earth intensifies manifold, making it exceedingly difficult for the celestial king to stand. An ominous premonition stirs within the heart of the Elder. A great calamity. He breaks through the fabric of heaven and earth, hastening towards the dark celestial court at a pace so swift that time itself cannot keep up with his form. Meanwhile, the two other emperors in their respective domains also set forth in this moment. 3 emperors, 3 unparalleled protagonists born from countless epochs, the epitome of celestial excellence, rush towards Lin Yang's position. The boundless black mists enveloping the heavens of the upper celestial realm churn and boil, unable to withstand a simultaneous eruption of the overwhelming auras from the 3 emperors. Were it not for the fact that no living soul remains in the upper celestial realm at this moment, everything would be reduced to ashes. The Elder of World Annihilation has indeed arrived. Lin Yang is momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression brightens with joy. The expanse of the upper celestial realm is vast, and a quasi-celestial emperor cannot traverse it in an instant. From the moment Lin Yang perceives the auras of the 3 quasi-celestial emperors, several minutes pass before the suffocating black mists part, revealing the figures of the dark quasi-celestial emperors. The Elder of World Annihilation, shrouded in the aura of destruction, speaks heavily. The eyes of the emperor sweep across the heavens and earth, as well as the past and future, yet he finds no trace of the celestial emperor, as if the latter has evaporated into the vastness of the world. "It is I, the emperor," Lin Yang replies with a slight nod, his eyelids lifting slightly as he gazes down at the 3 dark quasi-celestial emperors, standing with his hands clasped behind his back upon the ruins of the collapsed dark celestial court. He faces the 3 emperors fearlessly. Had the celestial emperor not been slain by him, he would now be contending with 4 emperors, a crisis unparalleled in history. "You have slain the celestial emperor?" The Han emperor, adorned in purple imperial armor, speaks with a grave expression, devoid of any semblance of ease. "So is you." Lin Yang does not respond, but rather nods thoughtfully. He perceives that the shadow of the quasi-celestial emperor he once battled is but a fragment of the Hong Emperor's will. Arrogance. The Hong Emperor's demeanor turns cold, his murderous intent seeping forth, manifesting as dark gas imbued with an exceedingly eerie power. Who are you to obstruct this emperor's path? Lin Yang inquires indifferently, deliberately displaying an air of disdain, as if no emperor could evoke the slightest concern in him. At this moment, Lin Yang appears oblivious to their true identities, as if he does not perceive the thick dark substance surrounding them. The realm solidifies, becoming overwhelmingly heavy, as though the heavens themselves are descending to crush the vast earth, seeking to obliterate all existence. As fellow emperors, they're supreme beings of unparalleled strength. How can they tolerate such insolence directed at themselves? An emperor is enraged. Having slain the celestial emperor, you believe yourself capable of confronting us three supreme emperors? How laughable! How pitiful! How lamentable! The Yu Emperor, consumed by fury, steps forth from his nine-colored celestial golden chariot, radiating a sense of sanctity. His pristine white wings shimmering with light as they flutter gently. Both the Hong Emperor and the Elder of World Annihilation darken their expressions. Recognizing Lin Yang's deliberate provocation of their imperial dignity, seeking to incite their wrath. Do you presume that in this vast world, you alone possess the power to slay an emperor? How unfortunate. I am the same, having once slain an emperor, and his remains still exist to this day. The Yu Emperor raises his spear, stained crimson with the blood of emperors, which remains vibrant even after countless epochs. This is one of the most fearsome weapons in existence. Capable of slaying emperors, the mere aura emanating from the spear could obliterate an entire universe, turning vast realms into desolate wastelands. I demand to know your names and titles. For what reason do you speak such nonsense? Have you lost your wits, entangled in dark matter? Lin Yang inquires, perplexed. As he finishes speaking, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a smile that betrays no hint of concealment. The Yu Emperor strides forth through time, his spear of emperor slaying radiating a murderous aura as the laws of emperors unfold. Remember, it is the Yu Emperor who will slay you. His words, cold as ice, cause the black mist enveloping the heavens to congeal, while time itself simultaneously freezes. In this moment, both the Yu Emperor and the Elder of World Annihilation strike together, unleashing the most terrifying of slaughters, an embodiment of their own imperial laws. The power of emperors is overwhelmingly potent, transcending the upper celestial realm, rendering it incapable of manifesting any anomaly to accentuate their greatness, leaving only the rawest evolution of imperial power to unfold the ultimate laws of the world. Impudence. Lin Yang rebukes, his dark light soaring skyward in an instant as he raises his fist to confront the three dark emperors. A bizarre scene unfolds as Lin Yang, employing some arcane technique, seemingly splits into three, each version of him engaging the three dark emperors without yielding an inch, manifesting destruction and creation beyond imagination. With countless stars swirling around his fingertips, exuding the aura of the heavens, as if an entire universe has just been born. In the blink of an eye, this nascent universe approaches its moment of obliteration, transforming into an immensely terrifying force of cosmic termination that envelopes Lin Yang's fist. Universes are born and perish in mere moments. In an instant, hundreds of forces of cosmic termination coalesce around Lin Yang's fist. Combined with his imperial might, the three dark quasi-celestial emperors change countenance. Before this emperor, who dares to claim the title of emperor, you shall be eradicated, Lin Yang declares as he strikes forth, shattering the boundaries between illusion and reality. The hundreds of forces of cosmic termination morph into forces of creation, embodying both grand creation and devastating destruction. You dare to execute? Today, we three emperors shall send you on your way. The Elder of World Annihilation manifests his true form, unleashing a wave of slaughter. With a roar, the heavens of the upper celestial realm collapse by nearly half. Had this battle of quasi-celestial emperors transpired in the realm sea, thousands of universes would have been annihilated in an instant, plunging all living beings into despair. Though the Feather Emperor is boundlessly arrogant, he is, in fact, the most formidable among the Dark Sovereigns, capable of briefly stepping into the realm of the immortal emperors. However, the consequences of such an act are dire. Unless pressed to the brink of desperation, the World Annihilator would not take such a risk. Boom! The terrifying force surged forth, shattering the pitch-black earth and the boundless sky. reducing all order to naught and plunging everything into a void. The ruins of the dark celestial court could not withstand even a moment, utterly obliterated. It is no wonder that you possess some means. Hence, you dare to assume the title of emperor. The three manifestations of Lin Yang immediately dispersed, coalescing back into a single entity. The quasi-immortal emperor artifacts of the four sovereigns had long since broken free from the clash. Now embroiled in a tumultuous battle within the Sea of Realms, their forms shifting between celestial swords and imperial blades, engaged in combat with three quasi-immortal emperor artifacts. Though slightly at a disadvantage, their power was undeniably terrifying. Lin Yang's smile gradually faded, his demeanor turning cold as he declared, "In that case, the three of you emperors are indeed worthy of witnessing my imperial techniques. I shall grant you the opportunity. Now that your imperial powers have dissipated, your time of demise has arrived." The Hong Emperor charged forth, clad in armor of purple essence derived from his imperial origin, emanating an aura of unparalleled strength. The World Annihilator, embodying the nine nether behemoth, waved its dragon-headed tails, unleashing a supreme secret technique of slaughter capable of annihilating all, invincible to none. The spear of Emperor slaying detached from the fray, returning to the Feather Emperor's grasp. He thrust it forth, channeling his own imperial power. Boom! The void trembled as some imperial energy shattered the barriers, birthing numerous universes from the Sea of Realms, causing many fractured cosmos to meet their abrupt end. In the cataclysmic zone where all celestial paths recoiled in fear, Lin Yang's voice, cool yet tinged with mockery, echoed, "You are too slow to thwart my supreme technique. You are sorely lacking." He transformed into the Origin Divine King. He became Roman. Chapter 712. The blood battle of emperors comes to an end. As Lin Yang's words fell, he burst forth from the destruction zone, no longer entangled with the three quasi-immortal emperors. The profound light of his imperial body began to split, morphing into two indistinct humanoid forms. It was once again 3 against 3. Lin Yang revealed a hint of a smile. Even as his imperial body was stained with blood and his flesh slightly withered, he remained unconcerned. In the blink of an eye, the hazy forms of battle bodies shed their mist, becoming sharply defined. One bore a yellowish complexion, with long hair cascading casually over broad shoulders, clad in black armor, wielding a Divine King's war spear. The Origin Divine King. The other had a fair complexion, a somewhat refined appearance, golden curls atop a frame clad in rough hemp garments. Roman, not manifesting your true form, yet summoning two nameless beings. Do you think us easy prey? Without the laws of the imperial path, I shall slaughter you like dogs. The Feather Emperor scoffed, gripping the spear of Emperor Slaying, charging directly at Roman. Despite his derisive words, the countless epochs of experience told him that the two battle forms Lin Yang had deliberately manifested must possess extraordinary qualities. Even without the laws of the Emperor, there might be other wonders. I shall extinguish your imperial might. The Hong Emperor reversed the heavens, his armor of imperial origin transforming into a sea of purple energy, sweeping forth the Origin Divine King. The two selected their battle forms, leaving the evidently strongest Lin Yang to face the World Annihilator. Beholding the enormous and intimidating nine nether behemoth, each of its tails imbued with the power to obliterate universes, Lin Yang earnestly remarked, "Your strength is commendable. It would be a pity to kill you. Would you consider becoming my steed?" Even while persuading the golden-furred hound, Lin Yang had envisioned the World Annihilator as his mount. Now, after 1,000,000 years in the perfect world, he finally had the chance to fulfill this desire. His heart raced at the thought of riding the nine nether behemoth back to the immortal domain, a sight sure to draw attention, destined to be chronicled by discerning scholars for eons. I hope they don't perish too swiftly. It would be best to return promptly. Just as Lin Yang contemplated, the World Annihilator let out a piercing roar, bellowing, "Dare you insult me so? You shall perish." The roar shattered many fractured universes and reverberated through the rivers of time, echoing across multiple temporal planes. 9 dragon tails traversed the heavens, siphoning the world's essence from the upper realms, striking down with unparalleled speed, rendering time itself into nothingness before it could fracture. Wherever its claws passed, nothing remained. In a realm devoid of existence, even the immortal kings would disintegrate, unable to maintain their forms. Unaware of your own insignificance, Lin Yang shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, akin to 2 of the sharpest imperial swords, cleaving through the heavens and slicing the boundless black mist. Votre empereur technique. In an instant, his aura soared to its zenith, the profound light of his imperial body transforming into a mesmerizing radiance, black tinged with red, red veiled in black. The exquisite brilliance emanating from Lin Yang's fingers revealed the overwhelming might of his sovereign, capable of shaking the very fabric of existence, obliterating all past, present, and future. The great dam of the Sea of Realms shattered in an instant, sinking to the depths. Ancient halls close to the upper realms plummeted into the sea, and the dark prison of this region was torn open, allowing the trapped beings to see the light once more. Boom! Lin Yang and the world annihilator collided, each unleashing their utmost offensive, scouring the heavens and seeking out realms. Even if countless beings united in defense, they could not withstand the force of a single moment. Crack! The river of time was severed. Time was repelled, as two streams of sovereign power forcibly transformed this place into an eternal void, their magic seemingly transcending the constraints of time, endlessly entangled in a struggle to obliterate one another. According to reason, only one sovereign's power could surpass the other to restore time to this timeless realm, but an unexpected event occurred. A pained cry echoed, shattering the flow of time, resonating through various temporal realms. It was the voice of the Feather Emperor. He had been injured, severely wounded. The light of his essence was completely torn apart, no longer able to reconstitute. 3 strikes to eliminate you. That was merely the first. The voice of the Roman battle form resonated, gentle yet hollow and cold, as if all emotion had been washed away by endless epics. It was Lin Yang who controlled the words. Regrettably, he could not manifest Roman's true form. Otherwise, with a single strike, the Feather Emperor would have been a thing of the past. Moreover, lacking the command of Hongmeng energy, the strength of the Roman battle form proved to be even weaker than anticipated. Lin Yang's thoughts turned, even amidst the fiercest clash with the world annihilator. Validating the flaws of the imperial path, he could still dominate countless projections of himself, each a reflection of his will. Controlling 2 additional battle forms posed no challenge. The power of the Origin Divine King battle form had also diminished, now only possessing a fraction of Lu Yuan's strength. Otherwise, the Hong Emperor would have been near death and unable to continue struggling. It seemed he had failed to fully align the state of the Origin Divine King with the rules of this world, with both advantages and drawbacks. While manifesting projections from alternate worlds would not be opposed by the transformed body, it lacked the convenience of direct borrowing from the strong being's fruits of the Tao. As seen in the River of Time, Lin Yang was said inwardly. Quickly, he discerned some of the drawbacks of projecting alternate selves. In the future, he would ensure to store a significant amount of Hongmeng energy in advance for commanding the Roman battle form. Furthermore, enhancing the Origin Divine King battle form would be simpler. All he needed was to take the time to visit the Origin continent, imprint the divine body in the perfect world, and he could directly utilize the system's capabilities to alter the divine body, ensuring it conformed to the rules of this realm. In the future, he could communicate through the imprint to manifest the Origin Divine King battle form, fully wielding its might. With each thought solidified, Lin Yang's lips curled into a slight, cruel smile, his eyes glinting with a cold, piercing light. He tore through eternity, his hands expanding before him, becoming immense enough to cover the sky. In an instant, one of the 9 nether behemoth's tails was firmly grasped by Lin Yang, refusing to relinquish his hold despite the creature's desperate thrashing and strikes. Sizzle. Every ounce of the imperial body's power was extracted with excruciating effort as Lin Yang forcibly tore off a tail from the 9 nether beast. Blood from the emperor gushed forth, piercing through a shroud of darkness as the vast expanse of the cosmos, equivalent to dozens of universes, collapsed in an instant, leaving no remnants behind. With a roar, the 9 nether beast cried out in agony, invoking the power of time itself. Why do you not surrender and atone for your past transgressions? Lin Yang sneered coldly, seizing the dragon's head and tail that spanned the heavens, wielding it like a whip to strike down the Elder of Annihilation. He invoked secret techniques, the power of annihilation cycling and intensifying, growing ever more formidable. In that fleeting moment, Roman's battle form also unleashed an assault upon the Feather Emperor. The Origin Divine King's battle form directly manifested its true form, revealing the boundless divine body in its entirety. It is over. The 3 spoke in unison, their words coalescing into a force imbued with the essence of causality. This was a slaughter that no one could witness. The brutality of the imperial battle was such that no living being could stand by and observe, Not even the semi-immortal emperors whose paths to the imperial way remained unfulfilled. Anything related to the title of emperor encompassed the most unfathomable phenomena in existence, be it supreme emperors, unparalleled imperial laws, or the mightiest of divine weapons. The flaws in both battle forms had become apparent. It was now possible to extract the last vestiges of value from the two semi-immortal emperors. As he suppressed the nine nether beast, Lin Yang raised his hand and slashed out two radiant beams of sword light. Time and space became illusory. The laws of the immortal emperor, the feather emperor, and the crimson emperor were filled with dread. To evoke such a sense of powerlessness in semi-mortal emperors could only be achieved through the immortal emperor's laws, which should not exist in this world. A flicker of confusion crossed the feather emperor's mind. His own imperial laws could not possibly align with those of the immortal emperor who created the immortal laws. Any discrepancy would be infinitely magnified in the realm of emperors. Using another's imperial laws could not surpass the unparalleled imperial laws derived from one's own path. And the same could be said for the immortal laws. Was the chasm between semi-immortal and immortal emperors truly so vast? An immortal law that could not be completely grasped by outsiders, wielded by a semi-immortal emperor. Was this truly so terrifying? The feather emperor fell, vanishing into the vastness of the world, laden with many uncertainties. Having ascended to the imperial throne, Lin Yang could now unleash the most formidable powers of slashing the path to see me. Time and space were mere illusions, causality was illusory, and all things were ephemeral. Thus, the sword he wielded in slashing the path to see me effortlessly struck its target, disregarding myriad paths, unbound by the laws of time and space. The Crimson Emperor, slightly weaker than the Feather Emperor, was no exception. His true spirit was obliterated, leaving behind only a battered imperial body. The nine nether beasts trembled slightly. Though the Feather Emperor and Crimson Emperor still brimmed with vitality, he sensed something amiss. Recalling the expressions of the two emperors prior, the nine nether beast's struggles immediately weakened. If the ability to divide itself into three and manifest two extraordinary battle forms had left him solemn, the radiant sword light ignited a feeling he had never experienced before, a sense of fear. Faint though it was undeniably present. To slay three emperors and ascend to the pinnacle of existence, desiring to make me your steed, is but a delusion. An emperor is supreme and unparalleled. Who dares to insult such a being? The nine nether beasts remained cold. Even with a hint of trepidation, dignity surpassed existence. A frog at the bottom of a well. Lin Yang felt a twinge of sympathy, understanding his sentiments. Had he encountered the entrance blocked by the corpses of immortal emperors and realized the existence beyond the heavens, the nine nether beasts would not have been so naive. In a fit of rage, the nine nether beasts realized the futility of his anger, recalling the radiant sword light from before, prompting him to silence himself. Was there truly a more expansive and boundless realm beyond this world? Thoughts surged within the nine nether beast's mind. He had briefly stepped into the realm of the immortal emperor, granting him a perspective slightly higher than that of the Feather Emperor. If the radiant sword light that annihilated two emperors was indeed an imperial law crafted by Lin Yang himself, then the latter must have already traversed the path of the emperor to its completion. How could it be that, though he had embarked on the emperor's journey and traveled a considerable distance, he had not reached its end? As the nine nether beasts fell silent, Lin Yang seized his own imperial law, allowing the two battle forms to dissipate into the world. The Feather Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and the Crimson Emperor. Now was the time to attempt one chi transforms into three clear. Lin Yang gazed at the withered bodies of the two emperors, a twinge of pain crossing his features. But upon reflecting that their sacrifices were instrumental in perfecting the two battle forms, he felt a sense of release. Sparing the elder of Annihilation's life, the notion of making him a steed was but the most trivial of reasons. More importantly, the elder's strength was not much inferior to his own, and having him accompany Lin Yang in fierce battles might prove beneficial in revealing the flaws in his own imperial laws. Yes, indeed, Lin Yang nodded to himself. He acted with the intent of genuinely stepping into the realm of the immortal emperor, devoid of any ulterior motives. One chi transforms into three clear is a supreme divine ability, encompassing the entire river of time. Previously, he had only scratched the surface. It sufficed to contend with three semi-mortal emperors for a brief moment, even putting the Feather Emperor and Crimson Emperor at a disadvantage. If he truly mastered it, its power would be magnified manyfold compared to its previous manifestation. Now the conditions were ripe. he could commence the training of this transcendent divine ability. To cultivate one chi transforms into three clear. One must first refine the innate primordial chi, an essence that only briefly existed at the moment of the universe's birth. This alone had deterred countless practitioners. Moreover, due to differing worldviews, not every universe's birth would yield innate primordial chi, which was why Lin Yang had only been able to theorize and study this transcendent divine ability without truly practicing it. Over the course of his journey through numerous worlds, Lin Yang had discovered a substitute for the innate primordial chi, though it was not the same as the innate primordial chi from a world of supreme dominance. Using it to cultivate one chi transforms into three clear would still yield some differences, and the process would vary. Nevertheless, it was still a supreme technique, serving as a foundation for gaining experience in mastering this transcendent divine ability in the future. As various thoughts settled, Lin Yang prepared to return to his dojo and formally begin his cultivation of this divine ability. He approached the contemplative nine-nether beast and said softly, "For 1,000,000 epochs, become my steed, and I shall show you a broader world. Perhaps you may even have the opportunity to become an immortal emperor." After some contemplation, Lin Yang deemed it unrealistic to persuade an invincible emperor who had existed for countless epochs with mere words, and threatening his life would be even more futile. When emperor fear death? Thus, Lin Yang lowered his expectations, proposing 1,000,000 epochs, a time frame that was neither excessively long nor short for the nine-nether beast. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the nine-nether beast responded immediately, his tone no longer resolute. "How can I trust you? Dignity is indeed more important than life. Yet for one who has exhausted all means and cannot advance further, the significance of stepping into the realm of the immortal emperor transcends all, including dignity. I will let you witness the vastness of heaven and earth with your own eyes." Lin Yang reached out, enveloping the expanse of the heavens, capturing the nine-nether beast. In the next moment, the two emperors vanished from the ravaged upper celestial continent. Observing the resplendent world before him, the nine-nether beast felt a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Compared to the faintly discernible borders of the upper celestial continent, this boundless land appeared to stretch infinitely, with no visible edges. The chains of the imperial path that bound him were actively released by Lin Yang, who was unperturbed by the prospect of rebellion or escape. Just as the nine-nether beast grappled with uncertainty, he caught sight of a third being present. It was a familiar figure, one who had been transformed into a battle form by the mystic emperor using imperial law to suppress the Crimson Emperor. More memorable than the divine King's war spear was the infinite divine body. The books I've been nurturing for less than 2 months have all become obsolete. Could it be that my failure to self-subscribe has left me with few suitable reads? Chapter 713. Cultivating the Divine Ability. One chi transforms into 3 clear. This is the origin continent, while the place we were in previously was the upper celestial continent, Lin Yang explained, observing the nine-nether beast's stunned silence. The nine-nether beast lowered its head in contemplation, its heart filled with shock. He can assure that for countless epochs, Emperor Cheng has traversed every corner of the boundary sea, having witnessed no extraordinary sights he had not encountered before. Yet, the peculiarities and wonders of the origin continent instantaneously enlightened Jiao Yuhong to the vastness of the universe. The moment he arrived here, his body underwent a transformation, baptized by irresistible rules. The river of time in this world is profoundly immutable. Even if I exert all my strength, I can only barely draw upon its temporal essence, unable to step upon it or journey into the past. Jiao Yuhong fell into silence. This new world has the potential to spark unprecedented intellectual flames, perhaps offering insights that could guide him to the culmination of his path as an emperor, securing a place among the celestial emperors. What manner of being is the Xian Emperor? What extraordinary means does he possess? Moreover, this non-imperial emperor exudes an aura of power far surpassing that which I felt when suppressing the Hong Emperor. Even I would find myself subdued in at most 3 exchanges. Gazing upon the origin god King Lu Yuan, who bore the war spear of the divine king, Jiao Yuhong's heart stirred with trepidation. His strength transcends that of a mere quasi-immortal emperor. It seems he can only engage in fierce combat with this non-imperial emperor during his brief tenure as a celestial emperor. The moment he falls from that position, calamity would surely follow. The non-imperial emperor, with his flowing golden locks, does not appear to be a native of the origin continent. Could he be from another world? The thought of Lin Yang's manifestation of the Roman battle body caused Jiao Yuhong to catch his breath. The term non-imperial emperor reflects Jiu Yohong's perception of both Roman and the origin god-king, as they, unlike true emperors, lack the imperial laws yet can subdue emperors, undeniably exhibiting imperial-level combat prowess. Observing the disparity between this individual's true form and battle body, it is clear that the golden-haired non-imperial emperor is even more formidable. If Lin Yang were aware of Jiu Yohong's thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. Although both the Roman battle body and the origin god-king's battle body were manifestations of his imperial laws, they originate from different worlds, each governed by distinct rules and realities. Thus, even when derived from the same imperial law, the power disparity between a battle body and its true form is not a fixed value. The power gap between the origin god-king's battle body and true form is substantial, whereas the disparity between Roman's battle body and true form is relatively closer. If ample primordial energy were commanded, their power could further approximate that of the true form. As Jiu Yuhong pondered, Lin Yang, too, found himself reflecting. Thousands of cycles have passed. Although the perfect world spans merely several 100,000 years in the origin continent, it constitutes an astonishingly protracted duration. Continuing to refer to Lu Yuan's current embodiment as the origin god-king feels increasingly inappropriate, having ascended to the status of a god for thousands of cycles. The might of his divine body has undergone monumental transformation, even without considering the infinitely expanding, endless divine body. He now embodies the third tier of the ultimate God-King and has crossed into the ultimate realms of the paths of destruction and life. His strength magnified manifold compared to merely entering the ultimate realm through a singular path. At this moment, he can rightfully be termed a God-Emperor. God-Kings in the origin continent are referred to as universe gods in other source worlds. While there are only 3 tiers within the God-King realm, individual differences mean that some ultimate God-Kings possess the power to grievously injure or even slay other ultimate God-Kings, earning the title of God-Emperor. As Lin Yang contemplated, he glanced at the contemplative Jiu Yuhong and thought, "My understanding of the laws of the imperial path with the World Annihilation Elder has matured sufficiently to allow us to stand as celestial emperors temporarily. And in normal circumstances, my combat strength is on par with that of an ultimate God-King. In contrast, the strength of the Azure Emperor when we fought with full intensity belongs to the second tier of God-Kings, slightly surpassing that of the 7 apex God-Kings of the origin continent. Disregarding the augmentations from my projection, my nascent quasi-celestial emperor strength falls within the upper echelon of the first tier of God-Kings, barely reaching the second tier." At this moment, he mused about the disparities in combat strength between these 2 different worlds, which is not without reason. As his power continues to grow, he finds himself nearing a point where he can attempt to explore his previous thoughts from before his transcendence, communicating across worlds. He wishes to witness how countless beings emerging from their confines will radiate their brilliance, which is why he intends to lead Jiu Yuhong through the worlds to the origin continent. A quasi-immortal emperor, besides serving as a mount, can also engage in combat alongside him, acting as a powerful aid responsible for managing the various trivial matters that arise from interworld communication. Since Jiu Yuhong will inevitably encounter otherworldly beings, Lin Yang has decided to first allow him to grasp the vastness of the universe. Once he resolves the issue of the corpse of the ashamed immortal emperor and thoroughly purifies the dark matter of the upper heaven continent, this land can serve as a base for interworld communication. However, how to transport beings from the various other worlds to the upper heaven continent still requires a solution. He cannot simply traverse back and forth in his true form. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang decided to set this thought aside for the time being. It is a matter to be addressed after he ascends to the other shore. For now, he remains within the realm of legend. Even with the system's ability to traverse, fully realizing his vision remains a challenge. Moreover, returning to the perfect world or venturing to other realms may necessitate a second ascent to the other shore, which also requires careful consideration. The place fell into a momentary silence. After a long while, Jiu Yuhong spoke up, saying, 1 million epochs? Seeing his expression, Lin Yang understood that Jiu Yuhong was intrigued and promptly replied, 1 epoch is calculated as 10 million years. Thus, in total, 1 million epochs, and at that time, your freedom will be returned. 10 trillion years, I agree, Jiu Yuhong stated solemnly, weighing the various pros and cons. He felt that in comparison to the broader universe and the potential for further advancement, a 10 trillion year tenure as a mount was not an unacceptable proposition. You will await a time on the origin continent. I will attend to some trivial matters and then take you away. At that point, we shall commence the countdown. Should you have any inquiries, you may consult this one, Lin Yang said, gesturing toward the divine body. The origin Lu Yuan, the Holy King Emperor. You may address me as the origin God Emperor, the divine body interjected. In front of Jiu Yuhong, Lin Yang played two roles simultaneously, creating a peculiar sensation. Without waiting for Jiu Yuhong's response, he directly returned to the perfect world. In an instant, he vanished. Jiu Yuhong observed this spectacle, feeling a deeper sense of trepidation. Just moments ago, the world had transformed in an instant, bringing him to the origin continent. Even as an emperor, he had been unable to sense it beforehand. While explaining the general situation of the origin continent to Jiu Yuhong through the form of the origin god emperor, Lin Yang reappeared in the upper heaven continent. Gazing upon the silent and desolate dark world, a thought within Lin Yang could no longer be contained. The existence of several emperors in the world should not fade away quietly into obscurity. I must ensure they receive an ending befitting their status, Lin Yang murmured resolutely. He retrieved the bodies of the Azure Emperor, Hong Emperor, and Feather Emperor, while simultaneously bringing forth a pre-prepared enigmatic object from another world to serve as a substitute for the innate primordial energy. Thus, he adjusted his plans accordingly. Lin Yang intended to first initiate the entry into the profound technique of one qi transforming into three purities before returning to the boundary sea. Splash! The ethereal sound of water resonated as the river of time was drawn forth by Lin Yang. Unlike the usual rivers of time, this newly manifested stream did not reveal the past scenes of the upper heaven, but instead showcased Lin Yang's own past and a hazy glimpse into the future. From a moment he appeared in the perfect world until today, 1,000,000 years later, every experience he had undergone, along with glimpses of various other worlds, vividly materialized within this river. Slash! With a single thought, Lin Yang invoked the method described in one qi transforming into three purities, condensing three indistinct beams of light. The beams transformed into law swords, descending upon the river of time above. One struck towards the past, another towards the present, and the last towards the future. Splash! The once faint and nebulous sound of water instantaneously crystallized into clarity as the entire river of time surged with tumultuous waves, before ultimately fracturing. Past, present, future. The entirety of the temporal continuum has now fragmented into three distinct segments, each gradually merging with a sort of law. The shimmering waves of light gradually fading to a serene radiance. After a brief moment, Lin Yang proclaimed, "Merge!" Instantly, the three beams of clear light that illuminated the heavens trembled, and then surged towards the three imperial bodies before Lin Yang. The beam representing the past entered the body of the Feather Emperor, commencing a fusion with this most formidable of imperial forms. The light denoting the present merged with the body of the Hong Emperor. Meanwhile, the body of the Tsang Emperor integrated with the slightly hazy and ethereal light of the future. Lin Yang's reference was not to the typical growth of cultivators through their developmental stages, but rather to the cosmic sequence of the vast universe: birth, existence, and conclusion. The inception of the great cosmos marked the zenith of its splendor, which gradually transitioned towards its conclusion as myriad beings and spirits were nurtured, a process flowing from strength to weakness. Thus, the mightiest, the Feather Emperor, would merge with the past, while the weakest, the Tsang Emperor, would align with the future. Boom! The expansive realm of the upper heavens trembled slightly. The three imperial beings, whose true spirits had been severed, instinctively resisted. The formidable power of the emperors naturally radiated outward. Even though their true spirits had been extinguished, their primordial spirits remained intact, and their imperial foundation solid. It was only their bodies that had become exhausted from prolonged bloodshed, thus retaining a semblance of resistance. Lin Yang's eyes dimmed, losing the former brilliance that captivated all. Severing his past, present, and future within this realm inevitably affected him, imparting a sense of unreality to his imperial body. They could not withstand me in life. How could they do so now? He declared. Suppress. Lin Yang uttered the true words of the imperial path, and the profound light of the imperial way transformed into three forces of suppression, rushing towards the three imperial forms. Buzz. The obsidian mist that filled the firmament were torn asunder, ripples radiating outward, shimmering in four hues: black, gold, purple, and gray. Stripped of will and relying solely on instinct, how could the bodies of the three quasi-mortal emperors contend with Lin Yang? The pervasive black imperial light gradually subdued the golden, purple, and gray imperial glows, and the resistance of the three quasi-mortal emperors weakened progressively. After a while, Lin Yang silently mused. It is done. The once imposing imperial bodies, which exuded a vast aura, became almost ethereal at the moment they ceased their resistance, and within the radiance of the imperial light, a trace of azure was contained. Countless blurred images enveloped the three imperial bodies, fragments of Lin Yang's own timeline. Once his portion of existence merged with the lives of the three imperial bodies and replaced part of their essence. He would have initially mastered the profound technique of one qi transforming into three clears. Lin Yang estimated that this step would take approximately 10,000 years to complete. At that point, he would be able to manifest a portion of the might of the three emperors in their lifetimes and proceed with his subsequent plans. In the celestial realm, the once revered sanctum of cultivation had now faded into oblivion. This world, once promising eternal life, had descended into chaos. With regions engulfed in fierce conflict, countless dark sovereigns commanded legions of darkness, crossing the sea of realms from the ancient temple, reaching the celestial realm in just a few decades. The sovereigns of the celestial realm, already on high alert, engaged in immediate combat, resulting in a fierce clash upon the barriers of the realm. Yet, despite the celestial realm's valiant efforts, they were driven back by the dark forces. And within a mere century, the front lines had shifted from the barriers to the borders of the celestial realm. At such a critical juncture, no one could spare the strength to protect the heavens. Countless immortal beings, who were supposed to enjoy eternal life, found themselves caught in the bloodshed, staining the land crimson. Even the pinnacle of true immortals faced demise, let alone the cultivators of the mortal realm, who, despite being celestial beings, could not alter their inherent weakness and lack of resistance. Was this darkness? The Taisher immortal king had fallen, torn apart by the combined might of 7 dark sovereigns. The eternally enduring essence of the immortal king unable to withstand their onslaught, disintegrating into motes of light scattered across the world. Taisher, an immortal king, roared in fury. Yet he too was surrounded by multiple dark sovereigns, unable to escape, let alone summon aid. A temple of ancient summoning floated high above, as figures rushed forth upon the divine rainbow with great speed. They must die, one of them bellowed, launching an attack. A beam of light illuminated the dim cosmos, causing one of the dark sovereigns to explode, intensifying the sanguinary atmosphere. Butcher, the Ao Shang immortal king, exclaimed with fervor, akin to spotting a savior. Indeed, for the celestial realm at this moment, the presence of an unparalleled giant was of utmost importance. Fortunately, the return was not too late. The butcher soared from the ancient summoning temple, accompanied by several others, a chicken farmer, a purveyor of counterfeit medicines, and several immortal kings who had delved into the sea of realms eons ago, all of whom were formidable figures. Those of lesser strength had long since perished. 2 friends, we have trouble. The butcher addressed the other 2 supreme giants earnestly. Resisting the darkness is also my intention. Otherwise, if the celestial realm is obliterated, the burial realm cannot escape unscathed and will be overtaken by darkness. The chicken farmer replied, simultaneously charging towards another dark sovereign. Chapter 714. Who dares to claim the title of emperor? As the situation in the celestial realm showed signs of improvement, Lin Yang, multitasking, advanced deeper into the upper heavens while tending to the 3 imperial bodies. He sensed a wave of quasi-immortal emperor-level energy from afar. Walking through the currents of time, he traversed an immense distance, yet time seemed to stand still. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang appeared in the ultimate ancient land. Gazing upon the nearly dissipated quasi-immortal emperor of the fallen era, he recalled the emperor he encountered during his confrontation with the Tsang emperor in their glorious days, prompting him to exclaim, "What a pity for the primordial emperor." No wonder, during the calamity faced by the Tsang immortal emperor, the other emperors of the upper heavens had perished, while the primordial emperor barely clung to life. It seemed he had forcibly maintained his position among the immortal emperors. Lin Yang pondered. This footprint emperor had severed all transformations of his former self during his grievous injuries, yet evaded the calamity of corpses. After countless epochs, he ultimately met his demise upon this very land. Observing the willow tree and the small tower shielded by the light of the footprint emperor, Lin Yang extended his hand, breaking through the laws of the footprint emperor to extract them both. The 2, heavily wounded and in slumber, gradually awakened, and upon seeing Lin Yang, were taken aback. The Xian emperor, the small tower, gasped in astonishment, recognizing him. It must be said that the declaration of the slaughter of the Tsang Emperor had indeed proven effective. Regardless of the strong from any universe, once they transcended the mortal realm, they would be aware of the emergence of such an unparalleled figure in the world. Both the small tower's reaction and the continual formation of his projections underscored this point. The nearly shattered willow tree resonated with the divine consciousness of the willow deity, filled with astonishment. This place is not meant for you. Depart. Lin Yang statat Coiling. Without waiting for the willow deity and the small tower to regain their senses, he rendered them unconscious and cast them onto an ancient summoning temple beyond the celestial barriers, allowing the rainbow bridge to transport them to the celestial realm. Having completed this, Lin Yang retrieved the Tao fire of the Footprint Emperor, casting it towards the now indistinct body of the Footprint Emperor. The quasi-mortal Emperor's Tao fire, forged from imperial laws, still retained a semblance of instinct even though the consciousness of the Footprint Emperor had long vanished. During Lin Yang's fierce battle with the Tsang Emperor, it had been restless, seeking to detach from his body to entangle the Tsang Emperor and disrupt his imperial laws. However, Lin Yang had long set his sights on the Tsang Emperor's imperial body and could not allow the Footprint Emperor's Tao fire to undermine the Tsang Emperor's foundation, lest he ultimately suffer for it. Crack! The scattered jade-colored bones in the vicinity reassembled, reconstructing their outlines. These were the imperial bones of the Footprint Emperor, shattered in the Battle of Ur by the three emperors. Standing not far away, Lin Yang gazed upon the jade skeleton, enveloped in imperial light, and spoke. With the fall of the three emperors, your obsession should also dissipate. Upon hearing his words, the jade-hued skeletal head of the quasi-immortal emperor flickered with fire. As if it emitted a sigh, Lin Yang recognized this as a remnant instinct, thus refraining from attempting any form of communication. He merely observed the quasi-immortal emperor's essence gradually dissipate, the radiant light that enveloped the area also dimming, ultimately returning to nothingness. Dust to dust, earth to earth, Lin Yang murmured, retrieving the flow of time. Drops of water instantly transformed into a grand river, surging forth to engulf the remains of the Footprint Emperor. Lin Yang exerted himself fully, channeling the power of the quasi-immortal emperor's artifact to obliterate the remnants of the Footprint Emperor's bones. Out of respect for the pioneer who quelled the darkness, he was reluctant to forge the remains into weaponry. Days passed. Lin Yang gazed at the now empty river of time, letting out a soft sigh as he stowed away his artifact. The first life birthed in the celestial realm, and the final life extinguished therein, could be loosely considered as returning to one's homeland. Peering into the darkness at the horizon, Lin Yang understood that at the very core of the ultimate ancient land lay the former palace of the embarrassed immortal emperor, the entrance leading to the realm above. The skeletal form of the immortal emperor resided there, instinctively drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth to cleanse its imperial body, exhaling the dense essence of darkness within, thus polluting everything around. With the original source of the primordial spirit's imprint absent, the skeletal immortal emperor could not restore its completeness. It could only rely on the newly birthed consciousness of the imperial body, reincarnated over countless epochs. Even should it awaken fully, its power would pale in comparison to its former self during the battle against Shi Hao. Now is not the time. Lin Yang turned away, making his way toward the periphery of the celestial realm. In the celestial domain, the willow deity and the little tower traversed the divine rainbow, finally returning to the celestial realm after decades. Long before they crossed the boundary of the sea, Shi Hao, who was in seclusion deep within the heavenly court, awoke. Despite the encroaching darkness and the various kings of the heavenly court rushing to battle, Shi Hao remained in his retreat, indicating the critical stage of his cultivation. However, upon sensing the presence of the willow deity and the little tower, he emerged from his seclusion, traversing the celestial domain and disregarding the ongoing battles around him. Any dark sovereigns daring to strike against him were obliterated by Shi Hao with ease. He had grown powerful enough to seemingly transcend the realm of kings. Even dark titans could not withstand a single blow from him. After crossing numerous universes, the sight that met Shi Hao's eyes turned them crimson. The willow deity was in dire straits, far from the pinnacle he had envisioned, teetering on the brink of demise. Not far off, two dark sovereigns advanced towards the willow deity, intent on eliminating this significant threat. How dare you? Shi Hao thundered, unleashing two palms against the two dark sovereigns of this universe. The innate supreme technique unfurled the profundities of reincarnation, entwined with strands of imperial light, wielding an unfathomable might. Even one of the Dark Sovereigns, a Titan, could not muster a shred of resistance. Boom! Boom! The two Dark Sovereigns fell. Is it truly you? Upon sensing Hao's familiar aura, the Willow deity, who had intended to fight to the death, was momentarily stunned. It had been but a mere 1,000,000 years since leaving the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In such a fleeting time, the infant had grown to this extent. With a mere flick of his hand, he could utterly annihilate Titans, something even the slightly weaker Supreme Titans could not achieve. Willow deity, little tower. Hao gazed deeply at the two formidable beings who had greatly aided him in his youth, revealing a look of nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed, and he could no longer openly indulge in milk from beasts, lest rumors be spread throughout the world. I shall escort you to a safe haven to recuperate. With those words, he transported the Willow deity and the little tower to the heavenly court. It was on this day that he personally took command of the heavenly court, no longer delving into profound seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had elapsed. During these years, Hao had struck down numerous Dark Sovereigns, ultimately drawing the attention of many who banded together to invoke forbidden ancient spells. Were it not for Hao's profound understanding of the laws of creation, having one foot firmly planted on the path of emperors, he might have shared the same fate as the one who raised chickens in the original time. In the end, Hao, sustaining some injuries, ruthlessly executed his enemies one by one. This instilled terror in many Dark Sovereigns. Had it not been for a monstrous being that fused the essences of nearly 100 celestial kings appearing to delay Hao's wrath, a significant number of Dark Sovereigns would have perished at the hands of the Arid Heaven Emperor. On this day, whether they were kings of the celestial realm or Dark Sovereigns, their expressions turned grim. The relentless bloodshed that had persisted for millennia came to an abrupt halt, as all-powerful beings turned in unison to gaze into the depths of the Boundary Sea. There, radiant symbols of the Great Path illuminated the visible realm of the kings, and the mightiest ripples spread forth in layers, causing the waves of the Boundary Sea to shatter in an instant. For emperors were locked in a deadly struggle. Could it be? Someone whispered in terror. The overwhelming aura of the emperors permeated the air, even before their forms appeared within the sight of the celestial kings. The chaos of the celestial realm ceased. All beings trembled. Be they human cultivators or celestial kings, there was no distinction between light and dark. Only the supreme titans could withstand somewhat, while butchers, chicken farmers, and purveyors of counterfeit medicine merely displayed a hint of concern. They were enveloped in a faint glow of quasi-immortal emperor light, safeguarding their eternal forms. Deep within the burial domain, whispers echoed. Darkness, darkness. Was that scene about to repeat itself? The burial master had personally experienced the battle between the Footprint Emperor, the Feather Emperor, the Hong Emperor, and the Tsang Emperor at the twilight of the era of fallen emperors. Thus he felt despair. For even the emperors born on this side of the Boundary Sea ultimately fell into the dark world beyond the dam. What then could the beings here rely on to resist the 3 dark emperors of that world? The Xian Emperor was stunning and unfathomable, tragic yet admirable. The burial master's thoughts gradually calmed. The source of darkness was, in fact, the 3 emperors. Hao's heart trembled. His expression shifted rapidly, filled with concern for Lin Yang, as well as anger at his own inability to intervene in the battle of emperors. Nearby, 100 monsters quivered in fear. Though stronger than the butchers and others, they lacked that brilliance, unable to withstand the influence of the emperor's aura. At the end of the day, they were merely an accumulation of quantity, and no matter how much they amassed, it was challenging to effectuate a fundamental change. In an instant, Hao understood. He suppressed the trepidation within his heart, letting out a roar as he charged towards the 100 monsters. Various treasured techniques flowed from his fingertips, under his command, intertwining with the strands of imperial light surrounding his body, transforming into his own method. Comme fort. The Boundary Sea churned violently. The might of the 4 emperors wreaked havoc upon this expanse of ocean, the resplendent imperial brilliance saturating the area, leaving nothing able to endure. At the very core of the fierce battle among the 4 emperors, the waters of the Boundary Sea were completely repelled, revealing its depths. This was unparalleled power. The aftershocks reverberated, cleaving through the Boundary Sea, creating fissures of a length that left all beings aghast. Even celestial kings could only witness the end of their vision being torn apart, as if any singular aftershock could cleave the boundless Boundary Sea asunder. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Lin Yang's full-force strike while in a unified state had barely equaled this. The 3 emperors, Feather Emperor, Hong Emperor, and Tsang Emperor, joined forces against Lin Yang, each strike brutally intent on ending his life here. Clutching the Time Emperor's sword, Lin Yang battled fiercely, coughing blood and retreating continuously, yet still engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the three emperors, each move representing his utmost prowess, impervious to dismissal by any emperor. However, ultimately, two fists could not contend against six hands. Among the most invincible supreme emperors, who among them was inferior? The front lines steadily retreated, drawing closer to the celestial realm. And many powerful beings on the celestial side grew anxious, while weaker human supremes, having heard of these events from celestial cultivators, prayed in secret. They yearned for the collective power of faith, amassed from countless beings, to aid the solitary and beleaguered Xiantian emperor, alleviating his desolation as he waged war against the three emperors. As time flowed, the formidable figures of the four supreme emperors emerged within the sight of numerous sovereigns. No longer mere waves of overwhelming energy. The dark beings stirred. A shadowy monarch covertly transmitted a message, urging the other dark rulers not to remain frozen in fear, but to fulfill the emperor's will, for that was of utmost importance. Otherwise, they would meet their demise. Cursed wretches! The butcher, drenched in the blood of dark kings, drew his bow and shot, wounding a dark giant. He was no longer as powerful as he had been in the celestial domain. Even with all his might, he could only inflict minor injuries on a dark titan. The ceaseless battles had drained him significantly. He was far from his peak. On another battlefield within the celestial domain, a delicate figure engaged in a fierce struggle against dozens of dark monarchs, no longer at her zenith, finding it increasingly difficult to suppress the dark giants. Boom! A tremendous upheaval erupted at the site where Shurhao clashed with 100 monsters. Amidst swirling dust, dozens of celestial kings' primordial spirits surged forth, driven mad, losing their very senses. The 100 monsters were torn apart by Shurhao, with some primordial spirits being subdued on the spot. The Emperor of Desolation, a being cried out, revealing a dying monarch, Ao Chung, the Celestial King. He bore witness to it all, having wounded the counterfeit drug-selling monsters, only to be ruthlessly slain by the Emperor of Desolation, embodying an unstoppable force, unmatched within the realm of celestial kings. It was a mythic saga. Shurhao paid no heed to Ao Chung, a supreme celestial king he had once met at the Shintian dojo. He charged towards the Boundary Sea Dam, striking down numerous dark monarchs along the way. Suddenly, a voice of imposing authority, capable of shaking the very fabric of the celestial domain, resonated from the Boundary Sea, causing countless beings to sway, as if losing their souls. To encounter an emperor, yet not kneel, is to lose one's true fate. Your name is inscribed upon the reincarnation stele. With each step, bow down, and your sin shall be halved on the path of rebirth, protecting your true spirit. The Tsang Emperor spoke. He was an invincible existence. With merely the true words of the Emperor's way, he effortlessly dismantled the brutal chaos within the celestial domain, rendering all present incapable of raising their fighting spirit, forced to stand idle. I am invincible, having once slain emperors. Today, I shall send you on your way. Following the lamentable one from the era of the fallen emperors, the Yu Emperor also spoke coldly, his words reverberating throughout the celestial domain, echoing across worlds. He raised the emperor-slaying war spear, causing some celestial kings to behold the imperial blood flowing from its tip, their hearts chilled. They understood that the Yu Emperor's assertions might indeed hold truth. The imperial blood upon the emperor-slaying war spear, distinct from the energies of the four emperors, served as irrefutable proof. The Xiantian Emperor was troubled. The myriad supreme beings also turned their gaze, revealing concern and urgency. There was no time to ponder further. Shurhao sought to break through the dam, to step into this deadly battle of emperors. At that moment, Lin Yang's voice reverberated throughout this realm, piercing through multiple dimensions with an unparalleled fervor. An emperor? Before this emperor, who dares to claim such a title, I shall send you on your way. Self-proclaimed invincible, a frog at the bottom of a well. As the celestial kings perceived Lin Yang's declaration, his aura ascended, as if breaching a barrier, undergoing a terrifying transformation. I shall send you on your way first, Song. His frigid words resounded across the vastness, the Xian light becoming extraordinarily radiant, momentarily eclipsing the gray light, as if eroding it. In that instant, the Xian light transformed into a colossal figure that reached the heavens and the earth, adorned with a crown, draped in imperial robes, illuminating all realms. Exterminate. The true words of the emperor contained immense power, causing the boundary sea dam of the celestial domain to manifest cracks, which then broke apart. Chapter 7:15, A Great Crisis. The Enigma of the Future. The magnificent Xian-robed heavenly emperor stood upon the boundary sea, his exterior radiating Xian light, revealing scenes of boundless universes. Strands of Xian light transformed into formidable killing force, accompanied by the true words of the emperor, intent on erasing the Tsang emperor from existence. The grand altar constructed by the Tsang emperor's imperial law cracked inch by inch as he roared, shaking the winds and clouds of the 10 directions. All shall perish. The remnants of shattered universes within the boundary sea exploded in an instant, transforming into streams of destructive energy drawn towards the grand altar. Resisting Lin Yang's true words of the emperor. I have arrived. The Hong emperor descended upon this place. The supreme and exalted purple aura erupted forth, bearing the power of the emperor's way. With a furious shout, it unleashed immeasurable imperial light, capable of overturning everything in the world. The purple aura coalesced into an emperor's killing sword, striking towards the Xian-robed heavenly emperor. Bang! 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 The might of the killing sword was overwhelming. Even from a distance, it caused nearby royal beings to disintegrate, their eternal primordial spirits besieged by the killing intent, losing their divine uniqueness. Annihilate. The sacred wings of the Yu Emperor shone brilliantly, a multitude of feathered arrows raining down, each capable of obliterating a universe, instilling dread and fear in all beings. Lin Yang observait coldly, un mot. To outsiders, it appeared as though he was willing to risk everything to slay the Tsang Emperor, showing no defense against the attacks from the Hong Emperor and the Yu Emperor. Buzz. The light of the emperors intertwined, becoming resplendent. The brilliance enveloped all, rendering the figures of the 4 great emperors invisible. All that remained was the knowledge that 4 supreme existences were engaged in the most brutal of struggles. The excess attacks carved out vast new worlds. The Yuan Chu celestial king trembled. He beheld, beyond the brilliance, within the boundary sea, universes being born, a testament to the overwhelming might of an imperial feathered arrow. The mere raising of an emperor's hand signified the birth and destruction of entire worlds. The celestial kings could not even endure their radiance. The Hunyuan celestial king was equally horrified. Shihao stood upon a segment of the dam, gravely stating, "That light is the law of the emperor's way. To be illuminated by it is akin to being attacked by the law of the emperor. Unless one is a truly unparalleled monarch, who could withstand it? The unparalleled, not merely the peak." He referred to himself. A shriek echoed through the area. Waves of energy swept across, impacting the nascent universes, interrupting their evolution, rendering them incapable of achieving perfection. The celestial kings discerned whose voice it was, to encounter an emperor yet not kneel, the Tsang emperor, in the midst of the 3 emperors besieging the Xiantian emperor. This supreme figure was gravely injured. Otherwise, how could he emit such a disheartened wail? Losing his identity? Boom! The intertwining brilliance of the 4 emperors suddenly erupted, and the 4 figures staggered back. Lin Yang grasped the blood-drained Tsang emperor with one hand, disregarding his struggles, ruthlessly suppressing him. The Yu emperor and the Hong emperor stood together, their imperial bodies flowing with blood, containing a great transformation. A single drop could transform an ordinary world into a resplendent golden age, birthing royal-level existences. To meddle with the true fate of an emperor is to invoke tremendous karma. The Yu emperor's words were icily detached. Karma? Lin Yang scoffed. If there is karma, it is you who first stirred it by slaying the forerunner of the era of the fallen emperors. Now, as time cycles, this emperor is your calamity. Arrogant. Dreaming of becoming the emperor's calamity. The imperial purple aura transformed into primordial armor. The Hong emperor spoke coldly. For beams of infinitely potent brilliance illuminated the previously dark and desolate boundary sea, which now became incredibly bright. Arrogant, Lin Yang struck downward with one hand. The Xian-robed heavenly emperor did likewise, striking towards the Tsang emperor. The cosmic scenes swirling around their imperial forms had now solidified into reality, no longer mere illusions, but genuine universes merging into the strike of the Xian-robed heavenly emperor, imbued with the capacity to obliterate the heavens, as if the boundary sea itself were to evaporate. An unfathomable terror. Who dares to slay an emperor? The Tsang emperor bellowed, his fury boundless. His figure, akin to a withered and emaciated imperial body, continuously cracked. as if undergoing a forced transformation at the final moment, striving to reclaim his pinnacle years. Embrace your fate. Lin Yang's words spread across the realms. The peak strike landing upon the Tsang Emperor. The gray imperial light vanished. An emperor is supreme and unparalleled. The heavens cannot extinguish him, nor can the earth entomb him. Even in the event of a complete downfall, no anomaly shall arise. Save for the beings who witness this scene firsthand, outsiders will remain utterly oblivious to what has transpired. Has an emperor truly perished in such a manner? A certain celestial king was struck with trepidation, only to be subsequently overwhelmed with joy. The Xiantian emperor. Many beings cried out in fervor. They beheld a glimmer of hope, and even the dark army hesitated at this moment. Moments passed, yet the Tsang emperor remained silent, his aura having vanished entirely from the world, undeniably signifying one thing: a fall. A protagonist who had emerged from the boundless seas of epics has now drawn the curtain on his life, his story coming to a halt. How audacious to transform into an imperial tribulation. Xiantian emperor, you have gone too far. The Feather emperor bellowed in rage, further attesting to the Tsang emperor's demise. You are the one who has overstepped, for it is your turn to face calamity. With a cold huff, the three supreme emperors engaged in battle once more. Their clash obliterating the cosmos and reshaping the grand world. Their auras surged ever higher, as if striving to ascend to new realms, surpassing the quasi-immortal emperor. Fight! Standing upon a segment of the dam, Shurhao trembled violently. Within him coursed a drop of imperial blood, seemingly resonating with his previous intentions, now radiating imperial light. The unique imperial laws that belonged solely to Shurhao were undergoing earth-shattering transformations, illuminated by the blood of the emperor. A diminutive figure, manifesting from divine essence, had completely fused with him. Boom! A surge of unparalleled energy erupted in an instant. The fourth sun rose, not gray, but radiant and brilliant, emitting a crimson light imbued with boundless vitality, subtly hinting at a golden hue. At this moment, Shurhao astonishingly ascended to the status of a quasi-immortal emperor. This is bad, Lin Yang thought to himself, sensing the dire implications. He had not anticipated that Shurhao would establish himself as an emperor at this very moment, and that upon entering the realm of emperors, he would surpass even the Tsang emperor, who had undergone numerous transformations, rivaling even the Feather emperor. The fierce battle among the three emperors could expose his true identity, presenting a grave crisis. As fellow emperors, it would not take long for them to detect the abnormalities of the Hong emperor and the Feather emperor. Buzz! Shurhao hastened toward the battleground of the three emperors. But suddenly, the river of time surged tumultuously. 6 beams of imperial radiance swiftly approached this temporal juncture, engaged in a life-and-death struggle above the river of time. That aura could not be mistaken. It was the Desolate. An elder wielding the celestial measuring ruler burst into laughter. Finally found it. Another female emperor exclaimed joyously, clad in golden battle attire woven from celestial gold threads. Just in time, Lin Yang exhaled in relief. Desolate. A silver-haired emperor wielding a massive halberd struck at Shurhao, brimming with lethal intent. The aura from Shurhao's breakthrough disturbed the river of time, causing a ripple that obscured the momentary stillness of Lin Yang, the Hong emperor, and the Feather emperor. Several future emperors took action at this instant. Some sought to slay Shurhao, while others aimed to protect him. The Mother Chi cauldron of all things rose and fell, while the celestial measuring ruler soared through the air. 2 quasi-immortal imperial artifacts clashed, mirroring the ferocity of their wielders. The golden-robed female emperor brandished her celestial spear, while the white-robed female emperor's ghostly mask transformed into an immortal sword as the 2 emperors battled fiercely. An emperor whose visage was only visible from behind activated a quasi-immortal artifact, the primordial bell, enveloped in the power of time, directed toward the silver-haired emperor. The latter, undeterred, was intent on slaying Shurhao. A future powerhouse seeks to kill me? Shurhao's expression turned cold, yet he radiated an intimidating presence without a hint of anger. Though the situation was unclear, he did not hold back. Every strike he unleashed was imbued with the utmost lethality, aimed at the silver-haired emperor. Having not refined a quasi-immortal artifact, the 7-colored celestial gold sword could no longer keep pace with him. Shurhao relied not on external strength, but engaged in a brutal exchange, landing blow after blow against the silver-haired emperor alongside the shadowy emperor. Realizing that Shurhao would not reach this place for a while, Lin Yang understood the urgency of the situation. Delays would inevitably reveal weaknesses. A frog in a well cannot be invincible. Today, I shall unleash the imperial tribulation and send you both on your way. Kill. Lin Yang tundiret, summoning the immense power of the ruler, Roman, to augment his own. The dark radiance did not transform into dazzling brilliance. Yet his aura surged to a level that would astonish even quasi-immortal emperors. Who is it? The 6 future emperors' expressions shifted in an instant. They had not anticipated that such a supreme being existed in this timeline. Were it not for the absence of an immortal emperor's domain, they might have believed that a true immortal emperor had already graced the world with the rise of the desolate heavenly emperor. He is, enveloped by the power of time. The emperor, with the mother chi cauldron suspended above, furrowed his brow. In the realm he inhabited, the world only spoke of the desolate heavenly emperor, a sword severing the ages, causing time to shift. There was no record of this supreme being radiating imperial light, as if he did not exist. Can a quasi-immortal emperor attain such heights? The white-robed female emperor cleaved through the celestial spear, pushing back the golden-robed female emperor, her gaze drifting toward the ocean of realms. It was evident that she possessed no memory of Lin Yang, as though she had never encountered him at all. The battle among the 7 emperors paused for a moment before erupting once more. They had encountered immortal emperors before. The only astonishing factor was the existence of a being so close to an immortal emperor in this timeline. Seeing your eagerness to eliminate the desolate heavenly emperor, I am no longer despondent about the future. There is still hope. The shadowy emperor, wielding the primordial bell, laughed heartily. He had forged a unique path of cultivation. The specifics of his abilities were unfathomable. Nonetheless, no matter the existence, from any angle, his face remained unseen, only his silhouette visible to the world. This left the emperors in despair. Sure how trembled. The rarity of emperors needed no further elaboration. Yet the words of the shadowy emperor made him realize just how brutal the future could be. Risking his life, even sacrificing himself, he must eliminate the desolate. The golden-robed female emperor's beautiful visage twisted in madness. She could not fathom the calamities that would befall their timeline if they failed. It must be done. The mother chi cauldron descended, releasing strands of the world's essence, while the emperor, shrouded in the power of time, appeared hazy and indistinct, as if he could be expelled from this timeline at any moment. Yet his strength was terrifying, wielding the heavenly emperor's fist, forcing the aged emperor to retreat, even against the celestial measuring ruler. A furious shout abruptly ceased. The imperial radiance enveloping a vast sea dimmed, and the feather emperor and Hong emperor vanished without a trace. The emperor, cloaked in a dark robe adorned with a crown, stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the vicinity of the celestial domain dam. The obscured visage beneath the pearl strings was indistinct, yet flickers of light danced erratically. It was Lin Yang's gaze. From the chaotic fray of the 7 quasi-immortal emperors, he discerned something that seemed ambiguous. Yifan and Wushi, those 2, so it is. Lin Yang nodded in understanding. Grasping the reasoning, he refrained from intervening in this inevitably destined battle. Shihao could not fall here. Even without the aid of Yifan, Wushi, or the ruthless trio of emperors, the newly established Emperor Shihao could not be slain by the spear, the halberd, or the celestial measuring ruler. The immense power of causality was not merely ornamental. According to the trajectory of the original timeline, Shihao decisively severed the ages with a single sword strike. Yet since someone could reverse time and arrive at this juncture, it was evident that the sword energy severing the river of time had dissipated, allowing future powerhouses to flow back along the river of time to this moment. How long had it been since the end of the chaotic ancient era? Thoughts surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. Before Shihao decisively severed the ages, he had already traversed the celestial realm for a considerable time, venturing deep into the celestial domain. It could be said that he had surpassed even the immortal emperors. The means he left for his homeland were undoubtedly thorough, ensuring that he would go all out otherwise. Why sever the ages? However, the disappearance of the sword energy that severed the river of time was truly chilling to contemplate. The formidable figure who initially emerged in this realm was merely the immortal king, which indicates that, at that time, Shihao's sword energy had already dissipated. Otherwise, the formidable being would not have been able to traverse the river of time to arrive here. Although the red dust immortal has not yet transcended the tribulation to become a true immortal, her uniqueness implies that upon entering the shards of the immortal domain, She could trigger her own tribulation at any moment, transforming into a true immortal. It would not be unreasonable to consider her among the more powerful. Perhaps even a quasi-immortal king. Given the genius of the formidable being, it is conceivable that he could ascend to the rank of immortal king within several 100,000 years. Decades of millions of years after the conclusion of the era of the overarching heavens, Shurhao's sword energy would have inevitably faded or lost its original potency, allowing the river of time to coalesce once more. A sense of pressure arose within Lin Yang. In such a brief span, it was impossible for Shurhao's sword energy to dissipate on its own, leading to a very obvious conclusion. An unparalleled figure had intervened, orchestrating the actions of 3 or even more quasi-mortal emperors to flow against the current of time, heading back to the era of chaos to slay Shurhao. Although they were wonders of time, the beings that emerged from the river of time were not without reason. Everything that transpired in that era would likely be revealed in the future, and at some point, someone would indeed shatter Shurhao's sword energy, Lin Yang mused. He understood that if he did not accelerate his growth and power, he would inevitably become insignificant in a few million years. Chapter 716, The Essence of the Dark Turmoil. Half a day later, the chaotic battle among the 7 quasi-mortal emperors came to a close, with none of the trio of the killing wilderness escaping. All were shattered in body and spirit, their souls cast into the primordial cauldron. The emperor of the wilderness, the shadowy figure, was about to speak when the heavens above the Sea of Realms erupted with a deluge of lightning, and a mysterious force unexpectedly emerged to punish him. Do not engage in futile endeavors. None can recklessly alter time, spoke the nebulous emperor hovering above the primordial cauldron, but his words abruptly faltered midway. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the immortal domain, his face obscured from outsiders, revealing profound astonishment and disbelief. There stood a peculiar and enchanting young girl, a true immortal, Ye Vingyan. The white-clad celestial maiden gazed with excitement at the scene, her eyes brimming with tears, betraying the indifference expected of an immortal being. How could she possibly appear in this realm? The nebulous emperor murmured to himself, unable to suppress his bewilderment. Noticing his unusual reaction, the shadowy figure also looked towards the immortal domain, spotting Yi Qingxian, her blood-stained white garments striking against the backdrop. Isn't that Yi Fan's? The shadowy figure's expression shifted. He could discern that Yi Qingxian had been living in this realm for an extended period, while they could not remain here for long. At most, a few tens of thousands of years before they would be compelled to depart, lest the heavens bestow punishment, a burden no quasi-mortal emperor could bear. What this signified was all too clear to him. The future 3 emperors fell silent. The mere thought of their own temporal positions leading to future versions of themselves sent chills down their spines, accompanied by an indescribable sorrow. Upon reaching such an apex, could one truly allow the denizens of the current age to remain entrenched in history without resolving the world's turmoil? Otherwise, why would Yi Qingxian have strayed from her own time to appear here? Was the despair they faced merely a trivial existence? Merely the tip of the iceberg of their adversaries? The future was undeniably cruel. One emperor whispered, uncertain which of the trio it was. Shurhao paid no heed to the 3 emperors. After vanquishing all the dark rulers in the immortal domain, he approached Lin Yang. Are you now an immortal emperor? He inquired hesitantly. Only by standing on the throne of the emperor did Shurhao grasp how tenaciously the life force of the quasi-immortal emperors persisted. Despite having shattered the bodies and spirits of the 3 opposing quasi-mortal emperors alongside the trio, truly extinguishing those 3 emperors would undoubtedly require an extensive passage of time. Yet, Lin Yang had caused the complete disappearance of the 3 quasi-immortal emperors of this realm in such a brief period. Such a feat was nothing short of terrifying. At least, Shurhao believed that no quasi-immortal emperor could accomplish this. It must require a genuine immortal emperor. Lin Yang glanced at the future trio, who had not departed, and spat disdainfully. He then continued, No, I am still not a true immortal emperor. I remain a quasi-immortal emperor. It was not difficult to deduce that something capable of instilling such despair in quasi-mortal emperors must have been an immortal emperor they had encountered, and likely more than one. The domain of the immortal emperors was a hallmark of their power. It was something that Lin Yang understood well. Thus, he could only speak the truth and refrain from fabricating tales. A quasi-mortal emperor instantly annihilating another quasi-mortal emperor. One emperor perked up, slowly turning to reveal his silhouette. It was only at this moment that the 3 emperors from the future shifted their attention to Lin Yang. They could ascertain that Lin Yang's aura had undeniably reached the level of an immortal emperor. However, the brilliance of his imperial essence lacked that indescribable quality of an immortal emperor. A quasi-mortal emperor whose combat prowess rivals that of an immortal emperor? Although both belong to the realm of emperors, there should not exist an insurmountable chasm between their strengths. Yet this was astonishing. Even amidst such cruelty, they had never encountered a quasi-immortal emperor of this caliber. Why is there no mention of this individual in ancient history? The white-clad empress stood upon the embankment, gazing at the two orbs of imperial light within the Sea of Realms, lost in contemplation. It is her. The Emperor Qi Yu's expression shifted, recognizing her. Many millennia ago, this white-clad empress had manifested upon the embankment of the Sea of Realms, adorned with a ghostly mask, bearing the aura of a suspected supreme being. Who would have expected that in the blink of an eye, she would descend from the future into this realm, now transformed into an emperor, with two companions who were also emperors, engaged in a fierce battle against the other three emperors? This revealed far too much. The kings were as mere blades of grass. Reflecting upon the dark titan who had perished at Shi Hao's hands, a figure once indistinguishable from himself, Qi Yu's heart turned cold. By this logic, the so-called true immortals and immortal kings need not engage in battle. As long as one side's pinnacle power were to be unoccupied, they could slaughter the common folk at will, rendering distinctions between immortals and kings meaningless. Without even the qualifications to ascend the battlefield, the radiance of an emperor would lead to the untimely demise of a king. The Emperor of the Pan also contemplated this, or perhaps all immortal kings did. Having lived through the ages, it could be said that the lashes of time had left them hollow, allowing them to infer much from the faintest traces. Unless some scoundrel had audaciously severed the threads of fate, no matter how one speculated or pondered, the truth would remain forever elusive. Within the Sea of Realms, upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Shi Hao paused momentarily before inquiring. So those three emperors are the source of darkness? Although the sacred and exalted Feather Emperor and the supreme and noble Hong Emperor did not seem like dark beings. Lin Yang had mentioned before leaving the immortal domain that he would go to quell the darkness, and after 2,000 years, he had clashed with the three emperors here. Coupled with the overwhelming essence of darkness that emerged during their fiercest battle, Shi Hao was certain that, even if those three emperors were not the root of darkness, they were undoubtedly inextricably linked to it. To refer to them as the source is not entirely inaccurate. Lin Yang nodded slightly, continuing. The true source of darkness is an immortal emperor who faced calamity. During his tribulation, he sealed himself away to prevent his imperial body from wreaking havoc upon the world. However, fate is often unpredictable. After a long passage of time, his shattered imperial body birthed consciousness and began to consume the essence of the world to cleanse its own darkness, and what it expelled became the source of darkness. I refer to this imperial body as the corpse emperor. The methods laid down during the time of tribulation sealed the imperial body, and it is beyond the reach of the corpse emperor to break. The corpse emperor cannot personally step into the Sea of Realms to absorb the essence of the world. Thus, he resorts to inscribing the scriptures of the immortal emperors upon dark materials, enticing quasi-immortal emperors who seek to advance further to exchange vast quantities of pure essence. Thus, the origins of the dark turmoil are revealed, fundamentally rooted in a transaction. One seeks to cleanse one's self, while the other yearns for the scriptures of the immortal emperor, with the essence of the world and its beings serving as bargaining chips. Lin Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, prompting Shi Hao to fall into silence. The dark turmoil, which caused countless rulers of the immortal domain and innumerable celestial beings to change countenance, turns out to be merely a series of transactions among the imperial class, leaving him at a loss for words. From a young age, he understood that this world operated on the principle of the survival of the fittest, being exceedingly unkind to the weak, with every inch of land imbued with malice. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yang had chosen to flee, lest he fall victim to the butterfly effect and be crushed by the ensuing battle of the revered ones. Yet, Shi Hao had not anticipated that, despite the present circumstances, the harsh reality of the strong preying upon the weak had not improved in the slightest. Rather, it had become even more merciless. The gaze of Shi Hao grew cold at the mention of the corpse immortal emperor. He understood that perhaps after countless epochs of cleansing his darkness, this corpse immortal emperor would no longer wreak havoc upon the world. However, it would be inaccurate to claim that, for that immortal emperor, such actions were only natural, aimed at purging his own dark essence, leaving no intention to harm the world. After a brief pause, Hao gradually spoke. Have those three quasi-immortal emperors completely fallen? It was evident that Hao was deeply concerned about this matter. I have devised a secret technique that requires the bodies of three imperial beings. Encountering these three emperors is indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, it would take epochs to truly refine this technique. Lin Yang did not conceal much, revealing his intentions with a mixture of truth and deception. Prior to unveiling the curtain of the imperial realm, he had already interfered with the river of time in the celestial domain, rendering it impossible for anyone, by any means, to perceive the true history. Strength cannot break cunning. For at a certain level, strength becomes cunning, and cunning becomes strength. The two are indistinguishable. Unless one possesses a mastery of the temporal path, far surpassing Lin Yang's current state, no one could expose his falsehoods. Hao exhaled, recognizing that the secret technique requiring the bodies of three emperors was undoubtedly a profoundly defiant imperial method, perhaps rivaling his own emperor's law of transformation and freedom. Unlike in the original timeline, Hao, who was on the cusp of becoming a quasi-immortal emperor, had not only perfected the laws of the imperial path, but had also gained insights into the imperial laws that were meant to be created in the future. In the midst of subduing the three adversarial quasi-immortal emperors, he had, at the crucial moment, first unleashed his transformation and freedom emperor law, showcasing its terrifying power. Transformation of the profound heaven emperor. Transformation of the giant cauldron emperor. Transformation of the white robe emperor. Transformation of the shadowy figure emperor. This was an invincible law. Even if the manifested battle forms could not endure long in the world, they left the future three emperors in awe, unless they encountered a forceful one-on-one imperial law. Hao could wield his own imperial law with impunity. At this moment, Lin Yang continued, during the battle with the three emperors, I glimpsed a fragment of the future. The immortal domain will face a cataclysmic upheaval, leading to its total descent. Upon hearing this, Hao could not help but change countenance. For Lin Yang, who was currently invincible, to utter such words implied a cataclysm that even emperors could not prevent, far more terrifying than the dark turmoil itself. In the distant future, the three emperors, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel intrigued, wondering what this quasi-immortal emperor, endowed with the aura of an immortal emperor, had truly seen. Meanwhile, the kings of the immortal domain, even those like the butcher, could not conceal their grim expressions. I have pondered for a long time, and the only way for the immortal domain to have a glimmer of hope, to avoid being obliterated in that boundless turmoil, is to actively shatter it into fragments. Much like the current alien realm, Lin Yang concluded, whenever he encountered an explanation he could not provide, and wished for events to unfold according to his designs, he would reference his vision of a fragment of the future. As for whether he genuinely glimpsed the future, who would dare to doubt? Not to mention the causality being locked. From his own standpoint, there was simply no necessity for the immortal domain to voluntarily disintegrate into pieces. If he truly wished for such an outcome, a single strike would suffice. Who would dare to stop him? To shatter the immortal domain into fragments? Hao was taken aback by these words, subsequently falling into deep contemplation. Having witnessed the situation in the alien realm after becoming an immortal king, he was able to grasp Lin Yang's general meaning. The three emperors of the future were momentarily struck dumb, finally understanding how the fragments of the immortal domain they had left behind millions of years ago came to be. Although the immortal domain remained intact at present, its fate had long been sealed, destined to fragment into countless pieces as foretold by this exalted figure known as the profound Heaven Emperor. As Hao and the many immortal kings pondered, Lin Yang secretly kept an eye on the future trio. The ruthless beings at the immortal king level were clearly familiar with legends concerning him, while the quasi-immortal emperors knew nothing about him. The figure he had encountered at the edge of the wilderness, Yi Tong, should have originated from the era of the trio as quasi-immortal emperors. If he returned to his own timeline under normal circumstances, they should have known about him. Or was there such a terrifying entity beyond the heavens that completely erased his existence from the world, rendering even quasi-immortal emperors unable to remember him? Lin Yang contemplated. He felt pressure, yet also motivation. However, the event in question would occur at some point after the ruthless beings became immortal kings, which was still millions of years away. Neither long nor short, there was no need for haste. Then let us take action. Hao turned and walked towards the immortal domain. In just a few strides, he traversed the vast ocean that would take an immortal king decades to cross, arriving at the edge of the immortal domain, to relocate the surviving celestial beings of various races. standing atop a segment of the dam, sure how declared by the command of the Emperor of Desolation. The multitude of immortal kings responded in unison. As the Lord of the Heavenly Court, an emperor, and indeed the master of the immortal domain, his decisions were not to be defied. The future three quasi-immortal emperors remained silent, quietly observing this scene as mere spectators, unwilling to interfere with history and provoke unforeseen consequences. Lin Yang did not rush into deepening his cultivation of the one chi transforms into three clear, instead standing upon the boundary sea, witnessing this moment that would be inscribed in history. One by one, the immortal kings, barring the severely injured, such as the ailing immortal king Ao Sheng, exerted their utmost efforts to dismantle the immortal domain piece by piece, transforming it into numerous fragments. Though they were fragments, they were still significantly larger than the average universe and brimming with vitality, replete with undying substances. This grand endeavor persisted for nearly a century. The once vast celestial land had vanished, as countless fragments of the immortal domain drifted away slowly. Aside from the immortal kings who could come and go freely, true immortals wishing to reach the remaining fragments had to refer to maps. Otherwise, they would become lost in the boundary sea. On this day, Lin Yang withdrew his gaze from the immortal domain. The expression beneath the crown and beads turned extraordinarily solemn, exuding an air of supreme majesty accompanied by a sense of sanctity. His aura surged dramatically in an instant, temporarily established the immortal emperor's position. The three emperors of Song, Hong, and you have plunged the boundary sea into chaos, committing boundless slaughter. Chapter 717, A Life of Twists and Turns. Upon arriving at the origin continent, Lin Yang appeared directly beside the Nine Nether Phoenix. "How fare you?" he inquired lightly. The Nine Nether Phoenix, startled for a moment, quickly recognized him and replied calmly, "With the assistance of the Divine Emperor, I have now eradicated the dark essence that had deeply infiltrated my being, returning to a state of pure and unblemished form." Many years prior, Lin Yang had relayed through the Origin Divine Emperor that without completely eliminating the dark substance, one could never hope to achieve perfection in the Emperor path, nor become a true immortal emperor. The Nine Nether Phoenix had not hesitated, promptly following suit. "I shall remain in this world for 3 million years, and at that time, I will take you away from this realm," Lin Yang stated. The Nine Nether Phoenix nodded slightly, before transforming into human form, reverting to the appearance of an elderly man. His frail body hunched over, as if life were nearing its end. Yet this was merely a facade. The experiences on the origin continent, along with the distinctly different cultivation systems and world rules, have greatly inspired Jiu Yutong. After a considerable passage of time, he has become as formidable as Lin Yang in his regular state. The two supreme beings surged into the boundless cosmos, interconnected by countless universes, hastening toward the territory of the Origin Divine Emperor. Thousands of reincarnation eras have passed, and the power established by the Origin Divine Emperor in bygone days now stands as the unequivocal superpower of the Origin continent, compelling every divine king to bow their heads. A divine emperor, not only in the Origin continent, but even within the boundless chaos of existence, will be considered a formidable presence. In fact, Jiu Yutong's initial prowess made traversing the Origin continent a trivial matter, unless confronted by a divine emperor or divine sovereign from other source worlds. Moments later, Lin Yang and Jiu Yutong arrived at the supermassive universe within the Origin imperial capital, spanning a diameter of 100 trillion light years. Although Lin Yang had initially aspired to control his divine body to create an even larger universe, he was ultimately constrained by the supreme rules of the cosmos, resulting in the formation of this colossal universe. Shortly after entering the imperial capital universe, Lin Yang encountered a familiar face, Luo Feng. He had ascended to the rank of a chaos sovereign and was revered as the saint of the broken eastern river. The elderly figure was a friend of Lu Yuan, a reclusive divine king. Positioned at the fringe of the imperial capital universe, Luo Feng also noticed Lin Yang and Jiu Yutong. He first directed his gaze toward Jiu Yutong before finally settling on Lin Yang. A long-buried memory resurfaced in the once calm visage of Luo Feng, who had withstood countless reincarnations, finally revealed a look of astonishment. That mysterious powerhouse was the master of the Lord of Catastrophe. Luo Feng mused privately, his intuition suggesting that this formidable figure was also a divine king, for only such an entity could walk alongside Jiu Yutong, even leading by a pace. That was the broken eastern river, a powerful commander under the Divine Emperor, a peerless figure in our world, where few could rival him beneath the sovereign. Jiu Yutong discreetly explained to Lin Yang, knowing that despite Lin Yang's deep connection with the origin Divine Emperor, he likely held little understanding of a burgeoning player who had only emerged a few 100 billion years ago. Next time you return to this world, he may have surpassed you. Strive to excel. Lin Yang cast a glance at Jiu Yutong, his expression enigmatic yet filled with anticipation. Jiu Yutong was the first superpower to actively alter Lin Yang's predetermined fate, should Jiu Yutong ascend to become the Celestial Emperor in the future. Breaking free from the shackles of his original space-time, it would be a delightful surprise for Lin Yang. What about him? Jiu Yutong's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing his astonishment. Emerging from among countless eternal true gods to become a chaos sovereign was indeed extraordinary. Yet in comparison to the first emperor who opened the heavens, it seemed inconsequential. However, Lin Yang's assertion could not be dismissed as mere conjecture, leaving Jiu Yutong momentarily unable to accept it. It was as if, after departing this world, the broken Eastern River had spent 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times more cultivation time in him, advancing his understanding to a level that transcended his own. Yet, based on his current exhibited aptitude, the prospect of becoming a divine king seemed bleak. Could he perhaps have encountered some extraordinary fortune? In the distance, Luo Feng suddenly sensed an inexplicable pressure, causing a wave of uncertainty to rise within him. With his current power, only a divine king could exert such pressure upon him. And aside from Lu Yuan, only these two were present. Why would a revered divine king pay attention to me? Just as Luo Feng was engulfed in confusion, he heard Lin Yang's voice resonate. You are quite remarkable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall be the 334th divine king in the history of the Origin Continent. Although Lin Yang's divine body had been present in the Origin Continent for several thousand reincarnation eras, within a vast timescale that could stifle any existence within the perfect world, no new divine king had emerged. Me? Luo Feng was taken aback, not expecting the master of the Lord of Catastrophe to hold such favorable regard for him. Watching as Lin Yang and Jiu Yutong faded from view, he eventually regained his composure, a shiver coursing through him as he recalled something. The journey of Luo Cheng, who had been discreetly referred to as the master by some powerful figures of the Origin Kingdom, seemed to be coming to a conclusion, for that immensely mysterious master, known as the Exalted Demon Slayer, had now made his appearance. An eternal true god had traversed the Origin Continent for thousands of reincarnation eras in search of him. Reflecting on Luo Cheng's quest, Luo Feng could not help but shake his head. I hope it won't be too late. As a fellow native of the same primordial universe, Luo Feng was willing to expend half a reincarnation era's worth of vast divine power to send a targeted message across the Origin Continent, using Luo Cheng's aura as the beacon. As long as Luo Cheng had not entered the ocean of 3,000 dimensional spaces, he would undoubtedly receive Luo Feng's communication. In the Origin Imperial Palace, Lin Yang and Jiu Yutong traversed seamlessly to this location, where they encountered the Origin Divine Emperor. Sensing that the two had matters of great importance to discuss, Jiu Yutong, with discernment, chose to withdraw from the Imperial Palace, disappearing into the unknown. Lin Yang employed the technique of one chi transforming into 3 purities, releasing a surge of pure energy from his Niwen Palace that split into 3 in midair, manifesting as 3 emperors. The divine body produced a blue iron kettle, containing nearly limitless pure energy, specifically condensed by the divine body using divine emperor techniques, intended to heal the injuries of the 3 emperor avatars. While the 3 avatars healed, Lin Yang could also take the opportunity to reflect deeply, refining and perfecting the laws of the Emperor Tao, drawing ever closer to completeness. Lin Yang contemplated a remarkable phenomenon. Certain cultivation systems from other worlds that were applicable within this realm, although presenting no significant differences in early cultivation stages, exhibited a peculiar trait where the stronger the cultivator of the otherworldly system became, the slower their rate of power enhancement, independent of innate talent. Chapter 718, Perfecting the Emperor Tao. Upon arriving at the Origin Continent, Lin Yang directly appeared beside Jiu Yutong. How goes it? He inquired nonchalantly. Jiu Yutong's heart skipped a beat as he recognized who had spoken and replied calmly, with the aid of the Divine Emperor. I have now eradicated the dark essence deeply embedded within me, returning to a state of pure and flawless existence. Many years prior, Lin Yang had conveyed through the Origin Divine Emperor that if the dark matter was not entirely purged, one would remain forever incapable of achieving the complete Emperor Dao, unable to become a true celestial emperor. Zhou Yutong did not hesitate and promptly followed the guidance. With the advice of an existence far surpassing a quasi-celestial emperor, the benefits were in harmony with his own interests, making it impossible to doubt. I shall remain in this world for 3 million years, at which point I will take you with me when we depart this realm, Lin Yang stated. Zhou Yutong nodded slightly, subsequently transforming into human form. Assuming the guise of an elderly man, his frail body hunched, seemingly nearing the end of his days. Yet this was merely a facade. The insights gained from the origin continent and the divergent cultivation systems and world rules have profoundly inspired Zhou Yutong. After a protracted period, he has become as formidable as Lin Yang in his conventional state. The two supreme beings have surged into the boundless cosmos, heading toward the territory of the origin divine emperor. Thousands of reincarnation eras have elapsed, and the power established by the origin divine emperor in times past now reigns as the uncontested superpower of the origin continent, compelling every divine king to bow their heads. A divine emperor, not only within the origin continent, but also in the boundless chaos of existence, would be regarded as a powerhouse. Even Zhou Yutong's initial strength made traversing the origin continent a trivial endeavor, unless faced with a divine emperor or divine sovereign from other source worlds. Moments later, Lin Yang and Zhou Yutong arrived at the supermassive universe within the origin imperial capital, spanning a diameter of 100 trillion light-years. Although Lin Yang had initially desired to control his divine body to forge an even grander universe, he ultimately encountered the supreme rules of the cosmos, leading to the formation of this colossal universe. Shortly after entering the imperial capital universe, Lin Yang encountered a familiar figure, Luo Feng. He has ascended to the status of a chaotic sovereign, revered by many as the holy Ro Feng of the broken East River. That elderly figure is a friend of Lu Yuan, a secluded deity of unparalleled might. Ro Feng, situated on the fringes of the imperial capital universe, has also discerned the presence of Lin Yang and the formidable Zhou Yuhua. Initially, his gaze lingered on Zhou Yuhua before finally resting upon Lin Yang. A long-buried memory, shrouded in the sands of time, resurfaced, and the once composed visage of Ro Feng, having traversed countless cycles, finally betrayed a look of astonishment. The enigmatic powerhouse is the master of the Lord of the Celestial Tribulation, Ro Feng mused. His instincts whispered that this formidable being was also a deity, for no one else could walk alongside Zhou Yuhua, a god in their own right, let alone surpass him in stature. That is the broken East River, a powerful commander under the auspices of the divine emperor, who, in our realm, is seldom met with worthy adversaries beneath the sovereign. Zhou Yuhua discreetly elucidated to Lin Yang. He understood that, despite Lin Yang's profound ties to the origin divine emperor, the latter, being a mere upstart in the cosmos of billions of epochs, likely lacked deeper insights. Next time we return to this realm, he may well have surpassed you. Strive harder, Zhou Yuhua remarked. Lin Yang cast a glance at Zhou Yuhua, his expression inscrutable yet imbued with anticipation. Zhou Yuhua was the first formidable being to actively alter Lin Yang's destined path, should Zhou Yuhua ascend to the rank of Celestial Emperor in the future. Breaking free from the shackles of his original timeline, it would undoubtedly come as a delightful surprise to Lin Yang. Could it be? Zhou Yuhua's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. To rise above the myriad eternal true gods and become a chaotic sovereign is indeed extraordinary. Yet when juxtaposed with the first emperor who opened the heavens, it pales in comparison. However, Lin Yang's assertion could not be mere conjecture, leaving Zhou Yuhua momentarily grappling with acceptance. The implication was that, after departing this world, the broken East River would have cultivated for a duration exceeding my own by hundreds of thousands, even millions of times, advancing his path to transcend my own. Yet, judging by his current aptitude, the likelihood of him becoming a deity seemed grim. Could there be some fortuitous encounter awaiting him? Suddenly, Ro Feng sensed an inexplicable pressure from afar, arousing a sense of intrigue within him. With my current strength, only a deity could exert such pressure upon me, and apart from Lu Yuan, only these two remain. Why would a being of such divine stature take an interest in me? Just as Ro Feng was enveloped in confusion, he heard Lin Yang's voice resonate. You are quite remarkable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall be the 334th deity of the origin continent. Although Lin Yang's divine form The Origin Divine Emperor had graced the Origin continent for millennia, in this protracted span of time, long enough to stifle any existence within the perfect world. No new deity had emerged. Rofone was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the master of the Lord of the Celestial Tribulation, Lu Cheng, held him in such high regard. As he watched Lin Yang and Jiu Yu Hua vanish from view, Rofeng's mind finally returned to clarity, and he jolted, suddenly recalling a significant matter. The journey of Lu Cheng, who had been discreetly referred to as the master by some powerful figures in the Origin Kingdom, seemed to be reaching a conclusion, for that immensely mysterious master, known as the Exalted One of Exorcising Demons, had now made his appearance. An eternal true God had traversed the vastness of the Origin continent for thousands of cycles, seeking for. Rofone could not help but shake his head at the thought of Lu Cheng searching in some obscure corner. I hope he arrives in time, since they hailed from the same primordial universe and could be considered compatriots on the Origin continent. Rofone did not hesitate to expend a significant portion of his accumulated divine power, spanning half a cycle, to send a targeted transmission across the Origin continent, aimed at Lu Cheng's essence. As long as Lu Cheng had not entered the sea of 3,000 dimensional universes, he would undoubtedly receive Rofeng's message. In the Origin Imperial Palace, Lin Yang and Jiu Yu Hua traversed unhindered, arriving at the presence of the Origin Divine Emperor. Noticing their apparent need for discussion, Jiu Yu Hua, with a keen sense, discreetly withdrew from the Imperial Palace, disappearing from sight. Lin Yang unleashed the technique of transforming into the three purities, releasing a stream of pure energy from his mind palace, which then divided in midair to form three distinct emperors. The divine form produced a blue iron kettle, containing an almost limitless reservoir of pure energy, meticulously condensed through divine emperor means to heal the wounds of the three imperial avatars. As the three avatars restore their injuries, Lin Yang seized the opportunity to reflect deeply, aiming to refine the principles of the imperial path and bring them closer to perfection. He discovered a fascinating phenomenon. Certain cultivation systems from other realms, while seemingly similar in the early stages, exhibited a disparity in the pace of advancement as the cultivator's strength increased, independent of innate talent. Chapter 719, Invitation to Battle. 70,000 years later, a figure hurriedly entered the Origin Imperial Palace. Upon seeing Lin Yang, he immediately bowed and exclaimed, "Master." It was Lu Cheng. After receiving Rofeng's transmission, he rushed back at once, traversing countless cosmic cities over the span of 70,000 years, utilizing ultra-long-distance teleportation to arrive at the heart of the continent in the shortest time possible. "How much time has passed, and yet you remain so impatient," Lin Yang remarked, lifting his gaze to glance at Lu Cheng. After years apart, his disciple had transformed from a mere mortal into an eternal true God. Although Lin Yang had scarcely guided Lu Cheng, having merely bestowed upon him a tome titled Celestial Tribulation Sword Manual, the latter had proven worthy of his status. Enduring trials and tribulations to reach this juncture, now unmatched among eternal true gods, hardly weaker than the Lord of Tribulations who authored the manual. Lu Cheng found himself momentarily speechless, his face reddening with embarrassment. The true God system is remarkable. The hearts of its practitioners remain untouched by the erosion of time. And regardless of how extensive the passage of time may be, their feelings remain undiminished, unless inherently so. This has allowed Lu Cheng, after thousands of cycles, to retain his original temperament. Continue your cultivation. When the day comes that you become a deity, I shall introduce you to a broader world. Lin Yang waved his hand, signaling Lu Cheng to withdraw. He had anticipated Lu Cheng's arrival. Without a directive from the divine form, no eternal true God could boldly enter the abode of the Origin Divine Emperor. Understood, Lu Cheng replied, a tinge of disappointment coloring his tone. He had not expected that after countless years of searching, he would only receive such a brief remark. However, in contrast to his previous uncertainty, he now possessed a clear objective, igniting a sense of determination within him. Though the path to becoming a deity is fraught with insurmountable challenges, only over 300 had succeeded across countless cycles. He believed that as long as he persevered, a glimmer of hope remained. Just as Lu Cheng was about to leave the Origin Imperial Palace, Lin Yang tossed forth a stream of light, revealing a black stone. "Take this," he said nonchalantly. "Your current cultivation has reached a standard worthy of my direct guidance. This black stone serves as a medium. Whether within the origin continent or the sea of 3,000 dimensional universes, I can impart guidance through this stone without hindrance. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Lu Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Master. After years of exploration, Lu Cheng had surmised the profound connections between his master, the exalted one of exorcising demons Lin Yang, and the origin divine Emperor Lu Yuan, the latter being an invincible figure among the over 200 deities of the origin continent. Thus, his master could not possibly be an ordinary deity. With Lin Yang's direct guidance, his chances of becoming a deity would far exceed those of his arduous self-discovery. Go for it, Lin Yang instructed. Even if he were to depart the origin continent in the future, as long as he utilized the divine form as a conduit, he could still guide Lu Cheng without obstruction. Calling it direct guidance was not inaccurate, as it was fundamentally the same consciousness, albeit in different vessels. Master, I will certainly become a deity, Lu Cheng declared fervently, bowing once more before turning to leave the origin imperial palace. I believe you will achieve that as well. Lin Yang murmured softly. How many tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of cycles would it take? 3 million years later, the 3 imperial avatars, having absorbed boundless pure energy, had completely healed their injuries, now transformed into a radiant entity, with only a vague humanoid outline remaining. Only the ethereal hues of gray, purple, and gold that emerge from the radiant light can discern the correspondences of the Azure Emperor, the Hong Emperor, and the Feather Emperor. With a shift in his thoughts, Lin Yang merged the 3 radiant lights into one, which then penetrated into his spiritual realm. After a brief pause, he sighed. The realm of the immortal emperor is exceedingly arduous. Over the span of 3 million years, he had refined his understanding of the imperial laws. Yet he remained a considerable distance from attaining the status of an immortal emperor. It is no wonder that throughout the vast expanse of time, only a single immortal emperor has emerged, although Sure Hao ascended to this rank in approximately 300,000 years. The time spent cultivating after being cast in a various time and space by the corpse immortal emperor was indeed lengthy. With a tinge of melancholy, Lin Yang traversed countless starry skies until he found the slumbering Jiu Yu Yao in a desolate corner of the cosmos. Let us depart, he proclaimed, to fulfill our initial promise. Returning, Jiu Yu Yao opened his eyes, emanating a terrifying aura that hinted at the annihilation of realms. He had been contemplating the true divine system, and after numerous years, he had made some progress. Though he still remained far from the immortal emperor level, his advancements were tangible. It had been countless years since he had felt the thrill of enhancing his strength. Lin Yang nodded sleekly, and upon witnessing Jiu Yu Yao's acknowledgement, he focused his thoughts and activated the system's traversal function. In an instant, the world transformed. The unparalleled powerhouse among the quasi-immortal emperors manifested in the realm of the end of law, the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jiu Yu Yao was inexplicably shaken. He sensed that a long-tailed avatar left behind on the origin continent had lost its connection to him. 2 possibilities could account for this outcome. Either the avatar had been instantly slain without any chance to react, which was highly improbable given his experiences on the origin continent, or the distance between them was too vast, exceeding the travel capacity of a quasi-immortal emperor over millions of years. Perhaps it was indeed the latter. The separation was simply too great. As Jiu Yu Yao contemplated this, Lin Yang spoke. This is the world of my birth, known as the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Should I find myself unable to return in the future, I ask for your assistance in safeguarding it. Jiu Yu Yao acquiesced, casting his gaze across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, surveying the entirety of the universe. It appeared rather unremarkable to him. He concluded that this realm had once birthed more than one immortal king, even housing considerable figures among them. Yet, what did it matter? They were but insignificant dust, hardly worthy of notice. If he so wished, a single swing of his tail could obliterate this world, leaving no chance for it to become a remnant realm. To attain the completeness of the imperial path and become an immortal emperor of the perfected domain of emperors, mere arduous cultivation was insufficient. One must endure the most brutal battles, allowing different imperial laws to collide with one another. Only through such fierce confrontations could one recognize the shortcomings in their own imperial laws and rectify their flaws. Lin Yang disclosed this profound secret, one that only an immortal emperor of great shame could truly comprehend. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with battle intent. Shall we engage in combat? Jiu Yu Yao, unafraid. Hadyated a fiersora. Countless beings within the 9 heavens and 10 earths felt a sudden chill in their hearts. What manner of existence were they witnessing? The true immortal Chu Yu trembled, his hands shaking as he clutched a brown tome. Suddenly, a warm aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, and a gentle voice resounded, "Do not disturb this realm. Let us ascend to the celestial realm for a battle." Chapter 720. The Teaching of the Emperor of Desolation. It was Xian, immortal emperor, who had returned to this world. Chu Yu exclaimed with excitement. He understood that the Xian Tian immortal king he had sought for over 1,000,000 years had transcended the realm of immortal kings, becoming the supreme immortal emperor. Having forcefully vanquished 3 immortal emperors, boldly declaring his presence in the vast world. His divine power surged as he shot toward the depths of the universe. Lin Yang and Jiu Yao, aided by the powers of the Xian Tian Dao Hall, instantaneously appeared in the celestial continent. The two remained silent. Yet upon their first move, they engaged in the most intense of battles. Jiu Yao's long tail coiled around the quasi-immortal emperor's artifact, the purple lightning hammer, infused with the might to create universes, unleashing countless imperial purple lightning bolts that extended across untold billions of miles, causing realms to rise and fall. Lin Yang wielded the emperor's sword, imparting his will across the cosmos. An indescribable might permeated the atmosphere, as strands of dark sword light transcended all dimensions, entangling with innumerable imperial purple lightning strikes, casting vibrant hues across the dim celestial continent, shrouding the heavens and the earth in a mesmerizing haze, utterly beautiful. Boom! The intertwining of the dark and purple imperial light obliterated this region, capable of containing countless universes, leading to utter annihilation. Aside from emperors, none could survive. The residual imperial forces reverberated, causing far-off realms to undergo upheaval, in order to collapse entirely. Several hundred years later, the purple-black imperial light receded, its brilliance dimming to reveal Jiu Yao. After a series of flickering gazes, he sighed, a single misstep in strategy. He had not anticipated that the method he had devised over the long years to counter Lin Yang's combat form would yield unsatisfactory results. The battle, which had initially been evenly matched, tilted dramatically in Lin Yang's favor once he manifested the imperial battle form, leaving Jiu Yao struggling to maintain his ground. Were it not for the true divine system of the origin continent, enabling him to access a mysterious domain akin to a chaotic space and store vast energy in advance, he would likely be forced to extract his blood essence by now. Your progress is commendable. Had we met at the outset, you would have succumbed in merely a century. Lin Yang remarked, his demeanor nonchalant, appearing quite untroubled despite the fierce battle that had raged for centuries. His physique remained robust and resplendent as jade. The technique, one chi transforms into 3 pure ones, was not a manifestation of his imperial laws. Thus, he refrained from utilizing this great divine ability during his confrontation with Jiu Yao, wishing to avoid a swift defeat that might rob him of meaningful insights. Nevertheless, even with the application of the imperial law, transforming others into myself, Lin Yang still maintained a firm upper hand over Jiu Yao throughout the encounter. Jiu Yao fell silent, transforming into an elderly figure. You may ponder the insights from this battle. I shall meet with an acquaintance, Lin Yang articulated. With that, he abruptly vanished from the celestial realm, leaving no trace behind. Such fluctuations bore the essence of true spirits. Was this the profound application of the path of true spirits? Jiu Yao furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. As a quasi-immortal emperor, he had witnessed the terrifying might of true spirits on numerous occasions. And after observing Lin Yang's legendary attributes, he began to form conjectures. What unique imperial law is it fundamentally rooted in true spirits? In the end, Jiu Yao could not help but exclaim in admiration. The 9 heavens and 10 earths. The metamorphosis of Shi Hao had concluded as he departed from the immortal domain. Returning to this realm, he gazed at the cosmic starry expanse, his eyes surveying the myriad of life stars, discerning all. Even after the passage of over 1,000,000 years, the strongest cultivators in the world now barely equated to the realm of divine fire, stirring something within Shi Hao. In this end of law, it is challenging to find the supreme fire seed to ignite divine fire. Countless cultivators can only squander their years, and even with belief and earthly fire, they can barely kindle divine fire, unable to advance further in this vast realm of the end of law to become true oneness. It appeared that Lin Yang had no intention of intervening in the external world. Thus, he resolved to reopen the path for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In a soft murmur, Shi Hao's expression turned solemn as he declared, the secret realm of the human body, the Wheel of Seas. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shone brilliantly as countless beings lifted their heads, gazing in bewilderment at the sky. A vague sea of life intertwined with profound death energy rose between the universe and the starry sky, manifesting an anomaly of the heavens and the earth. The Tao Palace of the human body secret realm. As these words fell, a unique great path materialized, causing the 10 directions of heaven and earth to resonate with mysterious verses, vast and boundless, containing profound truths and enigmas, unlike the myriad paths of the universe. It was even more extraordinary and powerful. Cultivators could thus establish their Tao Palace. For extremes, transforming into dragons. Immortal platform. A series of 3 loud proclamations echoed throughout the universe, with phenomena arising across various locales, as unique Tao inscriptions were etched deep within the myriad paths, becoming an integral part of order. Even in the absence of a lineage, beings born in this realm, nurtured by the quintessence of the 5 corporeal secret realms, can directly cultivate their own personal secret realm. The heavens resound, and light illuminates the vast cosmos. Countless lives, whether brutish beasts or sentient beings, now shine with brilliance. As an ethereal, celestial platform materializes, directly planted with the seed of the Tao by Shi Hao. Just as Shi Hao intends to impart the 6th secret realm, he suddenly sighs, contemplating the imminent threat of the approaching quasi-immortal emperor. Those who emulate me shall live, while those who mirror me shall perish. Thus, the teachings I pass down must be judiciously chosen, with certain elements retained and others relinquished. The 5 great secret realms encompass the domain of humanity. Yet to truly transcend and step into the realm of immortals, one must forge their own path and create a unique law. Otherwise, in the face of future brutality, even emperors will engage in fierce battles. Adhering rigidly to the human path of cultivation and being ensnared by the paths of predecessors will stifle one's own brilliance and hinder ascension to the emperor's throne. With this thought, Shi Hao halts his actions. Having become a quasi-mortal emperor, he comprehends that each individual's method of breaking through the king realm is singularly unique. Should he impart the corporeal secret realm laws of the immortal domain, it may lead some of his juniors to become immortal kings, only to regret it for eternity, finding it impossible to advance further. In contrast, transmitting the corporeal secret realm laws that encompass the human domain bears no consequence, as they are merely foundational and do not pertain to the immortal domain, thus not impeding the metamorphosis into the realm of immortals. In the future, legends of you will surely circulate across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Yang's sudden appearance draws attention, and he speaks with a calm demeanor. Shi Hao nods gently, understanding Lin Yang's reasoning. Previously, when the 5 corporeal secret realm paths were inscribed into the myriad paths of heaven and earth, a trace of his own aura and imprint was also captured, and under fortunate circumstances, cultivators may witness this scene and glean snippets of his existence. Are you about to venture to the other side of the realm sea? Lin Yang inquires. My accumulation is sufficient. It is time to set forth, Shi Hao replies, his gaze resolute. After establishing himself as an emperor, his pace of advancement has exceeded all norms. Although only a few tens of thousands of years have passed since Shi Hao became a quasi-mortal emperor, bolstered by the imperial laws contained within that drop of blood, his understanding of the imperial path has nearly reached perfection, having completely absorbed the imperial laws from that drop of imperial blood and effectuated a reversal of causality.